Chapter 1. The Blindfold of Black Satin. The incessant and jarring chirps of cicadas mingled with the intermittent honking of horns, resonating through the bustling thoroughfare. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly on the grayish-brown asphalt, causing the heat to shimmer as if the entire street were warped in a mirage. Beneath the sparse patches of shade, a group of young individuals huddled together, cigarette butts dangling from their lips as they awaited the traffic signal. Suddenly, one of the youths, exhaling wisps of smoke, seemed to have noticed something and uttered a soft exclamation, his gaze fixated on a point at the street corner. "Arno, what are you looking at?" inquired one of his companions. The young man named Arno stared blankly at the corner for a moment before responding. "Tell me, how does a blind person cross the street?" His companion paused, momentarily taken aback, before slowly articulating, "Generally, blind individuals are accompanied by someone or guided by a service dog. In modern cities, there are also auditory signals at traffic lights. If all else fails, they might rely on sound and a white cane to navigate cautiously." Arno shook his head. "But what if there's no one to assist, no guide dog, no auditory signals, and even the cane is being used to carry peanut oil? Do you think you're being humorous?" His companion rolled his eyes, following Arno's gaze, only to find himself frozen in place. At the opposite corner of the street stood a youth clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, his eyes shrouded in several thick layers of black satin, completely blocking out all light. His left hand grasped a modest shopping bag brimming with vegetables, while his right hand clutched a guide, cane resting upon his shoulder, resembling a farmer's yoke. At the end of the cane, a large barrel of golden peanut oil glimmered in the sunlight. With a black cloth blindfold binding his eyes, the cane secured on his shoulder, vegetables in his left hand, and oil in his right. This astonishing tableau immediately captivated the attention of a throng nearby. "Hey, look at that peculiar individual. Can he really see the path with so much cloth over his eyes? Didn't you notice the guide, cane in his hand? He's clearly a blind man. What era are we in? Blind people usually wear sunglasses who would wrap their eyes in fabric on such a hot day. Isn't that suffocating?" "Exactly. And have you ever seen a blind person walking without a guide cane, using it instead to carry things?" Today's youth certainly know how to amuse themselves. The summer cicadas could not drown out the hushed murmurs of the passers-by, who curiously scrutinized the young man, quietly debating whether he was genuinely blind or merely pretending, while casting expectant glances at the flickering red light. That moment, a clear voice rang out beside the youth. "Brother, may I help you cross the street?" It was a little girl in a school uniform, around 12 or 13 years old, with a few glistening beads of sweat on her cheeks. Her pair of deep, dark eyes gazed at the young man with concern, innocent and straightforward. The boy was momentarily taken aback. Turning his head toward the girl, a faint smile gracing his lips, he hung the bag of vegetables from his right hand, freeing his left hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, gently grasping the little girl's palm. With a click, the green light illuminated. The young boy took a step forward, leading the little girl across the street. The girl appeared quite anxious, glancing around nervously at the vehicles, her steps cautious and timid. As for the young boy, he walked with unwavering confidence. To the onlookers, this scene resembled not a kind-hearted girl aiding a blind person across the road, but rather an older brother guiding a younger friend. The street was not wide within mere seconds. The pair reached the other side. The boy turned to the girl and expressed his gratitude before continuing on his way down a secluded alley without a backward glance. "He's not blind," Arno declared with certainty upon witnessing this moment. "He must be able to see." A young man behind Arno rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, "I understand. He's cosplaying as the blind monk." A sharp slap landed decisively on the back of his head, and Arno scolded, "Idiot, all you do is play games. Who in their right mind would cosplay as a blind monk in the middle of the street? Are they trying to court disaster?" After a brief pause, Arno muttered under his breath, "Besides the blind monk's eye covering is red, this cosplay doesn't even resemble it." "Arno, you can't talk to me like that." Silence. The moment when the two were engaged in a quarrel. The young man, who had remained silent, gazed intently at the departing figure of the boy, his brow slightly furrowed. "What is it?" Arno noticed his gaze. "That I know him." "You know him?" "Indeed." The young man nodded. "When my cousin was still in elementary school, I heard that a student from their school experienced an accident, causing issues with his eyesight. He had to bind his eyes with black satin, and there were rumors of psychological problems. Psychological issues? Arno was taken aback and recalled the earlier situation. I didn't notice anything unusual. That was 10 years ago. Perhaps he has since recovered. However, at that time, the incident seemed to have caused quite a stir, and within days, that student withdrew from school. It was said that he later transferred to a special school for the blind at that moment. Another person interjected enthusiastically. By the way, what exactly was the accident? How could it lead to blindness and psychological issues? Did he encounter something supernatural? I don't know. He paused, but I heard it was something even more outrageous than a tragic figure. Arno sighed. What is his name? I believe it's Lin. Lin. Lin Chia. Bathed in the glow of the evening sun, Lin Chia pushed open the door. Almost instantly, the aroma of the dishes wafting from within permeated his nostrils. He inhaled deeply, swallowed, and stepped inside while carrying his belongings. The creaking of the old door pierced the air, drowning out the sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen. A middle-aged woman pushed open the kitchen door and, upon seeing Lin Chia burdened with numerous bags, exclaimed in surprise and hurried over. Xiao Qi, why you brought back so many things at once again? The woman hastily wiped her hands on her apron and began to take the items from Lin Chia, chattering away. A large bucket of peanut oil? My dear child, have you misused the government's subsidies again? Auntie, the subsidies for the disabled are meant for living expenses, and using them to purchase oil is simply making the most of what we have, Lin Chia replied with a smile. Nonsense. That money is meant for your college education. How can it be squandered? I must tell you, Annie's earnings are sufficient to support the three of us, so do not spend recklessly. With a gentle touch, Auntie meticulously wiped the oil bucket, her expression tinged with sorrow as she murmured, such a large bucket of oil, and a branded one at that it must have cost quite a bit, hasn't it? Before Lin Chia could respond, Annie suddenly realized something. Wait, how did you bring back so many things? Oh, I encountered a few kind-hearted individuals along the way who helped me carry them back, Lin Chia said calmly. Good, good. It seems there are still many good people in society. Did you remember to thank them properly? I have. Lin Chia deftly shifted the topic. Annie, where is Jean? He is doing his homework on the balcony. By the way, the doctor from the mental hospital is here for the routine checkup this year and is resting in the room. You should go and see the doctor while Aunt prepares dinner, and I will call you when it's ready. Lin Chia paused slightly, uttering an "oh" as he turned towards the bedroom. Hello, I am a doctor from Sunshine Mental Hospital. My surname is Li. Upon seeing Lin Chia enter, the young man seated on a small stool in the bedroom rose and spoke gently, his face adorned with large black-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor. Lin Chia raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Wasn't it Dr. Han who came before? Dr. Han was promoted to deputy director last year. D.R.L., I replied with a smile, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Lin Chia nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. Indeed, Dr. Han, being of considerable age and possessing exceptional medical skills, ascending to the position of deputy director was hardly surprising. It was only natural for a younger doctor to take over the routine checkups. Noticing Lin Chia had taken a seat, Dr. Li cleared his throat and retrieved a stack of medical files from his bag. I apologize, as I'm also new here and not yet familiar with your case. I would like to gather some basic information first, Dr. Li expressed with a hint of regret. Lin Chia nodded in understanding. Your name is Lin Chia? Yes. You are 17 years old this year. Yes. Date of birth? October 5th. Well, the medical record states that you became blind in both eyes 10 years ago and were admitted to our hospital due to certain issues? Yes. Dr. Li pondered for a moment. Have you ever changed your name? No, why do you ask? Lin Chia was taken aback. Dr. Li scratched his head awkwardly. It seems I may have overthought it. He extended his hand, pointing at the age listed in the medical record, then gestured towards the phrase 10 years ago. You see, you lost your sight a decade ago, at which point you were precisely 7 years old, and your name happens to be Lin Chia. Thus, I assumed you might have changed it after becoming blind. Lin Chia remained silent for a considerable time before shaking his head. No, I have never changed my name. My parents bestowed upon me the name Lin Chia even before I was born. That is indeed quite. Ahem. D.R.L. I realized his words had been somewhat impolite and quickly closed his mouth. Quite a coincidence, Lin Chia stated calmly. It is indeed quite coincidental. Dr. Lee felt a bit embarrassed, but swiftly shifted the topic. That the medical record seems to lack detailed information regarding the incident that led to your blindness and mental instability. If you wouldn't mind, could you share with me? Before Lin Xie could respond, Dr. Lee hastily added, I do not intend to offend. Understanding the patient better will enable us to provide more effective treatment. Of course, if you prefer not to share, I will not press you. Lin Xie sat quietly beneath the black satin, his eyes seemingly fixed upon Dr. Lee. After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke. There is nothing that cannot be said. It is merely that you may not believe me, and you might even send me back to the psychiatric hospital. And oh no. Let us not define our relationship as that of a doctor and a patient. This is merely a normal conversation between friends, and it shall not escalate to that extent. Dr. I replied with a half-joking tone. Even if you were to tell me that you were drawn into an alchemical furnace by the Supreme Old Lord, I would believe you. Lin Xie remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. As a child, I had a passion for astronomy. Indeed, and then what happened? That night, I lay on the eaves of my childhood home, gazing at the moon. What did you see? The moon rabbit? Dr. Lee chuckled. Lin Xie shook his head, and his next words caused Dr. Lee's smile to freeze upon his face. No, I saw an angel, Lin Xie stated earnestly, gesturing with his hands before him. An angel, enveloped in golden radiance, with 6 white wings, a seraph. Chapter 2. The Angel on the Moon. The room was enveloped in a brief silence. After a few seconds, Dr. Lee regained his composure. Seraph? Indeed. What is it doing? It was doing nothing, merely resembling a golden statue, seated in the vast expanse of a lunar crater, gazing up at Earth, as if keeping watch. Dr. Lee rubbed the corners of his eyes, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Xie, do you know how far the moon is from Earth? Approximately 400,000 kilometers. Lin Xie replied calmly. Approximately 400,000 kilometers. Dr. Lee echoed, pondering that even with the most advanced astronomical telescopes, one could barely discern the surface of the moon. Yet, you claim that at the tender age of 7, you lay beneath the eaves of your childhood home and saw an angel on the moon with your naked eye? It was not I who beheld it, Lin Xie murmured softly. It was it who saw me. I merely lifted my gaze. And my eyes felt as though they were being drawn through the fabric of space to meet its own. So, you were saying it compelled you? To some extent, yes. Otherwise, how could I have perceived the lunar surface? I possess no extraordinary sight. But if there truly exists an angel upon the moon, why has humanity failed to discover it all these years? I do not know. Lin Xie shook his head. Perhaps that seraph is unwilling to be observed. Moreover, do humans truly understand the moon? Lin Xie spoke with such sincerity that Dr. Lee almost felt the urge to call for a vehicle to escort him back to the psychiatric hospital. Dr. Lee, being a specialist in psychiatry, has encountered a myriad of mental disorders throughout his career. He has discerned a peculiar pattern. The more solemnly absurd the discourse, and the more seemingly sensible it appears, the more severe the affliction. And your eyes? What is the matter? Lin Xie inquired, extending his hand to gently caress the black satin covering his eyes. His tone betrayed no emotional fluctuation. That day, I locked eyes with him for a fleeting moment, and then I was struck blind. Dr. Lee parted his lips, casting a glance at the medical record in his hand, sinking into silence. In the section detailing the cause of blindness, only 4 words were inscribed, cause unknown. Thus, what transpired all those years ago? Could it truly be as Lin Xie claimed, that he beheld the seraphim upon the lunar surface? How else could one account for such abrupt blindness? This thought flitted through Dr. Lee's mind for but an instant before he swiftly extinguished it. That was a close call. He nearly allowed himself to be led astray by a patient with delusions. He could vividly imagine the expressions of the doctors a decade ago, when young Lin Xie made such statements in front of them upon losing his sight. It is no wonder that the child was forcibly retained in the hospital. From any perspective, his utterances were those characteristic of a deranged mind. Such individuals are not uncommon in the institution. Some claim to be the reincarnation of the Monkey King, idly hanging on the horizontal bar, while others believe themselves to be coat racks, standing motionless in their rooms throughout the night. There are those who perceive everyone as their spouse, occasionally engaging in unsolicited groping. The last patient mentioned is a 40-year-old, rather unkempt gentleman. You speak of events from the past. What of the present? What is your perspective on this matter? Dr. Lee adjusted his demeanor and continued with the examination process. It is all mere delusion, Lin Xie calmly responded. On that day, I simply fell accidentally from the eaves and struck my head against the ground. As for my vision, it is likely that some nerve was damaged, resulting in my blindness. He was unsure how many times he had recounted this narrative, delivering it with practiced composure. Dr. Li raised an eyebrow, jotting down notes in the medical record, before engaging Lin Xie in casual conversation for approximately 20 minutes. Glancing at the time, he rose with a smile. Well, we shall conclude the examination here. Your condition appears stable. I hope you can adjust your mindset and live well, Dr. Li encouraged, shaking Lin Xie's hand. Lin Xie smiled faintly and nodded. Oh, Dr. Li, do stay for a meal. Upon seeing Dr. Li preparing to leave, his aunt warmly urged him to stay. No, I must attend to my next patient. I shall not impose. Dr. Li politely bid farewell to his aunt and exited through the door. As the door closed, Lin Xie's smile vanished, as if it had never existed. Delusion, he muttered to himself. Brother, it's time for dinner. His cousin Yang Jin emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. Yang Jin, the son of Lin Xie's aunt, was 4 years younger and had just entered junior high. Since Lin Xie's parents went missing and he took refuge at his aunt's home, the two had grown up together, their bond surpassing that of biological brothers. I'm coming, Lin Xie responded. Just as he settled at the cramped dining table, a wave of warmth surged from his feet, momentarily startling him. Before the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, Yang Jin glanced beneath the table and teased, Well, you little black rascal, usually so lazy and immobile. Yet you arrive faster than anyone when it's mealtime. A small, black, scruffy dog poked its head out from under the table, its tongue lolling outside its mouth as it huffed out warm breaths. It nestled beside Lin Xie and licked his feet, its face brimming with affection. 3 people and 1 dog, that was a family. Simple, challenging, yet inexplicably reassuring. For 10 years, it had been this way. Lin Xie patted the dog's head and selected a small piece of meat from the scant offerings on the plate, placing it in his cousin's bowl. Give it a bone, he said. Yang Jin accepted without hesitation. Their fraternal bond made further words unnecessary. However, his concern lay elsewhere. Brother, are your eyes really improving? Lin Xie smiled faintly, saying, Well, I can see now, though the light still eludes me. This black satin must remain for a few more days. What few days? Little Xie, let me tell you. Your eyes are incredibly precious. Even if you can see now, do not be too hasty to remove the black satin. What if the sun dazzles you again? That would be such a pity. It is better to be cautious and wear it a little longer. Annie urged earnestly. I understand. Auntie, by the way, brother, I've saved up some money to buy you a pair of stylish sunglasses. I'll show them to you shortly, Yang Jin exclaimed. Seemingly struck by a thought, Lin Xie shook his head with a smile. Jin, while sunglasses can shield the light, they are far inferior to the black satin. I cannot wear them just yet. All right, Yang Jin replied, somewhat disappointed. However, once my eyes are completely healed, I will wear them every day while shopping. And I shall buy you a pair too, so we can go together. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's eyes sparkled again, and he nodded vigorously. By the way, little Xie, Annie has arranged everything regarding your transfer. Come this semester, you shall transition from a special school to an ordinary high school. Annie seemed to recall something and spoke up, but have you truly thought it through? An ordinary high school is quite different from a special school. Given your circumstances, what if? There will be no what ifs, Auntie. Lin Xie interrupted her, stating that his eyes had healed and that in order to gain admission to a prestigious university, he must start on equal footing with others. My dear child, even if you do not gain entry into a good university, it matters not. Your aunt shall always support you. Brother, I can also support you. Lin Xie's body trembled slightly, and the depths of his dark eyes concealed an unknown expression. He pressed his lips together before breaking into a smile, resolutely shaking his head. Though he said nothing, both Yang Jin and his aunt sensed his determination. Even the little black dog at his feet nudged against Lin Xie's ankle. Woof. Chapter 3. Knocking on the door. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Xie quietly shut the door behind him. He refrained from turning on the light. The hour was late, and the scattered starlight outside gently illuminated the floor. In the darkness of the room, Lin Xie sat before his desk and slowly removed the black satin blindfold from his eyes. In the reflection of the mirror atop the desk, a handsome visage of a youth emerged. Lin Xie possessed striking beauty, were he to remove the blindfold and attend to his appearance. Paired with an enigmatic air of aloofness and depth, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a campus heartthrob. Alas, his long-term concealment behind the satin and the burden of his disability entirely obscured his brilliance. In the mirror, Lin Xie's eyes remained closed, his brow furrowed slightly, the eyelids that shielded his gaze fluttering, as though he were straining to open them. His hands clenched into fists, exerting force and determination. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His body trembled for an extended moment, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion as he gasped for breath. A few beads of sweat trickled down Lin Chiye's cheek, and a flicker of anger surfaced between his brows. So close, just a fraction away. Why was it that every time, he fell just short? When would he be able to reopen his eyes and behold the world once more? He claimed he could see now, yet that was a falsehood. His eyes remained firmly shut, incapable of even a mere slit. Yet, he did not lie. For even with his eyes closed, he could vividly perceive everything around him. This sensation is truly extraordinary, akin to possessing eyes all over one's body, enabling an omnidirectional perception of the world, with clarity surpassing that of natural vision. Initially, he was incapable of such perception. During the first 5 years following his blindness, he was indistinguishable from other genuine blind individuals, relying solely on sound and the tactile guidance of his cane to navigate existence. However, inexplicably, a transformation began 5 years ago, allowing him to develop a rudimentary awareness of his surroundings. Initially, he could perceive only mere centimeters ahead, but as time progressed, his vision expanded, becoming clearer and more distant. Now, after 5 years, he can perceive a range extending to 10 meters. For an ordinary person, seeing 10 meters would suggest a significant impairment of vision. Yet for a youth who has once known light, these 10 meters signify everything. Most importantly, the 10 meters he perceives are devoid of obstacles. In other words, within a radius of 10 meters around Lin Chiye, he possesses an absolute field of vision. To put it plainly, he has the ability to see through things. To articulate it more elegantly, he can observe every speck of dust drifting in the air, every component within a machine, and every subtle movement of a magician beneath the table. The source of this remarkable ability appears to be the eyes, which have remained tightly closed beneath the black satin for a decade. Despite possessing this almost superhuman power, Lin Chiye remains unsatisfied. While having an absolute field of vision of 10 meters is indeed advantageous, it is not enough. Yet he yearns to witness the world through his own eyes. This is the unwavering determination of a youth. Although his attempts to open his eyes today were in vain, he could distinctly sense that the moment of true awakening was drawing near. After completing his morning rituals, Lin Chiye, as was his custom, retired to bed early. For the years spent in blindness were not entirely devoid of merit. At least he had cultivated the commendable habit of going to bed early. However, as he lay in bed, an image unconsciously resurfaced in his mind. Beneath the dark celestial canopy of the universe, the desolate surface of the moon lay still, its grayish-white terrain reflecting the faint starlight. In the very center of the largest lunar crater stood a figure resembling a statue. This figure stood quietly, as if it had existed since time immemorial, emanating a sacred golden radiance, its majesty sufficient to compel all beings to prostrate themselves. Behind it, 6 enormous wings spread wide, casting a colossal shadow upon the silvery gray landscape, obscuring the sunlight that streamed from behind. Yet what remained indelibly etched in Lin Chiye's mind, impossible to dispel, were its eyes. Those eyes, imbued with divine authority, burned fiercely like a furnace, blindingly bright, akin to a sun at close range. He beheld those eyes, and in an instant, his world was engulfed in darkness. 10 years prior, he had spoken the truth, only to be diagnosed with a mental illness. Yet deep within, he understood clearly what was real and what was mere delusion. Since the moment he beheld the seraph on the moon, he understood that this world was far from the simplicity it appeared to be. Gradually, Lin Chiye succumbed to a deep slumber, unbeknownst to him. At the very instant he drifted into dreams, 2 brilliant golden rays burst forth from the slits of his closed eyelids, fleeting as a whisper. In the mist-laden realm, Lin Chiye wandered alone. The fog swirled around him, seemingly endless, as he traversed the void. Yet, with every step he took, a clear, resonant sound echoed, as if an invisible ground lay beneath his feet. He glanced down at his own form and sighed. Another dream knocking at his door every night. How exhausting it is. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Chiye stepped forward. In the next moment, the surrounding mist receded, revealing a bizarre modern structure before him. Its peculiarity lay in the fact that, despite its contemporary design, certain intricate details exuded an air of mystery. The immense iron gates, adorned with celestial carvings. The lights that flickered like burning orbs of fire, the floating, intricately patterned porcelain tiles beneath his feet. It was as though a fusion of modern architecture and elements from ancient mythological temples had given birth to an incongruous, yet ineffably beautiful edifice. Lin Chiye recognized this architecture, finding it strikingly familiar. This place bears an uncanny resemblance to the Sunshine Asylum, where he had resided for a year. The most compelling evidence lies in the transformation of the words that once adorned the entrance, which have now been replaced with a new inscription, Asylum of the Gods. A perplexing location indeed. Lin Chiye shook his head, advancing toward the imposing iron gate. 5 years ago, not only his physique began to undergo a transformation, but also his dreams. Night after night, for the past 5 years, he has been haunted by the same dream, in which the central figure is this enigmatic Asylum of the Gods. Yet, the gates of this asylum have remained resolutely shut, impervious to all attempts at opening them. Lin Chiye has circled the asylum countless times. The only entrance is the formidable iron gate at the front, although the surrounding walls are not particularly tall. The most absurd aspect is that each time Lin Chiye leaps, the height of the walls seemingly increases. As for brute force, even if Lin Chiye were to shatter himself against it, the iron gate would not budge an inch. It seems there is but one method to gain entry: knocking. Grasping the circular knocker upon the iron gate, Lin Chiye inhaled deeply and struck the surface with considerable force. The sound resonated like the deep toll of an ancient bell within the asylum, causing the gate to tremble slightly, yet it did not open. He struck again, and once more the gate remained obstinately closed. Lin Chiye appeared unfazed and unperturbed, exhibiting remarkable patience as he continued to knock. Over the past 5 years, he has come to a profound understanding of the rules governing this dream. Aside from knocking on the door, no other means can unlock the great iron gate. Moreover, within this dream, he seems capable of nothing else but knocking. Fortunately, in the realm of dreams, he does not experience fatigue. Otherwise, his body would have long succumbed to exhaustion. Thus, Lin Chiye resembles a diligent laborer, tirelessly and earnestly knocking on the door throughout the night. Chapter 4. The Day of Survival. A week later, at the second high school of Tsangnan City. Hey, look, is that person from our school? Why does he have a cloth over his eyes? He's wearing our school uniform, so he must be one of us. And he is holding a white cane. It seems he is blind. Odd, I've never seen him before. He must be a new freshman, right? Strangely enough, with those black cloths wrapped around his eyes, he actually looks rather dashing. But how does a blind person attend classes? Our school doesn't seem to have any special education classes. I don't know. As expected, when Lin Chiye stepped through the school gates, he immediately attracted a considerable amount of attention. However, having experienced such scenarios numerous times before, he nonchalantly traversed the school's South Maple Leaf Avenue, making his way toward the teaching building. Truth be told, Lin Chiye had prepared himself to face potential troublemakers. After all, in many mindless stories, one would expect a few so-called bullies to emerge, hurling mockery and scorn at him, setting the stage for him to later retaliate with flair. Yet, to his surprise, such ruffians did not materialize. Instead, several students approached him voluntarily, inquiring if he needed assistance. This unexpected kindness left Lin Chiye with a sense of inexplicable disappointment. After all, these were modern students who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Where could one find so many oblivious troublemakers? Even considering the existence of those small factions, the present day still emphasizes the concept of brotherhood, where one may assist a comrade in resolving matters and express camaraderie. However, should one dare to bully the disabled, they would inevitably be drowned in a torrent of disdain the very next day, facing utter disgrace and ruin. Lin Chiye ascended the staircase and soon located his classroom. Class 2 of the second year. Having spent a year in a special school during his first year, he now found himself as a transfer student, an interloper amidst established relationships. In most portrayals found in films and novels, transfer students are often synonymous with neglect, isolation, and sorrow. After all, during the course of the first year, various cliques had already formed. Without taking the initiative, it would be exceedingly difficult to integrate into the class. Lin Chiye was acutely aware that he was not the type to take the lead, even if he had mingled with them during his first year. His aloof demeanor might have left him still solitary to this day. Yet, there was a certain charm in solitude. Lin Chiye relished this state of being, free from disturbances, allowing him to cultivate his mind and concentrate on his studies. If pressed to deliberately forge connections with others, he would likely resist. Standing at the threshold of the classroom, Lin Chiye inhaled deeply, steadied his resolve, and stepped inside. The moment Lin Chiye entered the classroom, the previously raucous chatter abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Chiye prepared to utter a few words, the classroom erupted in excitement. You must be Lin Chiye, our new classmate. Your seat is already prepared, over there. Lin Chiye, Can you not see it? Allow me to guide you. Classmate, please walk slowly. There are many things on the aisle. Hey, you there, quickly retrieve your backpack. Before Lin Xie could react, several classmates stepped forward, carefully leading him to his designated spot. A tall boy directly took Lin Xie's backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Amidst the throng, Lin Xie arrived at his seat safely. Lin Xie, this seems rather different from the script. Lin Xie, I am the class monitor, Jiang Qian. If you need anything, feel free to approach me, a girl with a ponytail declared confidently. My name is Li Yifei, just call me if you're heading out to eat. And I'll take you with me, the boy who helped with the bag added with a smile. And I am Wang Xiao. An array of students surrounded him, enthusiastically greeting him. For a moment, Lin Xie felt utterly bewildered. Frankly speaking, this was quite far from his expectations. Do you all know me? Lin Xie asked, his expression somewhat peculiar. The homeroom teacher has informed us about you. Class monitor Jiang Qian responded, however. What left the most profound impression on us was your aunt. That day, she stood here with a basket of eggs, distributing them one by one and earnestly asking us to take care of you. A thunderclap seemed to resonate in Lin Xie's mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. As his classmates continued to converse, their words faded into the background. He found himself lost in the classroom. An image of the stooped middle-aged woman holding a basket of freshly boiled eggs emerging vividly in his thoughts. Classmates, please help me. My nephew's eyesight isn't great, and he has a reserved nature, so please look out for him. Young lady, you are truly beautiful. My nephew is quite handsome as well. I am sure you will like him. This child, Qie, is cool on the outside but warm on the inside. Once you get to know him, you will surely get along splendidly. Unbeknownst to him, the black ribbon he clutched had begun to moisten. Aunt, he murmured softly. Just as the chatter among the students filled the air, a female teacher entered, books in hand. Upon noticing Lin Xie seated in the front row, she offered him a few words of comfort before briefly introducing herself to the class and commencing the lesson. Everyone, please turn to page 91. Today, we shall delve into the history and predicaments of the modern Great Xia. Perhaps due to the presence of Lin Xie, our instructor has chosen to bypass the preliminary reading of the textbook and has commenced directly with the contents of the book. A century ago, the Earth was home to over 200 nations, scattered across 7 continents and 4 oceans, each boasting its own unique customs and cultures. Even in that era of limited technological advancement, we could still embark on ships to traverse to distant lands, experiencing the rich tapestry of cultural interactions. However, on the 9th day of March, a mysterious fog inexplicably materialized over Antarctica. It then spread with astonishing rapidity, engulfing nearly 98% of the Earth's surface within a mere 24 hours. The towering edifices crafted by humanity, the ancient primordial forests, and the unfathomable depths of the oceans, all were shrouded in this fog, leaving countless nations ensnared in silence. Yet, as this unfathomable mist approached the borders of Great Xia, it inexplicably halted. The reason remains a mystery, but it is indeed peculiar that it ceased its advance in such a manner. Over the course of a century, an array of theories and conjectures have emerged regarding the enigmatic mist. Some propose that this mist is, in fact, a living entity that, having consumed 98 of the Earth, has reached satiety and thus lingered near the Great Xia. Others suggest that the unique magnetic field surrounding the Great Xia hinders the mist's expansion. There are also those who believe that the rich heritage accumulated over 5 millennia in Great Xia is at play, providing protection to this land. The composition of the mist transcends human comprehension. Neither light, sound, electromagnetic waves, nor any other detection methods can penetrate its shroud. No one knows if the nations consumed by this mist a century ago still exist beyond its veil. Experts speculate that the likelihood of survival for those trapped within the mist is exceedingly slim, as inhalation or even mere contact with the skin proves fatal. Throughout the past 100 years, countless well-equipped exploratory teams have been dispatched into the mist, yet not a single individual has returned. 50 years ago, the successful launch of our first satellite yielded images from space revealing that the Earth had transformed into a monochromatic gray, leaving only the Great Xia as a sanctuary. Today, the Great Xia stands as an isolated island on this planet, and we may very well be its last survivors. Consequently, the day the mist first appeared, March 9th, has been designated as the Survival Day. Chapter 5. The unfettered void of night. The bell signaling the end of evening study reverberated through the air, prompting clusters of students to emerge from their classrooms, their laughter mingling with the encroaching darkness. After a day fraught with trials, this moment might be their most cherished respite. With no assignments looming, no teachers to command their attention, and the company of a few close friends. The prospect of returning home to a warm bath and a restful bed was indeed delightful. Amidst this scattered throng, a substantial procession of no fewer than a dozen individuals surged forth, moving in unison and with purpose towards the school gates. At the center of this formidable group stood a youth, shrouded in black satin, akin to the filling of a dumpling, ensconced securely within their midst. The sheer size of this entourage instantly captivated the attention of the surrounding students. In truth, I could make my way back alone. I really could. Lin Xie's lips twitched slightly, a hint of resignation in his voice. I can see, though my eyes struggle against the light. Enough, Lin Xie, Jiang Qian interjected, her tone resolute. We promised your aunt we would look after you, and we shall certainly fulfill that promise. Indeed, Xie, our homes are in the same direction. It is but a matter of convenience. I, too, am heading the same way. Lin Xie, to be honest. He wished he were the solitary one at that moment. Having lingered too long in the shadows, he found himself ill at ease with the attention of so many concerned individuals, a sensation that left him feeling quite awkward. Of course, his aunt and Yang Jin were exceptions, for they were his family. However, one must acknowledge the kind intentions of others. Thus, he refrained from voicing any objections and, with a sense of resignation, followed the crowd onward. The intersection ahead required a right turn, yet he could accompany them for a while longer. I must take my leave now. Until tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As they distanced themselves from the school, the classmates surrounding Lin Xie gradually bid their farewells. A few moments later, only 5 individuals remained by his side. The once boisterous atmosphere began to wane, and the space around them suddenly felt more expansive. Lin Xie exhaled deeply. Do you think that mist will truly resurface and engulf the great Xia? Li Yifei, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, inquired with curiosity. Did you not hear what those experts proclaimed? The likelihood of the mist returning is exceedingly low. Perhaps it will remain unchanged for the next century. As for what happens a century from now, well, we will not be around to worry about it, so why fret? Jiang Qian remarked while rolling her eyes. Oh, come now. You know all too well that the words of those so-called experts are the least reliable. What if we finally manage to enter university, enjoy life, and then suddenly the mist devours all of Great Xia? Wouldn't that be an utter loss? Is that the reason you languish through your days, neglecting your studies? Jiang Qian approached Li Yifei, her expression turning serious. I must remind you, Teacher Wang has already warned that if you place last in this exam, you shall have to move your desk to the front of the classroom. I know. Li Yifei chuckled awkwardly. However, I truly do not believe that the mist can rise again. Suddenly, Wang Xiao, who was at the forefront, interjected, ultimately, the mist is merely a natural phenomenon. Once it reaches a certain critical threshold, it will gradually dissipate, much like the Ice Age. When glaciers envelop the land, they slowly recede as temperatures rise, ushering in a new era. I understand what you mean. It seems to be referred to as the theory of natural disasters, which is quite widely accepted now. Jiang Qian nodded. But what if this mist is not a natural phenomenon? At that moment, Lin Xie, who had been silent, spoke up. Wang Xiao was taken aback and then laughed. Xie, you can't possibly believe those so-called theologians who claim that this mist is connected to supernatural forces, can you? It's the 21st century. We must trust in science. There aren't so many supernatural entities in this world. A classmate named Lu Yuan chimed in. Lin Xie did not respond. He understood better than anyone whether there existed things beyond the realm of science. However, such matters were not necessary to disclose to outsiders. Li Yifei murmured softly, I actually think that if such things did exist, the world would be a lot more interesting. Why bother with such fruitless discussions? These matters are not our concern. Rather than agonizing over whether the mist will revive, it would be more practical to catch some extra sleep during the 3-day holiday after Survival Day, Jiang Qian remarked with a smile. Indeed, the holidays are the most tangible of joys. In this moment, in the old town of Songnan City, a man ambles through the desolate and dimly lit streets, bearing a sign. The aged streetlights cast a muted glow, elongating his shadow as he walks leisurely. Glancing at his phone, he arrives at a narrow street corner and comes to a halt. This is it, he murmurs, placing the sign down carefully and adjusting it. Under the flickering streetlight, the sign's shadow dances in and out of visibility, and against the dark backdrop, the bold crimson characters stand out strikingly. No entry ahead. The man leans against the streetlight, lighting a cigarette, inhaling deeply before donning his earphones. Captain, the third sign is in position. Received, let us begin. Understood. With the cigarette clenched between his teeth, the man strides toward the sign, pressing his thumb against his teeth and biting down forcefully. A droplet of blood wells up from the wound as he crouches, using his blood-stained thumb to draw a long line across the bold characters proclaiming no entry ahead. His gaze sharpens, an inexplicable aura emanating from him like an explosion. He tilts his head back to gaze at the inky night sky, whispering in a voice only he can hear. Forbidden ruins, unbound void. In the next moment, the vivid crimson stains on the signboard before him rapidly faded, as if absorbed, followed by the sudden brilliance of the 4 characters no entry ahead. Gradually, it returned to its original state. The man collapsed onto the ground, exhaling deeply with a hint of complaint. Damn it, I've been drained again. At this moment, if someone were to gaze down upon Sangnan City from the heavens, they would observe 3 points of light flickering near the old district. Swiftly, these 3 luminous points delineated a dark red equilateral triangle. As the triangle took shape, half of the old district, once concealed, seemed to vanish as if erased from a map. Yet, from the ground, the old district appeared unchanged. Meanwhile, at the center of this triangle, 6 black and red cloaks streaked across the sky like lightning. The leading man lifted his gaze towards the dark crimson firmament, gripping the hilt of his blade behind him. His eyes narrowing slightly, the action of the ghost-faced men commenced. Chapter 6. The Phantom Man Outside the Old Town. A man recently emerged from the Forbidden Market sat beside a signpost, glancing back at the stillness of the old town, which resembled a canvas. With a resigned shake of his head, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and began to play a game. Brother, what are you doing playing on your phone in the dead of night? Aren't you afraid of getting a cold backside? Shortly after, a passerby approached from across the street, and upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but chuckle. The man looked up momentarily before returning his gaze to the screen, his idleness palpable. The passerby laughed, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to the man. However, the man waved his hand dismissively, stating seriously, "It's working hours. I don't smoke." "Hey, you sitting on the street playing on your phone, and you call that work?" The passerby found it amusing. "Indeed. All right then." The passerby shrugged and stood up, turning toward the street behind the man. "Where are you going?" The man suddenly inquired. "Home. You cannot return, at least not right now." The passerby raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? This road is currently closed. You can only return once it is open." The man indicated towards the signpost behind him. Following the direction of his finger, the passerby noticed the peculiar sign standing in the middle of the road, just as he was about to speak. He saw the words "No entry ahead" flicker with a faint glow and vanish. The pedestrian's gaze momentarily became vacant. After a few seconds, he stiffly turned around and began retracing his steps, his eyes filled with confusion. The man seemed entirely unfazed by this turn of events. Just as he was about to continue playing his game, another man's voice suddenly resonated through his earpiece. "Zhao Kongqing." The moment this voice echoed, the man abruptly sat up, the tranquility and fatigue on his face vanishing, replaced by an unmistakable seriousness. "Captain, what has happened?" "There has been a problem. Among the spectral figures, one has ascended to become a spectral king, while we were engaged in subduing the others. It severely injured Hong Ying and escaped the confines of the Forbidden Ruins through the sewer." "A spectral king?" Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted. "Which direction did it flee?" "I will intercept it." "No, Kongqing, you are not skilled in combat and cannot defeat the spectral king." "I will pursue it." Zhao Kongqing hesitated. Then, after the spectral king's escape, 2 more spectral figures seized the opportunity to dart into the sewer, while the others were preoccupied with eliminating the remaining spectral entities. "In which direction?" "Southeast." "Understood." A gleam of determination flashed in Zhao Kongqing's eyes as he sprinted to the far end of the street, leaping into a black van. He slammed the accelerator, and amidst the roar of the engine, sped away. On the passenger seat lay a neatly folded black and red cloak, alongside a sheathed straight sword. "All right. I must take this turn. I shall take my leave." Wang Xiao paused in his steps and addressed the 4 individuals behind him. At that moment, Li Yifei seemed to suddenly recall something and remarked, "Wang Xiao, if my memory serves me correctly, your home is adjacent to the old district, is it not?" "Indeed." "What of it?" Wang Xiao replied. "Nothing much. Just be cautious on your way back," Li Yifei responded. Wang Xiao's lips twitched slightly, rolling his eyes. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't leave it halfway, as it leaves one feeling rather uneasy." After a brief hesitation, Li Yifei continued. "I heard that the old district has been rather perilous lately. There's a deranged serial killer." "A serial killer? Is that for real?" Jiang Qian expressed skepticism. "Of course it's true." Li Yifei glanced around and lowered his voice. You may not be aware, but in recent days, over a dozen people have met their demise in the old district. Over a dozen? That's impossible. If there were such commotion, it would have been reported in the news. Wang Xiao shook his head. Hey, how can it be impossible? Let me tell you, the circumstances surrounding this matter are quite suspicious. There are forces at play suppressing the information. If it weren't for my father working at the police station, I wouldn't even know about it. Suspicious? What do you mean? It is said. Li Yifei paused, dropping his voice even lower. It is said that the faces of the deceased were entirely skinned off, leaving only a gruesome mess of flesh and protruding eyeballs. The methods employed were exceptionally brutal. A cool evening breeze swept through as the words were spoken, sending a chill from the soles of the feet to the crown of the head. Li Yifei, are you out of your mind, saying such things at this hour? Jiang Qian exclaimed, her complexion pale as she instinctively scanned the desolate street. Her annoyance was palpable. This area, being a remote part of Cangnan City near the old town, was devoid of any pedestrians at nearly 10 o'clock after evening classes, and Li Yifei's remarks were indeed unsettling. Not only was she affected, but even the two sturdy men, Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, felt a tinge of fear. Wang Xiao glanced nervously at the narrow path he was about to take, suddenly feeling a sense of trepidation. If Li Yifei's words merely instilled fear, then Lin Qiye's subsequent statement sent shivers down their spines. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qiye spoke in a haunting tone. Are you certain that these deeds are the work of humans? Qiyeyu. Jiang Qian's body trembled slightly. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan's lips twitched as they exchanged bewildered glances with Lin Qiye. Who would have thought that the one with the deepest secrets would be you? Lin Qiye, with your thick brows and bright eyes? Li Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. Do you feel the same way? Shut up, shut up. Jiang Qian could no longer endure it. She sharply pinched Li Yifei's arm, causing him to yelp in pain. It's the middle of the night. Let's refrain from telling ghost stories. I still need to get home. Li Yifei clutched his arm, grimacing in pain, muttering softly to himself, this is no ghost story. Wang Xiao shrugged, dismissing the conversation. I don't believe in these bizarre tales. I'm leaving. His figure gradually faded into the narrow alleyway. Jiang Qian shot a glare at Li Yifei, took a few steps forward, and suddenly halted. She inhaled deeply, her brow furrowing slightly, a hint of confusion appearing in her eyes. Turning to the others, she asked, do you smell something foul? A foul smell? Yes, it resembles the stench of something decaying. I don't smell anything. Lu Yuan, do you? I don't either. Ugh. Before Lu Yuan could finish his sentence, his expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly covered his nose, looking around in terror. Lin Qiye was about to say something when an overwhelmingly nauseating odor invaded his nostrils. It felt as if a piece of meat, rotten for over a fortnight, had been thrown into a cesspool, mingling with a dozen rotten eggs. Just a whiff sent his stomach churning violently. This was the most repugnant smell Lin Qiye had ever encountered in his life. As for Jiang Qian, whose sense of smell was the sharpest, she immediately crouched down and began to retch. What on earth is that foul stench? Li Yifei exclaimed, covering his nose. I have no idea, Lin Qiye replied, his brow slightly furrowed. After a moment, he pointed towards the alley from which Wang Xiao had departed. However, from the direction of the flavor's diffusion, it appears to originate from that location. In the next moment, a haunting scream pierced the stillness, resonating through the quiet night sky. Chapter 7. I want to live, Wang Xiao. Li Yifei and the others exclaimed in unison upon hearing the familiar voice. They exchanged glances and hurried towards the narrow alley from which Wang Xiao had departed. Lin Qiye remained behind, frowning as he gazed into the dimly lit passage, his expression tinged with unease. Although he was unaware of the unfolding events, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. The outskirts of the old city, a deranged murderer, a bizarre stench, and piercing screams, something felt amiss. He hesitated for a moment, engaging in an internal struggle, before letting out a resigned sigh and ultimately grasping his cane, dashing towards the alleyway. Under normal circumstances, Lin Qiye would have undoubtedly shunned such matters, opting instead to retreat in the opposite direction, fleeing as far away as possible. The screams indicated that something dreadful was afoot. Dreadful events heralded trouble, be it robbery, murder, or witnessing a grisly crime scene. He had no desire to entangle himself in any of them. His curiosity was not so fervent as to compel him to uncover the truth, nor did he possess an excess of compassion that might lead him to play the hero. Most importantly, he was not adept at fighting. What if he were to lose his life in the process? Yet, the current situation was somewhat different. Had they not taken the initiative to escort Lin Qiye home, perhaps Wang Xiao would have returned by another route or left a few minutes earlier, thus avoiding this predicament altogether. He certainly abhors meddling in others' affairs, yet he detests being indebted to anyone even more. Regardless, he feels compelled to ascertain the situation. As a gesture of goodwill, should he encounter any peril, he would simply make his escape. Lin Chia, with his eyes veiled, nonetheless moved with remarkable swiftness. As he drew closer to the source of the screams, his brow furrowed tighter. The stench grew increasingly pungent. Ah! The second scream echoed from around the corner ahead. This time a female voice. Jiang Qian. Lin Chia abruptly halted at the bend of the alley, his mental perception revealing the silhouettes of Jiang Qian and the other two not far in front of him. Jiang Qian lay crumpled on the ground, her mouth agape in terror as she gazed ahead, her entire being trembling in fear. Before her, Lu Yuan and Li Yifei stood frozen like statues, their eyes fixated on something in the distance, equally quaking with trepidation. Beyond that point, Lin Chia could sense nothing further. His eyes remained shut, preventing him from visually perceiving the world, and his mental awareness extended only 10 meters. This resulted in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Within 10 meters, he perceived everything. Beyond that, he was akin to a true blind man. What could have so frightened Jiang Qian and the others? Though he could not see, his hearing was exceptionally acute, allowing him to distinctly discern faint rustling sounds not far away. It resembled the sound of something being devoured, in a manner both frenzied and indulgent. Ah! It sounds akin to a little black dog gnawing on a bone. What transpired? Lin Chia inquired in a hushed tone. Jiang Qian appeared startled by Lin Chia's sudden presence, her hands frantically clutching at his garment, her teeth chattering in fear. A monster! A monster is gnawing on Wang Xiao's face. Lin Chia's expression instantly shifted to one of horror. Run! Both Lin Chia and Li Yifei shouted in unison. No sooner had the word escaped their lips than Lu Yuan, like a frenzied wild dog, whipped around and sprinted away. After colliding into Lin Chia's shoulder and stumbling, he scrambled to his feet and ran for his life. Monster, help! Someone please! Monster! He screamed, his voice piercing the air as he fled. Caught off guard by the sudden collision, Lin Chia stumbled but quickly regained his footing, only to be met with a distant, thunderous sound, akin to a bear pounding the ground, charging towards him. Jiang Qian's pupils dilated in terror, drawing strength from an unknown source. She sprang up from the ground and screamed as she bolted away. As for Li Yifei, he had already taken off at a speed surpassing even Lu Yuan, who had just pushed Lin Chia aside. Had Lu Yuan not collided with Lin Chia, he would have covered considerable distance by now. Yet, in that fleeting moment of delay, he found himself lagging behind, much like Jiang Qian. At this moment, it seemed that everyone had completely forgotten Lin Chia's identity as a disabled person. The classmates who had just vowed to escort him home had entirely cast him aside. Confronted with such a gruesome and terrifying scene, fear seized the hearts of all present. As Lin Chia took a few steps, something intruded into the 10-meter range of his mental perception. It resembled a human, yet it did not. It appeared human due to its 4 limbs and head, but it moved like a hyena, scuttling across the ground with the bulk of a grizzly bear. Most alarmingly, it bore a grotesque face atop its head, pale and contorted, with a long, crimson tongue slithering from its mouth like a serpent, extending nearly half a meter and writhing with agility. Lin Chia's expression darkened immediately. Its speed was astonishing. In mere moments, it had leaped from 10 meters away into his mental perception range, rapidly closing the distance towards him. He could already feel a fierce wind sweeping in from behind. Jiang Qian, beside him, sensed it too. Her face turned ashen, terror and panic engulfing her thoughts as she stiffly turned her head, trying to gauge how far the monster was from her. Surely, it must be quite a distance, right? Do not look back. Lin Chia's voice suddenly rang out from beside her. Yet it was still too late. Jiang Qian's pupils dilated in terror as the grotesque, horrifying visage loomed perilously close to her own, allowing her to perceive the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from the figure. Ah! The shrill scream reverberated through the alley once more as she instinctively shut her eyes, twisting around to grasp her backpack, intending to hurl it at the ghastly apparition. Panic engulfed her entirely. The backpack was no weapon, and she was no seasoned warrior. In such a life-and-death moment, the first to lose composure was destined to forfeit their chance of survival. The specter seized the strap of her backpack with brutal force, and the sudden intensity of the pull threw Jiang Qian off balance, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. A heavy shadow plummeted down upon her. In the next instant, blood stained the night, rendering it a deep crimson. Chapter 8. His eyes. Jiang Qian has met her demise. Lin Chia witnessed the entirety of her tragic end. A monstrous entity descended from the heavens, slicing through her neck with its claws as effortlessly as one would cut through tofu, and then gleefully began to feast upon her remains, until her last breath. Jiang Qian's eyes were filled with terror and despair. Lin Qiye's mind was acutely attuned to every detail. His stomach churned violently, threatening to expel its contents. Despite having endured considerable hardships, his intellect had matured far beyond that of his peers. Nevertheless, this was the first time he had encountered such a gruesome spectacle. Moreover, this was hardly the moment for him to succumb to nausea. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Qiye turned away and sprinted toward the opposite end of the alley while the creature was preoccupied with devouring Jiang Qian's corpse. The path he had originally intended to retreat along was now obstructed by the monster, compelling him to reverse his course and head towards the direction where Wang Xiao had fallen victim. Fortunately, the creature seemed more captivated by the corpse than by him, allowing Lin Qiye to breathe a sigh of relief. He was uncertain of the true nature of this monstrosity, yet it was unequivocally clear that it did not belong to the realm of humans, nor did it conform to the known category of beasts. Should one suggest that it was a mutated primate resulting from radiation, he might entertain the notion. Its size, strength, and speed were far beyond what any ordinary human could contend with. Yet, this remained merely a possibility. In this world shrouded in mist, having witnessed the existence of seraphim, he did not subscribe to the belief that science constituted the sole truth of the universe. He held a conviction in the existence of the mysterious. Moreover, Lin Qiye felt an unsettling familiarity with the image of this creature, as if he had encountered it before. While he was lost in these thoughts, something else encroached upon his mental awareness. Lin Qiye abruptly halted, coming to a sudden stop. His breathing grew increasingly labored. 10 meters ahead of him, the silhouette of the creature reemerged, and Lin Qiye was certain that this was not the same one he had seen earlier. Although it bore a striking resemblance, it was undoubtedly different. The most evident proof lay in the fact that this creature cradled the lifeless body of Wang Xiao, continuing to gnaw at the remains. At this moment, Wang Xiao's face had entirely vanished, leaving behind only a blurred mass of blood and flesh. Were it not for the distinctiveness of his clothing, Lin Qiye might have been unable to identify him at all. This was the second creature, the very one responsible for Wang Xiao's demise. Previously, when he was with Jiang Qian and the others, he had failed to perceive the scene 10 meters away, instinctively believing there to be only one monster. In retrospect, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. The behavior of the creature that had slain Jiang Qian indicated a preference for consuming corpses rather than pursuing the living. Otherwise, Lin Qiye would not have managed to escape the scene. Yet, immediately after Wang Xiao's death, one creature had indeed chased after Lin Qiye and his companions. This could only imply that another creature was already partaking in Wang Xiao's remains. In this narrow alley, two monsters had completely severed any possibility of retreat for Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's complexion was as pale as death, and an emotion known as despair resurfaced in his heart after a long absence. In the past 17 years, he had truly felt despair only twice. The first time was a decade ago when he beheld those eyes on the moon. The second time was now, before him. The grotesque creature, having devoured Wang Xiao, carelessly discarded the lifeless body as if it were mere refuse, turning its gaze toward Lin Qiye, its crimson tongue licking the blood from the corners of its mouth. In that moment, Lin Qiye felt an urge to curse. Why was it always him, so unfortunate? As a child, merely climbing a rooftop had led him to encounter seraphs, only to fall and be thought insane, spending a year in a psychiatric hospital. Now, just as he had finally emerged from those tribulations and was preparing to study diligently for the upcoming college entrance examination, he found himself face to face with this abominable creature. Others might live a lifetime without encountering such horrors, yet he had stumbled upon two in quick succession. It was absurd, under the weight of impending death. The pent-up frustration and indignation that had simmered within Lin Qiye for years erupted like a volcano. This fierce anger blazed within him, compressing his fear to an ever smaller size, as an inexplicable ferocity surged forth. Gripping his cane tightly, he faced the looming monster, his chest heaving violently. In that moment, it seemed that the being before him was not merely a creature that had just feasted on flesh, but a manifestation of all the grievances and setbacks he had endured over the past decade. Even Ant and Yang Jin are oblivious to the tempestuous fury concealed within the heart of this youth, who has been repressed for a decade. He is unwilling to accept his fate. Perhaps he himself is unaware that beneath this surging emotion, his eyes, which have remained shut for 10 long years, tremble violently, as if on the verge of opening. Jia, the monster gazes at the delicate Lin Qiye, resembling a rogue captivated by a beautiful maiden, letting out a piercing shriek before leaping into action. Damn it, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xie growls fiercely, gripping his cane, and charges towards the leaping creature. The distance between them diminishes rapidly. Just as the monster's claw is about to tear through Lin Xie's throat, he suddenly sidesteps, narrowly evading the deadly strike. However, although Lin Xie can perfectly anticipate the monster's movements, his physical prowess still falls short. The claw grazes his temple, leaving behind a faint crimson mark. Simultaneously, the black ribbon is severed, swept away by the howling winds into the unknown. With his eyes still shut, Lin Xie seizes the opportunity, unleashing a fierce shout as he thrusts his cane towards the monster's abdomen. A crisp sound resonates. Lin Xie feels a sudden lightness in his hand, followed by an overwhelming force from behind as the monster's tail violently swipes him away. Lin Xie is thrown to the ground, rolling several times before enduring the pain and rising, only to realize that his cane has shattered into two pieces. The guiding cane was originally designed for navigation, its material not particularly robust, rendering it ineffective against formidable beasts. Damn it, he cursed, hurling the broken cane to the ground in frustration. Just when he finally seized an opportunity, it was rendered useless. The shattering of the cane acted as a fuse, igniting Lin Xie's emotions. He stood there, fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, leaving behind crimson trails. I refuse to accept this, he bellowed. In that moment of emotional turmoil, an extraordinary sensation surged within his heart. It was akin to a gentle spring breeze nurturing the earth, a refreshing wave flowing from his core to the stagnant depths of his mind, delicately touching upon that fragile barrier, which then shattered effortlessly. Lin Xie felt as if a sun had erupted within him, an unprecedented heat radiating throughout his being. His eyelids felt as if they were searing under intense heat. And so, naturally, he opened those eyes that had been closed for a decade. The final image that graced his vision was that of another pair of eyes, the eyes of a seraph. In an instant, a brilliant beam of incandescent light erupted from the alley at the edge of the old city, soaring towards the heavens. At that moment, the night was as bright as day. Chapter 9, The Half-Broken Staff. How brilliant. What is that? Is there a fire somewhere? How could it be? A fire could not be this radiant. Furthermore, there are no buildings of such height in Songnan City. Quickly capture it. Share it on social media. This blinding beam of light was so intense that half the population of Songnan City was drawn to it, with pedestrians halting in their tracks, buzzing with excitement as they speculated about its origin. Some suggested an explosion, others posited an optical experiment, while a few whispered of a divine manifestation. Yet, only a select few truly understood the significance of this luminous column. 2 minutes prior, in the old district, on the deserted streets, the air shimmered slightly, as if someone had lifted a corner of the canvas shrouding the old district. Suddenly, 5 figures clad in black and red cloaks emerged from within. One of them surveyed the surroundings, stepped forward, and picked up the "No Entry Ahead" sign, folding it away. At the instant the sign was retracted, the silent old district shattered like glass, revealing the grim reality beneath. Ominous blood stained the aged streets crimson, while dismembered limbs lay scattered about. Had Lin Xie witnessed this scene, he would have recognized that the dismembered pieces strewn across the ground belonged to the ghastly face of the very monster he confronted. In total, there were at least 34 of them. The void reclamation was complete. The individual holding the placard spoke calmly, indicating it was time to summon the logistics team to cleanse the battlefield. "Where's Old Zhao?" he inquired, having pursued the 2 elusive specters. "It was indeed our oversight." The injured woman pressed her hand against her right shoulder, her demeanor somewhat disheartened. "Do not speak like that, Hong Ying. None of us anticipated that among these specters lurked a Spectre King," a nearby man reassured her. "The captain should be able to handle the Spectre King alone, right? Of course, he will be fine. Let us not forget that the captain is a formidable warrior at the 3rd realm, Chuan. He will not face any peril." The man hesitated, silently hoping that the 2 fleeing specters would not lead to casualties among ordinary people. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant beam of light surged skyward from another direction, illuminating half the heavens. The 5 turned in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. "That is, a forbidden ruin has emerged. The energy fluctuations are astonishingly powerful. This must be a warrior of at least the 5th realm, Wuliang, or perhaps even the 6th realm, Klein. How could such a formidable being be drawn to the small city of Songnan?" "No, this does not resemble a human forbidden ruin," the man said, his brow furrowed in concern. Hong Ying was momentarily stunned, then as if struck by a revelation, she exclaimed, "Are you suggesting this resembles a divine forbidden ruin?" which means a divine ruin. Upon hearing the term divine, the expressions of the others became solemn. Which deity is it? The searing, divine, and formidable aura. Accompanied by the breath of creation, if I am not mistaken, this must be. The man fixated intently on the gradually dissipating beam of light. Articulating with deliberate precision, Divine Code 003, the King of Angels, Michael. Lin Xie felt a profound discomfort. At the very center of this golden column, his body had completely lost control, eerily suspended in midair, as boundless energy surged forth from his eyes. He felt as though he had been transported back a decade. Across the vast cosmos, once again gazing into those eyes. The essence of supreme divinity remained vividly etched in his memory. The distinction was that, 10 years prior, this aura emanated from the moon, whereas now it originated from his own eyes. The essence of the seraphim and divine might surged uncontrollably from his gaze. His eyes resembling two blazing suns, as if intent on reducing everything to oblivion. A decade ago, the seraphim Michael had exchanged a single glance with him from the lunar sphere. 10 years later, Lin Xie opened his eyes, and the residual power of the seraphim erupted in full force. Fortunately, the remnant seraphic energy lingering in Lin Xie's eyes was not overwhelming. After 7 or 8 seconds, the beam of light gradually waned, and Lin Xie's body descended from the air, staggering to regain his balance. Within his eyes, the brilliant golden radiance began to fade, ultimately leaving behind a mere trace of a soft golden halo. If the previous luminosity could be likened to that of the sun, the current brightness was akin to that of a flickering candle flame. The golden radiance that previously erupted was indeed formidable, yet it did not belong to him. However, the golden glow nestled within Lin Xie's eyes was truly under his dominion, a faint yet potent essence of seraphic power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xie gradually raised his head. The pitch-black night sky, the antiquated streets, the menacing monsters, and the blood-soaked ground. As this decidedly unlovely tableau unfolded before Lin Xie, he smiled. He smiled with genuine joy. After a decade, he could finally behold this world anew through his own eyes. In that moment, to Lin Xie, the blood-soaked creature appeared somewhat endearing. As soon as the celestial might erupted from Lin Xie, these two monsters had been forcefully pinned to the ground by the divine presence. Nearly reduced to mere pulp, it was not until the golden beam of light dissipated that they regained their senses. Bewilderedly scanning their surroundings before resuming their unwavering gaze upon Lin Xie, their eyes once again ablaze with a ravenous thirst. One of the creatures emitted a grotesque shriek and lunged towards Lin Xie. In contrast to before, Lin Xie now exuded a noticeable calm. The instant the monster made its move, he instinctively determined its trajectory and swiftly leaped to the side. While Lin Xie's speed was relatively slow compared to the monster, his reflexes were astonishingly quick. The moments of anticipation he had garnered allowed him precious time to evade the impending attack. It is not that he possesses the gift of foresight. Rather, after his eyes were opened, his perceptual abilities underwent a profound transformation. One aspect is the expansion of his mental perception range, which has increased from 10 meters to 20 meters. It is noteworthy that Lin Xie had previously spent 5 years achieving a mere 10-meter range, and now it has doubled in an instant. The other aspect is dynamic vision. Within this 20-meter sphere, Lin Xie possesses nearly 3 times the dynamic visual acuity of an ordinary person, with reflexes that could be deemed extraordinary. During close combat, he is almost capable of anticipating the monster's movements. As for the other abilities conferred by his new eyes, Lin Xie has yet to fully realize them. However, given the current situation, there is no time for gradual exploration. The monster, like an arrow released from a bow, lunged towards the spot where Lin Xie had just stood, crashing through a substantial section of the wall. It propelled itself off the debris with its limbs, launching itself once more towards Lin Xie. At this moment, he executed a roll to evade the monster's landing point and reached out to grasp the half of the guide cane that had fallen to the ground. Swiftly, Lin Xie rose to his feet, crouching low, his gaze fixed intently on the rapidly approaching creature, both hands firmly gripping the guide cane. The monster left behind trails of afterimages, the gust it stirred lifting the dark hair from Lin Xie's forehead. With a sudden surge, its hind legs propelled its entire body into the air. This time, Lin Xie did not retreat. Gripping the half of the guide cane tightly, he locked his eyes onto the monster's own, unwavering and resolute. With a chilling hiss, the monster's claws lunged forth, aiming directly at Lin Xie's neck. Just as the deadly talons were about to make contact, Lin Xie's eyes abruptly narrowed. A faint golden halo within his gaze ignited like a spark to kindling. radiating with an intensity akin to two raging furnaces. A surge of divine might, channeled through Lin Qia's eyes, violently coursed into the creature's body. In that fleeting moment, the monster perceived Lin Qia not as he was, but as a supreme deity adorned with 6 wings, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Under the weight of this celestial presence, the creature's form momentarily stiffened. Seizing that brief opportunity, Lin Qia raised the half-blindness cane high, and with precision, thrust it into the monster's right eye. Chapter 10. The straight blade under the moonlight. The sharp, broken rod penetrated the monster's brain, extinguishing all its vitality. Yet, even so, the inertia of its leap persisted. Its massive form plummeted like a cannonball, violently crashing Lin Qia, who grasped the broken rod, to the ground. Ultimately, Lin Qia's ability to vanquish this creature stemmed purely from his extraordinary dynamic vision and the divine might of the seraphim. His inherent strength had not been augmented. This monster weighed at least 200 kilograms, and he could not possibly extricate himself from its grasp in such a brief span of time. Furthermore, after exerting the divine power of the seraphim, Lin Qia felt utterly drained, as if all strength had been siphoned from his body, leaving him dizzy and feeble. At that moment, the second monster, which had been lurking in the shadows, sprang into action. This concealed predator finally revealed its fearsome fangs. Its limbs propelled it forward with astonishing speed, weaving beneath the flickering streetlights, casting shadows that danced like ethereal phantoms, while a scarlet tongue writhed ominously. Lin Qia could discern its movements, yet he found himself unable to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the densely packed fangs loomed ever larger before him. As the monster closed the distance to a mere 2 meters, Lin Qia's pupils abruptly constricted. Within his sensory range, a figure swifter than the monster was rapidly approaching. It appeared to be a person, a genuine human being. With a swift motion, Lin Qia felt a wave of disorientation, as a silhouette descended from the night sky, landing firmly on the ground. The gust of wind generated by his descent billowed the dark red cloak, revealing the side profile of a middle-aged man. He was neither handsome nor unattractive, resembling an ordinary uncle one might encounter on the street, easily overlooked. Yet, the murderous intent radiating from his eyes was as glaring as a shining blade. Crouching slightly, he fixated on the monstrous creature less than a meter away, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword with unwavering steadiness. With a sharp sound, the blade was unsheathed, its pale blue edge reflecting the dim moonlight, slicing through the heavy air as it advanced silently. It was a straightforward, unadorned straight sword. The blade carved a crescent arc, clashing against the creature's sharp claws, producing a flurry of sparks. Zhao Conqing let out a low growl, his muscles taut, as he lunged forward with a sudden step. Remarkably, the creature, comparable in size to a grizzly bear, was forced back several paces. Lin Qia's eyes widened in disbelief. Having faced this monster himself, he understood the sheer terror of its strength, yet this man was capable of driving it back. Who was he? After forcing the creature to retreat, Zhao Conqing's footwork became fluid and unique, akin to a parasite clinging to its host, as he remained glued to the front of the beast. His straight sword slashed repeatedly, leaving behind a series of ghastly gashes on the creature's body. The monster let out a horrific scream, its malevolent gaze fixed upon Zhao Conqing, its elongated limbs raised like spears, intent on slaying the detestable human before it. However, in a flash, 2 arcs of blade light gleamed, severing its forelimbs effortlessly. Before the creature could emit another cry, Zhao Conqing's eyes ignited with a chilling brilliance as he swiftly swung his straight blade towards the monster's neck. The pale blue edge sliced through the creature's flesh with ease, and in the next moment, its head soared high into the air, rolling grotesquely onto the ground. With a resounding crack, he sheathed his straight blade, the dark crimson cloak now splattered with the monster's blood. Yet, due to the cloak's color being so closely matched, it was nearly imperceptible unless one observed closely. Zhao Conqing cast not even a glance at the lifeless body on the ground. Instead, he leisurely extracted a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, and took a deep drag before retrieving his walkie-talkie. The 2 fleeing ghost-faced figures had been dealt with. It was time to summon the logistics team to cleanse the battlefield. Having relayed his message, he stowed away the walkie-talkie and approached Lin Qia, who had just extricated himself. Lin Qia silently regarded him, and he, in turn, quietly regarded Lin Qia. Beneath the night sky, beside the pool of blood, the 2 men maintained their silent gaze upon one another. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Conqing finally broke the stillness, asking, "Was I handsome just now?" Lin Qia stared into his eyes for a moment, realizing he was serious, and could only respond softly, Yes, handsome. That's what I thought. Zhao Kongxing chuckled. Do you wish to become as handsome as I am? No, I don't. Why not? Zhao Kongxing's lips twitched slightly. Because it's easy to die. Lin Qia's expression remained earnest. For a moment, Zhao Kongxing found himself at a loss for words. Hadn't he just witnessed the extraordinary powers that Lin Qia possessed, powers that ordinary individuals could only dream of? Did he not yearn to be a superhero? As portrayed in films? Don't you want that? He pressed, incredulous. Because it's easy to die, Lin Qia reiterated. Zhao Kongxing rubbed the corner of his eye, realizing that this young man was not to be underestimated. Yet, he found himself entangled in this predicament, burdened with such immense power. Perhaps we should change our location for a more thorough discussion, Zhao Kongxing suggested after a moment's contemplation. By the way, I am Zhao Kongxing, I assure you. I am not a villain. Lin Qia, the boy replied, blinking innocently. I believe you. Please wait here. I'll just grab my backpack. My study materials are still inside. Go on, go ahead, Zhao Kongxing replied with a resigned wave of his hand, settling down on the curb, feeling a sense of frustration. If an ordinary person were to experience such an encounter, they would have been utterly terrified. Yet, this young lad was preoccupied with retrieving his study materials. Most importantly, he had outright rejected him. Damn it, I had exerted all my efforts. Those earlier swift strikes had been nothing short of spectacular. While practicing with the captain, I have never exerted myself so fervently. Speaking of which, I wonder how the captain is faring. The Phantom King is not an easy adversary. Zhao Kongxing sat by the roadside, a cigarette dangling from his lips, lost in thought. Lost in thought. Wait, something feels amiss? Suddenly jolted back to reality. Zhao Kongxing took a moment to process everything, then sprang up, swiftly scanning his surroundings. Where has that lad disappeared to? He stood there in stunned silence for several seconds, his mouth agape, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Damn it, that kid actually ran away. Brother. Why are you back so late today? Yang Jin asked, observing the weary face of Lin Qia, perplexed. Where's your cane? Lin Qia, changing into his slippers, forced a smile, explaining that he had encountered some trouble on the road and inadvertently lost it. To prevent Yang Jin from noticing the scar by his temple, Lin Qia rewrapped part of his black satin cloth. However, the cane was indeed broken, rather than bringing it back to alarm his family. He chose to dispose of it altogether. It's fine, I can just get another one. Is everything resolved? Yes, it is. At that moment, a small black dog scampered over from the balcony, nuzzling against Lin Qia's calf before flopping onto the ground, exposing its belly. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Qia crouched down, rubbing its belly while inquiring, has Auntie not returned yet? Mother is on the night shift tonight, and will not return until tomorrow morning. Well, have you finished your homework? There's just a little bit left. It's absurd how much homework is assigned in middle school. Lin Qia rose to his feet, expressing his disdain to Yang Jin. It's all right. If you're tired, don't force yourself to write. If the teacher scolds you, just tell me, and I shall confront him on your behalf. A smile crept across Yang Jin's lips, and he replied with an affirmative sound, quickly nearing the completion of his work. Lin Qia nodded, feeling somewhat fatigued. I'm a bit tired. I'll head to bed now. Make sure to sleep early once you've finished. All right. Lin Qia dragged his weary body into his room, preparing to close the door when Yang Jin's voice reached him once more. Brother, is there really nothing wrong? It's nothing. Just get to bed early, and the milk is in the refrigerator. If you wake up early tomorrow, heat it yourself. Got it, brother. The door gently closed, and Yang Jin stood outside, cradling Little Black, silently observing Lin Qia's room. He gently stroked Little Black's head, murmuring, Do you sense it too? Woof. He lifted his gaze towards the dim moonlight outside. Whispering to himself, there's a scent of blood about him. Chapter 11. Opening the door, Lin Qia was truly exhausted, both mentally and physically. He had never anticipated that on his very first day of transferring schools, he would encounter such events. Monsters lurking about, betrayal from classmates, perilous struggles, inexplicable awakenings, and the sudden appearance of a superheroic figure who slipped away unnoticed. Lin Qia was not a fool. He understood that his experiences tonight undeniably touched upon the hidden facets of this world. The flesh-eating monsters, the radiant glow emanating from his own being, and the solitary man who vanquished the creatures. This man was no ordinary individual. From his communications via the walkie-talkie, it was evident that he was part of a vast organization, likely concealed from the public eye, dedicated to addressing such bizarre occurrences. The man might have witnessed the glow surrounding Lin Qia and perhaps even the scene of him single-handedly defeating a monster. which could explain his desire to recruit Lin into their ranks. To claim that he was not at all curious about these clandestine matters would be disingenuous. He yearned to understand what he had encountered that night and what exactly had transpired within himself. However, he was reluctant to be swept into this tempest merely out of curiosity. Some secrets, once uncovered, ensnare one irrevocably. He had no desire to become a guardian of humanity. His only wish was to protect his own home. Soon, he succumbed to slumber. The familiar mist descended once more. In the realm of dreams, Lin Xie surveyed his surroundings and sighed in resignation. Was it truly unwilling to spare him? Awake, he battles monstrous foes. Asleep, he is still besieged at the door. Such is the cruel fate that befalls him. Lin Xie, well-versed in this routine, took a few strides forward, soon unveiling the silhouette of an asylum before his eyes. On an ancient plaque to his right, a bold inscription read, "Asylum of the Gods." Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Xie halted, his hand grasping the ornate knocker. The instant his fingertips made contact, the ground trembled subtly beneath him. The surrounding mist began to swirl ominously. Grasping the knocker, Lin Xie wore a perplexed expression. What sorcery is this? I have yet to knock. Why does the earth quake? It has never been this way before. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could it be because he had opened his eyes today? Lowering his gaze, he scrutinized the body he inhabited within this dreamscape, and his eyes gradually ignited with clarity. In the past, Lin Xie's form within dreams had been translucent, as fragile as drifting mist. Yet today, his essence felt markedly more solid. Though still lacking corporeality, he was no longer ethereal. With renewed determination, he raised his head. Fixating on the formidable door that had barred him for 5 long years, his gaze ignited with fervor. Perhaps today, he could succeed. Drawing a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the knocker and forcefully struck the door. Clang! The ancient chime resonated from within the asylum, amplified several-fold. Fortunately, Lin Xie's current state lacked physicality, sparing him the pain of a reverberating eardrum. At the moment the bell tolled, the entire psychiatric hospital trembled violently once more. A glimmer of excitement lit up Lin Xie's eyes. Without hesitation, Lin Xie struck 3 more times, causing the hospital to sway as if it were experiencing an earthquake. Finally, after the last strike, a tremendous noise erupted from within the hospital, and then silence enveloped everything once again. Just as Lin Xie was about to strike again, the heavy doors in front of him emitted a dull creak and began to move slowly. The door opened. Vroom boom. Once the doors swung wide open, a dimly lit and ancient corridor was revealed before Lin Xie. The floor of the corridor, composed of an unknown material, emitted a faint glow, while luminous orbs flickered mysteriously on the surrounding walls. Lin Xie proceeded down the corridor and soon encountered a fork in the path. Above the junction, a contemporary sign hung, indicating directions. The left led to the wards, while the right directed to the activity area. Lin Xie gazed at the sign, murmuring to himself, "This arrangement is strikingly similar to the psychiatric hospital where I once resided." After a moment's hesitation, he chose to enter the activity area. The activity area contained only a few rooms, yet it was adequately equipped with amenities, including a multimedia room for watching films, a lounge for playing chess and socializing, and a study for reading and learning. Furthermore, within the building, there was a circular outdoor lawn adorned with a variety of sports equipment. Indeed, it was entirely identical. This dream was truly peculiar. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, shaking his head in confusion. After wandering through the activity area, he turned back towards the adjacent ward section. Upon reaching the entrance of the ward area, Lin Xie suddenly halted in his tracks. This place was different. He gazed at the dim and monotonous corridor before him, murmuring to himself. He distinctly recalled that during his time at Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, the ward spanned several floors. And although the facilities were not particularly luxurious, they were at least clean and orderly. However, the ward area before Lin Xie was but a single floor, housing merely 6 rooms. Each door was adorned with an array of strange symbols and patterns, densely packed, resembling some form of seal, which made Lin Xie feel dizzy at just a glance. He forcibly averted his gaze from the door, steadied his mind, and looked elsewhere. In the upper right corner of the ward, an ancient nameplate hung, with each room's nameplate displaying a unique design. For instance, the nameplate of the first ward, where Lin Xie currently stood, depicted a large black circle. Meanwhile, the second ward's nameplate illustrated an object resembling a staff or a pen. Lin Xie proceeded along the corridor until he reached the 6th and final ward, still perplexed by the significance of these nameplates. He stared at the bizarre door ahead, lost in contemplation. In this dreamscape of the psychiatric hospital, Only the ward area differed from his memories of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. In the confines of these wards, do patients truly reside? Or, as the name of this mental institution suggests, are there indeed deities dwelling within? Lin Chia hesitated for a moment before slowly extending his hand towards the doorknob of the 6th ward. It was not recklessness that propelled him, on one hand. This was his dreamscape, and even if something went awry, it would not bear significant consequences for him. On the other hand, he had spent 5 long years knocking on the door to enter this mental institution, and he was unwilling to leave in a haze of uncertainty. Deep within his subconscious, he felt an inkling that perhaps there existed some secret pertaining to himself within these walls. After all, why did the arrangement here mirror that of the Sunshine Mental Hospital where he once resided? As Lin Chia's hand drew closer, his fingertips gently brushed against the doorknob. A cool sensation coursing through him. Contrary to his expectations of a repelling force or a sharp sting, his hand naturally settled upon the handle. With a determined pull, he found the door utterly unyielding. He paused, gathering his strength for another attempt, yet the door remained obstinately closed. Relinquishing his efforts on this particular door, he turned to the entrance of the 5th ward and tugged at the handle with all his might. Still, it would not budge. He continued this ritual through the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd wards, yet none yielded to his attempts. Finally, he arrived at the threshold of the 1st ward. Embracing a mindset of inevitable failure, Lin Chia forcefully tugged at the door of the 1st hospital room. With a soft click, a delicate sound emanated from the doorknob. As the intricate patterns and designs engraved upon the door suddenly fractured and gradually dissipated into the air. Startled, Lin Chia took several steps back, fixating his gaze intently ahead. The door creaked open. Chapter 12, Goddess of the Night in the Ward. Only the first door could be opened. Was this the only door designated as accessible? Or was it merely that his current abilities permitted him to open just this entrance, akin to the grand door he had knocked on for 5 years? After awakening with heightened mental perception, Lin Chia had finally managed to push through that door and enter the hospital. Did this imply that access to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th wards would also require an enhancement of his own strength? Uncertainty clouded Lin Chia's mind, yet he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. Before him, the door to the ward, once shrouded in an array of seals, began to creak open. The room within was modestly sized and dimly lit, with a solitary chair at its center. Seated upon it was a woman clad in a gown of starlit black, gazing vacantly ahead. Apart from her and the chair, the shadowy chamber held nothing else. Lin Chia approached the door cautiously, contemplating his next move. A formal smile graced his face as he waved at the woman inside. "Greetings. I am Lin Chia." Regardless of her identity, a polite introduction seemed prudent. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, he believed a gesture of courtesy would not provoke any divine wrath. However, despite his strained smile, the woman in black remained as still as a statue. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chia resolved to step into the room. The moment he stepped into the room, lines of text abruptly emerged on the wall behind the woman clad in black. Room number 1. Patient, Nix. Task: assist Nix in the treatment of her mental illness. Upon achieving the specified treatment progress, 1, 50, 100. A portion of Nix's abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress, 0 Nix. Lin Chia gasped as he discerned the words on the wall. Although he was not well versed in mythology, he had indeed heard of Nix, the goddess of night, one of the 5 primordial deities in ancient Greek mythology. She was among the most exalted figures within the pantheon. Thus, the seemingly dazed woman before him was none other than the illustrious goddess of night. With her aloof elegance, flawless features, and cascading black hair resembling a waterfall, she emanated an aura of profound depth in her black starry gown, which accentuated her porcelain skin, akin to the delicate cream atop a snow-capped mountain. Despite her vacant gaze, the essence she exuded simply by sitting there surpassed anything a mere mortal could possess. Not even the most renowned empresses in history could be compared to her. Nix, she was a deity, an empress, the sovereign of the night. Lin Chia stroked his chin, scrutinizing Nix from a close distance. Having witnessed a divine being firsthand, he felt that, in comparison to the seraph on the moon, something was undeniably lacking in Nix. Divinity? Power? Authority? Still lacking something? Lin Chia was uncertain, but he could surmise that Nix's current state was intricately linked to her affliction. Yet, one must remember that she was a deity, a divine being perched at the pinnacle of mythology. How could she possibly succumb to illness? Was her ailment a natural occurrence? Or was it a consequence of human intervention? If it were indeed a natural affliction, Lin Chiye found it hard to believe. However, if it stemmed from human actions, he could only wonder what kind of existence could induce illness in the goddess of night, particularly a mental one. According to the inscriptions on the wall, Lin Chiye was now tasked with attempting to cure Nyx, but what precisely ailed her? Having once been a mental health patient himself, Lin Chiye possessed some knowledge about mental disorders, which generally could be categorized into depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, delusions, and so forth. To aid Nyx in her recovery, he first needed to ascertain the nature of her condition. Lin Chiye pondered for a moment, then crouched before Nyx, waving his hand in front of her eyes. "Can you hear me?" he whispered softly into her ear. Suddenly, Nyx's body trembled, startling Lin Chiye, who instinctively retreated several steps. Almost immediately, Nyx's head rigidly turned toward Lin Chiye, her vacant gaze fixated upon him. Lin Chiye swallowed hard, frozen in place. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Chiye felt a prickling sensation under Nyx's intense gaze, her expression shifted, from a state of stupor to one of confusion, from confusion to shock, and then to tears of joy. Nyx's body trembled slightly, tears swirling in her eyes, her lips parted with difficulty as she choked on her words. Her voice hoarse. "At last, I have found you, my child." In that moment, Lin Chiye felt an electric current surge from his feet straight to his brain, rendering his mind a blank canvas. She, me, child. Huh. Lin Chiye truly could not recall what his parents looked like. After all, they had vanished after giving birth to him and entrusting him to his aunt. However, his mother should, perhaps, likely be a human, and not the goddess of the night. No, what if? Wait, how could this foreign goddess of the night speak fluent Chinese? Oh, right. This is a dream. It would not be strange for me to comprehend the language of a deity. Perhaps this is a transmission of brainwaves? While Lin Chiye was lost in his thoughts, Nyx stood up, extending her arms as she staggered towards him. She ran faster and faster, her expression more and more fervent. At this moment, Lin Chiye's mind was a chaotic mess, and he instinctively opened his arms, yearning to embrace the goddess of the night. As the goddess of night sprinted past Lin Chiye, she embraced him tightly, clutching the delicate vase perched upon the windowsill behind her. Nyx held the vase close, tears cascading down her cheeks, lamenting, "My child, you are still alive. I have finally found you." Lin Chiye stood in silence. Moments later, Nyx's gaze fell upon the chair she had occupied for an indeterminate time. After a brief pause, she rushed forward, embracing both the chair and the vase, weeping once more. "Hypnos, my child, so you are here as well." Lin Chiye resembled a statue, rooted to the spot as he watched Nyx mournfully identify the vase, the chair, the wall, and the very air as her children, her sobs echoing through the room. Lin Chiye mused, "I believe I have discerned the nature of her affliction. It is indeed severe." As dawn broke, Lin Chiye awoke languidly from his slumber, gazing at the barren ceiling above, a weary sigh escaping his lips. After spending an entire night in Nyx's company, he felt utterly depleted. Just as he prepared to rise, a soft gasp escaped him. In his mind, the ethereal mental asylum of the gods loomed amidst the fog, and he sensed a profound connection to the institution. Now, he found that he could immerse his consciousness within the asylum at any moment, without the need for sleep. Is this the benefit that comes after opening the door? Lin Chiye will attempt to connect his consciousness to the psychiatric hospital, enabling him to perceive everything that transpires within its walls. Of course, the 5 sealed wards remain inaccessible. At this moment, Nyx is in the courtyard, cradling a vase and a chair, engaging in a soliloquy with the air beside him, the content of which remains a mystery. Lin Chiye sits on the bed, feeling despondent as he rubs the corners of his eyes. Healing. I'm not a doctor. How can I assist her in her recovery? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignites in Lin Chiye's eyes, as if an idea has dawned upon him. His eyes narrow slightly, and a smile graces his lips. Chapter 13. He ran away in a towering building in Songnan City. The door creaked open slowly, and Zhao Conjing entered with a weary demeanor, occasionally letting out a sigh. "Old Zhao, what is the matter?" The 5 individuals seated within the room asked, surprised by Zhao's disheveled appearance. "Were you injured last night? Given your expression, the likelihood of a heartbreak seems quite high." "Goodness, old Zhao. You're not saying your wife is leaving you, are you? Stop making wild guesses." The 5 began to speculate among themselves, and after a pause, the typically silent Zhao Kongsheng let out a forlorn sigh. "Am I really that lacking in charm?" The 5 simultaneously rolled their eyes, feigning ignorance to his lament, and resumed their respective tasks, some sharpening blades, others cleaning firearms, some engrossed in their phones, while a few dozed off. No. I'm genuinely asking you. Zhao Kongqing insisted, growing anxious. Noticing the persistent disregard, Hong Ying, who was polishing a gun, sighed. Brother Kongqing, feeling a bit shaken? Something like that, Zhao Kongqing replied after a moment's hesitation. I encountered the owner of the Golden Forbidden Ruins last night. At this revelation, all heads snapped up, and they ceased their activities, eyes sparkling with intrigue. The one suspected to be the agent of the Seraphim? Indeed. Isn't he incredibly powerful? Who exactly is he? You're overthinking it. Zhao Kongqing shook his head, merely an ordinary high school student. The Klein-level fluctuation of power should only be remnants left by the Seraph. He was still a fledgling who had just stepped into the Lan realm. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in the eyes of several individuals. They had harbored hopes that a Klein-level powerhouse had arrived in Songnan City. However, it was to be expected. If that exceedingly perilous deity had truly chosen a proxy and had ascended to the Klein level, the higher-ups would undoubtedly be aware of it. The man seated on the sofa narrowed his eyes slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, the Seraph had chosen a proxy and bestowed upon him the divine ruins. A matter of great significance that demanded prompt reporting to the higher authorities. By the way, old Zhao, since you encountered him, where is he? You did not bring back such an important individual? He ran away. Zhao Kongqing replied quietly. He told me he was going to fetch his backpack, and then seized the moment while I was lost in thought to escape. The others fell silent, just as they were preparing to voice their exasperation. The door to the room swung open once more. A man draped in a dark red cloak entered, his face stained with remnants of blood, his steps heavy as if laden with lead. Upon seeing this man, everyone, including Zhao Kongqing, immediately rose to their feet. Captain, are you all right? The captain waved his hand, shedding the bloody cloak as he settled onto a small stool by the door, an ineffable weariness etched across his brow. I am fine, but the Phantom King has escaped. The expressions of several individuals suddenly grew serious. The captain continued, last night, I pursued the Phantom King to the outskirts of the northern city and engaged it in battle. It sustained severe injuries and, in a desperate bid for survival, inflicted harm upon itself to flee. Does this mean the Phantom King has likely escaped from Songnan City? No, not necessarily, interjected a man seated on the sofa. Everyone turned their gaze toward him, and the captain raised his brow slightly. Speak, Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan slowly stood up and retrieved a map of the Songnan City vicinity from beneath the sofa, unfolding it on the ground. Songnan City is somewhat isolated, with considerable distances separating it from nearby cities. The captain fought the Phantom King in the northern outskirts last night, and the nearest city beyond Songnan City is still several dozen kilometers away. Wu Xiangnan circled an area on the map. What does that imply? Redding inquired. Her eyes filled with perplexity. At that moment, the captain's eyes began to gleam. The Phantom King, grievously injured, could not traverse such a great distance without regaining its strength. Wu Xiangnan continued the captain's line of thought, and if the Phantom King wishes to recover its power, it can only do so by consuming humans, which means it will undoubtedly return to Songnan City. Exactly, Zhao Kongqing remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. However, Songnan City is vast, and we have no idea where it might reappear. The sewers. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses and meticulously traced a sinuous line on the map with a red pen. The Phantom faced a penchant for traversing the sewers, and it was through these very conduits that Phantom King had previously made his escape. There exists but a single sewer connecting the outskirts of North City, suggesting that the location of the Phantom King's appearance is likely situated somewhere along this very passage. Without delay, he commanded his men to scour the sewer, determined that this time the elusive figure must not slip away. A glint of cold resolve flickered in the captain's eyes as he issued the order. Understood. Ah, there is yet another matter. Wu Xiangnan turned his gaze towards Zhao Kongqing, emphasizing the necessity of retrieving the agent of the Seraphim. His potential is immense and must not fall into the hands of the ancient God Church. In a certain sense, this task takes precedence over the eradication of the Phantom King. Zhao Kongqing immediately puffed out his chest, proclaiming, leave this to me. I shall personally ensure that we capture this young man. Hasn't he already fled? How can you possibly find him? Murmured Hong Ying softly. He wears the uniform of the second high school. I shall be waiting for him at the school gate today. I have no doubt I will catch him. A confident smile graced Zhao Kongqing's lips. Brother, why aren't you going to school today? Yang Jin inquired, observing Lin Chiye, who was neither in his school uniform nor carrying a backpack. I have some matters to attend to today, so I want to be going, Lin Xie replied, slipping on his shoes as he opened the door. Is Aunt still asleep? She just returned an hour ago. Understood. I'll head to school early afterward. I must not follow your example. All right. Lin Xie closed the door and silently removed the black satin from his eyes, placing it into his pocket. His vision was restored. Yet he had not informed his aunt or Yang Jing. The first reason being that his aunt had been on the night shift, and they had not crossed paths. As for the second reason, Lin Xie had only just acquired this newfound sight and struggled to master the power it bestowed. The golden light occasionally flickered unexpectedly from the depths of his gaze. Although subtle, should his aunt or the others catch a glimpse, they would undoubtedly pressure him to investigate further, leading to unnecessary expenses. He resolved to announce this revelation only when he could fully harness his vision. However, now that he was outside, there was no need to cling to the black satin, as it would draw too much attention. Lin Xie retrieved the sunglasses Yang Jin had previously gifted him and donned them, striding purposefully towards the bus stop. After more than an hour of jolting travel, Lin Xie finally arrived at his destination, Sunshine Mental Hospital. The last time he had visited was a decade ago. In those 10 years, both Lin Xie and the hospital had undergone significant transformations. The old walls had been refurbished, the entrance had expanded to twice its former width, and 2 modern high-rises now stood in place of the once humble 3-story building. Even the name Sunshine Mental Hospital had been elegantly embossed in gold. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xie found it impossible to reconcile the contemporary facility before him with the small building of his memories. The only constant, perhaps, was the elderly gatekeeper who remained unchanged. The old man had become considerably hunched, his hair now a stark white. He seemed to have spotted Lin Xie, squinting his eyes as he raised his right hand to point at him, just as Lin Xie thought the old man might remember him and was preparing to greet him. The elder bellowed, "That foolish lad over there. You are obstructing the cars behind you." Chapter 14. I have a friend. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Xie pushed open the door and entered the consultation room. Seated at the opposite side of the desk was a middle-aged male doctor, clad in a pristine white coat. His sparse Mediterranean hairstyle a clear emblem of wisdom. Lin Xie settled into the chair, and the doctor languidly inquired, "Now, what seems to be the trouble?" "I have no ailments," Lin Xie replied. "Then why have you come here?" the doctor asked, bemused. "I am untroubled myself, but I have a friend who suffers from a severe mental illness." Upon hearing this, the doctor's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue as he regarded Lin Xie, a smile playing on his lips as he tousled the few strands atop his head. "This friend you speak of, surely you jest. It must be you?" Lin Xie replied with utmost seriousness, "No, I assure you, it is indeed a friend." "Very well then," the doctor said. "Please describe what afflicts your friend. What specific symptoms does he exhibit?" Lin Xie pondered for a moment, realizing that articulating the issue might prove challenging. The doctor chuckled. "Why not embody your friend and demonstrate to me how he behaves?" Lin Xie shot the doctor a quizzical glance, grappling with his dilemma, before ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. Thus, Lin Xie rose slowly from his seat, and under the doctor's watchful gaze, he strode directly before him. He extended his hand, cradling the head of the middle-aged doctor against his chest, while his other hand gently caressed the few remaining strands of hair atop the doctor's head. His eyes brimmed with kindness as he softly uttered, "My dear son, at long last, your father has found you." The doctor remained silent. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Lin Xie employed every argumentative technique he had mastered throughout his life, fervently insisting to the doctor that he was not the one afflicted with illness, thus averting the imminent threat of involuntary hospitalization. "So, your friend perceives everything as if it were her own child?" "Indeed. And she wept for an extended period?" "She has been crying incessantly. Fond of sitting in the garden, recounting tales to vases and benches?" "Precisely. How is her sleep?" "She does not sleep." The doctor furrowed his brow, contemplating the gravity of your friend's condition. "I strongly recommend you bring her to our hospital for inpatient treatment. Her situation is rather unique." "She does not meet the criteria for hospitalization," Lin Xie replied, resigned. He could not possibly divulge the truth. If he were to reveal that the goddess of night, Nyx, was the patient residing within the confines of his mind, a mental asylum of sorts, he would soon receive his own admission notice. The doctor, momentarily perplexed, began typing on the keyboard. "If hospitalization is not an option, we shall have to rely on medication for now. I will prescribe a few courses of medication for you to take home to her. Should her condition not improve, it is imperative that she be brought to the hospital." Lin Xie's expression was somewhat troubled. Could the medicine from reality be brought into his mind? He was uncertain, yet he felt that even if it could be, The remedies for mortals would likely prove ineffective for deities. Doctor, aside from medication, is there any other way to provide treatment? The physician pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Your friend's condition falls under severe delusional disorder. I have encountered many such patients. There was a man who deeply loved his wife. After she tragically perished in a car accident, he frequently conversed with the air, imagining her presence beside him. This affliction often stems from profound psychological trauma, where the subconscious rejects reality, creating a false consciousness of she is still here. If we approach the issue from the perspective of its origins and provide psychological support, there exists a possibility for improvement. However, without the aid of medication, it becomes exceedingly difficult. Medication and psychological therapy are interdependent. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Qiye nodded thoughtfully. To address the underlying causes. But he knew nothing of Nix's past, leaving him at an impasse. It seemed he needed to undertake further preparations. Lin Qiye accepted the prescription the doctor provided, yet chose not to proceed with payment or retrieval of the medication, since the medicines of reality would not affect the deity within his mind. There was no need to squander his resources. Moreover, these medications were prohibitively expensive. Emerging from the psychiatric hospital, Lin Qiye boarded the bus for his return journey. This visit to the institution proved to be worthwhile, for it granted him a critical entry point to counsel Nikes from a psychological perspective. It was imperative to gain a profound understanding of her. Thus, at a designated stop, Lin Qiye disembarked and made his way into the Tsangnan City Library. At the entrance of No. 2 High School, a conversation ensued. Hey, do you see that man over there? Who is he? I don't recognize him. He must be a parent. I spotted him when I entered the school around 7 this morning. So did I. He was wearing sunglasses, dressed in a shirt, and leaning against the wall with a cup of coffee. I thought he looked quite handsome then. But why does he now resemble a beggar? His eyes are all red. Do you think he has been here since this morning? Surely not. It's nearly 10 o'clock now. Who knows? By the way, did you hear that 2 students were murdered on their way home last night? Is that true? Absolutely, I heard. Across the street from the school entrance, a forlorn man sat despondently on the curb, surrounded by discarded cigarette butts. The silhouette cast by the streetlight exuded an indescribable sadness. Zhao Kongqing flicked the cigarette in his hand, unable to fathom where things had gone awry. He had been squatting from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, the sun having rendered him dazed, yet he failed to catch a glimpse of that rascal. Clearly, he had seen the boy in the second school's uniform just the night before. Could it be that the lad anticipated his ambush and chose not to appear? Damn it! His backside was sore from sitting. Zhao Kongqing, propped up by his hands, gradually lifted himself from the curb, casually brushing off the dust from his trousers and beginning to stretch his limbs. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a youth in casual attire leisurely strolling across the street, clutching a few books. That fellow bore a slight resemblance to the boy. Wait, what? Zhao Kongqing blinked in surprise, his eyes wide. Goodness! Without a second thought, he surged forward like a gust of wind towards the boy, his eyes ablaze with determination and an intimidating demeanor. However, as he closed the distance to about 20 meters, the boy seemed to sense something amiss, jolting with alarm and taking off in the opposite direction. Thus, they raced down the street, one pursuing the other. Lin Qiye at that moment wished to slap himself twice. Why choose this path when so many others lay before him? Now, after having stood someone up just yesterday, here he was being chased. Although Lin Qiye was no slouch in speed, he paled in comparison to Zhao Kongqing, who quickly gained on him within mere seconds. Zhao Kongqing fiercely grasped Lin Qiye's shoulder, letting out a cold laugh. Ah, young lad, we meet again. Lin Qiye stiffly turned his head, tilting it slightly. Who are you? Chapter 00000 Chapter 00003 Zhao Kongqing felt as though he might explode with anger. Who do you think I am? He exclaimed. I am the innocent victim who was deceived by you last night and subjected to the chilling winds of your indifference for half the night. Zhao Kongqing firmly grasped Lin Qiye's hand, resembling a naive uncle fearful of losing his beloved to another. I warn you, stop feigning ignorance. You won't escape today. Lin Qiye glanced at his ensnared arm, surrendering to the futility of resistance, adopting a demeanor of acquiescence. Very well, you lead the way. Where shall we converse? Come with me, Zhao Kongqing said, entwining his arm with Lin Qiye's and striding purposefully toward an undisclosed destination. As Lin Qiye realized they were nearing a couple's hotel, his expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to flee. Yet, Zhao Kongqing provided him no chance, swiftly tightening his grip and dragging him into the hotel. What do you intend to do? I must inform you, I have hemorrhoids. Do not act recklessly. What is wrong with the minds of you male high school students? Is it truly necessary to seek a couple's hotel merely for a conversation? Did you not see the looks we received along the way? I could die of embarrassment. You misunderstand. This is a safe haven. I have no ulterior motives in bringing you here. Besides, do I appear to be the type of person who would engage in such behavior? Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes and dragged the struggling Lin Qiye to the front desk, casting an exceedingly greasy flirtatious glance at the bewildered female clerk. One dynamic and passionate themed king-sized room, please. Lin Qiye. The female clerk stood frozen in place, her mind momentarily blank before she inexplicably became animated. Very well, sir. I will need your identification, and for this young gentleman, may I also request your ID? Reluctantly surrendering his identification, Lin Qiye regarded the overly enthusiastic clerk with a strange look, entirely unaware of the romantic scenarios she was concocting in her mind. However, one could hardly blame her. At such an hour, a middle-aged man was forcibly escorting a young boy to a couple's hotel room, specifically a dynamic passion suite, all under the pretense of simply wanting to chat. Who would believe that? Here's your room card. Your room is 3966. Wishing you both a pleasant stay. The clerk beamed at Lin Qiye, whose expression was one of utter bewilderment, her eyes nearly squinting into slits. Lin Qiye's fists clenched. What are you standing there for? Come with me, Zhao Kongqing urged, pulling Lin Qiye toward the elevator. Once they entered the room, Lin Qiye's pure innocence was shattered as he beheld the astonishing array of peculiar amenities. It dawned on him that the wealthy indulged in such extravagant pleasures. Indeed, it was quite passionate. Zhao Kongqing locked the door behind them and finally released Lin Qiye, making his way to the electric bed, where he sank down, his stiff body finally relaxing after a long day. Do not be so tense. It is merely a conversation, Zhao Kongqing remarked, observing Lin Qiye's expression as if facing a formidable adversary. Lin Qiye sighed and settled onto the sofa beside the door. What would you like to discuss? Why, naturally. It is you I wish to converse about. Lin Qiye, a 17-year-old male, stood at a height of 175 centimeters, weighing. You are aware that is not what I meant, Zhao Kongqing interjected, gesturing toward Lin Qiye's eyes with one hand while resting his forehead with the other. What I refer to are your eyes. Lin Qiye fell into silence. Have you encountered Michael? At this inquiry, Lin Qiye's body quivered slightly, after a moment's hesitation. He nodded faintly. Indeed, the man before him possessed considerable knowledge, and the forces backing him were undoubtedly formidable. This statement also revealed a significant piece of information to Lin Qiye. The seraph he had seen a decade ago was none other than the renowned Angel King, Michael. With Lin Qiye's nod, Zhao Kongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him, his gaze towards Lin Qiye growing increasingly fervent. Why did he seek you? What did he convey to you? To what extent can you currently utilize the Forbidden Ruins? Zhao Kongqing's questions came forth in rapid succession like a barrage of cannon fire. Lin Qiye frowned slightly and shook his head. Your inquiries are rather excessive. Zhao Kongqing realized he had somewhat lost his composure and let out a dry chuckle. Indeed. You must harbor numerous uncertainties at present. Allow me to address them. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment, gazing into Zhao Kongqing's eyes, and posed the inaugural inquiry. Do deities from mythology truly exist in this world? Indeed, Zhao Kongqing replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively, though not all gods are present. What does that imply? Zhao Kongqing fell into contemplation, as if deliberating where to commence his explanation. What, in your opinion, constitutes mythology? Lin Qiye reflected briefly, suggesting it might be the spiritual sustenance of ancient peoples, or perhaps a manifestation of their fear and imagination regarding the unknown forces of nature. You are correct. Zhao Kongqing acknowledged. Until a century ago, this was the prevailing belief. A century ago? Precisely. Prior to the emergence of the mist. No trace of deities had ever been recorded in this world. Zhao Kongqing's eyes narrowed slightly. However, since the advent of the mist that enveloped the earth, everything appeared to have changed. In September 1922, a year after the mist's appearance, a reconnaissance team dispatched by the Great Xia observed an enormous dragon soaring slowly through the skies above the Mariana Trench. This marked humanity's inaugural encounter with a mythical creature. Subsequent research confirmed that the dragon was Leviathan, the chaotic serpent from the Bible, reputedly a creation of God. The discovery of this colossal dragon fundamentally altered the perception of the Great Xia's leadership, leading them to realize that since the onset of the mist, the world had irrevocably transformed. At that time, the mist had just begun to emerge, plunging the entire Great Xia into a state of panic. In a bid to maintain national stability, the higher echelons concealed the results of this exploration. The chaotic dragon, Leviathan, being the first mythological creature observed by humanity, was designated with the codename 001 by the authorities of Great Xia. Subsequently, as more mythological beings were discovered during the exploration, they were assigned consecutive numbers. The seraphim, Michael, which you behold, is the third mythological entity observed by humanity in 1928, bearing the codename 003. 1928, Lin Xie was taken aback. At that time, we hadn't yet mastered lunar technology, had we? How did they locate the seraphim on the moon? It was not we who found him, Zhao Conqing replied, shaking his head. In March 1928, a beam of golden sword light emanated from the moon, traversing the cosmos and obliterating a great volcano in North America. It was only then that we realized a deity still resided upon the moon. North America? What lay there? Later, our exploration team spent an entire year reaching that volcano. Amidst the ruins, they discovered the deity designated as 004, sealed within the remnants of the divine ruins. Zhao Conqing paused before continuing, the fallen angel, Lucifer. Chapter 16, Always with Lucifer. Lin Xie was still grappling with the vast amount of information transmitted from Zhao Conqing, remaining in a stupor for quite some time. So, you are implying that since the emergence of that mist, deities from mythology have inexplicably begun to appear one after another? Indeed. The higher-ups have been investigating the underlying reasons for this phenomenon and have posited two possibilities. Zhao Conqing extended two fingers. The first possibility is that these gods do not actually exist. However, when the mist appeared, some mysterious transformation occurred, materializing them from the realm of myth. The second possibility is that myth is not merely the fanciful imagination of ancient peoples, but rather a reflection of actual beings. As humanity became increasingly active, they lay dormant in some hidden corner of the earth for reasons unknown, and the sudden emergence of the mist has awakened them. Lin Xie nodded. So what you just said about not all gods existing, what does that mean? The number of deities currently present on earth is quite limited. Not all mythical beings have descended here. What is manifested is merely a minuscule fraction of the vast pantheon of myths. We do not understand why it is precisely they who have appeared. It is unrelated to their strength, the propagation of their stories, notions of good and evil, or national boundaries. Their emergence seems devoid of any discernible pattern, occurring in a seemingly random fashion. This encompasses not only the Bible, Greek mythology, Norse myths, and the Cthulhu mythos, but all known pantheons of deities. Since it includes all mythological systems, what about the gods of our Great Xia? Lin Xie curiously inquired, for instance. The great sage equal to heaven, the third prince, the four heavenly kings, the Jade Emperor. Where are they? If they indeed exist, surely they could easily vanquish the deities of Western mythology? After a brief silence, Zhao Conqing shook his head. The thoughts you express have traversed our minds as well. Over the past century, we have tirelessly searched within the borders of the Great Xia, endeavoring to uncover their whereabouts. Yet, an entire 100 years have passed without a single trace, not even a mere land god. Some say this is due to the mist not yet having engulfed the Great Xia, hence its myths remain absent. Others assert. Lin Xie could not contain his curiosity. What do others assert? Others assert, they have always been here. Always been here. Lin Xie pondered. Why do you think the entire earth has been consumed by mist, yet only the Great Xia endures? The mist has encroached upon the borders of the Great Xia, yet remains barred from entry? Lin Xie's mouth fell agape. Are you suggesting this is merely a conjecture, or perhaps a delightful fantasy? Zhao Conqing shook his head. Regardless, we have yet to discover any trace of the deities of the Great Xia. Very well. The sheer volume of information Lin Xie had just absorbed was enough to shatter his worldview. Were it not for his first-hand encounter with the seraph, he might have been compelled to contact a mental institution to have Zhao Conqing committed. This affliction is even more severe than it was in his own time. Then what was the golden beam of light that emanated from me last night? Lin Xie inquired, posing the next question. The forbidden abyss, Zhao Conqing replied. The changes that occurred following the shrouding of earth in mist were not solely confined to the emergence of deities. These mists seem to possess a mysterious influence on our physical forms. Although they did not penetrate the territory of the Great Xia, they appear to harbor some energy akin to radiation, which catalyzes certain individuals' bodies. Children born after the arrival of the mist have a probability of developing a peculiar power within them. Under specific environmental influences, these powers may be awakened, thus manifesting a unique ability to affect the surrounding reality. Much like domains, the characteristics of these powers vary from person to person. This extraordinary realm capable of influencing its surroundings, is referred to as the Forbidden Abyss. Lin Chia pondered thoughtfully. In simpler terms, the Forbidden Abyss is the extraordinary domain of a fortunate few. If viewed from this perspective, my ability to perceive everything within a 20-meter radius through a form of mental awareness, coupled with exceptional dynamic vision and the capacity to wield the powers of an archangel, also exemplifies the essence of the Forbidden Abyss. Can this Forbidden Abyss evolve? Indeed. The abilities, scope, and uniqueness of the Forbidden Abyss will increase as the owner's mental strength grows, with mental prowess being a crucial criterion influencing the intensity of the abyss. Through mental strength, we categorize the Forbidden Abyss into 6 realms. The mind's power resembles water in a cup, limited and motionless, referred to as the first realm, the cup realm. When the mind's power resembles the water in a pond, abundant yet still, it is termed the second realm, the pond realm. Should it flow like a river, plentiful and dynamic, it is designated as the third realm, the river realm. If it mirrors the vastness of the ocean, immense and boundless, it is known as the fourth realm, the ocean realm. When the mind's power approaches the infinite, vast, and imposing, it is the fifth realm, the limitless realm. Finally, if the mind's power is inexhaustible, capable of transcending spatial dimensions and akin to a Klein bottle, it is the sixth realm, the Klein realm. And what of me? What realm do I currently inhabit? Lin Chia inquired. You? At present, you are merely at the cup realm, a novice who has just begun to wield the forbidden void. Zhao Kongqing seemed to take pleasure in diminishing Lin Chia's spirits, labeling him as, well, a somewhat formidable, ordinary individual. Lin Chia was left speechless. It appeared that the reason he could open the door to the mental hospital in his mind last night was due to his advancement into the cup realm, allowing him access to Nyx's chamber for the same reason. Did this imply that with each new breakthrough into a higher realm, he could unleash another patient? And what about you? You are so formidable. What realm do you occupy? Lin Chia gazed at Zhao Kongqing as he asked. Zhao Kongqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly turned his gaze to the window. I, in truth, possess no forbidden void, and thus, I naturally lack mental power. You have no forbidden void? Lin Chia widened his eyes in astonishment. How did you manage to slay that monstrous creature? He was genuinely taken aback. Even with his exceptional dynamic vision, he could barely contend with such a beast. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing had completely dominated the fight. How could someone so formidable lack the ability to harness the forbidden domain? That creature is known as the ghost-faced man, Zhao Kongqing clarified. I defeated it solely through years of rigorous training and extensive combat experience. Before joining the Night Watchers, I was a special forces soldier, specializing in close-quarters combat. Zhao Kongqing continued, there are 3 avenues to acquire the forbidden domain. The first, as I just mentioned, is that only a select few fortunate individuals are born with the innate ability to wield it. The second involves utilizing objects that possess the forbidden domain. It is not solely humans who can be influenced by the mist. Under certain fortuitous circumstances, specific objects may also embody the forbidden domain. Such instances are exceedingly rare and unique. If a human can master these, they too can harness the powers of the forbidden domain. I belong to the latter category, he added. However, the object I possess is not offensive in nature. It is a specialized auxiliary item unique to the Night Watchers. Known as the Notice Board, its sole function is to open a realm devoid of constraints. Chapter 17. My Home, the Unfettered Void. A forbidden domain capable of isolating the internal realm from the external, designed to prevent our battles with enemies from affecting ordinary civilians. Each city's night watchman is equipped with 3 placards that can invoke the unfettered void, managed by a single individual. As we typically refrain from direct confrontation, we are often referred to as watchers. Lin Chia raised an eyebrow, implying that you are merely a lookout. If you have nothing meaningful to say, it would be wise to remain silent, Zhao Kongqing retorted, rolling his eyes. You just mentioned there are 3 methods to acquire the forbidden domain. What is the final one? The last method is bestowed by the deities, which pertains to your situation. Zhao Kongqing's expression grew serious. Some deities grant a portion of their power to selected humans, enabling them to become their earthly agents. This divine bestowed forbidden domain is known as the divine domain. However, correspondingly, as they gain power, the agents receive directives from the deities. Some commands involve the annihilation of human society, others the protection of it, or even the quest for certain artifacts on behalf of the deities. In general, a deity typically has only one agent representing their will. Currently, among the few divine agents that have emerged, most are malevolent beings seeking to obliterate the new order of humanity and plunge the world back into chaos. They have formed an organization known as the Ancient God Cult. There are also benevolent deities agents, yet they are exceedingly rare. As for the number of neutral deities agents, we remain in the dark. Zhao Kongqing rose, striding towards Lin Qiye, locking his gaze onto his eyes, and spoke with deliberate clarity. Lin Qiye, what instructions did Michael give you? Whose side do you belong to? Lin Qiye's eyes were filled with confusion. I don't know. He didn't say anything. His words rang true at that moment. Michael had merely cast a distant glance at him from the moon, and then he fainted, having heard not a single word. Zhao Kongqing's brow furrowed. He said nothing? Have you not even heard his voice in your heart? No, truly not. Zhao Kongqing scrutinized Lin Qiye for a considerable time, as if searching for signs of deceit, before finally averting his gaze and slowly taking a seat. Based on our speculation, Michael should belong to the neutral or benevolent camp. Otherwise, we would have already slain you. Yet, if he entrusted you with the divine ruins, why has he remained silent? What is his true intention? Lin Qiye's brow slightly knitted. What he intends? I do not know. But even if he were to issue me commands, I would refuse to comply. I do not wish to entangle myself in such chaotic affairs. At worst, I shall return this pair of eyes to him. With that, he stood up, stating, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Before Zhao Kongqing could respond, he turned to open the door. Wait, don't go. Zhao Kongqing suddenly rose to his feet, positioning himself at the doorway, fixing his gaze upon Lin Qiye. So, you intend to depart after posing your inquiries? And what about me? You? You may indulge in a solitary passion. Lin Qiye replied earnestly. No, what I mean is, aren't you curious about me? Who I am? Zhao Kongqing found conversing with this individual quite exhausting. What you are has no bearing on me. Lin Qiye persisted in opening the door. Zhao Kongqing firmly grasped the doorknob. Why should I concern myself with such matters? What kind of organization stands behind me? What endeavors are we engaged in? Aren't you the least bit inquisitive? Not in the least, Lin Qiye responded. Why not? According to the logic prevalent in cinematic narratives, once I become aware of your existence, I am left with only two choices. Lin Qiye extended two fingers. Either join you, or become eternally bound to silence, perhaps through death, imprisonment, or brainwashing. Perhaps you should watch less television. Zhao Kongqing retorted, momentarily speechless. Moreover, since you lack understanding of us, how can you ascertain that joining us would not be a favorable choice? Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. So, even if I were to learn of your affairs and choose not to join, I would remain unthreatened? Certainly not. We are akin to soldiers, at most. We would require you to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Your speculations are utterly ludicrous. Then I would be inclined to listen. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye settled back into his seat. Zhao Kongqing sighed. Conversing with this young man for merely a few minutes felt more exhausting than a day spent on watch outside. In 1922, upon our exploration team's discovery of the first mythical creature, the Chaos Dragon Leviathan, the High Command of the Great Xia urgently established a military organization, ever prepared to confront the invasion of mythical beings, known as the 139 Special Biological Response Unit. At that time, our technology was rather rudimentary, and we were utterly ignorant of the world before us. Thus, the so-called Special Biological Response Unit was merely a fade, lacking any substantial efficacy. As time passed, we observed an increasing number of mythical entities, endeavoring to establish communication with several of them, while also uncovering the secrets of the Forbidden Ruins and commencing the training of specialized combat personnel. As we unearthed more and more possessors of the Forbidden Ruins, we realized that due to the randomness of their emergence, it was impossible to incorporate everyone into the military framework. Consequently, the 139 Special Biological Response Unit gradually transformed into a hybrid entity, part military and part civilian. Today, we refer to this unique organization as the Night Watchman. Lin Qiye pondered thoughtfully. So your existence is to safeguard the Great Xia from the incursions of those malevolent deities? To be precise, it pertains to all mythical beings. Is there a distinction? Certainly, as I previously mentioned, the emergence of mythical creatures is characterized by randomness, independent of their strength. Thus, the mythical beings that have descended are not solely the formidable deities familiar to the populace. There also exist lesser creatures, often relegated to the realm of folklore or minor tales. The ghastly figure you encountered last night is one such embodiment of rural horror. These mythological entities, which lack world-destroying powers yet still exert an influence on human society, are collectively referred to as the mysterious. I see, Lin Qiye nodded. Realizing why the apparition he encountered felt somewhat familiar, it was indeed birthed from rustic narratives. Therefore, We are soldiers, defenders of our nation. Our very existence is dedicated to shielding the people of the Great Xia from suffering. Is this not noble? Is it not admirable? Zhao Kongqing earnestly implored. Indeed. It is noble, it is admirable, and I hold great respect for you all, truly. Lin Qi's demeanor turned serious. He was not jesting. In his gaze, one could discern a profound respect. A smile gradually emerged on Zhao Kongqing's face. Then you. I shall not go. Zhao Kongqing's smile instantly froze. Why? I cannot leave. Lin Qi's eyes were filled with sincerity. I have many matters to attend to. What could possibly be more important than defending our homeland? I have an aunt and a cousin. Lin Qi gazed out the window, his expression exceedingly calm. His aunt is still quite young. Yet, for the sake of Ajin and my own inadequacies, she has tirelessly labored in the factory day and night for a decade, and now her health is deteriorating. She is a remarkably stubborn individual, even when she is in the living room, massaging her cervical spine to the point of tears. She insists on maintaining the facade that she is merely practicing yoga for her well-being. I sit across from her, fully aware of her struggles. Though she believes I cannot see, she lives with excessive caution and bears an immense burden. My cousin, though bright and dutiful, is still too young to shoulder the responsibilities of this household. I have myriad tasks ahead of me. I must earn a living to support my family, to purchase a spacious home for my aunt and cousin, to free my aunt from the torment of that oppressive factory. I aspire to fund my cousin's university education, to ensure that he and my aunt can live a life of comfort together. Over the past decade, they have never abandoned me, the anchor weighing them down. Now that I have finally found my footing, how could I possibly forsake them? You are noble and magnificent. Should circumstances permit, I might consider joining your ranks. But for now, my sole desire is to remain steadfastly by their side, safeguarding this family. Chapter 18. Welcome back. Zhao Kongqing was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary high school student would articulate such profound thoughts, exhibiting a level of maturity that took him by surprise. It dawned on him how utterly absurd his earlier attempts to provoke the typical adolescent exuberance and fervor within the young man had been. Lin Qiye was no ordinary high school student. Lin Qiye rose to his feet and walked directly to the door. After a moment's hesitation, he paused. Thank you for sharing all of this with me. I will sign the confidentiality agreement. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. This time, Zhao Kongqing merely sat quietly at the bedside, his body slightly rising as if he intended to stop him, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he slumped back down, feeling powerless. He understood the significance of this young man, and he was acutely aware of his mission to bring him back. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. Shaoqi, you're finally back. Why aren't you wearing your school uniform today? Auntie, I woke up late this morning and forgot to put it on. You child, won't the teachers scold you for not wearing your uniform? They just mentioned it briefly. It's nothing serious. Sigh, Shaoqi, you've just transferred to a new school. You must not leave a bad impression on the teachers. Pay more attention to these matters. I understand, Auntie. How are you getting along with your classmates? They haven't ostracized you, have they? No, we get along quite well. They even escorted me home, and I returned the favor. That's good, that's good. I have returned to my room, Aunt. Get to bed early. With a thud, Lin Qiye closed the door, reclined on his bed, and gazed out at the night sky, letting out a long sigh. This world is far more intricate than he had ever imagined. However, it hardly concerned him. After resting for a while, Lin Qiye sat up and began to undress when a hard object fell from his pocket. Clang! Lin Qiye glanced down and picked up the item, a look of curiosity crossing his face. It was a metallic ornament, resembling a badge, slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin, composed of an unknown material that emanated a subtle chill upon contact. On the front of this emblem, 2 straight blades crossed each other, their edges glowing with a faint blue light, while the background showcased a star-studded night sky, crafted with exquisite detail. Beneath the design, the words Zhao Kongqing were inscribed. This. Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly. He recalled that during the earlier encounter when Zhao Kongqing had pulled him toward the hotel, it seemed he had brushed against his pocket. Had he inadvertently dropped it? Lin Qiye examined the emblem, flipping it over to reveal several lines of small text engraved on the back. When the dark night inevitably descends, I shall stand before the multitude, sword drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. What a remarkable spirit. Did Zhao Kongqing compose this himself, or is it a saying from the night watchers? Lin Qiye murmured to himself, gazing in a daze, seemingly incapable of articulating such profound thoughts. After toying with it for a while, He placed it on the table and changed into his night attire before climbing onto the bed. Tonight, he had something of great significance to accomplish. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the depths of the divine psychiatric hospital within his mind. At that moment, in the courtyard of the hospital, Nyx sat in a rocking chair, cradling a collection of peculiar bottles and jars, seemingly murmuring to herself, a smile occasionally gracing her lips. If one were to disregard the murkiness in her eyes and the odd objects in her embrace, the noble aura radiating from her every gesture would render this scene a breathtaking tableau. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xie, clad in a pristine white lab coat, approached slowly. To immerse himself fully in the role of a psychiatrist, he had procured a lab coat from the director's office and even affixed a pair of clear glasses to the collar. At first glance, he indeed resembled a legitimate figure of the profession. As Lin Xie stood beside the rocking chair, he silently observed the murky, vacant eyes of Nyx, letting out a soft sigh. From the mythological texts he had perused, it was evident that Nyx was among the most ancient and powerful deities in Greek mythology, her status and strength unparalleled. Yet, in contrast to other gods, she possessed one striking characteristic: a fondness for childbirth. According to Lin Xie's statistics, Nyx has at least 20 offspring, including the renowned death god Thanatos, the god of sleep Hypnos, as well as deities of space, fate, and misfortune, among others. With only a few exceptions, the vast majority of Nyx's progeny are malevolent beings, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm since their inception. And many of these gods have met with tragic fates. From the fragmented tales of mythology, Lin Xie is unable to glean more detailed information about this goddess of night. However, he speculates that Nyx's current affliction may be related to her offspring. The doctor at the Sunshine Mental Hospital mentioned a male patient who, overwhelmed by longing for his wife, imagined her presence beside him. Could Nyx's illness be of a similar nature? Might she, in her profound yearning for her children, have mistaken various objects for her progeny? But what, precisely, has transpired with her offspring to provoke such an intense reaction from Nyx? Furthermore, as an ancient deity of considerable power, could she truly experience such profound emotions? Or is it possible that prior to her affliction, her divine essence was stripped away, her divinity usurped? Lin Xie cannot ascertain. Hypnos, do not fret, your brother shall return shortly. He has merely indulged in some playful mischief. Thanatos, since childhood, has had a penchant for causing trouble. When he returns, he shall receive a proper reprimand. Nyx caresses the vase in her hands, gazing vacantly into the distance, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes, only to be swiftly clouded once more. She paused for a moment, her hoarse voice trembling slightly. But, after 3,000 years, why has he not yet returned? Lin Xie observed this scene, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, a wave of bitterness surged within his heart. Who could have imagined that the once exalted goddess of night now appeared so helpless and humble? She was the goddess of night, yet also a mother yearning for the return of her child. To heal her affliction, one must address the root of the problem. The words of the physician echoed once more in Lin Xie's mind as he lowered his head, deep in contemplation. The essence of Nyx's ailment lay in her lost child. To cure her, he had to seek out her offspring, yet it was essential to recognize that her children were renowned deities of Greek mythology. It was implausible for him to embark on a quest to retrieve each one and present them before Nyx, was it not? Moreover, Lin Xie could not ascertain whether they had been ensnared by the mist and brought into this world. Nor could he fathom where to locate such a multitude of divine beings. Even if he succeeded in finding them, would those malevolent gods truly comply and accompany him willingly? As Lin Xie furrowed his brow in thought, a spark of inspiration suddenly flickered in his mind. Perhaps this could work? He rose to his feet, gazing at Nyx with a conflicted expression for a prolonged moment, before finally resolving to take a step forward. In the vacant gaze of Nyx, Lin Xie approached her step by step. Gently kneeling down, he extended his arms to embrace Nyx, whispering softly by her ear, "Mother, I have returned." At that moment, an unprecedented brilliance ignited in Nyx's eyes. She trembled as she reached out her hands, tightly embracing Lin Xie. After a long while, she finally managed to utter a complete sentence with quivering lips. "Welcome back, Danadus, my child." Chapter 19. The Starry Night Dancer. At the moment when Nyx uttered these words, a virtual panel materialized before Lin Xie's eyes. Nyx's healing progress. 3. The conditions for reward acquisition have been met, commencing random selection of Nyx's divine abilities. Immediately thereafter, a virtual lottery wheel emerged, spinning rapidly. Lin Xie observed that the wheel was segmented into over 20 equal sections, indicating that the probability of acquiring each divine ability was identical. The abilities displayed amidst the spinning will included Nightfall, Dim Eye, Fallen Stars, Star Rend, Night Flicker, Night's Kin, and Extraordinary Procreation. The array of abilities dazzled Lin Chia. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something peculiar lurked within. What on earth is Extraordinary Procreation? Is that truly a divine ability? If I were to draw this ability, would I not need to seek a partner, but rather, could I simply produce a multitude of divine offspring? That doesn't sound too bad. Simultaneously, Lin Chia noticed a slender black segment in one corner of the wheel, distinct in size from the other abilities, occupying roughly one of the total area. The name of this divine ability was unknown. Unknown? What could that possibly signify? However, this was of little consequence. Lin Chia was convinced that with his abysmal luck, even 1,000 attempts would likely yield no result for the unknown. Lin Chia took a deep breath, fixating intently on the spinning wheel before him. With a mere thought, the wheel began to decelerate. The pointer glided over various abilities, ultimately halting upon a specific area. Starry Night Dancer. Upon reading those words, Lin Chia let out a resigned sigh. Judging by its name, this ability seemed to pale in comparison to techniques such as Star Shatter or Fallen Stars. Yet fortunately, it was not the extraordinary birthright. Such luck, truly fitting for me. As the pointer came to a standstill, the will gradually dissipated before Lin Chia's eyes, leaving only the 4 words Starry Night Dancer suspended in the air, their hues deepening profoundly. Lin Chia extended his hand and grasped them. Instantly, those 4 characters transformed into a stream of dark light, surging into Lin Chia's body. He felt an enigmatic energy rapidly reshaping his form, as if his very essence, from soul to flesh, was being purified, an extraordinarily comforting sensation. This feeling was indeed wondrous. This state lasted approximately 5 seconds, and once it entirely faded, Lin Chia distinctly sensed a transformation within himself. Before his eyes, several lines of small text gradually appeared. Starry Night Dancer. In the darkness, your speed, strength, endurance, and recovery abilities are quintupled. In the darkness, your presence becomes difficult to detect. In the darkness, your intimidation towards other beings is heightened. You possess the ability to communicate with other nocturnal creatures. Lin Chia, upon witnessing this, could not help but gasp in astonishment. This seemingly unremarkable ability appeared to be extraordinarily formidable. To speak of nothing else, the enhancement of speed, strength, and endurance to 5 times their normal capacity was nothing short of monstrous. Even with his utterly average physical constitution, participating in an Ironman triathlon at night would surely secure him a spot in the Guinness World Records. Such a quintuple augmentation could propel his body to the brink of human limits. This consideration was based solely on his ordinary attributes. He dared not imagine the heights he could achieve with systematic training. Moreover, the subsequent abilities of stealth and communication with nocturnal creatures transcended the realm of humanity entirely. Suppressing the excitement within, Lin Chia took a deep breath. He had no intention of joining the Night Watchers, nor did he desire to engage in combat with mythical beings. Yet, as a mere high school student, it was impossible for him to be devoid of yearning for supernatural powers. Furthermore, only by strengthening himself could he better protect his family. Finally calming his mind, Lin Chia fixed his gaze upon Nyx, who was tenderly observing him, gently stroking his hair while murmuring to herself, "Danis, where have you been for these 3,000 years? Do you have any idea how much I have missed you?" Lin Chia silently sat there, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions as he regarded Nyx. Just as he had guessed, for Nyx, she could no longer distinguish between her own children and the vases around her. How could she possibly recognize that Lin Chia was not her child? Consumed by her longing, she transformed everything in her vicinity into figments of her offspring. However, those jars and bottles were not real beings and would not respond to Nyx. Thus, when Lin Chia, a living, breathing entity who could call out mother, appeared, it was as if she had been revived, finally discovering her spiritual anchor. This marked the first step towards opening her heart and was the reason her healing progress leaped to 3. "Danis, do you know how much your brother longs for you? Come, embrace him." A smile graced Nyx's lips as she lifted the vase before Lin Chia. Lin Chia, left with no choice, could only accept the vase and pretended to caress it. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Nyx's embrace, where he noticed his other siblings. A shiver coursed through him. He saw several labeled jars nestled in Nyx's arms, each a different hue. Among the labels, Lin Chia distinctly read a line in bold letters, "Flufenazine, for divine use." He fixated on it, his mouth agape. Flufenazine? Why did that name sound so familiar? Wasn't that the very medication listed by the psychiatrist during the day? Moreover, there were 2 additional words. Divine use? In that fleeting moment, Lin Xie seemed to recall something, and an overwhelming excitement surged through him. He hastily handed the vase to Nikes, exclaiming, "I shall return shortly." With that, he ascended the 2nd floor of the psychiatric hospital like a gust of wind, seeking out a room at the end of the staircase. It was the medication storage room. The door was ajar, suggesting that Nikes had previously entered. Otherwise, he would not have taken so many of his younger siblings. Lin Xie swiftly stepped inside and began to search, ultimately halting before a massive metal cabinet, his eyes sparkling with an increasingly bright light. Before him lay an entire wall of medications. The variety was extensive, with the vast majority intended for psychiatric treatment, including the haloperidol and chlorpromazine he had just seen, along with a plethora of tranquilizers. Each of these medications bore the 2 words, divine use. A smile crept across Lin Xie's lips. He should have anticipated this. This was a psychiatric hospital for the gods, and naturally, there would be a room for storing medicines. Furthermore, the medications within were specifically formulated for divine physiology. While he could not bring earthly medications into the hospital, he could find corresponding treatments here, tailored for the gods. With this revelation, matters appeared significantly simpler. Lin Xie selected several bottles of the medications listed by the doctor earlier and hurried downstairs to Nikes. This is to be taken once daily, 2 pills at a time. And this is to be taken 3 times a day, 1 pill at a time. Do you remember to take them? Nix observed Lin Xie with unwavering focus, as though his face were adorned with a blooming flower, seemingly oblivious to Lin Xie's words. Sigh. Never mind. I shall come to feed you daily. Lin Xie gazed at Nix's reaction and let out a resigned sigh. It was indeed a tall order to expect a person with severe mental illness to remember to take their medication. Upon hearing Lin Xie's statement, a radiant smile blossomed on Nix's face. She smiled with sheer delight. Chapter 20. I am well. After Lin Xie administered the medication to Nikes, he gradually withdrew from his consciousness and descended into the realm of dreams. This time, he was spared the exhausting recurring dream of knocking at a door. Ever since the divine asylum had merged with his spirit, he seemed to have liberated himself from the chains of that dream, finally possessing the gift of genuine slumber. In his dream, he experienced a delightful vision of successfully gaining admission to university, achieving career triumphs, and residing in a grand house with his aunt and Yang Jin. He envisioned their family of 3 embarking on travels, exploring mountains and waters he had only glimpsed on television. Due to his previous physical disabilities and the financial strains of his household, Lin Xie had not ventured beyond the confines of Changnan City in the past 17 years, let alone enjoyed the luxury of travel. Deep down, he harbored a yearning for the world beyond. When the alarm clock rang, Lin Xie reluctantly rose from his slumber, dressed himself, and prepared to head to school. As he opened the door, he spotted his aunt hurriedly changing her shoes at the entrance, ready to leave. "Aunt, why are you heading to work so early?" he inquired. "A new batch of parts has arrived at the factory, and we must process them promptly. I must leave now. You continue having breakfast with your brother and remember not to be late." His aunt chattered on. "All right." Just as his aunt was about to close the door, Lin Xie spoke again. "Aunt, what is it?" His aunt paused, looking at him with curiosity. It's nothing." Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and a smile graced his lips. "When you return, I have delightful news to share with you." His aunt regarded him with a puzzled expression, playfully scolding. "This child, still playing riddles with me. Well then, I'm in a hurry now, tell me tonight." With that, she hurriedly closed the door and scurried down the stairs. Lin Xie stood silently at the doorway, his head bowed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he lifted his head abruptly, as if resolved to a decision, and opened the door while still in his slippers. He stood at the corridor, shouting down the stairs, "Aunt, I can see." In the next moment, he heard the sound of footsteps below come to an abrupt halt, followed by his aunt's trembling voice rising from 5 floors down. What did you say?" "I can see. I'm better now, Aunt." After a brief pause, a flurry of hurried footsteps ascended the stairs, even more urgent than the descent. Before long, his panting aunt stood before Lin Xie. Her lips trembled slightly, yet her smile could not be contained. "Can you truly see? Is it real? Indeed. Is it blurry? Are there double images? Does it hurt? Does the light sting?" "No, none of that, Aunt." Lin Xie smiled wider, reaching up to untie the black satin cloth from his eyes. As he slowly opened his extraordinarily beautiful eyes, he declared, "I am truly well, Aunt." Aunt stared blankly into those eyes, tears uncontrollably streaming from her eyelids. She smiled, and the wrinkles on her face blossomed like flowers. At over 40, she smiled like a child. It had been a decade since Lin Chia had witnessed such a smile from her. Aunt embraced Lin Chia tightly, and he could distinctly feel her body trembling slightly. Good, good. Our little Chia has finally emerged victorious. Aunt released Lin Chia, wiped her tears, and said with a smile, Little Chia, I must head to work now. When I return tonight, be sure to buy some vegetables. We must celebrate properly. Thank you, Aunt. Well, Aunt, you should go now, and make sure to focus on your studies. Aunt hurriedly descended the stairs, tears still cascading down her cheeks. Yet her steps were remarkably light. Lin Chia watched her depart, turning away with reddened eyes as he entered the house. In truth, he had intended to wait for Aunt to return that evening to formally announce the news. However, he recalled that in films, those who make such declarations often meet unfortunate fates. He did not wish for anything to happen to Aunt, and even if it was merely a nonsensical superstition, he was unwilling to take that risk. Thus, he decisively uprooted that flag, tore it apart, and cast it into the Pacific Ocean. Just as Lin Chia turned around, he saw Yang Jin standing behind him, holding little Hei Lai, with reddened eyes. The two brothers exchanged glances for a brief 2 seconds before bursting into laughter simultaneously. Brother. Congratulations, Lin Chia remarked with a playful tone. Well, it seems that the sunglasses you gifted me can finally be put to good use. He gently patted Yang Jin's head and continued, Let us eat, brother. When Annie returns tonight, we shall indulge in a feast. All right. Little Black, the pet, peeked out from Yang Jin's embrace and licked Lin Chia's hand, letting out a playful bark. As Lin Chia stepped into the classroom, an immediate hush fell over the entire class. After a moment of bewildered stares exchanged among classmates, one tentative voice broke the silence. You are Lin Chia? Removing the black satin covering, Lin Chia raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Following a brief silence, the classroom erupted once more, this time with even more fervor than before. His eyes have recovered? They must have healed. He can see things now. His eyes are so beautiful. Indeed, how did we not notice before? He is remarkably handsome. The gazes of the girls shifted towards Lin Chia as they huddled together, whispering animatedly while stealing glances in his direction. The boys who were closer to Lin Chia also approached him, bombarding him with numerous questions about his eyes. Upon confirming that Lin Chia had indeed regained his sight, they were utterly astonished. I could see all along. It was merely that my eyes could not perceive the light. After my visit to the hospital yesterday, however, I have recovered, Lin Chia replied. Only then did his classmates recall that Lin Chia had indeed been absent the previous day, leading to a sudden realization. In the midst of the bustling classroom, two individuals stood out as distinctly out of place. Lu Yuan, seated in a corner, kept his head bowed, stealing glances at Lin Chia, his face awash with embarrassment. He vividly remembered that day when he was preoccupied with fleeing and accidentally collided with Lin Chia. Once he had escaped, he had presumed that the blind Lin Chia would never manage to elude the clutches of that monstrous creature. Though he felt a twinge of guilt for a fleeting moment, he soon dismissed it. Little did he anticipate that it was Jiang Qian who had perished, while Lin Chia, whom he had least expected to survive, had indeed lived on. Moreover, his sight had been restored. In that instant, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss, grappling with a tumult of emotions, embarrassment, guilt, frustration, or perhaps regret. Although Lin Chia had his back turned to Lu Yuan, he could discern the myriad of emotions playing across the latter's face through his mental perception, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. At that moment, another figure approached Lin Chia. Li Yifei stood awkwardly beside Lin Chia's desk, his expression tinged with discomfort. After glancing around, he leaned closer to Lin Chia's ear and whispered, Chia, could you step out with me for a moment? There are a few things I wish to discuss. Lin Chia hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Chapter 21. Apologies in the Corridor. I am truly sorry, Chi. I deeply regret my actions. Li Yifei stood there, his head bowed, repeatedly acknowledging his wrongdoing. I was overwhelmed with fear at that moment. I didn't think it through. I just ran away. I left you and Jiang Qian behind, and I caused her distress. He did not expect forgiveness, but, as classmates, he still hoped to express his remorse. I am sincerely sorry. Li Yifei dared not meet Lin Chi's gaze, yet his words were imbued with sincerity. Once he finished speaking, Lin Chi slowly replied, It is only natural to prioritize one's safety in the face of danger. There is nothing wrong with that. He placed a reassuring hand on Li Yifei's shoulder and added, If I were in your position, I would have fled even faster. Li Yifei scratched his head, as if recalling something. By the way, did you also sign that confidentiality agreement? Lin Qiyi paused, hesitating for a moment before nodding. It appeared that Zhao Kongqing had not deceived him. They truly would not take action against the witnesses. It was only reasonable that Li Yifei, having escaped from the monster that night, would sign the confidentiality agreement upon being discovered. If he was not mistaken, Lu Yuan had likely signed the same agreement as well. Although he had not yet signed it himself, it was only a matter of time. It would be difficult to explain to Li Yifei that he had not yet signed. In truth, even if they did not allow him to sign, he would remain silent about it. Li Yifei sighed. That scene is one I never wish to recall for the rest of my life. Moreover, after signing the agreement, should I breach it, I would face the dire consequences of imprisonment. I certainly do not wish to be the architect of my own demise. Resting his hands on the railing of the corridor, Li Yifei gazed down at the bustling campus below, a flicker of yearning glimmering in his eyes. In truth, I would rather join them. Lin Qiyi expressed surprise. You wish to join them? Indeed. When I signed the agreement, I expressed my willingness to forego my studies to join their ranks. Alas, they turned me away. Why do you desire to join? Although your grades are not particularly impressive, aren't you on the verge of being admitted to the sports academy? Being a mere athlete is rather unexciting. Rather, one could say, being an ordinary person is exceedingly mundane. Li Yifei's eyes gradually brightened. Envisioning himself as a member of a mysterious and formidable organization, silently battling the enemies lurking within human society, amassing countless achievements. When the day arrives that all is revealed, the world shall remember my name. His fist clenched tightly in excitement as he proclaimed, this is the dream of countless men. This is what constitutes a meaningful life. You are indulging in fanciful thoughts. Lin Qiyi bluntly shattered his illusions. Perhaps you would meet your demise on your very first mission. Torn to shreds by monsters and left nameless in the depths of the mountains, with your parents possibly never knowing of your fate. You would depart this world all alone. Li Yifei, Qiyi, your imagination is rather gruesome, isn't it? This is not mere imagination. Lin Qiyi shook his head. What you just mentioned is the reality. Li Yifei sighed helplessly. Regardless of the circumstances, it mattered not if they rejected him. He had no need to dwell on it further. He resolved to carry this secret to his grave. Indeed, Lin Qiyi glanced at the time. It was time to return, as class was about to commence. As they walked back to the classroom, Lin Qiyi noticed that Li Yifei appeared significantly more relaxed compared to before. It seemed that the guilt he harbored regarding Lin Qiyi and Jiang Qian had indeed burdened him greatly. In terms of fleeing, Li Yifei and Lu Yuan had made entirely different choices. Lin Qiyi harbored no particular interest in seeking trouble with Lu Yuan. However, should the opportunity arise in the future, he would not mind imparting a lesson to him. After a day of classes, Lin Qiyi shouldered his backpack and made his way home. The recent deaths of Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian had caused considerable turmoil for the school, leading to the cancellation of evening study sessions, thus permitting students to return home early. What surprised Lin Qiyi was the seemingly elevated authority of the night watchers. Generally, after the deaths of two students, individuals like Lin Qiyi and Li Yifei, who had been in the company of the deceased, would inevitably face police inquiries. Yet, 2 days had passed since the incidents, and still, no one had come to question them. It seems that the night watchers have completely taken over this case. Their authority so formidable that the local police dare not speak of it. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. By around 6 o'clock, the daylight had already faded into obscurity. Lin Qiyi furrowed his brow. He had forgotten his umbrella and could only hasten homeward. The rain intensified, and by the time Lin Qiyi hurried back, he resembled a drenched chicken. However, as soon as he opened the door, a rich aroma of cooking enveloped him, extinguishing all his negative thoughts. Ah, Xiaoqi, my dear child, why have you returned in such a state? Exclaimed his aunt, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. Rushing to his side. The rain was rather heavy, and I didn't bring an umbrella, Lin Qiyi replied with a smile. Without an umbrella, you should have sought shelter somewhere, or called me to pick you up. What if you catch a cold from being out in the rain? His aunt chided playfully. Lin Qiyi chuckled, scratching his head, and remained silent. Quickly dry off. Oh, by the way, your teacher just came looking for you. I asked him to wait in your room. His aunt seemed to remember something. Teacher? Lin Qiyi was taken aback. Yes, your physical education teacher. He mentioned he needed to discuss something with you. Hurry and meet him. Don't keep your teacher waiting. Lin Qiyi grabbed a towel, bewilderedly drying his hair. What on earth? His physical education teacher came looking for him? He had only just transferred a few days ago and hadn't even attended a physical education class. Why seek him out? Could it be? A thought flashed through Lin Chiya's mind as he dropped the towel and hurriedly entered his room. There, he found a familiar middle-aged man reclining in a chair, holding a teacup, and smiling at him. Lin Chiya furrowed his brows. It's you? How did you find my home? Zhao Conqing smiled faintly, lifting a crest from the table and shaking it. Ever since that night you rejected me, I've been cautious. Last night, I slipped this into your pocket. It has a tracking function. Lin Chiya locked the door behind him and walked straight to the bedside, sitting down. I told you, I will not join you. I understand, which is why I am not here for that, Zhao Conqing replied. Are you here to have me sign a confidentiality agreement? Not at all. Zhao Conqing shook his head. I reported to others that you have gone missing. Since I've decided to let you go, I cannot have you sign any agreement. Otherwise, if they find out you are not actually missing, they will send others to persuade you, and they will not be as easy to deal with as I am. Lin Chiya was taken aback. So you were here too? Zhao Conqing pulled a roll of parchment from his pocket and placed it on Lin Chiya's desk, slowly unfurling it. The benefits of being a night watchman are far better than you might imagine. I have been working for many years and have quite a bit of savings, he said as he unfolded the parchment, his voice trailing off. At the moment the parchment opened, Lin Chiya's gaze sharpened. Inside, there lies a substantial stack of money. Chapter 22 General Zhao Lin Chiya furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean by that? Zhao Conqing offered a slight smile, unhurriedly retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. Do you mind? I do mind. Zhao Conqing sighed softly and returned the cigarette to his pocket, leaning back against the chair, a glimmer of nostalgia surfacing in his eyes. In my youth, I was much like you. To be candid, this opening is somewhat cliché. Never mind, please continue. When I was 6, my father passed away due to illness. My mother worked 2 jobs to barely raise me, Zhao Conqing said, his hand gently rubbing the cigarette case, his tone remarkably calm. In those days, life moved at a leisurely pace. My mother hoped for nothing more than for me to complete middle school, return to become a village official, marry a young bride, and have a few children, living happily together as a family. You know, young people often experience a rebellious phase. When I graduated from middle school, my grades were quite good. Returning to become a village official would not have been difficult. Yet, disregarding her wishes, I resolutely chose to enlist in the military. In truth, she did not actively oppose my decision. She simply appeared somewhat discontented. On the day I left home, she stood at the door, silently watching me. As I made my way down the path behind the house, her gaze remained fixed upon me. Even when I reached the village gate, she continued to observe my departure. Later, when I arrived at the bus station in the city, unable to quell my anxiety, I stealthily returned to take a glance, only to find her still standing there, lost in thought, staring in the direction I had gone. To be honest, at that moment, I seriously contemplated staying behind, forsaking my departure. Yet, in the end, I steeled my resolve and enlisted in the military. Zhao Conqing sighed deeply and continued. Subsequently, my rank steadily ascended, leading me to the special forces, and due to my proficiency in close combat, I was reassigned to the night watch. During a subsequent leave, I returned home to visit my mother, only to discover. Zhao Conqing paused abruptly. Lin Chiya cautiously inquired, your mother has passed away? No. She has remarried. Lin Chiya, my mother worked tirelessly in her youth, straining her health. Initially, she hoped I would return to the village to take on a leadership role, which would allow me to care for her. However, at that time, I was oblivious to this layer of concern and chose to enlist. Eventually, she could no longer endure alone and decided to marry, seeking someone to care for her in her old age. Regrettably, by then, I had already joined the night watch and could not remain by her side to provide for her. Frankly speaking, when I heard the news of her remarriage, I felt an immense sense of relief. Lin Chiya pondered for a moment. So what is the purpose of you sharing this with me? Zhao Conqing slowly rose to his feet, gazing into Lin Chiya's eyes. We have all cherished something dear to us. However, as we grow, we often unconsciously overlook their existence, drawn instead to other distractions that captivate our attention. I was once like that, but you are different, Lin Chiya. You are wiser than I was in my youth, more perceptive. You possess your own thoughts and desire to remain by your family's side, offering them companionship. That is truly commendable. Since you have chosen this path, I encourage you to walk it resolutely. Protecting the world can be entrusted to those of us who are capable. He turned and picked up the parchment from the table, extending it towards Lin Chiya. I recently encountered your aunt. Individuals of her caliber are indeed rare in this era. I am aware of your family's current circumstances. So take this money. Lin Chiya hesitated not for a moment, declaring, I do not need it. I am a night watchman. I lack for nothing. Then I shall not take it either. This is for your aunt. You must accept it. My aunt would refuse it as well. Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly as he and Lin Xie locked eyes for an extended moment, neither willing to yield. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Kongqing spoke again. Lin Xie, I have grown weary, unable to witness the regrets of my past manifest anew before my eyes, even if it is through another. Then you may simply close your eyes and not look. Lin Xie's demeanor was resolute. Although our family is impoverished, we possess our own principles. I shall not accept money from a soldier. Moreover, I have regained my sight and possess the ability to forge my own path, ensuring that regrets do not befall me. Zhao Kongqing opened his mouth, seemingly inclined to speak, yet ultimately fell silent, managing only a bitter smile. Wouldn't it be better for you to take this money back for your wife and children? Lin Xie continued. I have already stated that the benefits for the night watchman are substantial, even if I were to perish on the battlefield. My wife and children would never suffer from hunger or want, and they would have the opportunity to attend prestigious universities, securing a bright future. Seeing that he could not persuade Lin Xie, Zhao Kongqing reluctantly placed the leather bag back into his possession. Do you not have any dreams of your own? He inquired. My dreams? Zhao Kongqing resumed his seat, his eyebrows raised. Indeed, I have dreams, which have existed since my childhood. What are they? To rise to the rank of general in the military, to wear an array of glorious medals upon my chest, donning my military uniform, returning to my village in splendor, making those who look down upon my mother aware that her son is a general. A radiant light flickered in Zhao Kongqing's eyes. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback as he found himself contemplating Zhao Kongqing, who seemed reminiscent of Li Yifei. They appeared to belong to the same ilk. Have you achieved that dream yet? Not yet. I am still far from it. Zhao Kongqing smiled wryly, acknowledging that as a night watchman, he could not ostentatiously flaunt his merit medals. This dream, alas, must remain just that, a dream. Lin Xie fell into silence. Very well, since it is thus, I too must take my leave. Zhao Kongqing rose and approached Lin Xie, extending his right hand. I wish you a bright future, Lin Xie. Lin Xie gazed at Zhao Kongqing's face, which seemed less oily than before. He reached out, grasping Zhao's hand firmly. May you one day be adorned with merits, General Zhao. Zhao Kongqing smiled and turned to depart. Wait, your emblem? Lin Xie called out, picking up the emblem from the table and waving it. Zhao Kongqing slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Look at my memory. I almost forgot. This is my lifeline. He took the emblem, glanced at it, and seemed to recall something. By the way, did you notice the words on the back? I did. What do you think? Are they impressive? Very impressive. Did you write them? No, that is our oath taken upon entering the night watch. Zhao Kongqing tossed the emblem into the air like a coin, catching it deftly before placing it in his pocket. However, I truly like it. Wait, what now? It's raining heavily outside. You should take this umbrella. Thank you, but this umbrella shall not be returned. Take it as a reward for safeguarding the earth, he said. Interesting, indeed. Well, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Zhao Kongqing, clutching a black umbrella, opened the door and stepped outside, while Lin Xie stood by the window, silently watching him depart. In the rain, he rubbed the emblem in his pocket with his fingers, softly murmuring, Should the dark night descend, I shall stand before the multitude. Sword drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. The rain intensified. Zhao Kongqing, unhurried, settled into the black sedan, retrieving a cigarette case from his pocket, ready to relish a fleeting moment of tranquility. At that very instant, his earpiece emitted a sudden sound. A man's voice resonated from within. His hand, poised to grasp the cigarette, trembled violently, and his pupils contracted sharply. Chapter 23. The Phantom King Shao-Chi. Has your teacher left? After bidding farewell to Zhao Kongqing, Aunt hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. Oh dear, why didn't you let him stay for a meal before he departed? This child. Lin Xie shook his head. He has something to attend to and wouldn't linger for dinner. What did your teacher say? Nothing much. Just that he had some sort of sports test and came specifically to inquire about my eyesight. That teacher Zhao is truly a good person, taking the time to visit a student's home to check on them. By the way, before you returned, he even helped me wash the vegetables in the kitchen. He may appear quite robust, but I was surprised by his meticulousness. Aunt wiped her hands on her apron and turned off the rumbling range hood. Dinner is nearly ready. Call your brother to join us. All right. A moment later, the family of three gathered neatly around the table, which was adorned with 7 delectable dishes. A feast for the senses that stirred one's appetite. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed chicken soup, dry-fried green beans, and sweet and sour ribs. Yang Jing gazed at the bountiful spread and swallowed hard. Mom, when was the last time our meals were this lavish? Xiaoqi's eyes have improved. This is an occasion worth celebrating, even more so than the New Year, Aunt declared with certainty. Lin Qiye lowered his gaze, glancing at the eagerly wagging tail of Xiao Hailai, and chuckled. It seems tonight, Xiao Hailai will also enjoy a sumptuous feast. Consider it a treat for him. Auntie smiled as she lifted the teacup before her, toasting to the recovery of Xiaoqi's eyesight. Cheers! Cheers! Beneath the dim clouds, the twilight glow had long since vanished, and the world seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness. The rain danced in the wind. Light shimmered in the distant urban landscape. Within this dilapidated old residential area, a figure clad in a dark red cloak dashed through the rain, clutching a large suitcase. Raindrops trickled down Zhao Kongqing's cheeks. Despite being summer rain, it bore an inexplicable chill. Are you certain that the ghost-faced king is truly headed this way? Zhao Kongqing inquired, his brow furrowed. In his earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated. Uncertain. 10 minutes ago, our search team discovered traces of the ghost-faced king's blood in the nearby sewer system. Based on its trajectory, the destination can only be either this old residential area or the city center. So there are two potential destinations? Indeed. What shall we do then? Should we split into two teams to monitor both? In theory, yes, but the city center is teeming with people, making it difficult to disperse the crowd. Should the ghost-faced king appear in the city center, it would not only result in significant casualties, but also incite widespread panic. Therefore, we have dispatched most of our forces to the city center for reinforcement. What about the old residential area? If the ghost-faced king were to manifest here, the residents would also be in peril. The residents of the old residential area are few and dispersed, making evacuation easier compared to the city center. Moreover, even if the Phantom King were to arrive here, it would not cause significant damage, would it? Zhao Kongqing's voice carried a hint of anger, after all. Those living here are real people. Calm down, Lao Zhao. Wu Xiangnan's tone was exceedingly serious. I have never suggested abandoning the old residential area. Now that Hong Ying has already sent people there, your task is to evacuate the residents of the old residential area as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, even if the Phantom King truly approaches your location, do not engage it directly. The Phantom King is beyond your capabilities to confront, if necessary. Open the boundless void to contain it. Zhao Kongqing slowly relaxed his clenched fists and let out a sigh. Understood, though a sense of indignation lingered in his heart. He recognized that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. After all, if the Phantom King were to reach the city center, the dense population would provide ample opportunities for it to hide in shadowy corners and inflict harm, allowing it to recover its strength. Moreover, should it become exposed to the public, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Thus, deploying more personnel to the city center would be necessary, as it would never feel sufficient. In contrast, the old residential area has fewer inhabitants, with considerable distances between them. Even if the Phantom King were to come here, it would require time to recover, with a low probability of exposure. In this context, Wu Xiangnan's decision to send personnel to the old residential area is commendable. Now, he must urgently evacuate the residents of the old neighborhood. It is a race against time. Zhao Kongqing's figure darted through the rain, astonishingly swift. As the falling raindrops splashed against his suitcase, creating a cascade of crystalline droplets, not far away, through the hazy mist, the familiar low house became increasingly distinct. Just a few moments ago, he had emerged from there. Zhao Kongqing's heart was a tumult of emotions. Calculating the time, that family must be starting their dinner now, right? He recalled the sweet and sour ribs, the tomato and egg dish, and the dry-fried green beans. Ah, yes, he had washed those green beans himself. Damn it. Just moments ago, he had been posturing before that kid, claiming to take on the world as protection. And now he had to knock on their door to urge them to evacuate. How humiliating. However, this was not the time to dwell on pride. Zhao Kongqing surged forward through the puddles, but suddenly, an overwhelmingly repugnant odor assaulted his nostrils. His pupils dilated in shock, and he abruptly came to a halt. The cacophony of the rain filled Zhao Kongqing's mind as he cautiously and slowly turned his neck, his eyes wide open, fearful of missing any detail. Then, his gaze fell upon a manhole cover not far away. The stench grew increasingly potent. Zhao Kongqing gripped the handle of his suitcase tightly, took a deep breath, bent slightly, and placed the suitcase on the ground. He is acutely aware of what the foul odor signifies. In his report, the Watcher Zhao Kongqing reveals the discovery of the Phantom King in the old residential area. He activates his earpiece, his voice remarkably composed. As he speaks, he presses a button on his suitcase. With a snap, the suitcase springs open, revealing 3 impeccably arranged and pristine signboards within. Zhao Kongqing hoists the signboards, placing one down at his current location before swiftly darting towards another point. Almost simultaneously, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonates through the earpiece. Received. I have already issued the command. The night watchers are en route to the old residential area, and Hong Ying and her team will arrive shortly, within 10 minutes at most. 10 minutes. Old Zhao set up the boundless void to temporarily trap it. Zhao Kongqing sets down the second signboard while rushing towards another vertex of the triangle, expressing his frustration. Xiangnan. The boundless void is intended for concealing battles, not for entrapment. It cannot contain the Phantom King for 10 minutes. The rain cascades down the sloped ground, trickling into a manhole cover, when suddenly the entire cover begins to tremble violently, and the rainwater inside erupts like a boiling spring, surging uncontrollably outward. Regardless, do not engage the Phantom King directly? Wu Xiangnan's voice grows increasingly anxious. Old Zhao, the old residential area is vast, even if the Phantom King emerges. It may not cause immediate damage. In these fleeting 10 minutes, even if it results in the demise of several individuals, it would scarcely restore a significant amount of strength. The casualties inflicted upon innocents by the mysterious force occur every moment, and as night watchmen, we are not deities. We cannot prevent every loss of life. To sacrifice a core member for the sake of a gravely wounded Phantom King would be an utterly disproportionate trade. Zhao, can you hear me? With a thunderous crash, the manhole cover was propelled skyward like a cannonball, revealing the gaping maw of the sewer. A grotesque arm lunged out, followed by a creature that was several times larger than the original Phantom King. Zhao Kongqing observed this scene with calmness, gently placing down the final notice board in his grasp. He bit into his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to stain the surface of the board. Xiangnan, do you still remember the value once made? Zhao Kongqing gazed at the Phantom King before him, slightly crouching as his peripheral vision caught sight of a modest residential building nearby. Should the dark night descend, I shall stand before countless souls. This time, I do not have multitudes at my back, but rather, the entire world of that child. His hands suddenly came together in prayer. An invisible canvas enveloped this small triangle. Forbidden Ruins, the Unbound Void. Chapter 24. Heavy Rain. Shao Qi, do not solely consume vegetables. Indulge in some pork ribs as well. Aunt picked up a piece of rib and placed it in Lin Qiye's bowl. Lin Qiye smiled and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Aunt. Today is a splendid occasion. One must eat heartily and not concern Aunt with expenses. Understood, Aunt. Jean, you should eat more too. You are in a crucial stage of growth. Jean? Jean. Lin Qiye called out to Yang Jin, who appeared lost in thought. Huh? Oh. I'm on it. Yang Jin snapped back to reality, scratching his head. What a child, so distracted lately. Has he become picky now? And shot Yang Jin a disapproving glance and added a few more pieces of meat to his bowl. Perhaps the pressure from his assignments is overwhelming. Lin Qiye remarked with a smile as he picked up a recently gnawed bone, glancing around with a hint of confusion on his face. Aunt, regaining her composure, exclaimed in surprise, how strange. Where is Xiaohei Lai? It usually shows the most enthusiasm during meals, yet now, with bones to savor, its shadow is nowhere to be seen. As if responding to the call, Xiaohei Lai peeked its head from the balcony and barked. Woof! Lin Qiye waved the bone in the air, beckoning Xiaohei Lai to come and eat. But the little creature merely glanced at the bone and then out the window, appearing somewhat conflicted. What is the matter with this little one today? And inquired. Her brow furrowed in suspicion. Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment, clutching the bone as he rose to his feet and stepped onto the balcony. He gently patted the head of the little black bat and softly inquired, What troubles you? Is there something outside? He tossed the bone onto the ground. And as the bat began to gnaw at it, he turned his gaze out the window. In the vast expanse of the night, amidst the torrential downpour, there was nothing to be seen. Not even a glimmer of light from the distant residential buildings. The world was enveloped in profound silence, as if only the endless rain remained. How peculiar, there appears to be nothing. Lin Qiye murmured to himself, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, a series of sounds emanated from outside, reminiscent of someone tapping on the window. He glanced back and discovered a small bat outside. The creature seemed soaked by the rain, incessantly colliding against the glass, seeking refuge from the deluge. Lin Qiye's eyes gradually brightened. It dawned on him that he had yet to utilize the ability to communicate with nocturnal beings bestowed upon him by the Starry Night Dancer. Encountering a bat was a rare opportunity to test this newfound skill. Thus, Lin Qiye stood quietly by the window, observing the bat. Xiaoqi, what are you doing over there? Come back for dinner, or the food will get cold. His aunt called out, noticing his distraction. Yet Lin Qiye remained as still as a statue, transfixed in place. Just as his aunt was about to utter another word, Lin Qiye abruptly turned his head. His eyes trembling with intensity, he hurriedly ran to the door and slipped on his shoes. Xiaoqi, what are you up to? I suddenly remembered something important. I need to step out for a while. Silly child, what are you saying? It's dark outside and pouring rain. Why would you go out? It's something important. Then what about the meal? I'll eat when I return. As Auntie stared in bewilderment, Lin Qiye had already donned his shoes and hastily opened the door, preparing to leave. Just then, Yang Jin's voice rang out. Brother, the rain is heavy. You shouldn't go. No, I must go. No matter how significant the matter, others will attend to it. Even if the earth is indifferent to your absence, it continues to revolve. Yet, there are certain things I must accomplish. Lin Qiye took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Don't worry too much. It's just a minor issue. Once it's resolved, I shall return. After all, it's rare to enjoy such a delightful meal. I can't bear to waste it. I'm off. Lin Qiye swiftly shut the door and dashed down the stairs. Once he had gone far, Annie suddenly came to her senses. Hurried to the door and shouted down, Silly child. With such heavy rain, take an umbrella. In the corridor, Lin Qiye's footsteps grew fainter and no one responded. Annie sighed in resignation as she returned to her seat, suddenly feeling that the meal before her had lost its appeal. Yang Jin sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the torrential rain outside, enveloped in silence. Amidst the downpour, the sound of a lighter flickering echoed as Zhao Conqing pressed the ignition repeatedly. Yet the sparks were swiftly extinguished by the relentless rain. With a cigarette clenched between his lips, he let out a resigned sigh, lamenting his misfortune that day. Not far from him, the ghost-faced king loomed like a demon amidst the rain, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The ghost-faced king was markedly different from ordinary ghost-faced beings. Its physique was at least twice that of an average creature, resembling a small mountain from a distance. Furthermore, while common ghost-faced beings scuttled on all fours like beasts, the ghost-faced king stood upright on two legs, chest out, and head held high. If one were to disregard its pallid visage and its long, crimson tongue, it bore a striking resemblance to a human. Yet, this fearsome entity was marred with numerous wounds, each gash seemingly carved into its flesh, leaving it drenched in blood. Observing the injuries adorning the ghost-faced king, Zhao Conqing clicked his tongue in admiration. The captain is indeed formidable to inflict such severe damage upon it. It appears he has been holding back during our practice sessions. Even a severely injured monster from the Chuan realm was still a formidable opponent. Zhao Conqing pondered how many moves he could withstand under its might. As he murmured to himself, he reached for the hilt of his straight blade resting on his shoulder, slowly drawing it forth. The pale blue blade sliced through the rain, emitting a faint hum. A torrential downpour, a solitary cigarette, a cloak draped over the shoulders, and a gleaming dagger. The king of ghostly faces gazed at Zhao Conqing, his scarlet tongue flickering, and a sanguinary thirst gleamed within his eyes. In an instant, both combatants sprang into action. Zhao Conqing, wielding the dagger, shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, his gaze icy, exuding a lethal intent. His speed was remarkable. Yet the king of ghostly faces was swifter still. The creature's colossal form burst through the curtain of rain, its ghastly visage contorting violently. Akin to a predator that has caught sight of its prey, unable to suppress its fervent delight. Clang, clang. In the moment their figures collided, the air was rent with the sharp metallic sounds of their weapons clashing, as the radiant sparks erupted from the contact of claws and blade. Zhao Conqing, a master of close combat, unleashed a series of 3 precise strikes aimed at the vital points of the king of ghostly faces. Yet each was thwarted with even greater speed. He managed but 3 strikes before the overwhelming force of the king sent him reeling, landing awkwardly in the mire below. The chasm between them was insurmountable, one a mythical being of formidable strength and extraordinary physique, the other merely a mortal man, armed with skills and experience. Rising from the mud, Zhao Conqing spat out the drenched remnants of his cigarette, cursing under his breath. So what if you're a mythical creature? Is brute strength all that matters? The king of ghostly faces harbored no intentions of engaging in a fair duel, as he roared towards Zhao Conqing, his voice resonating like thunder. As he approached, a colossal, menacing visage of a ghost gradually emerged upon the ground, centered around the king of ghostly faces. Zhao Conqing's expression shifted dramatically. The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176. The Ghostly Face Manifestation. Chapter 25. The demon face of the earth in the instant the ghastly visage manifested. Zhao Kongqing felt as though the very fabric of the universe had been upended, an unprecedented wave of vertigo crashing over him. His brow furrowed, his body taut with tension. As he struggled to regain his balance, before his eyes, the world appeared akin to a whirling kaleidoscope, disordered and fragmented, elusive and unfathomable. Alas, it can still wield the forbidden abyss. I am truly ensnared. Zhao Kongqing murmured, the words of Wu Xiangnan echoing in his mind from before the battle. Forbidden Abyss Sequence 176, the demon face of the earth, within its confines, possesses the ability to deceive the perceptions of all beings whose realms are less than or equal to its own, distorting the very concept of space. In the realm of the demon face, up, down, left, right, forward, and backward may shift at the whim of the demon face king, although one may, to a certain extent, counteract this with their own awareness and experience. It is indisputable that within this forbidden abyss, all of one's offensive capabilities will be compromised, rendering their combat power significantly diminished. Thus, save for the captain, who also resides within the Chuan realm, no other members may confront the demon face king directly. Otherwise, it would lead only to certain demise. Indeed, this is a profoundly repugnant forbidden abyss. As a first-hand witness, Zhao Kongqing truly grasped the grotesque nature of this realm. So, the captain managed to severely wound the demon face king within this very abyss. He too is a peculiar being. Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes. Roar, roar, roar. Roars echoed from all directions, rendering it impossible to ascertain the location of the phantom masked king. The earth trembled faintly, and Zhao Kongqing could sense the ominous presence drawing near. From where would it emerge? In the realm of reality, with eyes shut tight against the grotesque visage of the phantom mask, Zhao stood resolutely like a statue. Hands gripping his blade directed forward, his brow furrowed deeply. Unbeknownst to him, the phantom masked king had stealthily positioned itself behind him. Within Zhao's perception, his senses sight, sound, smell, and touch were rapidly distorted, as if he had been thrust into an immensely powerful washing machine, inundated with erroneous information that obscured the reality surrounding him. The phantom masked king's eyes fixated on the unsuspecting Zhao, its pallid face contorting into a bloodthirsty grin. It leaned forward slightly before bursting through the curtain of rain like a colossal projectile, its form moving so swiftly that it left an afterimage in its wake. Sharp claws glinted with a chilling light as they slashed towards Zhao's neck. It seemed to anticipate the exhilaration of warm blood gushing forth, saturating its body in a euphoric scene. Yet, just as its talons were about to make contact with Zhao's flesh, an unexpected twist occurred. It was as if Zhao's back had gained a sense of awareness, allowing him to pivot sharply and narrowly evade the phantom masked king's strike. In the next instant, the straight blade in his hand traced a graceful arc through the rain, aimed directly at the phantom masked king's head. A sharp clattering sound echoed as the ghost-faced king tightly grasped the blade of Zhao Kongqing's sword, then delivered a powerful kick that sent Zhao soaring through the air like a sandbag. Yet, even this could not conceal the astonishment reflected in its eyes. It could not fathom how Zhao Kongqing had detected its assault. Zhao landed heavily on the ground, crying out in pain as he struggled to rise, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a smirk. Was it a surprise? An unexpected twist? Zhao propped himself up with his straight sword, grinning, a look brimming with derision. You truly are a perverse entity of the Forbidden Ruins. Under ordinary circumstances, I would undoubtedly have fallen victim to your scheme and succumbed to your hands. Alas, Zhao extended a finger to the sky, noting the rain that fell today. You can deceive the senses of living beings, yet you cannot obstruct the rain that descends under the force of gravity. The droplets striking my skin provide me with tactile feedback. You may alter my perception, making me feel as though the rain is cascading from all directions, yet I can use this to deduce the true source of the downpour. Once I ascertain a standard direction, the remainder becomes significantly simpler. Zhao Kongqing chuckled darkly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and with an air of arrogance, raised his sword, its edge aimed squarely at the ghost-faced king. I'm not boasting. Had I possessed the Forbidden Ruins as well, you would have met your demise countless times over. The ghost-faced king, successfully provoked by Zhao Kongqing, charged at him with wild ferocity. Zhao Kongqing, eyes still closed, predicted the direction of the ghost-faced king's assault. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Kongqing engaged in a fierce melee with the ghost-faced king, relying on his terrifying combat instinct and experience to parry several strikes. However, that was the limit of his endurance. Under the relentless assault of the ghost-faced king, The mortal Zhao Kongqing soon found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, suffering a devastating blow to the chest that shattered 2 ribs, sending him flying. It took him a full 5 seconds to struggle back to his feet. Had it not been for his blade, which absorbed some of the damage, this strike could have very well claimed his life. Coughing violently, he expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion paling considerably. The ghost-faced king loomed ominously in the rain, its gaze piercing, advancing steadily towards him. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from behind Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing, Zhao Kongqing, Zhao Kongqing. He paused, momentarily taken aback, a faint recognition stirring within him. Wait, isn't that? He opened his mouth as if to speak, but after a brief hesitation, chose silence instead, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. At that moment, outside the boundless void, Lin Xie stood in a nearby clearing, rain drenching his hair, seemingly oblivious as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhao Kongqing, do not hide. I am aware of your presence in this vicinity, Lin Xie exclaimed. After a moment of silence, he listened intently, but apart from the incessant patter of rain, there was nothing else. Damn it. The bat had clearly witnessed a cloaked figure vanish alongside a creature. How could there be no trace? Had he truly misjudged the situation? With a furrowed brow, Lin Xie scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. A mere 10 meters away stood 3 peculiar signposts, eerily isolated. Approaching, he wiped the rainwater from the surface of the signposts and softly read the inscribed words. No entry ahead? When was this sign erected? Moreover, the arrangement seemed rather bizarre. Lin Xie pondered deeply, and then, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes brightened. He recalled mentioning that his forbidden realm served as a concealed battleground, a place known as the Boundless Void. Carefully scrutinizing the 3 signposts before him, a smile crept across his lips. Once more, he raised his voice and shouted, Zhao Kongqing, I know you are within the Boundless Void. Open the door and let me in. 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhao Kongqing's voice echoed from behind the signposts. What the hell are you doing wandering around at this hour instead of eating? Get the hell out of here. Chapter 26. The vanishing moonlight. Zhao Kongqing was perplexed. In such heavy rain, what was this fellow doing wandering about? Moreover, he had already opened the Boundless Void, so how did he know of his presence here? It was particularly irksome that he arrived just as Zhao was being pinned down and pummeled. If he were to witness that, how embarrassing. Furthermore, he had just declared that safeguarding the world was entrusted to him. Now, if he were to inadvertently drag Lin Xie into this, and should anything unfortunate befall him, Zhao Kongqing would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. What do you care about my outing? I am aware you are engaged in a battle with that ghastly-faced man inside. Let me in. I can hold my own quite well now. Lin Xie's voice resonated from outside. You can hold your own? Nonsense. Zhao Kongqing retorted. This is no mere ghastly-faced man. This is the ghastly-faced king. The Chuan realm. He is 2 whole realms above your pathetic Zhan realm. Do you think a high school student can contend with him? Besides, weren't you always terrified of death? Why the reckless bravado now? Get back home and have your dinner. I'm telling you now, with me, Zhao Kongqing, present, this creature will not harm even a hair on your family. Tons have changed. Although I fear death, I cannot repay the kindness of others with indifference. Lin Xie shouted from outside. While our family enjoys a delightful meal inside, you expect me to let you face the ghastly-faced king alone. If you wish to be an unsung hero, I shall not permit it. To eat, one must wait until the ghost-faced king is vanquished. Return with me to feast. Lin Xie forcefully collided with the air beside the notice board, yet it seemed as though an invisible barrier separated the domain from the outside world, rendering his efforts futile. Within the domain, Zhao Kongqing was once again sent flying by the ghost-faced king, lying incapacitated on the ground for a considerable time before he managed to prop himself up with his blade. Do not exert yourself. Cough, cough. Although I lack a realm, my open Wujie void is more than sufficient to block those beneath the pool realm. To enter here, there are but 2 possibilities. Either I allow you passage, or you shall have to wait for my demise. You cannot even shatter my Wujie void. Confronting the ghost-faced king here is no different from seeking death. Zhao Kongqing's gaze remained fixed upon the ghost-faced king, his voice growing increasingly frail. Once he uttered his final words, the commotion from outside ceased. There were no further attempts to breach the Wujie void, nor any other sounds to be heard. Zhao Kongqing counted a second, then 2, then 3. A smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. This is it. Obediently return home for a meal. As for the rest, leave it to us night watchers. With great effort, Zhao Kongqing stood upright, gasping for breath. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Each inhalation sent waves of excruciating pain through his body, causing it to tremble slightly. His body had reached its limits. Before him, the ghost-faced king loomed like a small mountain amidst the rain, covered in wounds both old and new. Yet it remains vibrant and unyielding. Showing no signs of faltering, this is the extraordinary constitution of mythical beings. Zhao Kongqing gripped the dagger in one hand while his other hand trembled as it delved into his pocket. Moments later, he extracted a medallion. Etched upon the medallion were two crossed straight blades, beneath which lay a name, Zhao Kongqing. In a moment of reverie, Zhao Kongqing felt as though he had returned to the time when he had just joined the Night Watch, still a mere novice. The medallion symbolizes the very essence of the Night Watch. It represents not only faith, but also the spirit of combat. Within the inner side of this medallion, a small needle is embedded. Upon pressing a switch, it will spring forth, coated at its tip with a substance known as demoness call. When this substance pierces the skin, it ignites all of a person's latent potential in a brief span, allowing those who already possess the forbidden domain to harness its formidable power for a tremendous enhancement. For those without the forbidden domain, demoness call will forcibly stimulate the body, awakening the dormant forbidden domain hidden within the very essence of life. This means that, during the duration of the substance's effect, it grants those lacking the forbidden domain a fleeting experience of its power. This is a method of mutual destruction, a means of turning the tide in desperate circumstances, and the singular opportunity for warriors devoid of the forbidden domain to experience it in their lifetime. It must not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Clutching the medallion, Zhao Kongqing found his body trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at the approaching demon-faced king. A smile creeping onto his lips. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? The rain pours down in torrents. The water mingled with blood cascades down Zhao Kongqing's arm, dripping onto the surface of the emblem, unperturbed by whether the ghost-faced king can hear or comprehend. Zhao Kongqing murmurs to himself amidst the downpour. Men are always drawn to extraordinary powers, dreaming that one day they too can traverse the heavens and the earth, shatter mountains with a single blow, and command the clouds with a thought. Having served as a night watchman for so many years, I have long awaited the awakening of my forbidden realm. Alas, now in my 40s, I have yet to witness its manifestation. Truth be told, it is quite challenging to survive among the night watchmen without a forbidden realm. Each time I witness my captain and the others fighting with their forbidden realms, their prowess is simply breathtaking, leaving me with a twinge of envy. I often contemplate that if I were to encounter an insurmountable foe one day, I must attempt ghostly summons before my demise to glimpse my forbidden realm. Even if I were to perish, I would do so with a smile. Regardless, I am grateful to you for granting me this opportunity. Zhao Kongqing extended his palm, allowing the rainwater to wash over the emblem's surface. He gently rubbed his fingers along the side of the emblem, and a slender silver needle sprang forth. Taking a deep breath, he plunged the silver needle into his palm. Damn, that stings. Zhao Kongqing grimaced and muttered under his breath. In that very moment, the needle pierced his skin. An overwhelming pain receded like the tide, replaced by an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. His entire being pulsated with an unprecedented vitality, as if each cell were intoxicated, and his heart thundered like the drums of war echoing across a battlefield, rapid and potent. Simultaneously, a mysterious force field radiated outward from Zhao Kongqing, its epicenter. His eyes gleamed with an intense light. The ghost-faced king, sensing imminent danger, let out a low growl and sprinted through the rain, propelled by a terrifying kinetic energy. Zhao Kongqing straightened his back, his grip on the sword tightening with each passing moment. Raindrops struck the blade's surface, producing a delicate clinking sound as he clutched it amidst the downpour. Within his gaze, an unprecedented brilliance erupted. He then raised his hand and, with a swift motion, struck out towards the rapidly approaching ghost-faced king. A crescent-shaped arc, towering 4 or 5 meters high, sliced through the rain curtain in silence, instantly traversing the space before them. The speed of this arc was so extraordinary that the ghost-faced king barely had time to turn. Consequently, a grotesque, severed arm was flung high into the air. With one decisive slash, Zhao Kongqing severed the ghost-faced king's limb. Grasping his sword, a grin uncontrollably spread across his lips. He laughed heartily towards the heavens. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 083, Annihilating Life's Crescent Moon. Ha ha ha, I knew it, Zhao Kongqing is indeed a genius. Chapter 27, A glare. The rain poured down in torrents. Zhao Kongqing gripped his straight blade, his dark red cloak thoroughly drenched, his body smeared with blood, embodying a picture of utter disarray. Yet his eyes shone brightly like stars. So this is the Forbidden Ruins, he thought. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Before him, the ghost-faced king stared in disbelief at its empty right arm, its pale visage contorted in shock. It could not fathom how the mouse it had just ruthlessly tormented could suddenly unleash such formidable power. However, it lacked the intellect to comprehend, and moreover, time was not on its side. Zhao Kongqing sprang into action. Under the influence of the medicinal power from the ghostly spirit, his body had forgotten all injuries. Returning to its peak condition, he resembled an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the ghost-faced king. Roar! The ghost-faced king's eyes blazed crimson. Having lost its right arm, it had succumbed entirely to a state of frenzy. Its muscles bulged, its massive form swelling, legs bending as it leaped into the air, splashing water in all directions. In midair, the two figures collided with astonishing speed. Boom! Boom! Their movements blurred. A flurry of black blade crescents erupted, carving grotesque gashes into the ground around them. Initially, Zhao Kongqing's blade could barely penetrate the defenses of the ghost-faced king. Moreover, both in strength and speed, he remained at an absolute disadvantage, which fundamentally accounted for the severe beating he had just endured. However, with the emergence of the abyssal moon, Zhao Kongqing's own lethality had escalated to a terrifying level, each strike capable of carving a profound gash into the body of the Phantom King. Although in terms of raw power and velocity, Zhao Kongqing still fell short of the Phantom King, he compensated for his shortcomings in lethality, allowing experience to bridge the gap in other areas. Even with a physique significantly inferior to that of the Phantom King, he could still pin his opponent to the ground and deliver relentless blows. The evidence was clear. Zhao Kongqing had not spoken in vain. With the abyssal void at his disposal, he could slay the Phantom King 800 times over. Given sufficient time, taking down the Phantom King would merely be a matter of time, yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he was bereft of such luxury. Although the demon god's invocation allowed for the full unleashing of one's potential, its duration was fleeting. Almost 10 seconds had passed since Zhao Kongqing unleashed the abyssal void, leaving him scant moments to act. Engaged in a fierce battle with the Phantom King, Zhao Kongqing acutely sensed the waning of his strength as the previously dulled pain began to resurface. Even the crescent blades he wielded grew progressively smaller. It seemed the Phantom King had detected the shift in his condition and, unwilling to relent, forcibly expended his essence to launch an even more ferocious onslaught. After several exchanges, the Phantom King seized the moment, delivering a powerful punch squarely to Zhao Kongqing's chest. A dull thud reverberated through the air, and Zhao Kongqing fell like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. A sharp pain surged through him, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, battering every nerve ending. He gritted his teeth, his eyes tinged with crimson. As he coughed up blood, he slowly rose from the mire. His gaze fixated on the ghost-faced king, the flames of determination still burning brightly within his eyes. He could still draw breath. His forbidden domain remained intact. He was still capable of fighting. The ghost-faced king had not yet perished. He could not afford to fall. With a straight blade propping him up, he staggered to his feet. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A thunderous roar echoed from behind Zhao Kongqing, causing the sky above to tremble slightly, splitting open a fissure. This, Zhao Kongqing stared vacantly at the heavens, as if struck by a sudden realization, and swiftly turned around. Not far behind him, an invisible canvas that had shrouded the sky had begun to tear at one corner. Through that jagged opening, a youth with golden-hued eyes was slowly approaching. Zhao Kongqing's mouth fell agape, his expression akin to that of a man who had encountered a ghost. You. How did you get in here? Lin Xie brushed aside his rain-soaked hair, his eyes resembling a furnace ablaze, both fervent and sacred. With a resigned sigh, he admitted that the unfettered void was indeed formidable. However, he was fortunate to possess these eyes, capable of discerning its most vulnerable point, and thankfully, it was night. Zhao Kongqing only comprehended the preceding statement. Yet it did little to alleviate the confusion in his heart. How could one who had just entered the Zhan realm possess such formidable strength? No, it could not be. Without a weapon, how did you breach the unfettered void? You might not believe it, Lin Xie calmly stated. I merely glared at it, and it opened. Zhao Kongqing. Lin Xie spoke no falsehood. Under the cloak of night, he felt a significant enhancement in his vision. While not as exaggerated as fivefold, a twofold improvement was evident. Prior to acquiring the Starry Night Dancer, he had vanquished the ghost-faced man with the might of the Seraph's divine authority. With the Knight's augmentation, he could likewise pierce through the unfettered void with his divine prowess. Yet, the toll on his mental energy was immense. Merely glaring had nearly drained him completely. Lin Xie glanced at the battered ghost-faced king, then at the myriad of gashes on the ground. And his gaze toward Zhao Kongsheng turned peculiar. You mean to say you have no forbidden ruins? Is this something a mere human can inflict? Zhao Kongsheng, weary of explanations, realized his time was truly limited. Enough with the chatter. Step aside. I can assist you in battle. I understand. You may step aside for now. Zhao Kongsheng turned to him, brandishing his blade. I shall strike once, and then another. Once I have completed this first strike, you may assist me. Understood. Lin Xie stepped aside. Zhao Kongsheng inhaled deeply, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze fixated on the distant figure of the ghost-faced king. Young man. This strike, you must observe closely. Why? This strike will be quite spectacular. Before Lin Xie could display any sign of disdain, Zhao Kongsheng's legs propelled him off the ground, bursting forth with astonishing speed towards the ghost-faced king. The ghost-faced king, sensing that this man had reached his limits, opted against engaging in a direct confrontation. Instead, he remained on guard, ever prepared to repel the impending attack. The light in Zhao Kongsheng's eyes blazed like a lit torch, growing ever more radiant. He breached the curtain of rain, advancing towards the ghost-faced king with no embellishments. He raised his hand and swung his blade. An unprecedentedly vast crescent moon sliced through the night, traversing the sky at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, cleaving every raindrop in its path asunder. The velocity of this strike was so extraordinary that even the formidable ghost-faced king could not evade it with ease, even if it wished to flee. Its current state rendered it incapable. Thus, the black crescent arc traversed the heavens, gently severing a grotesque head adorned with a pallid, ghostly visage. Chapter 28. Decapitation. With a thud, the head of the demon-faced king fell to the ground. Zhao Kongsheng staggered, collapsing to the ground. Lin Xie, with swift reflexes, caught Zhao Kongsheng's body securely. It was only then that he realized the extent of Zhao Kongsheng's injuries. Scratches, bruises, contusions. Within Lin Xie's keen perception, Zhao Kongsheng's body was a canvas of wounds, with blood seeping from them, staining the rain-soaked mire beneath him a deep crimson. At least 5 or 6 bones were broken. Lin Xie could hardly fathom how Zhao Kongsheng had managed to stand under such grievous injuries. Most alarmingly, Lin Xie could distinctly sense that Zhao Kongsheng's body was rapidly deteriorating. His vitality flickered like embers in a dying fire, growing weaker by the moment. Lin Xie sat helplessly beside Zhao Kongsheng. Your body. Cough, cough. It's nothing, merely the after-effects of forcibly unleashing my potential. If this continues, you will die. I know. Is dying acceptable to you? Zhao Kongsheng attempted to laugh, but midway, he coughed up blood. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction. At least he had experienced the forbidden realm before his demise. And I did it, Zhao Kongsheng said, his trembling hand reaching into the muck beneath him, pulling out a handful of blood. The amount of blood lost might not stain the heavens, but it would surely color the earth. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. Yet there were not countless souls behind you. Apart from me, no one has witnessed your endeavors. Is it truly worth it? Zhao Kongsheng offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Do me a favor, you said. There's a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Help me light one. Lin Xie fumbled in Zhao Kongsheng's chest pocket for a moment, retrieving a cigarette dampened by the rain, and from his own trousers, he procured a lighter. He held the cigarette for Zhao Kongsheng while shielding the lighter from the rain, pressing the button repeatedly. Click, click, click. A flicker of flame ignited, illuminating the cigarette resting between Zhao Kongsheng's lips. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a long sigh, as if a wave of relief washed over him. With the cigarette clenched between his lips, Zhao Kongsheng gazed at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his face, trickling down his cheeks. Lin Xie. I sliced the ghost-faced king in two. Did you witness it? I did. The corners of Zhao Kongsheng's mouth involuntarily curled upward, a smile of genuine delight gracing his features. Lin Xie nodded, poised to articulate a response when suddenly a slight tremor coursed through his entire being. He stiffly turned his head, only to behold in the distance, amidst the mud, a towering headless corpse slowly rising. Upon its body, a pallid and eerie visage scuttled like a parasite, traversing from its legs to its back, and then from its back to its chest. Ultimately, it nestled upon the breast of the ghost-faced king. Meanwhile, the head that had just been severed lay aside, its pale countenance now utterly vanished. Lin Xie's pupils constricted sharply. The ghost-faced king was still alive. The rain continued to fall, Zhao Conqing gazed at the sky, still savoring the moment he had just witnessed, oblivious to the change in Lin Xie's expression. Damn it, the very being that even the captain could not slay. I have vanquished. Lin Xie, do you not think I am formidable? Lin Xie fell silent for a moment, looking down at Zhao Conqing in his arms, and nodded heavily. Indeed, formidable. With such a grand achievement, if I can survive, I shall surely be able to rise to the rank of general. Yes? Absolutely. Lin Xie's eyes brimmed with certainty. He must survive. Heh. Zhao Conqing seemed to envision a certain scene, a look of contentment spreading across his face. Yet, the light in his eyes was gradually dimming. Lin Xie's hands trembled slightly as he shook Zhao Conqing's body and urgently whispered, Zhao Conqing, you have yet to become a general. You cannot die. Zhao Conqing seemed to be oblivious to Lin Xie's voice, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. He parted his lips, and his voice emerged as faint as a whisper. Am I handsome just now? Handsome. Lin Xie's lips trembled as he resolutely nodded. Absolutely handsome. More so than anyone I have ever seen. A subtle smile graced Zhao Conqing's lips, his eyes slowly closing as his body relaxed. Zhao Conqing had succumbed to death. The sound of raindrops fell like a cascade. Lin Xie sat in a daze, the rain blurring his vision. Yet, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Zhao Conqing. Until the heavy footsteps echoed once more. Lin Xie pressed his lips together, inhaled deeply, and gradually rose from the ground. He turned around, his eyes landing on the headless corpse of the ghost-faced king in the distance, his pupils seemingly ablaze with a fierce sun. He took 2 steps forward, drawing a straight blade that had been embedded in the earth. It was Zhao Conqing's sword. Gripping the blade tightly, Lin Xie advanced step by step toward the ghost-faced king, the rain drenching him completely, yet it could not extinguish the fury that burned within his heart, nor could it quell the fierce blaze of his golden eyes. The ghostly face on the corpse of the ghost-faced king contorted, as if silently screaming, its movements accelerating until it resembled a staggering behemoth charging toward Lin Xie. The headless ghost-faced king, with its right arm severed by Zhao Conqing, could only rely on its left claw to unleash a tempestuous onslaught. Lin Xie wielded his blade with an uncanny foresight, anticipating the trajectory of each attack with an almost prophetic intuition. Like a butterfly fluttering through the tempest of midnight, he deftly evaded danger, untouched by the onslaught. The terrifying agility of his dynamic vision, combined with the swiftness of a celestial dancer, transformed Lin Xie into an ethereal specter in that moment. He deftly dodged over a dozen strikes from the ghost-faced king, his expression unyielding as he raised his hand and swung his knife with ferocity. This time, his target was not a vital point on the body, but the pallid visage that resided upon the chest of the ghost-faced king. If his intuition served him correctly, this ghastly face was the true essence of the ghost-faced king. Although Zhao Conqing had previously severed the creature's head, he had failed to inflict harm upon this visage, allowing the ghost-faced king to rise once more. Amidst the intervals of the ghost-faced king's assaults, Lin Xie danced with fluidity, his straight blade continuously striking at that haunting face. Despite possessing quintuple strength, he could not deliver substantial damage. Only shallow gashes marred its surface. Yet, this was inconsequential. If one strike could not obliterate it, he would deliver 10, 100. This time, he aimed to shatter the ghost-faced king's very soul. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The ghost-faced king could not reach Lin Xie, yet Lin Xie could reach him. Gradually, the ghastly visage upon the king's chest became marred with increasing wounds, each more gruesome than the last, the expression twisting into a visage of profound anguish. Soon, the onslaught of the Phantom King began to wane. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Xie's eyes as he seized the opportunity. Gripping the straight blade firmly in his hand, with all his strength, he plunged it into the phantom's visage. A chilling, ear-piercing wail echoed through the heavens. Chapter 29. A decade. Lin Xie's blade pierced through the visage of the ghostly face, yet that was not the reason for the anguished roar of the ghost-faced king. The true source of the agonizing wail lay in Lin Xie's eyes, which, under the searing golden light, rendered the ghostly visage akin to a candle melting away in flames, rapidly dissolving. Though this golden radiance lasted but a fleeting moment, it was sufficient to extinguish the last flicker of life from the already mortally wounded ghost-faced king. Ultimately, under Lin Xie's gaze, that ghostly visage solidified into a crumpled, semi-solid form, vanishing entirely from sight. Simultaneously, Lin Xie felt a warm current coursing through his hand that gripped the sword, slowly flowing into his being. He furrowed his brow slightly. Stepping on the body of the ghostly face beneath him, as he withdrew the straight blade. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down to retrieve the pale ghostly mass, only to be momentarily engulfed in darkness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Despite the enhancement granted by the Starry Night Dancer, the intense and perilous battle had severely depleted Lin Xie's physical strength. Most critically, the two uses of the Eye of the Seraph had utterly drained his already limited mental fortitude, rendering even walking a strenuous endeavor. As Zhao Kongqing had remarked, at his current level, facing the Ghost-Face King would lead to his demise. Had it not been for the Night Watcher inflicting grave injuries upon the Ghost-Face King, and had Zhao Kongqing not sacrificed his life to cripple the foe, even with the Eye of the Seraph and the Starry Night Dancer, he would still stand no chance against the Ghost-Face King. Such is the mythological entity that has descended upon this world. Such is the realm of Chuanjing. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks as he trudged through the puddles of blood, unsteadily making his way towards the lifeless body of Zhao Kongqing. Upon reaching the corpse, he slowly lowered himself to the ground. I have long warned you, hero, that such a title is not easily earned. Lin Xie gazed at the now cold form of Zhao Kongqing, murmuring to himself, how many are aware of your gamble with life and death? Do you realize? Even now, several miles away in the city center, the revelry continues unabated. They sing at KTV, indulge in gourmet delights at hot pot restaurants, frolic in hotel rooms, and munch on popcorn in cinemas. And yet you can only fade away in silence here. They remain oblivious to the fact that amidst this torrential downpour, a man wielded a blade to vanquish a mythical beast. Unbeknownst to them, their carefree merriment is made possible by the sacrifice of another. Is it truly worth it? Lin Xie stared at Zhao Kongqing's pale visage, as if awaiting an answer. Alas, he was fated never to speak again. Lin Xie continued, do you think I fear death? You are mistaken. I harbor no fear of death whatsoever. Do you believe a child who has seen angels, who lost his sight and was confined to a mental asylum, would still hold reverence for death? I have attempted to end my life countless times in the darkness, yet light has persistently pulled me back. Save my light, not those so-called beings who toil in the city for desires and lament the injustices of the world. It is my family. Lin Xie looked up, gazing into the pitch-black night sky, and slowly spoke. The beings have never crossed my path. Why then should I sacrifice my life to protect these beings? Thus, I am unwilling to be a night watchman. Lin Xie turned his head, his gaze landing on the low house in the pouring rain, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Yet, I am a person who cannot owe others a debt of gratitude. You have saved my entire world. What can I do for you in return? Lin Xie paused, then continued. I am aware that night watchmen enjoy good benefits. Even in death, your wife and children would receive the best care, and your affairs would be arranged with great dignity. You do not lack for money, and neither do I possess any. So, how on earth can I repay you this monumental favor? Lin Xie sat there in a daze, and after a long while, he turned his gaze back to the distant low house. In the rain, his fists slowly clenched, only to helplessly release. It seemed he had made a resolution. With the blade propped against the ground, he struggled to rise, murmuring to himself, in my life, I owe an apology to 3 people. My aunt, who has toiled for me for a decade, my cousin, whom I have burdened for 10 years, and you, who saved the lives of my family of 3. You have saved my entire world. In exchange, I shall guard yours for 10 years. A decade hence, irrespective of the circumstances, I shall sever all ties with the night watchman and the multitude. I will return to this abode and resume my former life. Is this transaction still deemed equitable? Lin Xie cast his gaze upon Zhao Kongqing, who lay motionless in a pool of blood, as if he were merely slumbering. Since you harbor no objections, let it be so. Lin Xie drove his straight blade into the earth, kneeling in a singular direction. There, amidst the rain, stood an unremarkable low dwelling. And I must take my leave. Please pardon my abrupt departure, for I fear that upon returning, I may never wish to leave again. It is said that the night watchman enjoys a comfortable existence. Throughout my decade of servitude, the sustenance provided should suffice for you and your son to live well. When the 10 years have elapsed, I shall ensure the finest life for you. Your nurturing kindness shall be repaid by me in 10 years' time. Kneeling in the rain, droplets cascaded from his hair, moistening his eyes. He bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground for a prolonged moment before gradually rising. He stood slowly, casting one last glance at the low house before withdrawing the blade from the earth and turning to depart. Xiangnan, I have arrived at the old residential district. Where is old Zhao? In the torrential downpour, a woman cloaked in dark crimson stood in the street, her figure drenched. her back burdened by a black long box, gasping heavily as she hunched over. In the vacant lot beyond the 2 buildings ahead, the voice of Wu Xiangnan emerged from the earpiece, momentarily halting, his tone tinged with restraint. "Hong Ying, prepare yourself." "What preparation?" she replied, anxiety creeping into her voice. "We lost contact with him mere moments ago, and old Zhao's emblematic locator has remained static for several minutes." Hong Ying's pupils dilated suddenly, and her body trembled slightly. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, she surged forward with great speed. "Stop with the nonsense. Perhaps he is merely fatigued." Hong Ying gritted her teeth, her voice quivering with suppressed tears. "Hong Ying, do not speak." She was met with a furious roar. "Hong Ying, old Zhao's emblematic locator has moved." At these words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Hong Ying's eyes. "I knew it. I knew it. He is not so easily defeated." "Where is he?" "He is moving slowly. He is drawing closer to you." Hong Ying froze for an instant, instinctively halting her steps, her gaze fixating on the corner not far ahead. Distant thunder rumbled ominously within the cloud-laden sky, and rain cascaded like a torrential waterfall, obscuring her vision. In the haze, a figure emerged, gradually making its way through the downpour. It was a young man, a sword slung across his back and a lifeless body cradled in his arms. He came to a standstill, summoning every ounce of strength within him, and let out a roar that seemed to resonate through the world. "Behold, the junior Lin Xie returns General Zhao Kongqing in triumph." Chapter 30. The rain has stopped inside the house, and he gazed up at the wall clock, lost in thought. The dining table before her was laden with an array of dishes, now cold and untouched, nearly indistinguishable from when Lin Xie had departed. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Yang Jin reached out, using his chopsticks to place a piece of meat into Annie's bowl. "Mom, let us eat," he urged gently. With a sigh, Annie shook her head, her expression heavy with concern. "Your brother left in the midst of his meal, and hasn't he returned? Surely, nothing unfortunate has happened? Rest assured, he is safe." Perhaps his classmates, noticing his improved eyesight, insisted on taking him out for a meal. Yang Jin reassured her softly. Upon hearing his words, Annie's demeanor visibly softened, yet her worry resurfaced. But he left without an umbrella. Mom Yang Jin rose from his seat and pointed towards the window, speaking calmly. "The rain has ceased." Indeed, the rain had truly stopped. The hazy moonlight broke through the clouds, casting its gentle glow upon the desolate night, enveloped in a profound silence. In the nearby clearing, the shattered sign had been removed, and the remnants of blood had been meticulously cleaned away, leaving only grotesque knife marks etched into the ground, silently recounting the events of the previous night. Perhaps by morning, someone would stumble upon these mysterious scars, leading to a flurry of speculation. Yet they would remain forever oblivious to the underlying truth. A few droplets of rain cascade down the eaves, plopping into the muddy little puddle, creating ripples that dance across the surface. Plop, a paw steps into the water, sending a splash into the air. In the darkness, upon the scarred ground, a small black stray dog ambles forth with an unhurried demeanor. Around its neck dangles a tiny cloth pouch. It traverses the fissures in the earth, halting beside a patch of pristine ground. Mere moments ago, a man's lifeless body lay here. Bowing its head, a faint glimmer emerges in its obsidian eyes. Suddenly, it parts its jaws and speaks in a deep, resonant voice. The soul returns. In Songnan City, at Peace Bridge. This bridge, located on the outskirts of Songnan City, spans over the Grand Jiangnan Canal, which flows through the entire city. Countless pedestrians and vehicles traverse this bridge daily, marking it as one of the city's landmarks. At the entrance of Peace Bridge, flanked by an array of quaint shops, hangs a weathered crimson sign above the most unassuming of storefronts, Peace Office. Like the other establishments near Peace Bridge, it is not large. Merely a little over 200 square meters, slightly more spacious than the typical Lansdowne noodle shop adjacent to a school. Its inconspicuousness is not solely due to its commonplace name. Rather, it is overshadowed by the more eye-catching neighboring shops. On the left, there lies a wedding planning company, adorned in vibrant reds and purples, known as Peace Weddings. On the right, there exists a funeral service establishment, draped in white satin and decorated with wreaths, called Peace Funeral Services. The atmosphere of the wedding company is filled with joy and laughter, while the funeral service is shrouded in mourning and sorrow. In the midst of these two extremes, the Peace Agency appears almost like a transparent establishment, failing to capture anyone's attention. If one were to identify a distinguishing feature, it would likely be its name. Unlike other agencies that specialize in various fields, such as law firms that handle litigation, detective agencies that solve crimes, and accounting firms that manage finances, this establishment bears no prefix, only the word peace, rendering its purpose utterly enigmatic. At this moment, within the peace agency's underground premises, a spacious and well-lit hall houses a young man seated on a sofa, his gaze fixed upon the floor tiles in silence. Accompanying him are 6 other individuals. So, you are the Seraphim agent that old Zhao is responsible for finding? Wu Xiangnan inquires from the opposite sofa, directing his attention towards Lin Xie. Indeed, Lin Xie responds. After a brief pause, Wu Xiangnan slowly introduces himself. I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the Night Watch Team 136 stationed in Songnan City. The individual dressed in black, leaning against the pillar, is our captain, Chunmai. Lin Xie followed Wu Xiangnan's gaze and saw a man standing by a nearby pillar, hands tucked into his pockets, silently observing him. Noticing Lin Xie's attention, Chunmai subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Xiangnan turned to the remaining 4 individuals and urged, "Stop dawdling, introduce yourselves." At that moment, a woman seated alone on a single sofa, hugging her legs and with damp hair, slightly lifted her head, revealing her reddened eyes. Night Watcher Team 136, frontline combatant. Hong Ying, she declared. Lin Xie recognized her. It was Hong Ying who had brought him here. After finishing her introduction, a man standing beside her, towel in hand, smiled and said, Night Watcher Team 136, frontline combatant, Wenshima. Next, a girl huddled together with another, both in tears, quietly said, Night Watcher Team 136, combat support, part-time military medic, Si Xiaonan. Night Watcher Team 136, long-range fire support, Lung Xian, stated the man sitting nearby, clutching a sniper rifle. Upon hearing everyone introduce themselves, Wu Xiangnan spoke again. You are Lin Xie, correct? Regarding the death of Zhao Kongqing, do you have anything to add? I have already been quite clear. Lin Xie replied calmly. Zhao Kongqing opened the void of no restraint and fought valiantly against the Ghost-Faced King, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. Were you present at the scene during their battle? I am here. How did you enter the unrestrained void? With a mere glare, it opened. Wu Xiangnan, slightly furrowing his brow, inquired, could you provide a detailed description of their battle? For instance, how did Zhao Kongqing slay the Ghost-Faced King? Lin Xie replied. He swung his blade, cleaving a massive black crescent that severed the Ghost-Faced King's head. The Black Crescent. Wu Xiangnan pondered deeply. At that moment, Chunmai, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. It is the mincing Shanyue. Old Zhao employed the ghost goddess call, awakening his own forbidden realm. When Shima exclaimed in astonishment, the mincing Shanyue of sequence 083? That is a highly perilous forbidden realm. To think, Zhao Shu truly hit the nail on the head. I used to believe he was merely self-absorbed, stammered Si Xiaonan. No, he is indeed self-absorbed. Chunmai replied with a slight smile, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. I believe that when he first beheld his own forbidden realm, he could scarcely believe it himself. Had we been there at the time, he would have undoubtedly insisted on sharing how his forbidden realm was the most magnificent of all. Hong Ying seemed to envision an amusing scenario, her lips curling into a faint smile, but the light in her eyes soon dimmed. Wu Xiangnan gazed into Lin Xie's eyes and spoke once more. There is one more question. From the corpse of the Ghost-Faced King, it is evident that the fatal wounds consist of a series of knife cuts, accompanied by inexplicable burn marks. However, it appears that Mingxing Shanyue does not possess such characteristics. What could be the explanation for this? Lin Xie furrowed his brow, meeting Wu Xiangnan's gaze, and replied with deliberate clarity. I have already articulated this quite clearly. Zhao Kongqing faced the Ghost-Faced King alone, fighting to the death. Ultimately, he succeeded in slaying the Ghost-Faced King. Chapter 31. Mo. Upon hearing Lin Xie's response, Wu Xiangnan's brow furrowed increasingly. Just as he was about to inquire further, Hong Ying abruptly sat up. Her crimson eyes fixed on Wu Xiangnan as she exclaimed in anger, Wu Xiangnan, what do you mean by this? Zhao Kongqing is dead. Our comrade has perished. Do you not feel even a twinge of sorrow in your heart? Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth, paused momentarily, and then spoke calmly. Old Zhao's death saddens me as well, but the truth is equally paramount. Hong Ying glared at him fiercely, her chest heaving with emotion. With a derisive laugh, she slammed the black box she held onto the ground and turned towards the exit of the basement. When Shima, standing nearby, contemplated offering some words of counsel, but felt a tug on his sleeve, prompting him to look back in confusion. Si Xiaonan was standing beside him, shaking her head. Thus, those present. Xiangnan, enough. Just as Wu Xiangnan was about to press Lin Xie for more information, the captain, Chunmai, who had been lingering at the periphery, suddenly interjected, interrupting him. Lin Xie has already articulated his points clearly. As for the details, there is no need for further inquiry. This matter ends here. Chen Mai, with his hands in his pockets, stepped behind Wu Xiangnan and patted him on the shoulder. Startled, Wu Xiangnan turned to see Chen Mai's authoritative gaze, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. Chen Mai then settled onto the sofa opposite Lin Xie, taking a seat with deliberation. The matter regarding Zhao Kongxing has concluded, and it is time to discuss you, Lin Xie. What is there to discuss? As far as I know, Zhao Kongxing once extended an invitation for you to join the Night Watchers, but you declined. He even mentioned to us that he had lost track of you. Had you not emerged bearing Zhao Kongxing's corpse, we might have searched for you in vain for eternity. Given this, why do you now wish to join the Night Watchers? Chen Mai's gaze pierced deeply into Lin Xie's eyes. To repay a favor, Lin Xie replied calmly. Chen Mai was taken aback. A favor? I had a pact with him. I will join the Night Watchers. Lin Xie paused. However, I have one condition. What condition? I will remain with the Night Watchers for only 10 years. After that, I shall depart. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, all present fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of bewilderment. The Night Watchers are not mere community volunteers. Once one joins, departure is not an option. Therefore, your stipulation of 10 years. I cannot agree to that. No one within the Night Watchers can offer you such a promise. Just as Lin Xie was about to speak, Chen Mai interjected again. However, if after 10 years you possess the capability to leave the Night Watchers on your own, rendering the higher-ups powerless to stop you, that would be a different matter entirely. In any case, attempting to exit the Night Watchers through proper channels is out of the question. Very well. Unexpectedly, Lin Xie nodded decisively. If I cannot move forward after 10 years, that will be my own issue. Upon hearing Lin Xie's almost audacious response, both Si Xiaonan and Wen Qima were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. Even the usually stoic Lung Xian's eyelids flickered, casting a lingering glance toward Lin Xie. Given this, I shall promptly submit your application for membership to the higher-ups. However, until you undergo the intensive training, you will not be considered a formal member. Intensive training? The Night Watchmen operate under a semi-militarized structure, requiring all newcomers to partake in a year-long concentrated training before officially joining, where they learn combat techniques, firearms handling, tactical deployment, and the use of forbidden zones, among other skills. When does this commence? It begins every September, which is just a month away. Until you complete the training, you will merely be regarded as a temporary member of our squad. At this point, Chen Mai seemed to recall something and solemnly reminded, as a temporary member, we do not provide meals or accommodation. Lin Xie, no meals or accommodation. Wasn't it said that the benefits of the Night Watchmen were quite generous? How could they be so miserly? Then, where will I stay for this month? Lin Xie panicked. Return to my aunt's house? No, if I go back, there is a 99% chance I won't be able to leave again, and she might even decide to flee with the entire family. However, I must inform my aunt, at the very least to assure her of my safety. Thus, he resolved to pen a letter home, stating that he was enlisting in the military, which would also provide her some comfort. However, the current dilemma is that the Night Watchman refuses him accommodation. Must he resort to sleeping on the streets? No worries, you can stay at my place. Just then, Hong Ying, who had been secretly hiding behind the door, peeked out and softly remarked, my house is quite spacious. Providing you with a room is no trouble at all. Hong Ying, didn't you leave in anger? When Qima exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. I just remembered I forgot something, so I came back. Is that not permissible? Hong Ying shot her a glare, stepped into the room, picked up the black box resting on the floor, and then turned to glare at Wu Xiangnan as well. Wu Xiangnan remained speechless. Under his incredulous gaze, Hong Ying approached Lin Xie, speaking gently. Rest assured, dear brother Xie, now that you are a member of our team, I will certainly look out for you. Temporarily, he is a temporary member, Chen Mai corrected earnestly, adding, and besides, it's uncertain who is older. You cannot so hastily refer to him as your brother. Captain, you are too rigid. Hong Ying teased, sticking out her tongue at Chen Mai. She tore off a piece of paper from the table, inscribed an address upon it, and slipped it into Lin Xie's hand. Brother Xie, I still need to practice shooting. If you can't find me once the paperwork is completed, feel free to head back on your own. Hong Ying's face was in close proximity to Lin Xie's, so near that he could distinctly perceive her faint fragrance and observe her eyelashes fluttering gently. Her clear, smiling eyes gazed at him, reminiscent of a serene pool of autumn water nestled among golden maple leaves, pure, enchanting, and imbued with warmth. It must be said that Hong Ying was remarkably beautiful. Her fair skin, petite nose, luscious red lips, exquisite features, and shapely form. Lin Qiye instinctively averted his gaze, a subtle flush rising to his cheeks. It was his first experience of such intimate proximity to a girl, especially one as naturally charming and clear as Hong Ying. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, bursting into laughter, startling Wu Xiangnan, who stood behind her. What are you so jittery about? Wu Xiangnan retorted irritably. Mind your own business. Hong Ying pouted. Who told our new brother to have such a melodious voice? Lin Qiye's lips twitched slightly, and he instinctively turned his head to the side. Just then, when Qima approached with a smile, Hong Ying stopped teasing the newcomer. Qiye, come, let me show you around and tell you about the Night Watchers. Lin Qiye felt as if he had been granted a reprieve as he followed Wen Qima out, descending the stairs towards the ground floor. Qiye, in the corridor. Wen Qima suddenly spoke. What is it, Senior Wen Qima? Ahem. Please do not refer to me as senior, as it feels overly formal. And I am merely a couple of years older than you. Wen Qima said, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Just call me by my name. Or like the others do, address me as Qima. Very well. Actually, I have a rather humble request. Wen Qima halted, gazing earnestly into Lin Qiye's eyes. What is it? This evening, may I accompany you to stay at the Hong Ying residence? I have long wished to do so. Lin Qiye. Chapter 32. The night watchman Lin Qiye gazed at Wen Qima, whose expression gradually took on an unusual quality. With a light chuckle, Wen Qima remarked, I was merely jesting. I noticed your demeanor within was rather oppressive, and I wished to alleviate your tension. His gaze softened as he looked into Lin Qiye's eyes. After all, witnessing such a brutal battle would weigh heavily on anyone, especially a mere high school student. Lin Qiye was taken aback, pressing his lips together in silence. When Qima's observation held merit, even Lin Qiye himself had been oblivious to the extent of his deteriorating mental state. The harrowing sight of Zhao Kongchen's demise, his solitary struggle against the masked king, and the departure from the small, familiar sanctuary he had inhabited for over a decade to join the perilous ranks of the Night Watch. Despite his relative maturity, he was, at his core, still a youth. The immense upheaval had placed an unbearable weight upon his shoulders, rendering him breathless. I noticed your condition was dire while you were sitting there. In truth, it wasn't just me. Hong Ying also perceived it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to invite you to stay at her home. Nor would she have suppressed her own sorrow to engage playfully with the captain and vice-captain. He continued, you are new here and still unfamiliar with her. But as you grow closer, you will come to realize, she is exceedingly kind. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. He vividly recalled the scene of cradling Zhao Kongcheng amidst the rain, while Hong Ying wept inconsolably. Reflecting upon Hong Ying's faint smile, now seemed to veil a profound sorrow. Yet, if she was so deeply saddened, why did she still tend to my feelings? It was not only Hong Ying and I who noticed this. Aside from the single-minded Xiangnan, there was also the cold and unyielding Lung Xian, and the rest of the group perceived it as well. However, the captain, with a hint of pride, could only subtly rely on Hong Ying to lighten the atmosphere, while Xiao Nan, too bashful, hesitated to speak. When Qima turned around and continued ascending the staircase, his voice drifting softly, perhaps before arriving, you envisioned the night watchmen as mere mechanical, cold-blooded machines of slaughter. But as you linger here, you will discern that it is far from the truth. Lin Qiye followed Wen Qima to the first floor, traversing the hall of the disguised office before pushing open the door. It was now deep into the night. The once bustling and vibrant Hepping Bridge lay silent and deserted. Remnants of rainwater lingered on the pavement, and the only establishment still in operation along the entire street was the peace office. Prior to this, Lin Qiye had imagined the Night Watchmen as a grand organization, nestled within a forsaken military zone, housing aircraft and tanks, frequently conducting military drills. Observing the tranquil streets, he slowly began to speak. When Qima was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Lin Qiye and couldn't help but chuckle. How coincidental. Before I joined the Night Watch, I thought the same way. After all, that is how those science fiction films portray it. He gazed up at the hazy moonlight in the sky and pondered. However, although there are no military restricted zones, aircraft, or tanks, the Night Watch is indeed a formidable organization. Why are there only 6 of us here? The Night Watch operates differently from military forces. When Qima shook his head. The centralized management that you refer to, while convenient and efficient, possesses a critical flaw: its lack of mobility. For instance, if a mythical creature were to appear in Songnan City today, once the local police confirmed it. They would need to send a message to the base located in Shangjing City. Following that, the base would conduct a review and then dispatch personnel to Changnan City for investigation. The shortest time frame for this process would be 2 days, during which many lives could be lost. Thus, the optimal solution is to station a team of night watch members in each city. If any signs of a mythical creature are detected, the station team can promptly investigate and address the situation. We are the team stationed in Sangnan City. Lin Xie appeared contemplative. No wonder the roles among you are so distinctly defined, each with their own strengths. Precisely, Wen Qima affirmed. From primary combat capabilities to combat support, long-range assistance, and overall command, each individual possesses unique skills and can collaborate effectively. This is the standard operational model for every station team. What if a mythical creature emerges in a city that the local night watch cannot handle? In that case, one must request the support of a special task force. Wen Qima extended 4 fingers, declaring that in the Great Xia, aside from the night watch stationed in each city, there exist 4 special teams that are not bound to any particular city. However, when a city faces a crisis that the local night watch cannot resolve, these teams are summoned to assist. They do not have a team number, only their unique code name, which symbolizes the honor belonging solely to the special task forces. Special teams, you say? Lin Xie inquired with curiosity. Have you ever seen one? I have not witnessed them firsthand, but 2 years ago, 3 mythical creatures of the Sea Realm appeared simultaneously in the neighboring Huaihai city, nearly resulting in a catastrophe. Subsequently, the 6-member special team known as Mask emerged, and within a single night, they eradicated all of them. A glimmer of longing appeared in Wen Qima's eyes, for it is said that when the sun rose the next day, the blood of the mythical creatures stained the bay red, while the masked team had quietly departed for the next city. It sounds rather impressive, doesn't it? Do they have any requirements for recruitment? Indeed, they do, and they are quite stringent. Wen Qima sighed, stating that, first and foremost, members of the special teams must possess at least the pinnacle of the Chuan realm. The pinnacle of the Chuan realm. So what is the highest realm among the 6 of you? He is the captain, and he also possesses boundary, yet he is still a long way from reaching the pinnacle. Wen Qima continued, moreover, to join a special team, mere mastery of one's realm is insufficient. One must also possess uniqueness. What kind of uniqueness? It refers to qualities that set one apart from other night watchers, such as holding a highly dangerous forbidden ruin sequence in the top 80, or achieving unparalleled excellence in a specific field, such as being a grandmaster of the blade or a grandmaster of the sword, or being an agent of a certain deity. An agent of a deity? Is that also considered uniqueness? Lin Xie questioned, perplexed. What kind of absurdity is this? Wen Qima cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xie, his eyes filled with envy. You yourself are the agent of a seraph, yet do you think agents of deities are as common as cabbages on the streets? Are they not? Lin Xie inquired in bewilderment. Certainly not. Wen Qima exclaimed, having never encountered such audacity. Agents of deities allied with humanity are an exceedingly rare breed. Among the entire Night Watch, there are only 8 or 9, primarily distributed among various special teams or serving as captains of Night Watch brigades in major cities. They are individuals of utmost significance. Damn it, I truly envy you, my friend. Wen Qima, rarely expressing frustration, let out a resigned sigh. You possess immense potential, truly remarkable. Once you mature, this small city of Changnan will no longer be able to contain you. Perhaps in the future, you may become the captain of the Night Watch stationed in the capital city or join a specialized team, traversing the world. It is certainly within the realm of possibility for you to lead such a unique squad. In any case, your future is boundless. Chapter 33, The Monument O. Lin Xie's expression remained remarkably tranquil. Wen Qima gazed at him in astonishment. Oh, is that all? Is there not a trace of exhilaration or fervor within you? Perhaps a hint, but merely a hint, Lin Xie replied nonchalantly. I harbor no interest in promotions or such matters. Wen Qima cast him a peculiar glance, as if recalling that he was a heretic destined to betray the Night Watchers a decade hence. Lin Xie remained non-committal and continued to inquire. According to your words, these 4 special teams represent the pinnacle of the Great Xia's combat prowess? Certainly not. They may be the apex of teamwork among the Night Watchers, yet they are far from the zenith of Great Xia's strength. Do you imply that there exist organizations akin to the Night Watchers within Great Xia? No. There is but one Night Watcher in Great Xia, but above the Night Watchers, there are 5 paragons of humanity. Paragons of humanity? As the name suggests, they embody the utmost combat potential achievable by humankind. Due to their powers nearing the ancient deities of mythology, they are also referred to as demigods. To stand alongside the divine in mortal form? Though I recognize that you are quoting a classic cinematic line, it is indeed the truth. When Chimo lifted his gaze to the night sky, his eyes brimming with reverence, these 5 individuals are the pillars of humanity. The sole glimmer of hope discernible amid the vast fog. Who are they? It is uncertain. They are too distant from us. Few have glimpsed their visage or known their names. However, there are intriguing rumors. What rumors, you may ask? These 5 paragons of humanity are referred to as one sword. One knight, one sovereign, one void, and one master. Sword, knight, sovereign, void, master. What sort of rumors are these? There is scarcely any useful information contained within. It is said that the supreme commander of the Night Watch is among these 5 paragons, known as one sovereign. Yet it has been an eternity since anyone has witnessed his prowess. I have a question. Please inquire away. Has humanity, up to this point, ever slain a deity? Lin Xia pointed towards the heavens, not the bizarre mythological beings, but the truly ancient gods enshrined in myth. When Chima paused in silence, then shook his head. I do not know, but I suspect it has not occurred. In the vast, nebulous fog, humanity resembles a blindfolded lamb, unaware of the events unfolding in this world, oblivious to when the apocalypse may descend. In this era, where the existence of deities has been confirmed, should humanity indeed slay a god, it would undoubtedly incite panic among all other gods. Consequently, they might band together to eradicate humanity first. At that juncture, the plight faced by humankind would become even more dire. Lin Xia nodded, understanding. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Lin Xia pondered for a moment. Are there any benefits for temporary team members? Yes. Then there are no further questions. So, among all your inquiries, is that the one you are most concerned about? Of course. Lin Xia nodded with conviction. Such elite teams in the pinnacle of humanity. Those concepts feel distant to me. I prefer to remain grounded. All right. When Chima turned his head and asked, Are you tired? Not at all. Then let me take you somewhere. In the dead of night. Is that appropriate? It is. A twitch appeared at the corner of Wen Chima's mouth. Very well, Lin Xia reminded, don't forget, I'm still a minor. Wen Chima. A few minutes later, the car came to a gentle stop in a desolate and silent wilderness. Lin Xia opened the door and stepped out, glancing around cautiously. His eyes filled with suspicion as he looked at Wen Chima. Why have you brought me here? Wen Chima silently rolled his eyes and pointed to a cemetery not far away. Over there. Lin Xia followed the direction of his finger and fell into silence. He could vaguely surmise the purpose of Wen Chima's visit to this place. The two walked along a narrow path until they reached the cemetery's periphery. This graveyard was not large. In comparison to the cemetery at the edge of the city, it was evidently much smaller. However, both the craftsmanship of the gravestones and the spacing between them are far superior to those found in ordinary cemeteries. The gravestones here appear to be more exquisite and orderly. This place is the resting ground for the night watchmen of Changnan City. Wen Chima spoke calmly, noting that since the Special Biological Response Team of Dasha officially transformed into the Night Watchmen in 1936, adopting a management model of one team per city, this site has been designated as the final resting place for the fallen Night Watchmen of Changnan City. Of course, this is merely a default resting place. Each individual, upon formally joining the Night Watchmen, can specify whether they wish to be interred in the Night Watchman Cemetery, cremated, or returned to their ancestral home, among other options. In the past, Zhao Kongsheng chose to be buried in the Night Watchman Cemetery, stating that he had been stained with too much blood and feared that returning to his ancestors' grave would frighten them. As he spoke, a smile crept onto Wen Chima's lips, as if he could once again envision the scene of Zhao Kongsheng nonchalantly uttering those words. Lin Xia remained silent, gazing at the multitude of gravestones surrounding them, his brow slightly furrowed. So many. In this cemetery, there are at least 60 or 70 different gravestones, most of which are newly erected. From 1936 to the present, it has been 85 years. Wen Chima sighed, reflecting that initially, our sacrifices were indeed few. After all, each city does not encounter many mythical creatures each year, and even when they do appear, their power is typically not formidable. As time passes, the descent of mythical creatures accelerates, their powers becoming increasingly formidable and our casualties mounting ever higher. The gravestones you see here bear witness to nearly half of the sacrifices made in the past 2 decades. It is said that before Captain Shunmai was stationed in Changnan City, 2 team members would perish each year. Only after the captain's arrival did the mortality rate decline significantly. The image of that taciturn figure clad in black surfaced in Lin Xie's mind, evoking a sense of admiration. Yet, Zhao Kongcheng has just sacrificed himself tonight, and his gravestone is already prepared? A sudden thought crossed Lin Xie's mind, prompting a question filled with curiosity. No. Then why are we here? When Chimo raised his hand, pointing into the distance, look over there. Following his gesture, Lin Xie's gaze fell upon the dimly lit cemetery, where a faint glimmer emerged. In the soft glow, Hong Ying sat beside an empty plot, her eyes rimmed with red, cradling a blank stone tablet in her arms while delicately carving it with a stylus in her right hand. Tears cascaded down her cheeks and fell onto the tablet, only to be hastily wiped away. In that moment, she seemed devoid of the vitality she once possessed. Didn't she say she was going to practice shooting? Lin Xie stared in disbelief at the scene before him. She lied, when Chima shook his head. It is an unwritten rule that the gravestones of the night watchmen are carved by their comrades. Originally, this stone should have been engraved by me. Though she did not articulate it, I was acutely aware that she was indeed the one who yearned most to carve a tombstone for Zhao Kongqing. Their bond was profound. Truly profound. Thus, even when she spun such an absurd tale, I chose to turn a blind eye, permitting her to clandestinely etch the stone. Lin Xie and Wen Qima stood in silent observation, their gazes fixed upon the engrossed Hong Ying, who was diligently carving the monument, neither uttering a word. Beneath the veiled moonlight and amidst the stillness of the graveyard, the only sound that pierced the silence was the faint lament of the chisel in Hong Ying's grasp. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xie inquired of Wen Qima, "Shall we not extend a greeting?" However, approaching her now would only render her uncomfortable. Her sensitivity was well known. Yet, remaining here felt akin to the unsettling act of spying on someone else's secrets, a notion that left Lin Xie feeling rather uneasy. When Qima turned to him, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes, "Do you truly believe that we are the only peeping toms lurking nearby?" Chapter 34. What do you want? In the cemetery, amidst the woods on the other side, Xiangnan lay prone on the ground, his robust frame trembling slightly. Upon turning around and seeing the newcomer, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Captain," he admonished, "it is rather unnerving to tread silently in a graveyard at such an hour. You nearly frightened me to death." Xiangnan placed a hand on his wildly beating heart, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Chen Mai quietly settled beside Xiangnan, his gaze fixed on the distant figure of Hong Ying, who was alone, carving an inscription on a gravestone. He spoke softly. "I presumed your thick skull was solely filled with tactics. I did not expect you to be here." Xiangnan shot him a glare. Who would believe she would practice marksmanship at this hour? Am I really that dull? Indeed. Xiangnan's expression turned contemplative. What about Chiemo? He should have arrived by now. He is lying low across the ravine with Lin Qiye. And Leng Xian and Xiaonan? Leng Xian has long since vanished. And Xiaonan is too afraid of the dark to come. Oh. The two men fell into silence. After a considerable pause, Chen Mai finally spoke again. "I am genuinely pleased that you are here. Is it really that significant?" "Indeed," Chen Mai affirmed with a serious nod. "This signifies that you are no longer the Xiangnan who just crawled out from among the dead. No matter how much you deny it, you are changing." "Why would I deny it?" Wu Xiangnan spoke calmly, reflecting on the nearly 6 years since the downfall of the Blue Rain team. "As a mere remnant of my former self, I must eventually emerge from the shadows. Encountering you all is indeed a stroke of fortune for me, Wu Xiangnan." Chen Mai let out a deep sigh. In their eyes, "You are merely a rigid man, fixated on rules and regulations." The last time I overheard Hong Ying and Xiao Nin conversing in a corner, they remarked that you would never find a wife in this lifetime. If they knew you were once a renowned member of the Blue Rain Special Team, they would likely be left astounded. "I am but a survivor, unworthy of bearing that name," Wu Xiangnan stated. "For now, I merely wish to be an ordinary member of the 136 team." Chen Mai placed a reassuring hand on Wu Xiangnan's shoulder, remaining silent. "What are your thoughts?" Wu Xiangnan suddenly inquired. "What?" "The newcomer, Lin Xie. A fine young man. I am not referring to his potential. I speak of his character." "That is precisely what I mean." Wu Xiangnan paused before continuing. "Gui Mian Wang was slain by him. If I am not mistaken, Zhao Kongqing only succeeded in gravely wounding him, but did not deliver the fatal blow. Does this matter? Is it insignificant?" Chen Mai gazed into Wu Xiangnan's eyes and slowly replied. "That boy chose to attribute the credit to Zhao Kongqing. It is his decision. So why must you cling to this? You have spent considerable time with Lao Zhao. Are you not aware of his dreams? To unravel the mystery of Huan realm is indeed a grand achievement. This would greatly benefit the child's future. Do you truly believe he cares about such matters? Wu Xiangnan found himself at a loss for words. Chen Mai shifted his gaze from Hong Ying to the distant ravine and calmly remarked, I have stated before. This child is exceptional. Meanwhile, several dozen miles from the cemetery, Long Xian, who had quietly crouched atop a hill, lowered his binoculars, a slight smile gracing his lips. One after another, lacking any finesse in hiding. Once again, I have captured them. Click, click. The binoculars in Lung Xian's hands emitted a few soft sounds, and several high-definition photographs tumbled out from below, one of Hong Ying carving a tombstone alone, another of Lin Qie and Wen Qili engaged in conversation, and yet another depicting two burly men in a forest. He treated these photographs as treasures, carefully placing them into a locked box. Inside the box lay a collection of images, exclusive to Team 136, humorous, awkward, yet heartwarming snapshots. 2 hours later, Lin Qie stood before an opulent mansion, utterly astonished. He bent down to reconfirm the address on the note, then glanced once more at the villa, inhaling sharply in disbelief. So, she is wealthy beyond measure? If Lin Qie has not taken a wrong turn, the residence before him is indeed that of Hong Ying. Faintly, the echoes of her words reverberate in Lin Qie's mind. My home is quite spacious. Quite spacious is an understatement. Standing hesitantly at the entrance of the villa, Lin Qie finally resolved to step forward and knock on the door. Previously, he and Wen Qima had quietly observed Hong Ying as she engraved her memorial at the cemetery, only departing once she had completed her task. To avoid arousing her suspicions, he had deliberately arrived half an hour late, creating a temporal gap. After only 2 knocks, Lin Qie retracted his hand. A faint shuffling of slippers could be heard from behind the door, and soon after, the villa's entrance swung open. There stood Hong Ying, clad in a plush pajama set, her eyes slightly reddened, yet a smile blossomed upon seeing Lin Qie. Qie, come in. Why are you back so late? Qima has been chatting with me until now, she exclaimed. Lin Qie feigned innocence as he replied. Upon entering the house, he lowered his gaze and noticed that Hong Ying had already prepared a pair of slippers for him. The house hasn't been tidied today, so it might be a bit messy. I hope you don't mind, Hong Ying said, nervously twirling her hair around her fingers. It's already quite clean, Lin Qie remarked as he surveyed the surroundings, feeling somewhat resigned. Moreover, as long as there is a place to stay, I am already content. It must be said that the decor and furnishings of the Hong Ying residence exude an air of elegance and sophistication, which left Lin Qie, who had never resided in a villa, feeling somewhat out of place. Moreover, he had never spent the night at a girl's home before. Sister Hong Ying, has Qie arrived? A soft voice floated down from the second floor, revealing the sleepily dazed Si Xiaonan, who was leaning over the railing and inquiring softly. Yes, Hong Ying nodded. Lin Qie was taken aback and turned to look at Hong Ying. She smiled at him and explained, since I usually do not stay in the dormitory, I worry about Xiaon being alone there. Therefore, I let her stay with me here. Oh, I see. At that moment, Lin Qie seemed to recall something. What about your uncle and aunt? Will my staying here disturb them? No, Hong Ying shook her head. They disappeared 5 years ago in the mist, before Xiaonan arrived. I lived here alone. Are they part of the exploration team? Yes. Lin Qie opened his mouth, realizing he had asked an inappropriate question. Yet he was at a loss for words to offer comfort. At that moment, Hong Ying pointed to a room on the second floor. You will stay in that room. I've already tidied it up. The blue towel and toiletries in the bathroom are yours, so please do not mix them up. Hong Ying, clad in slippers, ascended the staircase step by step. Then, as if struck by a thought, she abruptly turned to Lin Qie and said, by the way, if you wish to enter the room of Xiaonan and me, you must first knock. Should I discover any ill intentions on your part? Humph. Hong Ying rolled up the sleeves of her nightgown, revealing her fair arms, and menacingly waved them. Do not forget, I am the main force of our team. Aside from the captain, no one can surpass me. My sister's long spear is not to be trifled with. Having said that, she elegantly turned away, her lustrous black hair cascading down, and strode confidently into her room. Lin Qie, slumped against the wall, Si Xiaonan yawned and waved goodbye to Lin Qie, wishing him a good night. Bang! The 2 doors closed, and the corridor once again fell into silence. Suddenly, Lin Qie remembered something and hurriedly approached Hong Ying's door, knocking several times. Creak! The door slowly opened, revealing a stern-faced Hong Ying holding her long spear behind it, lifting her chin in inquiry. What do you want? Chapter 35. We are the regular army beneath the warm glow of the lamp. The tips of the long guns glimmered with a hint of coldness. This is quite astonishing. She actually concealed a long gun in her own room. Lin Chia swallowed hard and hastily spoke. No, Hong Ying, I just wanted to ask. Do you have any paper and a pen? Hong Ying was taken aback. Late at night, what could he possibly need paper and a pen for? To write a letter. I think I have some. Just wait a moment. Hong Ying set the long gun aside and rummaged through her room. Standing at the doorway, Lin Chia could clearly observe the state of her quarters. Surprisingly, Hong Ying's room was exceedingly simple, even to the point of being austere. Within this space, there was merely a hard bed, a desk lamp, a writing desk, and a plush toy resting beside the bed. There were no superfluous decorations, no luxurious mattress, no sofa, no air conditioning. Lin Chia found it hard to fathom how, in such a lavish mansion, Hong Ying's room could be so starkly sparse. Rather than a master bedroom, it would be more fitting to describe it as a hermit's humble abode. The only item that seemed to align with Hong Ying's age was that adorable plush toy. Paper. 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 Found it. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she approached the door, holding a pen and several sheets of paper, which she handed to Lin Chia. Hong Ying, do you usually sleep here? Hong Ying glanced back and nodded. As a night watchman, one must not indulge too deeply in material pleasures. One should constantly hone their willpower. If this villa were not a relic of my parents, requiring frequent upkeep, I might have long sold it and returned to the dormitory. Lin Chia remained silent for a moment, then understood, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Good night. Good night. And do sleep early, Hong Ying replied with a smile, gently closing the door behind her. Lin Chia descended the stairs and seated himself in an armchair in the living room, illuminating the space with a lamp above. On the table lay a sheet of paper and a pen. The distant chirping of cicadas resonated softly outside, while the summer night's oppressive heat dissipated after the rain, casting the silhouettes of leaves onto the table in the moonlight. Lin Chia grasped the pen, sitting motionless before the desk. Time passed in silence before he began to write delicately, inscribing the first line on the paper, to Aunt Yang Jin. Mom. Yang Jin gently shook her aunt, who had fallen asleep at the dining table, softly calling out, and opened her bleary eyes, slowly lifting her head, one hand massaging her sore neck as she inquired, What is it? Has your brother returned? Yang Jin shook her head. No, but there's a letter beneath the door. A letter? It seems to be from your brother. Little Seven? Quickly, open it and see. Aunt anxiously remarked, watching as Yang Jin opened the letter. This child. He hasn't returned all night, and hasn't even bothered to notify us. Now that he's at the doorstep, he doesn't come in. What does it mean that he sent a letter? Yang Jin unfolded the letter, and Aunt took it from him. They leaned together, scrutinizing the contents meticulously. After a while, Aunt trembled as she set the letter down, sitting there in a daze. Mother, my brother said he has enlisted in the army. Yang Jin lifted the letter and turned to Aunt. Enlisted? How could this be? Suddenly enlisting? Aunt murmured. He never mentioned it before. No, he did mention it. Yang Jin nodded earnestly. He mentioned it? In the past, he often confided in me that his greatest dream was to enlist in the army. However, due to his ongoing eye issues, he had temporarily set aside that dream. Yang Jin paused, then pointed to a few words in the letter, continuing, Moreover, look. He also wrote in the letter that after his eyes improved, he secretly enlisted. But he didn't inform you for fear you would stop him. Last night, he quietly boarded a train to Chichihar. But that doesn't add up. What doesn't add up? You only received this letter this morning. According to the letter, he should already be on the train. Aunt's mind suddenly sparked with clarity. Yang Jin scratched his head. Actually, I only discovered this letter this morning. It's possible it was there last night, and I simply didn't see it. However, this is simply too abrupt. Aunt cannot come to terms with this reality, and moreover, the child, Lin Chia, has only just recovered his eyesight. What if he relapses when he goes to serve in the army? No, this cannot be. I am deeply unsettled. I must seek out the government. I want my nephew back. Aunt, in her haste, rose to her feet, heedless of her slippers, and rushed to the door. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. Outside her doorstep stood two men clad in military uniforms, awkwardly poised, as if preparing to knock. Should Lin Chia be present, he would instantly recognize these two as Chun Mai and Wen Qima. Who are you? Aunt inquired, her brow furrowed. Chun Mai and Wen Qima exchanged glances, and a gentle smile graced Wen Qima's face as he offered a somewhat unrefined salute to Aunt. Greetings, may I ask if you're Ms. Wang Fong? The guardian of Lin Chia? Yes, that is I. We are from the Tsangnan Military Affairs Office, here to deliver some documentation and subsidies regarding Lin Chia's enlistment. Military Affairs Office? Aunt queried suspiciously. What is that? It is an office dedicated to the induction of new recruits. Oh, then. Please come in and have a seat. Aunt stepped back to allow the two men entry, turning to prepare tea for them. I was just about to seek you out. Something feels amiss. As soon as Chenmai and Wenchima took their seats, the latter began to break into a cold sweat upon hearing her words. Wenchima leaned in discreetly to Chenmai's ear and whispered, Captain, are we truly able to get away with this? What is there to fear? Our paperwork has been issued by the regular army. It is all legitimate. But you only submitted Lin Chie's application for membership yesterday. It seems implausible for the documents to arrive so swiftly. Are you certain that these are authentic? Chenmai's lips twitched slightly, yet he quickly reassured, soon enough. They will indeed become genuine. But I don't comprehend. We could have waited for the official documents before proceeding. Why the haste? It is not our urgency. It is Lin Chie who is anxious. Chenmai glanced at his aunt busy in the kitchen and continued quietly. He fears his aunt might doubt the letter's contents and directly verify with the authorities, yet the lower-level officials are unaware of our existence. Do you grasp my meaning? I understand. Wenchima nodded, straightening up and presenting a standard smile. Mrs. Wang Fong, rest assured, we are part of the regular army. And Lin Chie's enlistment in Urumqi has been duly authorized. There are no issues whatsoever. Meanwhile, Yang Jin helplessly supported his forehead. Startled while preparing tea, Aunt's hand trembled, causing the teacup to topple onto the table. She turned around stiffly, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, Wait, wasn't he going to Chichihar? Chapter 36. The fool Chenmai cast a sharp glance at Wenchima. With a serious demeanor, Wenchima explained, Madam, it is as follows. Lin Chie initially applied to go to Chichihar. However, he later accepted reassignment and is now headed to Urumqi. The aunt appeared skeptical, inquiring, But what about his documents? Wenchima retrieved a thick stack of papers from his briefcase, placing them meticulously on the table and sliding them towards the aunt. All of Lin Chie's paperwork is here. Please keep it safe. After a moment's contemplation, he added, There may be additional documents forthcoming, and we shall visit again when they arrive. The aunt squinted, holding the documents at arm's length, scrutinizing each word as if fearing the omission of crucial information. After what felt like an eternity, she finally set the papers down, exhaling a deep sigh. This child, his vision has only just recovered. I worry that during his time in the military, something might go awry. Rest assured, we have conducted comprehensive examinations of Lin Chie's eyes. There will be no further issues. He is in good health. Wenchima's tone softened gradually. Moreover, the child has grown. It is essential for them to step out from under the protective wings of their family and face challenges, is it not? The aunt opened her mouth as if to voice a thought, yet ultimately could only release a resigned sigh. Madam, here is the subsidy for Lin Chie's military service. Please accept it. Chenmai produced a thick envelope and pushed it towards the aunt. She lifted a corner of the envelope, her body trembling in shock as she gazed at the two men. This is far too much, isn't it? The nation now offers commendable benefits to its military personnel, and Lin Chie's unit is particularly unique, receiving a subsidy greater than that of other establishments. As explained by Wenchima. Unique? Does that imply danger? Ani's expression shifted. Not at all. The uniqueness refers to his considerable distance from here. Wenchima stated earnestly, fabricating a response, for indeed, the journey to Urumqi would take quite a while. Is that so? Auntie, clutching the envelope in her hand, felt restless. It was her first encounter with such a sum of money. Comrade, could you assist me in sending this to him? Ani inquired anxiously. If he ventures so far alone without any funds, what will he do? Moreover, having such a large amount at home, it makes me uneasy. The military does not require such a substantial sum, and we have regulations in place. This money is intended for the family, so I insist you accept it. Wenchima's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone becoming increasingly serious. As for safety, rest assured, as long as we are here, no one can harm you. And when will he return from this journey? In 10 years, Chenmai interjected suddenly, his gaze filled with sincerity. He will undoubtedly return after a decade. 10 years. Ani murmured, glancing back at Yang Jin, softly contemplating. By then, our Jin should be preparing for university. Wenchima and Chenmai engaged Ani in conversation for a while longer, and as the hour grew late, they rose to bid her farewell. By the way, can you make phone calls? Auntie suddenly pondered. Of course, Wenchima nodded. I will give you a call shortly. As long as it's not during training hours. He will be reachable. All right, that sounds good. Ani saw the two off, then stood alone at the door for a moment before slowly returning to her room. Staring blankly at Lin Chie's space, her eyes gradually grew moist. Mom, It's a good thing that my brother is joining the army, young Jean comforted. Holding the little black dog. I know, Ani wiped the corner of her eye. The child has grown up. He must venture out into the world. It truly is beneficial to train in the military. When he returns, he will be a veteran. And I am certain there will be many vying for him when I seek a daughter-in-law for him. Young Jean, Mom just can't help but worry. Ani gazed out the window, lost in thought. It's time to go. Shenmai came downstairs, giving a gentle pat to Lin Chiye, who was secretly watching from the window. Lin Chiye stared intently at Auntie on the balcony and softly inquired, "Did she believe it? That's good. Did you give her the money?" "I did." Shenmai paused. "That was your entire subsidy and a year's overdraft salary. How will you manage after giving them all of that?" "Over the years, I have saved a little money for myself. If I budget wisely, I shall manage for a year." Upon witnessing this, Shenmai fell into a brief silence before adding, "If there is nothing else to do, feel free to come to the office for a meal." Lin Chiye, taken aback, inquired, "Aren't temporary team members not provided with meals or accommodation?" "Indeed. Temporary team members are not entitled to meals or lodging, but..." Shenmai patted his shoulder and walked towards a nearby van. "Except for the meals I prepare myself." Lin Chiye paused, a smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. Just then, a chime echoed as the newly acquired phone in Lin Chiye's pocket rang. "Hello? Is this Xiao Qi? It's me, Auntie. You child, joining the army without informing me. If you wish to go, I wouldn't have stopped you, you know. Have you forgotten about me, I'm sorry, Auntie. I was wrong. Oh, are you on the train now?" "Yes. How long until you arrive?" "I heard it takes 2 days. The little green train is rather slow. Once you reach the military camp, make sure to eat well. Don't exhaust yourself." "I understand, Auntie. Also, I've received all your subsidies. I'll save them for you until you return, so you can use them for your future wife." "Auntie, our military provides very good benefits. We earn a substantial amount each year, so you can use that money for now. You child, you have no sense of saving. Keep that money for yourself, and make sure to take good care of yourself. Do you hear me?" "I heard you, Aunt." "Well, if there's nothing else, I shall hang up now." "All right, goodbye, Aunt. By the way, once you arrive in Qiqihar, remember to let me know you're safe." "I will, Aunt. Goodbye." After a prolonged silence, Aunt's slightly hoarse voice resonated once more. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep." The line went dead, and Aunt clutched her phone tightly, resembling a statue motionless. Subsequently, 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down her cheeks. She slowly leaned over the table, burying her face in her shoulder, weeping silently. Beside her, young Jean sighed softly, turning to gaze out the window, murmuring, "Brother, you foolish one." Outside the old residential area, "Chiyi, it's time to go," Shenmai remarked calmly, glancing back. Lin Chiye stowed away his phone, casting a final glance at the distant low houses, and nodded. A strong wind began to rise. Lin Chiye's dark hair was slightly lifted by the breeze. He tightened his collar and turned to walk into the wind. Their garments fluttered audibly in the gust. Chapter 37. The Girl Who Defeated the Gods, the Psychiatric Hospital of the Deities. In the spacious and tidy courtyard, Nick sat in a rocking chair, cradling a vase and lost in thought. A youth clad in a white coat traversed the corridor, carrying several bottles of medicine, and approached her. "You have come to see me, Dandatus, my child." Nyx turned her head to Lin Chiye, a smile blossoming on her lips. Lin Chiye settled beside her, murmuring, "It is time for your medication." He poured the contents of the bottles, meticulously dividing them into small heaps and placing them in Nyx's hands. "Now, dear, please take your medicine." Without hesitation, Nyx swallowed the medication in one gulp and gazed at Lin Chiye, her eyes brimming with affection. "Dandatus, you seem troubled." Lin Chiye was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nyx, this patient, could discern his state of mind so easily. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "I suppose so. Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Regrettably, this is something you cannot help me with," Lin Chiye replied, shaking his head. The pain of having run away from home and suffering alone was not something that could be alleviated by an outsider. Nyx appeared somewhat disheartened, but then, as if struck by inspiration, she spoke. "In that case, Dandatus, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Lin Chiye was momentarily stunned. "Indeed. I bestow upon you my bracelet, and henceforth, you shall wear it close to you, and it will." Nyx gently caressed her wrist, and then felt it again, lowering her gaze to her bare wrist, bereft of the bracelet. "Where's my bracelet?" "Lin Chiye." As expected, Nyx is gravely ill. Nyx tilted her head, furrowing her brow, seemingly lost in thought. Just as Lin Chiye was about to rise and depart, Nyx suddenly spoke. I remember now. What have you recalled? My bracelet was one from me. One from you? Lin Xie was taken aback, pondering. He couldn't recall any myth that featured a story about a bracelet. Which deity claimed it? Not a deity. Nix shook her head, pointing at Lin Xie. She is just like you. Just like me. Another one of your children? Lin Xie endeavored to align his thoughts with Nix's reasoning. No, she is like you. Also adorned in this white garment. Lin Xie's pupils constricted, his brow furrowing tightly. Are you suggesting that before me, someone else donned this garment and entered your chamber, claiming your bracelet? Nix nodded. Lin Xie's expression grew increasingly grave. Unwittingly, he had gleaned such pivotal information from Nix's words, from her statements. It appears that before she herself unlocked the gates of this asylum and released Nix, another individual had also visited this place and opened the door for Nix. Am I not the sole master of this domain? Yet, this asylum resides solely within my mind. How could anyone else possibly enter? Lin Xie suddenly recalled that the first time she dreamed of knocking on the asylum's door was 5 years ago. 5 years ago. It had abruptly and mysteriously invaded her dreams. Could it be that 5 years prior, before her dream of the asylum, there existed another presence here? Contemplating this, Lin Xie promptly sat back down and solemnly inquired, how did she manage to win your bracelet? Nix pondered for a moment before responding. She said she wanted to compete with me. If I won, she would return my child, but if I lost, I would have to give her my bracelet. What did you compete in? Nix slowly uttered 2 words, creation. Creation? Ultimately, you lost? How is that even possible? Lin Xie's eyes were wide with astonishment. You are the goddess of night, one of the 5 deities who created the world. How could you possibly lose to another? I do not know, but I indeed lost, Nix replied, shaking her head. Do you still remember her appearance? Yes, she seemed to be only 12 or 13. With long black hair, quite beautiful, and there was a peculiar pattern here, Nix said, pointing to the back of her hand. A young girl, merely 12 or 13 years of age, has managed to surpass you in creation? Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. Even with your divinity diminished, such a feat seems improbable. Nix sat there, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Lin Xie steadied his emotions and continued to inquire, what else do you remember about her? Her name? I am uncertain. I only recall that her surname might be G. Nix replied with a hint of doubt. G. Lin Xie murmured, contemplating the character. Just before I returned to my room, she headed in that direction. Nix pondered for a moment before pointing towards a room on the 3rd floor. I see. Please take care of yourself, Lin Xie remarked, glancing at the room before turning and hastening down the corridor. Moments later, Lin Xie arrived at the door of the room Nix had indicated. On the doorplate were inscribed 3 prominent characters, Director's Office. Lin Xie's brows furrowed slightly as he pushed the door open. Behind the door lay an office of moderate size, appearing somewhat disheveled. He had previously entered this room, having retrieved the white coat from the hanger within. However, when he had come before, he seemingly overlooked anything of significance. Since Nix suggested that the girl had entered this room, it was highly probable that she had left behind some crucial clues. This time, he resolved to conduct a thorough search. Instead of rummaging through drawers and cabinets, he chose to sit down on the spot and slowly closed his eyes. With the divine insight bestowed upon him by the seraph, he effortlessly perceived every object within the room, far more efficiently than rummaging through drawers. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he approached the desk and reached into the last drawer, feeling around until he extracted a piece of slightly yellowed stationery. Indeed, it was there. Lin Xie swiftly tore open the envelope and pulled out the letter, his expression suddenly becoming peculiar. Hiss, this handwriting appears rather unsightly. It is crooked and resembles that of a primary school student just beginning to learn. To a certain individual, I do not know who you are, but I know you are the true master of this place. By the time you discover this letter, several years must have passed. Please do not mock my poor penmanship. After all, I am still young, and I shall improve with age. My apologies for inadvertently retaining your belongings for a while. But now that they have returned to their rightful owner, I hope you will not hold it against me. Tongue out, doodling, furthermore. I borrowed a few items from some of your patients. When I find you again, I promise to return them, so do not worry. Lastly, allow me to remind you that beneath this office lies another hidden space. When I am grown, I shall seek you out, stranger, for you represent my hope of returning home. Farewell, in remembrance. Chapter 38. The monster Lin Xie set down the letter before him, his expression reflecting a peculiar mixture of bewilderment and intrigue. He had anticipated that this missive would unveil the secrets of the hospital, perhaps bearing the message of a mysterious powerhouse or shedding light on the truths of this world. However, what he encountered instead was an infuriating resemblance to a sixth-grade composition. Could it be that the previous director of this institution was, in fact, a mere child? That seemed utterly implausible. What sort of girl could possibly triumph over the goddess of night in a contest of creation? From this enigmatic letter, Lin Xie gleaned little information. It appeared that the hospital had previously been under the stewardship of another girl who had also appropriated certain belongings from the patients. Contemplating this revelation, Lin Xie furrowed his brow once more. The letter mentioned several patients, implying that, in addition to Nyx, she had accessed the chambers of other deities, perhaps even securing a prized possession from each through competition. What a remarkable anomaly. Moreover, she indicated that something lay beneath this very office. Lin Xie crouched down, concentrating his mental acuity to probe the floor below. Just as he neared the 20-meter threshold, he sensed the presence of something distinctly unusual. Was there a mechanism concealed within this room? He raised his gaze to the wall behind the office, pondering the mysteries it might hold. In his perception, behind this wall lay a concealed passage and the method to unveil it. Lin Xie attentively sensed for a moment, then rose and approached the bookshelf in the corner, gently pressing a hidden compartment. Immediately, the wall behind the office began to slowly part, revealing a dark, gaping corridor. Without hesitation, Lin Xie descended along this corridor. It was long and deep, and he walked for a considerable time before reaching its end. Upon opening the door at the terminus, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stretched a dimly lit, damp hallway, flanked on either side by shadowy cells. Indeed, cells. Unlike the 6 wards above, what lay before Lin Xie were genuine prison cells, their iron doors adorned with intricate, dense patterns, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Lin Xie advanced down the corridor, his mental acuity ever vigilant of his surroundings. Deep within this already enigmatic asylum for the gods, 2 rows of peculiar cells were concealed, their sinister nature immediately apparent. Strangely, both sides of the cells were utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. Could it be that this place was merely an abandoned prison? Lin Xie murmured to himself, continuing his forward movement. Soon, he arrived at the end. However, as his gaze fell upon the first cell at the terminus, his pupils abruptly constricted. In the dim corner of the cell, a formidable figure crouched, seemingly alerted by Lin Xie's footsteps. It stiffly turned its head, revealing a ghastly and pallid visage, the Ghost-Face King. Upon recognizing this familiar silhouette, a surge of intense murderous intent erupted within Lin Xie, prompting him to cautiously retreat a step. The Ghost-Face King, akin to a wild beast, roared and lunged at Lin Xie, only to be repelled by an invisible force upon nearing the cell's bars, crashing against the wall behind. Lin Xie's brow furrowed tightly. Hadn't he slain the Ghost-Face King? Its face had been cleaved into 18 pieces, rendering it undeniably lifeless. Its remains should have been taken away by the night watchman. How could it possibly appear here? As Lin Xie pondered this perplexity, the familiar interface re-emerged before his eyes. Criminal, Ghost-Face King. Choice. As the one who personally dispatched this mythical creature, you hold the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Annihilate its soul, ensuring it is utterly extinguished from existence. Option 2. Allow it to reach a fear value of 60, enabling its employment as a caretaker in the hospital, where it may tend to patients while offering you a degree of protection. Current fear value, 1. Upon reading this, Lin Xie finally grasped the situation at hand. It appears that this psychiatric institution possesses the extraordinary ability not only to confine 6 enigmatic patients but also to transform mythological beings, which it has vanquished, into caretakers. In other words, each time I slay a mythological creature, there exists the potential to convert it into a caretaker? Do these mythological beings include ancient deities? Just imagine, if, hypothetically, I were to eliminate a genuine deity, could I compel it to serve me? The very thought sent Lin Xie's heart racing. The roar of the Ghost-Face King jolted Lin Xie from his reverie, and he lifted his gaze to the terrifying figure within the cell, his expression growing increasingly frigid. The Ghost-Face King. Lin Xie regarded it calmly and spoke. You are formidable. Having you as my caretaker would undoubtedly be an exceptional choice. Upon hearing this, the Ghost-Face King gradually fell silent. Lin Xie slowly extended his hand, seemingly intent on touching the creature's ghastly visage. A glint of murderous intent flickered in the Ghost-Face King's eyes, yet the instinct for survival forcibly suppressed it. Since its arrival here, it had come to understand its 2 fates and realized that its destiny lay in the hands of this mere insect before it. Desiring not to be utterly obliterated from existence, it had no choice but to submit. Bowing its head, it remained still, akin to a docile dog. Lin Xie's hand made contact with its ghostly face, gently caressing it. You have taken the lives of many. However, this does not impede my decision to employ you. As I was not acquainted with them, Lin Xie's eyes narrowed, glimmering with a frigid light. Alas, you have slain someone of significant importance. Suddenly, Lin Xie exerted his strength. The visage of the ghost-faced king contorted violently, its piercing wail echoing throughout the confines of the cell. It struggled desperately, attempting to escape Lin Xie's grasp, but to no avail. This place is Lin Xie's hospital. He is the director here. If he desires its demise, it must succumb. The chilling gleam in Lin Xie's eyes intensified, and amidst the anguished cries, the ghost-faced king swelled like a balloon, only to erupt with a thunderous explosion. Blood and flesh splattered across the cell, swiftly devoured by the walls and floor, and within mere moments, a mythical creature from the Chuan realm vanished entirely. This cell resembled a living beast, one that feasted upon human lives. Lin Xie's white coat was similarly stained with blood as he surveyed the desolate cell and spoke with an impassive expression. You possess great strength. But regrettably my hospital does not extend its welcome to you. With that, he turned, hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, and walked steadily towards the exit. In the dimly lit corridor, the blood that stained his coat rapidly seeped away, as if consumed by a ravenous beast. Chapter 39, Tutoring Ding Dong. Welcome. The melodious chime of an electronic voice filled the air as Lin Xie pushed open the door to the office and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. There, seated upon the office's sofa, was a woman in her 50s, leaning on a cane with one hand while adjusting her reading glasses with the other, animatedly recounting a tale. Oh, let me tell you, my old partner. He has been acting like this lately. In the past, whenever we went out together, he would hold my hand tightly, fearing I might stumble, but since last week, he has been behaving like this. I'm certain there's another woman involved. Opposite her, Hong Ying rested her chin on her hand, listening intently while occasionally expressing her astonishment. Really? He.S. that outrageous? Yes, I believe you, Grandma. He.S. utterly unacceptable. Rest assured, we at the office will take care of this matter. Beside her, Wen Qima sat gravely, maintaining a serene smile. I believe you are right, Grandma. I agree with you, Hong Ying. Yes, I concur with both of you. Noticing Lin Xie standing perplexed at the door, Wen Qima exchanged glances with him, then rose to follow Lin Xie to the back of the office. Meanwhile, Hong Ying remained engrossed in her lively conversation with the elderly woman. What is going on here? Lin Xie could no longer contain his curiosity as they entered the corridor leading to the basement. Just a normal job, I suppose. I thought the storefront above was merely a faade, yet it appears there is indeed business to be had. Xie, you still do not fully comprehend. Wen Qima patted his shoulder. The city of Cangnan is neither particularly large nor small. Mysterious events do occur, but only about 5 or 6 times a year. You see, when we are not handling these mysterious incidents, what do? We either train or engage in idle chatter. How dull it must be. So, you have even expanded your services to investigate extramarital affairs. Lin Xie's expression was quite peculiar. Is it really a 50-something-year-old grandmother? She is actually 60 this year. Well, you see, by taking on some trivial commissions, we not only find something to occupy our time, but also earn a little extra income. Isn't that splendid? That. Lin Xie pondered. Aside from investigating extramarital affairs, do we offer any other services? Indeed, our range of services is quite extensive, remarkably so. Wen Qima's eyes lit up. We assist in rescuing little dogs stuck in trees, provide tutoring for children below middle school level, offer legal aid to those in need. And occasionally, we even don disguises to apprehend bank robbers. Wait a moment, isn't that a bit excessive? Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. Rescue, education, law, and even the duties of the police. Are you all vying for these roles? It was merely routine. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who among them possessed legal knowledge. Lung Xian, he recalled, was a PhD in law from a political and legal university before joining the Night Watch. As they made their way to the underground activity space, Wen Qima patted his shoulder. By the way, the captain said to wait for you. You should find him at the training ground. Where is it? Just follow the corridor straight to the end. All right. Lin Xie traversed the activity room and proceeded down the corridor. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the vastness of this underground space, which comprised numerous long hallways and mysterious rooms. He estimated its size to be at least as wide as 2 streets. Eventually, Lin Xie arrived at the end of the corridor, facing a large iron door. He pushed it open to reveal an expansive, brightly lit training ground, at least 3 football fields in size. Did they excavate the entire riverbed? Lin Xie murmured to himself. Noticing Lin Xie's arrival, Chun Mai, who was meditating in the center of the training ground, opened his eyes and waved at him. Captain, yes. What do you think of this place? It feels quite different from what I expected. Lin Xie spoke candidly. Noting that what appeared to be an unremarkable small faade above concealed an expansive space beneath, reminiscent of a science fiction film. Chun Mai nodded slightly, explaining that this vast structure was built decades ago by an owner of a forbidden realm with earth attributes. Thus, the extensive construction did not disturb the surface. I see. Lin Xie replied. By the way, the documents regarding your membership in the Night Watch have arrived and are stored in the archives. Feel free to retrieve them if you wish to review them. After a brief pause, Chun Mai continued, however, your weapon, cloak, and insignia will only be distributed after you enter the training camp. For now, you may use this blade. Chun Mai handed Lin Xie a straight sword from behind him. Lin Xie accepted it, examining it closely, and noticed 3 small characters engraved beneath the hilt, Zhao Kongqing. This is, Lin Xie exclaimed in surprise, looking up. It belonged to old Zhao, Chun Mai replied calmly. You were the child he chose. He has fallen in battle, and now his sword is entrusted to your care. Lin Xie fell silent for a moment, firmly gripping the hilt of the sword. Understood. He then asked with curiosity, but am I not just a temporary member for now? Why do I need a weapon? There is more than a month until the training camp begins, and we cannot afford to waste this time. We must teach you some essential skills, Chun Mai responded. Chun Mai slowly rose, gazing at Lin Xie, and continued. After all, you are to join our team 136. If your performance during the training is lacking, it may bring shame upon us. Lin Xie felt an inexplicable sensation, akin to being forcibly sent to a tutoring class by family elders for poor grades. Very well, how should I train? Without hesitation, Lin Xie resolved that even if Chun Mai did not offer assistance, he would seek him out to learn the art of combat. Life is one's own. To be lazy now is to invite a slow demise. Practice with me in the morning, learn the use of the forbidden ruins with Wen Qima in the afternoon, and train with guns alongside Long Xian in the evening. Chun Mai retrieved 2 bamboo swords from the nearby weapons rack, gripping them firmly. Pick up your sword. We shall commence. Lin Xie glanced at the straight sword beside him, bewildered. Captain, this is a real sword. It matters not, Chun Mai replied with a stoic expression, approaching Lin Xie with the dual swords. Ultimately, the outcome would remain the same. For some reason, a sense of foreboding tightened in Lin Xie's heart. He grasped the straight sword from the ground, drawing it from its sheath, and inhaled deeply. Captain, I am ready. Chun Mai nodded. Come on, let us proceed. Lin Xie's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the hilt, dashing towards Chun Mai with remarkable speed. 3 seconds later, his agonized scream echoed throughout the entire basement. Chapter 40. The Mortal Realm of Divine Domain Afternoon. Wen Qima sat languidly in the Forbidden Ruins training ground, glancing at the time. Where on earth is that fellow? No sooner had he uttered these words than a figure gradually pushed open the door, moving towards him like a zombie. What the heck? Upon seeing the visitor, Wen Qima exclaimed, Qi, what happened to you? With a bruised face, Lin Qi waved his hand, about to speak, when he stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Wen Qima hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Did you spar with the captain? Yes. Well, it seems your talent is decent. Lin Qi stared into his eyes. You call this decent? When I first sparred with the captain, I was knocked down and lay on the training ground for an entire day and night before recovering. Wen Qima sighed. The only one who can barely contend with the captain in close combat now is Hong Yang. I heard Zhao Kongqing is a master of close combat. Can't he manage? Wen Qima fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. His confrontation with the captain isn't merely a close contest. It's a stalemate, provided neither side employs the forbidden ruins. All right. Lin Qi gritted his teeth against the pain in his body and managed to stand. If one were to lift his shirt, they would discover his body covered in bruises. Chun Mai's strikes were too swift, too heavy, and too ruthless. Moreover, it appeared he had no intention of holding back. Rest assured, I will seek out Xiaonan for treatment shortly, and by tomorrow morning, I shall be ready to endure another beating, Wen Qima reassured. Lin Xie. Now, let us commence the lesson. Wen Qima cleared his throat. Lin Xie stood upright. First, we shall discuss what a forbidden ruin is. This, Zhao Kongsheng has already informed me about. Very well. Let us delve into the divine ruins. This has also been addressed. All right, then let us speak of the forbidden ruins generated by objects. That has been covered as well. Wen Qimo, just how much has this fellow secretly revealed to you? Wen Qimo rubbed his forehead. What about the forbidden ruins sequence? Has that been mentioned? Not yet. Wen Qimo sighed in relief and began to explain. The so-called forbidden ruins sequence is a classification system established by humanity to delineate the danger levels of forbidden ruins. Arranged in a sequence, similar to the divine codes, it begins from 001, with earlier sequences representing greater danger. Is this not akin to the divine codes? It is not. The divine codes reflect the order in which humanity has discovered the deities, unrelated to the deity's own combat prowess or danger levels. Whereas the forbidden ruins sequence is a ranking based on hazard. I understand. Forbidden ruins that fall beyond the 600 mark are referred to as harmless forbidden ruins. These ruins have minimal effects, capable at most of watering plants, assisting in the extermination of dental cavities, or conjuring a stick of spicy strips from thin air. The sequences ranging from 400 to 599 are classified as low-risk forbidden zones. These zones possess lethality. However, they do not pose significant danger and may yield extraordinary effects when utilized correctly. The sequences from 200 to 399 are referred to as dangerous forbidden zones, which can inflict large-scale threats to human society and possess capabilities for combating the mysterious. The sequences from 90 to 199 are deemed high-risk forbidden zones, posing substantial threats to humanity with exceptional combat prowess. Those who possess zones within this category are typically elite warriors, such as captains. As for the sequences below 89, they are designated as ultra-high-risk forbidden zones. These zones either exhibit extraordinarily formidable mass destruction capabilities or extraordinary and unfathomable special abilities. In essence, these forbidden zone sequences transcend the realm of humans, often possessing the capacity to annihilate an entire city. Wen Qimo reiterates, this is not mere alarmism. A few years ago, a powerful mythical creature emerged in the northwest desert, possessing the forbidden zone sequence 063, known as Luotian Misha, which nearly buried several nearby cities under raging sands. It was only thanks to a specialized task force that it was ultimately eradicated. Lin Xie was taken aback. He recalled Zhao Kongqing mentioning that his forbidden zone sequence was 083. Minqing Shangyue ranks among the ultra-high-risk forbidden zones, though it is among the last few. It remains exceedingly rare. Wen Qimo's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Had he truly been born with this forbidden domain, perhaps he would have already joined a specialized squad and risen to the rank of general. Is this the ranking of the forbidden domains? What about the divine domains? Lin Xie inquired with curiosity. The divine domain is also a type of forbidden domain, thus it is included in the sequence. Wen Qimo paused, casting an envious glance at Lin Xie. Among the top 30 in the forbidden domain sequence, 23 are divine domains. The power bestowed by the divine is, of course, beyond the reach of mere mortals. In terms of both danger and uniqueness, they far exceed our imagination. Yet, does that mean there are still 7 human forbidden domains among the top 30? Indeed, Wen Qimo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even within the top 5 forbidden domains, there is one that belongs to humanity. Which one? I do not know. Do not look at me like that. I have only been a member of the Night Watch for a few years. Such confidential matters are beyond my knowledge. Wen Qimo replied innocently, raising his hands in surrender. And what about my forbidden domain? Lin Xie pointed to himself, inquiring about his rank. Wen Qimo regarded him thoughtfully before responding. The divine code 003. The forbidden domain of the Seraphim Michael is known as the mundane divine realm, also holding the rank of 003. The forbidden domain sequence 003. The mundane divine realm. Lin Xie murmured to himself. However, do not rejoice too soon. 003 pertains to the Seraph's forbidden domain, not to you, Lin Xie. Wen Qimo added that only in the hands of the Seraphim does it become 003, in the grasp of a novice like you, who has just ventured into the realm of the mysterious. Its power may merely be classified as a high-risk forbidden domain. It is only when you reach a sufficiently elevated state, one that allows you to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine, that it will truly embody 003. Lin Xie nodded, understanding the implication. By the way, I have another question. Ask away, he prompted. Is it possible for the same individual to serve as a proxy for multiple deities? Impossible, Wen Qimo replied without a moment's hesitation, asserting that, at least throughout human history, there has never been such a precedent. Oh, Lin Chia acknowledged. From this moment forth, there is. Lin Chia, in addition to the mortal divine realm of the seraphim, also possessed the starry night dancer bestowed by the goddess of night. In a certain sense, he was indeed a proxy for two deities. Naturally, this was not something he could disclose to others just yet. Should the higher-ups of the Night Watch discover him and wish to conduct experiments, it would spell doom for him. For now, he was far too weak. Perhaps one day, when he had grown strong enough, he would fearlessly embrace any exposure. Now that we have covered the foundational knowledge, let us discuss your forbidden domain. What capabilities does your mortal divine realm possess? Centered on myself. Within a radius of 20 meters, I can perceive all that exists. Oh, when Qima raised an eyebrow. What color is Hong Ying's undergarment today? In the wide expanse of the testing ground, two men exchanged a fleeting glance, sharing a brief smile. Chapter 41. The incomplete divine ruins. The exceptional reconnaissance and combat assistance abilities may not yet exhibit their full advantages. However, as your strength grows, they are likely to evolve into something exceedingly formidable. As when Qimo recorded the information, he inquired, what else? The dynamic vision is likely several times better than before. The close-quarters lethal capabilities are commendable. What more? Under conditions of substantial mental energy expenditure, I can utilize a fragment of the Seraph's divine might. Typically, divine agents possess this ability. Anything else? That is all. That is all. When Qima exclaimed in astonishment, is that truly everything? The powers bestowed upon me by the Seraph are limited to this, Lin Chia replied earnestly, and in a certain sense, he spoke the truth. When Qima furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head repeatedly. No. This is the mortal realm of divine domains. Even at the Zhan level, the exhibited prowess should far exceed this. Are you implying that my current abilities are incomplete? Lin Chia queried, taken aback. When Qima nodded, stating, to illustrate, the Athena agent from Team Phoenix could demolish a building with a single punch upon entering the Zhan level, effortlessly tearing apart mythic creatures of the Qi level. Your abilities, while commendable, are merely adequate. What is most concerning is that what you currently display are solely combat assistance capabilities. But that is the divine realm of Michael. How could it possess such limited power? Lin Chia gazed at his hands in confusion. However, I can indeed only sense this extent of ability. When Qima pondered for a moment and continued, there are currently two possibilities. The first is that the Seraph bestowed upon you only this small portion of power when selecting you as their agent, and I believe this is the most likely scenario. The second possibility is that the other abilities of your divine domain have always existed, but you are simply unable to perceive them at present. Or perhaps you are subconsciously ignoring them. Subconsciously ignoring? For instance, your ability might allow for respiration through your skin. Due to your prolonged use of this power, you have grown entirely accustomed to it. Over time, although you have consistently maintained this ability, you may begin to overlook it without realizing. As utilizing it has become second nature. Are you suggesting that I might have been using this ability all along without being aware of it? Precisely. Reflect carefully. Throughout your life, have you noticed anything that sets you apart from others? Lin Chia pondered for a moment. Blindness? That doesn't count. When Qima sighed in resignation, personally, I still lean towards the first possibility, that the Seraph did not grant you the complete divine domain from the very beginning. After all, this is the realm of the Seraphim. Even if the second hypothesis holds true, it is inconceivable that one could remain so ordinary despite such constant usage. One should be able to unleash a tempest with a mere sneeze. Lin Chia remarked, in any case, I previously assessed your current divine realm as being of a high-risk level, but it appears I may have overestimated you. Based on the abilities you have displayed thus far, it seems to be of a more ordinary danger level. When Qima jotted down a few notes on the document and reassured him, but do not lose heart. As your strength grows, your subsequent abilities will gradually reveal themselves. After all, you are the agent of the Seraph, and he would not allow you to suffer such embarrassment. Lin Chia shrugged, harboring a glimmer of hope. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment, it was but a fleeting sentiment. With the asylum of deities at his disposal, he did not rely heavily on the Seraph. Indeed, within his institution, 6 deities awaited his selection. Having gained a preliminary understanding of your capabilities, it is time to commence training. When Qima summarized the document and swiftly devised a training regimen for him, how shall we practice? He inquired. In essence, your current abilities lean towards perception and anticipation. Such traits are comparatively easier to train than those that involve explosive techniques like spiraling spheres. It merely requires a gradual harmonization between your physique and your powers. When Qima gestured towards the room behind him, which contained a mechanism housing 39,000 concealed micro-rubber guns. Each second, it could unleash 39,000 rubber bullets. Though the velocity of the projectiles was slightly inferior to that of real bullets, it sufficed for your current realm. Your task was to step inside and, utilizing your perception and dynamic vision, evade the rubber bullets as effectively as possible. Considering your level, let us commence with a barrage of 50 bullets per second. Lin Xie glanced at the room and nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He pushed open the door and positioned himself in the center, observing the walls adorned with a honeycomb pattern of densely packed gun ports. An ominous premonition surged within him. Wait, why are there gun ports directly beneath my feet? What if they fire at inappropriate places? As he beheld the multitude of gun ports beneath him, a chill spread through him, and his expression shifted uneasily. In the throes of battle, danger could arise from any direction. There were no areas deemed safe from fire. When Shima's voice resonated from all directions, "If you are prepared, I shall commence." Slowly, Lin Xie closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Let it begin. Beep, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the sound of the signal, rubber bullets descended upon him like a torrential downpour from all sides, their speed so formidable that they were imperceptible to the naked eye. In the instant the bullet was discharged, Lin Xie reacted swiftly, executing a series of backward leaps that enabled him to evade a significant portion of the projectiles. However, a new barrage of bullets was unleashed, each angled with remarkable precision. Within Lin Xie's perception, he could indeed anticipate the trajectories of the bullets, yet the scope of his foresight was limited. It is akin to a person attempting to catch a rolling ping-pong ball. An easy feat, even catching 3 simultaneously remains manageable. Yet, when faced with 20 ping-pong balls rolling in diverse directions, the human brain struggles to respond promptly and accurately discern each trajectory. Lin Xie was confronted with a similar dilemma. Merely 3 seconds into the training, he had already endured numerous impacts from bullets. Although rubber bullets were non-lethal, their velocity rendered them painful. Thus, he finally grasped the essence of this training. Damn it, why am I getting beaten again? In the activity room, Chun Mai donned an apron and gloves, carrying a bowl of fragrant bone soup to the table, where he gently placed it down. Gulp. Hong Ying's eyes widened as she swallowed hard. Captain, how long has it been since you last cooked? Is the sun rising in the west today? Beside her, Wu Xiangnan smiled slightly. Haven't you figured it out yet? This is primarily prepared for Lin Xie. We are merely an afterthought. Uncle Chun, you are biased. Si Xiaonan pouted, clearly displeased. Chun Mai's lips twitched slightly, and he spoke with an expressionless face. I have simply grown weary of the same bento. I yearn for a change in flavor. It has nothing to do with that fellow. Understanding dawned on her. Hong Ying's eyes brightened as she reached for the bone soup with her chopsticks, saying, Then I shall not be polite, hee. However, with a swift motion, Chun Mai knocked her hand away with his chopsticks and remarked coolly, Lin Xie has yet to finish class. Everyone must wait. Hong Ying sighed dramatically. Captain, do you no longer love us? Chapter 42. How is my talent? The aroma. Lin Xie, his body aching all over, staggered out of the training room. Upon catching a whiff of the delightful fragrance wafting from the activity room, his once dull gaze flickered back to life. A subtle smile graced Wen Shima's lips, suggesting that the beating he endured earlier that day was not in vain. Lin Xie made his way directly to the activity room. As he pushed the door open, 4 pairs of resentful eyes turned towards him in unison. Lin Xie sensed an unusual atmosphere and pondered, what could be wrong? Nothing, just sit down and eat, Chun Mai replied indifferently after glancing at him. Oh. As Lin Xie took his seat, Hong Ying gazed at Chun Mai with an expression of unspeakable longing. Let us eat. Chun Mai finally uttered the words everyone had been waiting for. The others immediately dug in, resembling wolves starved for days, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Sister Hong Ying, do the night watchers always have such good meals? Lin Xie inquired softly, observing the bountiful spread before him. Hong Ying retorted curtly, I don't wish to converse with you at the moment. After a moment's reflection, she added, I'll talk to you once I've finished eating. Lin Xie. Lin Xie. Present, Captain. Did you gain anything from today's training? Yes, quite a lot. Chun Mai nodded, pausing briefly before continuing. Does it hurt? A little. Xiaonan, please assist him with his treatment shortly. Si Xiaonan pouted slightly and nodded obediently. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mai added, It doesn't need to be completely healed. As long as he can endure a beating tomorrow, that will suffice. Lin Xie. Clatter. The 2 pairs of chopsticks collided softly in the bone soup, producing a faint sound. The chopsticks remained locked in a fierce struggle, pinching a piece of meat. Neither party willing to yield. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan glared at each other, caught in a stalemate, their gazes seemingly igniting a series of sparks in the air. Wu Xiangnan, I spotted that piece of meat first, Hong Ying declared, eyes wide. Wu Xiangnan calmly replied, I picked it up first. Let go. I won't let go. Let go. I refuse. The sparks from their confrontation intensified. At that moment, a quietly eating and almost invisible Long Xian focused intently on the piece of meat. Reaching to his waist, he produced an MP5 submachine gun and placed it on the table. Release it, he stated calmly. Hong Ying. Wu Xiangnan. Long Xian naturally extended his chopsticks, snatching the largest piece of meat. After a moment's hesitation, he placed it into Lin Xie's bowl. For the newcomer, eat more, we'll practice shooting shortly. Long Xian remarked coldly as he stowed the submachine gun away. Oh, all right. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the engrossed Long Xian. Goodness, what does it mean to be fierce and speak little? This truly exemplifies that notion. Long Xian, please refrain from drawing your weapon at the dining table next time, Shun Mai interjected, for if it were to accidentally discharge, it would be a shame to waste this splendid meal. Long Xian nodded in response, acknowledging with a simple O. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, simultaneously lowering their heads to continue their meal. Once Lin Xie had thoroughly cleared his bowl of food, Long Xian rose and approached him, speaking coolly, Are you full? Quite. Lin Xie replied. Then let us practice shooting. All right. As the two figures gradually faded into the corridor, Wen Shima let out a long sigh and turned to see Xiaonan. Xiaonan, what is it? Your status as the Group S favorite has been supplanted. Si Xiaonan replied with a slight frown. Firearms are a manifestation of human ingenuity, a product of advanced technology. In the shooting range, Long Xian stood before a neatly arranged wall adorned with various firearms, his expression impassive. 4 high-level mythical beings. Their efficacy is minimal. However, for lower-tier mythical beings, firearms often prove more effective than cold weapons, especially for newcomers. Mastering the use of firearms is essential in the absence of formidable close combat skills. Long Xian retrieved a handgun from the wall behind him and placed it before Lin Xie. I shall impart to you 2 essential lessons, one concerning marksmanship techniques, and the other regarding the principles underlying firearm mechanics. In the absence of any intention to specialize in weaponry in the future, this knowledge should suffice for your needs. Lin Xie nodded earnestly. Now, take this firearm and proceed to the shooting range. Allow me to witness your innate talent. Long Xian gestured towards a target not far away. Lin Xie acknowledged with a nod, grasping the pistol and positioning himself at the shooting station. He inhaled deeply, emulating the actions he had observed on television, raising the weapon, aiming and firing. Bang, a gunshot echoed, and the expressions of both faces fell into despair. A miss. Long Xian approached the target, confirming multiple times that there were no bullet holes, his demeanor appearing increasingly grim. How could one miss a target at 30 meters? This. Lin Xie set down the gun, clearing his throat. Well, how would you assess my talent? Long Xian cast a glance at him, closing his eyes in utter hopelessness. You possess no talent whatsoever. Lin Xie. Upon returning to the opulent villa of Hong Ying, Lin Xie collapsed wearily onto the sofa, rubbing the corners of his exhausted eyes. This day's training had subjected him to a dual torment of both body and spirit. First, he had been mercilessly criticized by the captain, and then mercilessly pelted with rubber bullets. While the evening's firearms class, though not physically exhausting, repeatedly trampled upon his self-esteem. It was evident that he had no aptitude for firearms. After a night of training, as Lin Xie stepped out of the training room, he distinctly sensed that Long Xian appeared more fatigued than himself. Most notably, the spark in his eyes had vanished. In the end, Long Xian offered him some words of comfort, suggesting that it was not entirely unreasonable for a novice to struggle, and encouraged him to persevere diligently. However, as the conversation progressed, it unexpectedly turned into Lin Xie offering solace to him instead. Rest assured, I believe my current lack of talent is merely temporary. With practice, I shall improve. Have faith in me, and also in yourself. Your marksmanship is exceptional. It stands to reason that you can guide me effectively. Time is of the essence. Patience is paramount. Let us remain optimistic. At least within 20 meters, I can still hit the target. I have hope. Just as Lin Xie was enveloped in melancholy, a graceful figure silently approached him. Little Xie, are you very tired? Hong Ying, clad in a plush pajama set, held out a cup of tea with a smile. Lin Xia managed a strained smile as he accepted the tea. Thank you. It's not too bad. Although I'm tired, it feels fulfilling. After taking a sip of tea, he glanced around. Where's Xiao Nan? She seems a bit upset that you've taken her position as the favored one and has gone back to her room. No wonder. When she was treating me earlier, she kept pinching my flesh. I thought that was a normal procedure. Lin Xia rubbed the bruises on his arms, coming to a sudden realization. Hong Ying burst into laughter. Indeed, the captain maintains an unwavering strictness towards everyone, even towards me, a girl, when I first arrived here. He showed no leniency and relentlessly pushed me to the brink of tears. Hong Ying gazed out of the window, seemingly lost in reminiscence, a smile gracing her lips. It was somewhat harsh. Not harsh at all, not in the slightest. Hong Ying shook her head. The decline in the mortality rate among the night watchers of Cangnan City was primarily due to the captain's efforts. This was attributed not only to his formidable strength but also to his profound sense of responsibility towards his fellow team members. The more he struck you, the more indelible the pain became, fostering rapid growth. He would rather be loathed by his subordinates than see them perish on the battlefield due to inadequacy. Do you understand? Lin Xia remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly recalling Chun Mai's piercing gaze from that morning, and gradually nodded. I understand. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Hong Ying's mouth as she affectionately ruffled Lin Xia's hair, gently saying, All right, if you're tired, you should rest early. Good night. Good night. Lin Xia bid farewell to Hong Ying and returned to his room, dragging his weary body onto the bed, staring vacantly at the empty ceiling. After a while, he slowly rose from the bed, drawing the straight blade from its sheath, one hand gripping the sword and the other the scabbard. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about every sword technique that Chun Mai had demonstrated that day, executing cut after cut under the muted glow of the moonlight. Chapter 43, Back Again. As the school bell resonated gently, groups of high school students sauntered out of the gates, engaged in lively chatter and laughter. Sigh. Yet again, an overwhelming amount of homework has been assigned, and I'll likely be toiling away until past 11. Indeed, that foolish teacher has assigned 12 reading comprehension exercises. Is there no respite? Reading comprehension is not something one can simply scribble down. How can one approach it casually? 3 long, 1 short, choose the short. 3 short, 1 long, choose the long. Irregularities lead one to select C, while ambiguity nudges one towards D. Hold on. Let me jot this down. Suddenly, a student turned back and called out to Li Yifei, who lingered at the rear. Li Yifei, why are you lagging behind? Hurry up. Li Yifei snapped back to reality. Oh, I'm coming. He quickened his pace to join the throng, yet his gaze wandered restlessly, clearly distracted. What's wrong? Are you searching for something? Wang Liang inquired, puzzled. Li Yifei hesitated for a moment, then sighed. After that incident, I have developed a certain trepidation regarding returning home after school. Although there is no evening study session today and the sun is still shining, I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Wang Liang rolled his eyes. You encountered a murderer, and you're making a mountain out of a molehill? Li Yifei, you appear so robust, yet your courage is rather lacking. That's not it. Sigh, never mind. It's hard to explain, Li Yifei remarked, shaking his head. Immediately, as if struck by a sudden realization, he halted abruptly. What now? I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten my homework, still resting in the drawer of my classroom. Li Yifei lamented with a hint of frustration. You really must be more mindful. Your mind, already sluggish, seems to be failing you further. Fortunately, the school remains open. You should hurry back to retrieve it. I will go ahead with the others, Wang Liang said, shouldering his bag and waving goodbye to Li Yifei before turning to follow the group. With a sigh, Li Yifei turned back towards the school. By the time he arrived at the school entrance, 20 minutes had passed since the end of classes. Most students had departed, leaving the campus desolate. Thankfully, the gate had not yet been locked. Li Yifei muttered to himself and hurried inside. The campus, bathed in the hues of twilight, bore an air of tranquility, diminished in its usual vibrancy. Occasionally, a few students tasked with cleaning emerged from classrooms, glancing at the time and hastening towards the exit, brushing past Li Yifei as he made his way against the tide. They were all eager to return home, to partake in the warmth of a hearty dinner awaiting them. As Li Yifei ventured further, the crowd thinned and the dusk deepened. The tall trees lining the path swayed gently in the breeze, their rustling leaves whispering secrets as the waning sunlight filtered through the branches, growing dimmer by the moment. Li Yifei hurried to the front of the second-year teaching building. leaping up the stairs two at a time until he reached the entrance of his classroom. In the desolate corridor, enveloped by the dim light of dusk, only Li Yifei remained. At this hour, the cleaning staff had mostly departed, and even the classroom doors were securely locked. However, this posed no challenge for Li Yifei. He skillfully opened the window, set down his backpack, and effortlessly vaulted inside. Homework, homework, homework. He had found it. After rummaging through his desk, he pulled out a notebook, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He tucked the notebook into his bag and approached the window, preparing to repeat his earlier maneuver. Just then, two figures unexpectedly appeared at the far end of the corridor. Li Yifei caught sight of them in his peripheral vision, his heart racing as he swiftly crouched down, concealing himself behind the tiles beneath the window. What dreadful luck, to encounter the dean of students at this moment, he muttered silently. Approaching from the end of the corridor were two individuals, Lu Xiaoyan, the language representative of their class, and the dean of students from their sophomore year. Sneaking into the classroom after school through the window could easily lead to misunderstandings. If the dean were to discover him, he would undoubtedly find himself in an inextricable predicament. Therefore, Li Yifei pressed himself tightly against the wall, resolved to wait until the two had passed before making his escape. As they chatted amiably, they drew closer to the classroom where Li Yifei was hiding, and gradually, he could clearly hear their conversation. Thus, it is imperative that your class focuses on the language subject, selecting the best writer to participate in the upcoming citywide competition. I understand, Director. There are quite a few talented writers in our class, for instance. As the two walked along, the director seemed to grow weary and paused. Resting his hands on the corridor railing, Lu Xiaoyan also halted, continuing her conversation beside the director. Their position happened to be right at the entrance of the classroom, where Li Yifei was hiding. Through the reflection in the window, Li Yifei witnessed this scene and rolled his eyes in exasperation, opting to remain seated until they departed. Well, what you've mentioned is quite commendable. Please have them come to my office tomorrow. I would like to have a discussion with them. The director nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lu Xiaoyan, preparing to leave. Director, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly called out, halting him. The director turned back, looking at her with curiosity. Is there something else, Lu Xiaoyan? In the twilight, a faint blush appeared on Lu Xiaoyan's face, and she seemed inexplicably flustered. Director, actually, I've always wanted to tell you. Li Yifei, hidden nearby, widened his eyes in shock, nearly losing his composure. What on earth? I just came back to grab an assignment, and what am I witnessing? Lu Xiaoyan has feelings for the director. But the director is nearly 50 years old. And he is balding. Does she have such peculiar tastes? The director's brow knitted tighter as he stood before Lu Xiaoyan. In truth, I have always yearned to consume you. As the final three words escaped her lips, Lu Xiaoyan's mouth stretched into a startling arc, as if it had been violently torn apart. Her sharp teeth, resembling barbed spikes, were revealed. Her once vibrant eyes had vanished, leaving only a haunting expanse of white, creating an unsettling visage. The dimples on her cheeks still glimmered with an eerie wine-red hue beneath the twilight. The director of education widened his eyes in disbelief, instinctively parting his lips, desperate to scream. In the next heartbeat, Lu Xiaoyan's entire head erupted from her mouth. A dense array of jagged teeth exuded a chilling gleam. This mouth was so vast that it could effortlessly engulf an entire living being. Thus, in a mere instant, this cavernous maw swallowed the director whole, flesh writhing and contorting within, evoking a sense of nausea. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Li Yifei clamped his mouth shut, his gaze fixed on the window, as his body trembled uncontrollably. After what seemed an eternity of chewing, Lu Xiaoyan's gruesome mouth opened once more, and with a gasp, she expelled the director in his entirety. Aside from a slight covering of slime, not a single hair was lost. He lay there quietly on the ground, while beside him, Lu Xiaoyan's grotesque visage gradually reverted, returning within seconds to that of an ordinary high school girl. She stared intently at the director, motionless. Moments later, the principal suddenly opened his eyes, rising from the ground in an eerie posture. He locked gazes with Lu Xiaoyan, and they both smiled simultaneously, in an exceptionally uncanny synchronicity. They took steps and gradually vanished at the end of the corridor. Once it was certain that they had truly departed, Li Yifei finally released his breath, collapsing weakly onto the floor, gasping for air. In his heart, only two words echoed. Yet again? Chapter 44, Mysterious Arrival. Ding dong. Welcome. Lin Qiye pushed open the door of the office and found Hong Ying sitting upright on the sofa, lost in thought, waving at her. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. Qiye, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Lin Qiye, Hong Ying sprang up from the sofa. What's wrong? Something has happened, Hong Ying replied solemnly, taking Lin Qiye by the wrist and swiftly leading her downstairs. This was the first time Lin Qiye had seen Hong Ying wear such a serious expression. Her brow slightly furrowed. Has the mystery arrived? Yes, and it's quite troublesome. As they pushed open the door to the activity room, Lin Qiye noticed that the members of Team 136 had already gathered. Leaning against a pillar, Chunmai stepped forward to the conference table upon seeing Lin Qiye, taking a seat with an impassive demeanor. Everyone is here. We are ready to commence the meeting. Once everyone was seated, Chunmai drummed his fingers on the table. Slowly beginning, last night, we received news of yet another suspected mythical creature sighting. The location is Songnan Second High School. Second High? Lin Qiye was taken aback. Yes, the very school you attended, Chunmai affirmed with a nod. Moreover, it seems the one reporting the incident is an old acquaintance of yours. Chunmai called out to the back room. Hey, has that guy woken up? If he is awake, let him come out. As everyone turned their gaze, the door to the room gradually creaked open, revealing a youth with bloodshot eyes stepping forth. Upon seeing him, Lin Qiye exclaimed, Li Yifei? Li Yifei paused, recognizing Lin Qiye seated at the conference table. Rubbing his eyes to confirm, he inquired, Lin Qiye? What are you doing here? Have you encountered that monster as well? No, he is one of us, Wu Xiangnan interjected with a shake of his head. A temporary member. Chunmai corrected. Li Yifei gaped at Lin Qiye, taken aback for a moment before exclaiming, What? They said you enlisted in the army, yet here you are. Lin Qiye shrugged. A few unforeseen circumstances arose. We can discuss your matters later. We must address the case at hand, Chunmai reminded them. Then, as if recalling something, he added, Ordinarily, when a case with potential mysterious implications arises, it should first be reported to the police, who would then relay it to us. However, this young man had previously encountered the ghost-faced man case, had contact with us, and even signed a confidentiality agreement. Thus, he directly called us, bypassing the usual protocol. This is an exception. Our standard procedure does not operate in this manner. Everyone nodded in understanding, though Lin Qiye was acutely aware that Chunmai's words were primarily directed at him. So, let's proceed, Lin Qiye said. Very well. Li Yifei swallowed hard, reminiscing about the previous night when he returned to school to retrieve his assignment notebook and serendipitously encountered. He recounted his observations from yesterday in meticulous detail. And as the narrative unfolded, the brows of his companions furrowed increasingly tighter. Once Li Yifei concluded his account, Wu Xiangnan nodded thoughtfully. If this young man spoke the truth, then there was a 95% likelihood that this matter entangled elements of the mysterious. He then turned to Li Yifei and inquired, You are aware of the consequences should your report prove to be false, are you not? Yes, I understand. And I assure you that everything I have stated is indeed the truth, undeniably so. Li Yifei responded earnestly. Very well, Chunmai interjected, directing his gaze towards Wu Xiangnan. Please share your insights. Based on the information we have gathered thus far, Wu Xiangnan began, this mythical creature exhibits formidable camouflage abilities. It can assume the guise of others while engaging in normal conversation without revealing any telltale signs. Beside him, when Qima sighed, camouflaged, it appears to be yet another troublesome entity. In addition, it seems to possess the capacity to assimilate any beings it consumes, which is the true aspect we must remain vigilant against, Wu Xiangnan continued. Is it akin to the zombies in movies? An endless cycle of infection? Hong Ying queried. Though the modes of infection may differ, the end result is indeed quite similar. Then should we simply storm the school and eliminate that Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Not so simple, Wu Xiangnan cautioned. Suddenly, Lin Qiye, seated at the opposite end, spoke up. Since it can infect others, we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is its true form, for she too may have been infected by someone else. Qiye's assertion was indeed astute. Wu Xiangnan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the most significant challenge of this enigmatic incident lies in our ignorance of the origin of this bizarre contagion. It is akin to our endeavor to slay zombies. If we cannot locate the progenitor, eliminating all the other lesser zombies would be futile. Furthermore, we are unaware of how long this mythological creature has existed or how many individuals it has infected. When Qima added, Lu Xiaoyan could very well be the first it infected, or perhaps she is merely one of many. We must also prepare for the worst-case scenario. What is the worst-case scenario? Hong Ying inquired, puzzled. Wu Xiangnan responded slowly, his eyes filled with gravity, that the entire second high school has transformed into a school of monsters. Moreover, this creature's contagion may extend beyond the school, affecting other areas of Songnan City. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei suddenly shivered. What do you mean by that? Wu Xiangnan rose gradually, meeting Li Yifei's gaze with serenity. Have you considered that in this very school, aside from yourself, all the other teachers and students may have transformed into monsters? No, it is even possible that you standing here might unknowingly have become a part of this mysterious phenomenon. Li Yifei's pupils suddenly constricted, and he felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to his brain, leaving his mind utterly blank. All right, Xiangnan, do not frighten him any further. Wen Qima chuckled as he rose to his feet. If that were the case, the harbinger of catastrophe would have already cried out. The fact that it remains silent indicates that the situation has not yet escalated to such perilous levels. The harbinger of catastrophe? What is that? Lin Xie inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Hong Ying. It is a crow, as well as a forbidden object imbued with the essence of the forbidden realm, Hong Ying patiently explained. When a great disaster is imminent in Songnan City, it will screech in advance to issue a warning, serving as a sort of detector. Oh, Lin Xie nodded. In any case, now that the mysterious entity has manifested, we must thoroughly investigate it. Should we allow this creature to develop unchecked, we may find ourselves perilously close to the future Xiangnan has described. Chenmai spoke slowly. Xiangnan, do you have a plan? Wu Xiangnan took a seat, adjusted his glasses, and said earnestly, I believe the immediate priority is to locate the physical form of the mythological creature while determining how many individuals it has already infected. Therefore, I propose that we split into two groups. One group will focus on the second middle school, dispersing outward to search for any signs of other infected individuals. The other group will infiltrate the second middle school, following the clues to swiftly uncover the creature's true form. Chenmai nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Since the objective was to infiltrate the second high school, it was imperative to avoid arousing any suspicion, ensuring that they conform to the personas of high school students. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Qi Yi, the task of penetrating the second high school and uncovering its true nature is entrusted to you. Chapter 45. Infiltration Captain. Qi Yi is merely a temporary team member. He should not partake in the mysterious cleansing operation before his formal induction. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow slightly. Chenmai shook his head, asserting that, based on the current intelligence, this mythical creature excels in camouflage, lurking, and infection, while its own level is not particularly high. Qi Yi has undergone half a month of training, significantly enhancing his capabilities. This presents an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. Furthermore, he was a student at number 2 high school, making him intimately familiar with the environment, as well as being a classmate of Lu Xiaoyan, rendering his approach to her quite natural. Upon mentioning this, Chenmai glanced at Lin Qi Yi and continued, of course, as a temporary team member. I will not compel you. If you are unwilling to participate, you may remain here to hold the fort. I will go. Lin Qi Yi replied without a trace of hesitation. Chenmai was indeed correct. After over half a month of training, his combat prowess had grown considerably, and he was eager for an opportunity to apply what he had learned. In this perilous era, survival demanded an early acquaintance with danger itself. While Lin Qi Yi preferred to maintain a low profile, he would not forfeit any opportunity to fortify his abilities. Then let us commence our operation, Chenmai declared, rising to his feet before turning to Li Yifei. You will accompany Qi Yi and the others. Li Yifei was taken aback. But I'm just an ordinary person. What if? They will ensure your safety, Chenmai reassured him. Chenmai's tone was devoid of any fluctuations. You have encountered that mythical creature. We possess the most profound understanding of it here. You must go. Upon hearing Chenmai's almost commanding tone, Li Yifei grimaced and nodded in agreement. If this operation proceeds smoothly, I shall offer you a chance to join the Night Watchers, Chenmai remarked as he strolled towards the door. Li Yifei's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. As Lin Xie was about to depart, Long Xian, who had been lingering in the corner, suddenly called out to him. Lin Xie. Long Xian approached him, drawing a pitch-black handgun from behind his waist and presenting it to Lin Xie. Take it. The magazine is fully loaded. Long Xian stated with an air of indifference. But my marksmanship. What if I accidentally harm someone else? Lin Xie's expression soured at the thought. Long Xian gave him a knowing glance before turning away, implying that the significance of the gun extended beyond mere violence. Lin Xie stood in a daze for a moment, then reluctantly placed the handgun into his pocket and strode towards the passageway. 20 minutes later, 3 figures stood before the entrance of the second high school, each carrying different boxes, their faces etched with concern. Qi Yi, why is your school uniform so hideous? Hong Ying remarked disdainfully. glancing down at her red and white high school uniform. The girls' uniforms are relatively decent, Lin Xie replied, gesturing to his blue and white attire, but the boys' is truly unattractive. Indeed, the appeal of school uniforms varies from person to person. You look quite splendid as you are. Under the sun, Hong Ying donned a crisp white short-sleeve shirt, layered with a red and white school uniform, the zipper slightly ajar, fluttering gently in the breeze. Her high ponytail swayed gracefully, and she carried a long black box on her back, exuding an aura of youth and vigor. Beside her, Si Xiaonan presented a contrasting image. She wore a whimsical long-sleeve top, her uniform wrapped around her waist like a skirt, her lustrous black hair fashioned into two large buns. Resembling a bashful and innocent young girl. With a playful smile, Hong Ying winked at Lin Qiyi, saying, "Brother Qiyi, I never expected you to be so eloquent." Lin Qiyi responded with a sigh. "The pressing issue is that the first class of the morning is already halfway through. How shall we sneak in?" He glanced at the time, then cast a wary glance at the imposing security guard by the entrance. Moreover, with these items in hand, we are certain to be stopped for questioning, Si Xiaonan remarked softly, eyeing the black box she held. "Isn't that quite simple?" Hong Ying replied with a slight smirk, standing tall and pointing towards the imposing wall over 2 meters high in the distance. "Let's climb over." Lin Xie pondered for a moment, then turned to glance at the diminutive figure of Si Xiaonan, who barely reached his shoulder and appeared rather delicate. "I have no issue with it, but Xiaonan might encounter some difficulties." Si Xiaonan silently rolled her eyes at Lin Xie, her form shifting as she swiftly darted to the wall. With a series of nimble taps from her toes against the wall, she ascended gracefully like a light butterfly, clutching the black box in one hand. She spun elegantly in midair before silently landing on the other side of the wall. Lin Qiye watched in disbelief. Hong Ying covered her mouth with a soft laugh. "Qiye, although Xiaonan seems like a gentle girl, she has been a night watcher for 2 years now, so don't underestimate her." After saying this, Hong Ying also hurried towards the wall, gliding along its surface with the grace of a startled swan, effortlessly vaulting over it with poise and elegance. As Lin Qiye reached the base of the wall, the memory of the duo's splendid acrobatics flashed through his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. It felt rather embarrassing. He took a deep breath, tossed the black box over the wall, and then leaped high, supporting himself on the eaves before easily crossing over, though he managed to clear the obstacle with some style. The comparison to Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's dazzling performances left him feeling somewhat sheepish. "Well, not too bad. Looks a bit cool," remarked Hong Ying, returning the black box to Lin Qiye with a smile of encouragement. Lin Qiye shook his head, eager to bring the conversation to a swift conclusion. "Let us proceed as planned. I will approach Lu Xiaoyan closely in class while you investigate the director's office in the administration building." With a nod, Hong Ying indicated the invisible earpiece nestled in her ear, turning to leave with Si Xiaonan. After taking a few steps, she hesitated and turned back, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. Where is the administration building? Also, where can I find the director's office?" Lin Qiye, with a sense of resignation, pointed towards the distant tall building. "Room 403. Thus, we say that odd changes remain unchanged, and symbols should be interpreted based on their quadrants. This is a mnemonic you must remember. Now let us proceed to the next question." At the podium, a middle-aged man with glasses animatedly explained the material, his enthusiasm palpable. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted the session. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone turned to the entrance, where Lin Qiye stood quietly, holding a black box and slightly bowing. Reporting in, Lin Qiye, the mathematics teacher, taken aback by his unexpected appearance, inquired, "Why have you arrived now? Where have you been these past few days?" "I had some issues with my eyesight and spent 2 weeks in the hospital." "I see. Please, come in and take a seat." The mathematics teacher adjusted his glasses, demonstrating a significant level of tolerance towards Lin Qiye, who had previously faced challenges, and ensured that he would not be overly demanding. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Qiye calmly returned to his rightful seat and took a seat. His mental energy swept across the surroundings, and his brows slightly furrowed. "Classmates, let us resume our lesson." The mathematics teacher rapped the blackboard, drawing the attention of others, and continued to lecture. Lin Qiye discreetly brushed his earphone, and a voice belonging to Chun Mai resonated within. "Lin Qiye, what is the situation?" "I have already entered the classroom." Lin Qiye lowered his voice. "Can your forbidden ruins discern them?" "Yes." "What is their number?" Lin Qiye's brows knitted tighter, his voice tinged with gravity. "Not good." Chapter 46. Campus Killings Before Their Departure. Chen Mai and the others specifically reminded Lin Qiye to be vigilant in utilizing his abilities. since the infected individuals, who were manifestations of mythological creatures, could not be discerned by their outward appearances, alternative methods of identification were imperative, as the sole member among them possessing the psychic capacity to perceive the forbidden ruins. Lin Chia's role was undeniably significant. As Lin Chia had anticipated, his Eye of the Seraphim could indeed identify those who had been infected. At this moment, within the realm of his psychic perception, Lu Xiaoyan appeared as a grotesque creature clad in human skin, skillfully maneuvering that FAOD while engaging in hushed whispers with her deskmate. In this classroom, aside from Lu Xiaoyan, there was another infected individual. This girl, whose presence was rather inconspicuous in class, was named Han Ruruo. Currently, she was quietly scribbling something before turning to pass a small note to the boy seated behind her. The boy, Lin Chia was also acquainted with, and had a certain familiarity with, Lu Yuan, who had once given him a nudge in the face of the ghost-faced man. He would not easily forget that. How many are there? Chen Mai's voice echoed through the earpiece once more. In my classroom, there are 2, and upon my arrival, I made a thorough sweep of all the classrooms on this floor. Just on this level, there are approximately 6. Is there any hope for them? There is none. Lin Chia stated with conviction that their internal organs had vanished, leaving behind only a bizarre mass of flesh and blood. Even if those creatures were slain, survival was utterly unattainable. They had perished the moment they were consumed. With merely a single layer, 6 lives had already been sacrificed. If one were to consider the entire school, how many more would meet their demise? When a school is plagued by such a multitude of fatalities, its very existence hangs in the balance. The societal repercussions stemming from this incident are even more harrowing. On the other end of the headset, Chunmai remained silent for a considerable time before slowly responding. Understood. Continue observing, but do not alarm the serpent. Received, Lin Chia affirmed, producing paper and pen, intently listening to the teacher as an ordinary student would. After a span of 10 minutes, Li Yifei rushed breathlessly to the door, knocking lightly. Report. Li Yifei? You are late. The teacher's expression was far from amiable, particularly towards someone as seasoned as Li Yifei. Teacher, I was on sick leave. I have a note. Li Yifei waved the note from his book. The teacher shot him a glare. Quickly return to your seat. If you perform poorly again, I shall call your parents. Li Yifei hurriedly settled back beside Lin Chia, bending over to retrieve his book, and quietly inquired, What have you learned? Some information. But it is not comprehensive. Lin Chia cast a glance out the window, yearning for an opportunity to perceive the sentiments of all the faculty and students within the school. Li Yifei was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that, after this class, during the flag-raising ceremony, I shall be able to ascertain the situation? Lin Chia's eyes narrowed slightly. The administrative building, room 403, 403. Found it. Hong Ying and Si Shaoan arrived at the entrance of the director's office, simultaneously halting their steps. They exchanged a glance and swiftly assumed their positions. Si Shaoan stood at the door with a black box in tow, while Hong Ying concealed herself in the shadowed corner, ever prepared to intrude. Si Shaoan cleared her throat and raised her hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 resounding taps, the two held their breath, awaiting a response. Yet silence reigned within. Hong Ying furrowed her delicate brows and cast a glance at Si Shaonan. Si Shaonan knocked a few more times, still met with quietude. Hong Ying gestured for Shaonan to step back a few paces, then approached the door herself, retrieving a slender wire from her pocket and gently manipulating it within the lock. With a soft click, the door slowly creaked open, revealing an empty office. Hong Ying cautiously entered the room, scanning her surroundings. Once she confirmed the absence of any presence, she exhaled in relief. Sister Hong Ying, it seems the occupant has only just departed. The cup remains warm. Si Shaonan remarked as she reached out to touch the cup resting on the desk. She must have gone to a meeting. If it were merely a trip to the restroom, there would be no need to lock the door. Hong Ying nodded slightly, determined to search this place thoroughly for any clues. Si Shaonan agreed, stating that she would keep watch. She closed the door and stealthily positioned herself by the window, retrieving a delicate mirror from her pocket to scrutinize the surroundings through its reflection. Meanwhile, Hong Ying swiftly began to rummage through the office, desk, drawers, filing cabinets, flower beds, searching every conceivable spot. However, aside from a heap of useless documents, she found nothing of value. Suddenly, she paused, her nose twitching as she inhaled deeply. Shaonan, do you detect any unusual odor? Hong Ying inquired, her brow furrowing. I don't think so, Si Shaonan replied, perplexed as she sniffed the air. Hong Ying's frown deepened. She crouched down, following the faint, unpleasant scent. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon a seemingly clean tile beneath a chair, which appeared to have been disturbed. She produced a small knife, prying at the edge of the tile until it lifted slightly, releasing a wave of rancid odor. Gritting her teeth against the stench, Hong Ying delicately used the knife's tip to extract whatever was hidden beneath the tile, a whole piece of yellowish-brown soft membrane. When she unfurled it, her pupils dilated in shock. Skin. This is human skin. Hong Ying abruptly lifted her gaze towards Si Xiaonan, exclaiming in disbelief, "These infected individuals can shed their skin." Si Xiaonan's brow furrowed in concern. A snake? It is possible to report this information to Wu Xiaonan. Perhaps it will lead to the discovery of details regarding this mythical creature. Hong Ying swiftly returned the piece to its ceramic tile, concealing it once more. Just as she masked all traces of her presence, a sudden melody resonated from outside the window, startling her. Upon recognizing the familiar tune, Hong Ying approached the window. Gazing down at the increasing throng of students emerging from the corridor, murmuring to herself, "Is it the flag-raising ceremony? Is the music for the flag-raising ceremony throughout the entire Xia uniform?" At that moment, Lin Qie and Li Yifei were situated in the corridor, gradually making their way downward amidst the clamorous crowd of students. Li Yifei cautiously scanned the surroundings and leaned closer to Lin Qie's ear. "Qiyeth, does your joining them imply that you possess that special ability as well?" "Indeed. Damn, I truly envy you. What is your ability?" "It's akin to perceiving the surroundings with mental awareness, something of that nature," Lin Qie replied vaguely. "Can you distinguish between monsters and humans?" "Yes." "Then, tell me the truth. How many are there in our class?" "2. Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruruo." Upon hearing these names, Li Yifei seemed to exhale in relief. "Thank goodness. Thank goodness Wu Shujie isn't one. I've harbored a crush on her for so many years. If she were to transform into a monster, I doubt I would ever find love in this lifetime." "Lin Qie, and what about now? How many do I have around me?" Li Yi asked with concern. "The 5th person in front of you. That girl as well." "Her?" Li Yi pondered for a moment. "She's from the neighboring class. I think her name is Tianli. She has also been transformed into a monster, which isn't particularly surprising." Lin Qie was taken aback. "Why?" Li raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you notice?" "Oh right, you've only just transferred a few days ago, so you wouldn't know about this." "Notice what?" "Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruoruo, and Tianli. They all share a dormitory." Chapter 47. The flag bearer Lin Qie stood frozen in place upon hearing those words. Indeed. During his previous exploration of the floors, he had discerned that the majority of those infected by the monsters were females. With Li Yifei's remark, he began to grasp that something was amiss. Could it be that the mythical creature emerged from the girls' dormitory? Lin Qie murmured to himself. He activated his earpiece and spoke in a hushed tone. "Sister Hong Ying, where are you? We just exited the office building. What's the matter?" Lin Qie shared his suspicions, and on the other end, Hong Ying immediately nodded. "All right. While everyone is heading to the flag raising, we shall proceed to the girls' dormitory." "Understood." As the ceremonial march commenced, Lin Qie's class began to file out of the corridor, gradually making their way towards the flag-raising platform. The ceremony was to take place in a small clearing in front of the teaching building, where students from all 3 grades of the high school were crammed together, leaving little room to maneuver. "Students at the back, keep up. Hurry, don't shove me. Hey, can you move a bit faster? How fast can I go? The person in front of me is stuck. What can I do? Huh, where's the person ahead of me? Who is in front of you?" "Lin Qie. Where did he go?" "I don't know. He was just here." "Wait, Li Yifei is also missing." As several classmates were engulfed in confusion, Lin Qie and Li Yifei had already stealthily slipped away from the group, swiftly navigating through the chaotic throng of students from various classes. Lin Qie's mental perception extended only 20 meters. To comprehensively encompass the more than 2,000 students, he had to be in constant motion. "Lin Qie, have you completed your reconnaissance?" Li Yifei exclaimed, struggling to part the surrounding students as he called out to Lin Qie ahead. "Not yet. There's still half to go. What shall we do?" "Everyone is lining up, and once the music stops, we will surely be discovered." At that moment, the continuously playing march began to fade, making the 2 students weaving through the crowd increasingly conspicuous, with many onlookers beginning to point at them. Lin Qie furrowed his brow. Li Yifei was indeed correct. If they continued to maneuver through the throng after everyone had lined up, it would inevitably draw attention. Persisting in their search could result in being halted by a teacher. However, if they were to cease their efforts now, The prospect of thoroughly gathering information on all students and teachers across the 3 grades would mean waiting until dismissal to intercept them. The time was too lengthy, and the variables too numerous that could not afford to wait. Lin Chia's mind raced as he suddenly caught sight of the flag-bearing team in the distance. A spark igniting within him, he altered his course, swiftly parting the crowd, and approached the flag-bearers. "Hello, fellow student." Lin Chia approached the foremost student with an air of politeness. The flag-bearer paused. "Hello, you have been dismissed." The student looked at him in confusion. "What are you talking about?" The school administration had just issued an urgent notice requesting exemplary student representatives to raise the flag and, following the ceremony, to deliver a speech, necessitating a temporary replacement of the flag-bearer. Lin Chia stated earnestly, extending his hand to grasp the flagpole held by the student. "But I am Li Fei, an exemplary representative from the 2nd year. Please relinquish the flag to me. Should there be any queries, you may address them with the administration after the flag raising." With a stoic expression, Lin Chia seized the flagpole from the student's grasp and assumed the position originally designated for him, his demeanor solemn. Li Fei, bewildered, scratched his head, and after a lengthy moment of internal conflict, chose to return to his rightful place within his class's ranks. "Lin Chia, what are you attempting to do?" Li Fei could not restrain himself from inquiring. "Your actions could lead to disciplinary action. Wait, I too would face consequences. I have usurped your identity to seize the flag, which has nothing to do with you." Lin Chia replied nonchalantly, "Moreover, I am no longer a student, and thus not beholden to the school's regulations. I am the night watchman." As the solemn and dignified music began to play, students, teachers, and administrators, the entire assembly fell into a hushed silence, their gazes fixed upon the flag held aloft by the flag-bearer, awaiting its ascent. As the rhythm of the music swelled, Lin Chia held aloft the flag and marched forward with impeccable precision. Do you see that flag-bearer? Doesn't he look somewhat familiar?" one onlooker remarked. "Indeed. He is rather handsome, reminiscent of Lin Chia himself. Are you sure it's just a resemblance?" "I have a strong feeling that it is him." "It indeed seems to be." Although the majority of the crowd did not recognize Lin Chia, his classmates swiftly identified him, whispering amongst themselves. The leaders on stage, however, remained oblivious to the change in the flag-bearer, their smiles fixed upon the dashing youth. After all, such trivial matters did not warrant their attention. With so many students in the school, how could they possibly know who was to raise the flag that day? Yet, the teacher in charge of the flag-raising ceremony suddenly paled upon spotting Lin Chia. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition stirred within him. With the eyes of the audience upon him, Lin Chia strode with confidence along the designated path for the flag raising. Just as he was about to ascend the flag platform, he abruptly executed an acute turn. Without hesitation, he headed towards the other corner of the student formation. The leaders, who had been smiling in anticipation of receiving the flag, were momentarily stunned. Their smiles froze upon their faces as they stared blankly at Lin Chia, who seemed to disregard their presence entirely. It took several seconds for them to regain their composure. In unison, they turned to the teacher responsible for the flag-raising ceremony, their eyes filled with questions. The teacher, in charge of the proceedings, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, the students became aware of the unfolding scene, their astonished gazes following Lin Chia as he passed before them, the murmurs around them growing significantly louder. "What on earth? Why isn't he going on stage?" "I don't know. Is this his first flag raising? He certainly looks unfamiliar. How intriguing. This is bound to flop. Just observe the expressions of the leaders on stage. Haha. It's utterly hilarious. What is Lin Chia up to?" At that moment, the voice of the teacher in charge of the flag-raising ceremony rang out. "Silence. Everyone. Quiet down." The student holding the flag, "You've taken a wrong turn." Lin Chia, seemingly unfazed, showed no inclination to turn back, even quickening his pace. His gaze sliced through the faces of all the students before him like a blade. Their eyes reflected surprise, confusion, derision, and schadenfreude. Yet, within Lin Chia's eyes lay an unfathomable depth, akin to a bottomless well. To him, they were akin to a flock of sheep unaware of the impending jaws of a wolf, perilously close to danger, yet oblivious. Among the over 2,000 teachers and students present, only Lin Chia and Li Yifei remained, awake, while all others were inebriated by the illusion. Perhaps this was their reality. "Come back. Hurry back. Which class are you from?" The teacher in charge on stage bellowed, in anger. At last, having scrutinized all the students, Lin Chia feigned surprise, swiftly turning around and retracing his steps, making his way to the flagpole beside the flag-raising platform. Quickly securing the flag to the pole, the supervising teacher fixated intently on Lin Xie, his body trembling with barely contained rage. It seemed he wished to pose some inquiries. Yet the moment was decidedly inappropriate for such discourse. Lin Xie chose to disregard his presence entirely. At this juncture, he found himself utterly indifferent to the teacher's sentiments. As the music shifted and the national anthem resonated, the flag ascended gracefully. However, beneath the flagpole, a cold bead of sweat trickled down Lin Xie's cheek. He stared blankly at the leaders surrounding him, then cast his gaze downward at the sea of students below, his heart plummeting as though into an abyss. "Captain, you had better brace yourself," he murmured to himself. Chapter 48. The girls' dormitory. Who are you? Which class do you belong to? Where's the original flag bearer? Just after the flag-raising ceremony concluded, the responsible teacher stormed up to Lin Xie, his face a mask of fury. At that moment, Lin Xie had neither the time nor the inclination to respond. He simply sidestepped and walked away. The teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. In his many years of teaching, he had never encountered such an outrageous student. "Stop right there. I am speaking to you. What kind of attitude is this? Do you believe I won't take you to the principal's office and have you reported for disciplinary action throughout the school?" he thundered, gripping Lin Xie's shoulder tightly. Ahead, Lin Xie halted and slowly turned his head. In his eyes, two golden flames ignited in an instant. At that moment, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the heart of the responsible teacher. Under the gaze of those eyes, he felt as if he were staring into the vastness of the universe. Amidst the boundless darkness and uncertainty, he was but a mere speck of dust. The sensation was overwhelming. It was a pressure that transcended the very essence of life. In just a fleeting moment, the teacher's back was drenched in cold sweat, his entire being feeling as if it would collapse under the weight of it all. The flames in Lin Xie's eyes flickered and vanished, as if they had never existed. "What just occurred was my fault. You may report me to the entire school for criticism, or even file a complaint at the office." Lin Xie gazed at the panting teacher in charge and calmly remarked, "However, you must allow me to complete my tasks first." With that, he turned on his heel and sprinted away, leaving the teacher in a state of alarm. "Captain Xie, report your status. I have surveyed the entire school, and the situation is dire. I fear that resolving this matter discreetly is akin to climbing a mountain. Please elaborate." Among the 3 grades, the number of infected individuals in both the first and third years is relatively low, totaling no more than 10. However, the situation is most severe in the second year, where there are 36 confirmed cases. One class even has half its members infected. This count only accounts for the students. Among the teachers and administration, nearly 20 individuals are also infected. Thus, I can surmise that at least 60 members of our institution have been transformed into monsters. A heavy silence enveloped the communication device. "Captain, over 60 infected individuals, even if each one is merely at the Jean level. This high school harbors more than 60 monsters of that caliber. Should we discover the entity of this mythological creature, the infected Jean individuals will undoubtedly enter a state of frenzy, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding faculty and students. Moreover, the sheer number is overwhelming. If even a single one manages to escape the school, it would spell disaster for the entirety of Tsangnan City." Lin Xie calmly articulated his deductions. In the stillness of the 7th night, as soon as a stray creature escapes the confines of the school, the sound of hacking reverberates through the headset. Chenmai speaks slowly. They are already beginning to seep out. At this moment, several kilometers away from number 2 high school, in a rented room, Chenmai grips his knife, stepping over the scattered remnants of flesh and blood, while beside him stands Wu Xiangnan, his face etched with concern. "We have investigated Lu Xiaoyan, as well as Han Ruoruo, whom you mentioned, along with the home of the head of the department. We discovered that their families have also been infected, and we have just recently eradicated the threat. The situation is more dire than we had anticipated. Then, we must visit the homes of each infected individual one by one to swiftly sever the transmission of infection. Thus, we are currently unable to provide support to you. However, such a formidable mythical creature is likely to possess limited combat strength. I believe that with the 3 of you, it should be possible to eliminate it. But this will inevitably incite chaos within the school, potentially exposing our presence and that of the mythical creature. Do not worry about that. We possess an artifact known as Dream Whisper, which can create illusions within a certain range, erasing parts of people's memories. Furthermore, I shall instruct Lung Xian to temporarily take on the role of the Watcher, establishing a barrier around number 2 high school, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. In the time to come, Number 2 high school will transform into an isolated island, cut off from the world. Chen Mai approached the window, his gaze fixed on the direction where Lin Qiye and the others were located. He spoke calmly, "Our adversary this time is quite formidable. There is no need to hold back or conceal our intentions. We must ascertain its true form and eliminate it in the shortest time possible. At the same time, we must ensure the safety of our students and faculty, for we cannot afford to witness further casualties. This time, you may fight with all your might." On the other end of the earpiece, Lin Xia paused for a moment before nodding resolutely. "I understand." He then disconnected the earpiece. Standing beside Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan furrowed her brow and remarked, "Is it too much for him to encounter such a significant incident on his first mission?" "Xiangnan, this child is different from you and me," Chen Mai replied with a slight shake of his head. "He possesses potential, temperament, and resilience. All we need to do is provide him with a clear path and a broad stage. He will ascend to great heights on his own." In the girls' dormitory at number 2 middle school, Hong Ying stealthily peeked out from the window, glancing inside before waving her hand behind her. "Hurry. The dormitory supervisor is not here." Si Xiaonan quickly dashed in from outside, effortlessly leaping over the entrance restriction and slipping behind the duty room. Hong Ying followed suit, and after evading the duty room, the two of them raced up the stairs, bounding 3 steps at a time, moving with remarkable speed. In an instant, they reached the 5th floor. At this moment, the flag-raising ceremony had just concluded, and the students promptly returned to their classrooms to prepare for lessons. The dormitory building lay desolate, its doors securely locked on either side, casting a shadowy and cramped atmosphere. With the sole illumination emanating from a sliver of sunlight streaming through the terrace at the front, Hong Ying cautiously pressed against the wall, scrutinizing the floor in the dim light. "Which room did Lin Qiye say belonged to those girls?" she whispered, turning to inquire. "The second room from the north," Si Xiaonan replied. Hong Ying cast her gaze towards the northern dormitory, silently advancing in that direction, while Si Xiaonan clutched her clothing tightly, a flicker of fear evident in her eyes. "Sister Hong Ying, please walk more slowly. I know. You, of all people, fear not the monsters yet dread the dark," Hong Ying responded with a hint of exasperation. As the two approached the dormitory door, Hong Ying deftly inserted a fine needle into the lock, and the door creaked open. Just as she had anticipated, the dormitory was devoid of any presence. They stepped inside, swiftly commencing their search. "Wow, this school's dormitory is quite nice. The balcony is rather spacious," Hong Ying remarked as she opened the door leading to the balcony. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on something, her pupils constricting in alarm. On the drying rack of the dormitory, amidst a collection of soft, pink garments, there swayed 4 thin, flayed human skins, fluttering in the breeze. Chapter 49. The long spear unleashed. Sister Hong Ying. Si Xiaonan also witnessed this scene, her complexion paling slightly. Hong Ying furrowed her brow, maneuvering through several pieces of human skin, and approached the edge of the balcony to gaze outward. This dormitory building was the most peripheral structure of the entire school. Across the balcony lay an expanse of undeveloped land, devoid of any other buildings. It was no wonder they dared to brazenly display human skin up there. But what if someone else were to pay a visit? Contemplating this, Hong Ying's gaze sharpened, and she hastened out of the dormitory, opening the door to the adjacent room. On that balcony, 4 pieces of human skin fluttered in the wind. Next door, and the next one over, Hong Ying conducted a thorough search of several nearby dormitories, discovering that the majority of balconies bore the same gruesome adornments. Some displayed 1 piece, others 2, and some as many as 4. This indicated that a substantial number of students on this floor had already been transformed into monsters. "Sister Hong Ying, this is quite troublesome," Si Xiaonan murmured from outside the door. Indeed, it was a predicament. Hong Ying sighed deeply, shifting the conversation. Yet it also implied that this monster's ability to infect others must inherently possess limitations. Why? If it were capable of unrestrained infection, I suspect that within merely 2 nights, it could silently infect everyone on this floor. However, the reality is far from that. We do not know how long it has been operating in the shadows. However, it can be ascertained that the duration of infection spans at least 2 days, and during this extensive period, it has only managed to infect a handful of dormitories. This it implies that there may be a cap on the number of individuals it can infect. This is a possibility. Yet another theory posits that its capacity for infection may be subject to a cool-down period. For instance, a single entity may only infect 1 person within a day. Si Xiaonan's eyes gradually sparkled with realization. Indeed, if it possessed an infinite capacity for infection, the entire school would have been doomed long ago. Thus, we can deduce many insights from this. Hong Ying continued along this line of thought, noting that, according to the intelligence provided by Chie, the proportion of infected boarders vastly exceeds that of day students. This is attributable to the fact that day students do not reside on campus, and when they are present, they tend to congregate in groups, making it difficult for the creature to stealthily infect them. Moreover, among the infected, the ratio of females to males is significantly higher. This is not solely due to the fact that females are relatively easier targets, often becoming isolated, but also because Hong Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to survey the dimly lit, narrow corridor. The very essence of that mythical creature lies within this space. Xishan gasped in astonishment. Sister Hong Ying, how did you suddenly become so astute? HM? Hong Ying arched an eyebrow. Do you truly regard me as such a fool? Indeed, you have always struck me as rather dim-witted, the sort who seldom employs their intellect until a critical moment arises. Redding helplessly gazed at the ceiling. And after a moment, she removed her headset. All right, I admit it. Those were indeed the words of Qi Yi, she confessed. Xishan. He's quite clever, Xishan remarked. Pouting slightly, Redding sighed. Although she was reluctant to acknowledge it, it seemed he was indeed a tad brighter than she was. Lin Chie's voice echoed softly through the headset. Are you certain it's just a tad? Shut up. Oh, and I must remind you, Lin Chie's tone grew serious, just now. I noticed a large group of girls heading towards the dormitory building. Redding furrowed her brow. Infected ones? It's too far for me to sense, he replied. You both be careful. Understood. Redding donned her headset once more, exchanging a glance with Xishan, and they swiftly darted towards the corridor. At that moment, several girls approached from the corridor, chattering and laughing. Red Ying's expression sharpened, and she pulled Xishan to a halt, her eyes filled with caution as she scrutinized them. The group of girls, surprised to see two unfamiliar faces in the corridor, exchanged curious glances before whispering among themselves. Who are they? One asked. I don't recognize them. Perhaps they're from another class? Another speculated. But aren't there only our classes on this floor? Came a third voice. I've never seen them before. Maybe they're here looking for someone? True, let me ask. A girl with long hair stepped forward and politely inquired, Hello, are you looking for someone? A smile appeared on Hong Ying's face as she replied, Yes, I am searching for Wang Nan from class 6, but I forgot which dormitory she is in. Wang Nan? The long-haired girl tilted her head. There is no such person in class 6. Are you sure you have the right name? This is not the senior year dormitory, is it? No, this is the second year dormitory. The senior year is on the first floor. I see. Hong Ying scratched her head apologetically, grasping Xishan's hand, and cheerfully responded, I'm so sorry for the disturbance. It's no trouble at all, the long-haired girl smiled politely. As Hong Ying and Xishan sidestepped the long-haired girl, they proceeded towards the corridor. The cluster of girls gathered nearby graciously parted to allow them passage. That girl is truly beautiful, Hong Ying overheard a nearby girl whispering, her eyes filled with envy. Indeed, her features are exquisite, and her skin is flawless. I envy her so much. The shorter girl behind her is also lovely, how adorable. Another girl chimed in, so cute that one could almost be tempted to devour her. In the fleeting moment as Hong Ying and Xishan brushed past the group of girls, a ravenous gleam ignited in their eyes. Their heads blooming like flowers to reveal vibrant red flesh and a set of densely packed, menacing teeth. The corridor of the dormitory is inherently narrow, and with several girls occupying a significant portion of the space, there is scarcely enough room left for Hong Ying and Xishan. So little, in fact, that they are unable to evade. Yet, at that moment, a faint smile graced the corners of Hong Ying's lips, and a surge of crimson radiance erupted around her. The rose-colored flames, emanating from her and Xishan, surged outward in all directions, the resulting forceful blast catapulting the monsters within the corridor away. With a resounding crack, the flames roared, their searing heat causing the emergency lights flanking the corridor to burst, plunging the entire passage into darkness. Only the flames remained, flickering defiantly. Then, a young girl with a long box upon her back slowly ascended the staircase, the fire illuminating her visage. She gently tapped the long box behind her, and a soft hum resonated from within, causing a long spear to spring forth from its side, landing steadily in her grasp. With a graceful sweep of the spear, she created a floral pattern of motion, leisurely traversing through the rose-hued flames, proudly gazing at the terrified monsters before her. Humph, I knew you were not benevolent, she declared, resting the spear upon her shoulder. With a flick of her fingers, she adjusted her earpiece and thought to herself, let us see who dares to call me foolish again. Chapter 50. Not fully rescued Xishan. clutching her chest, approached Hong Ying from behind, her expression one of lingering shock. They looked quite terrifying indeed. Hong Ying nodded slightly, though their strength appeared unimpressive. As she spoke, she stomped her feet against the ground, propelling herself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The tip of her spear ignited with a rose-colored flame, leaving a trail of fire in the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The monsters in the corridor, upon seeing Hong Ying charge, opened their grotesque mouths wide, revealing their terrifying gaping maws, ready to devour her whole. Hong Ying narrowed her eyes, not faltering for a moment, and charged directly towards that massive mouth. How? Just as the monster's jaws were about to engulf Hong Ying, a brilliant flash of fiery red erupted from the spear's tip, illuminating the dark corridor in an instant. In the next moment, a colossal fireball ignited. The spear effortlessly sliced through the creature's body, and the flickering flames consumed the mangled flesh in a single breath. Standing firm, Hong Ying casually rested the spear on her shoulder, the flames still dancing at its tip. With a light chuckle, she looked at the stunned monsters before her and provocatively wiggled her fingers, declaring, "You lot combined aren't even enough to challenge me." Si Xiaonan cheered excitedly from the side. "Sister Hong Ying, you are so cool." The remaining monsters let out a roar, their eyes fixed intently on Hong Ying. In the next moment, an increasing number of figures appeared at the entrances of the corridors. Some donned school uniforms, while others were clad in casual attire. Some held water basins, and others cradled books. Their long, ebony hair cascaded down, and pairs of eyes fixated upon the central figure, Hong Ying. They stared at her in silence. Drip. Drop. The distant sound of water dripping from the restroom could be heard, accompanied by faint rustling from the ceiling above, while the outside air was faintly filled with the chatter of students, rendering the entire corridor eerily silent. The girls gathered along the sides of the corridor grew steadily in number, standing in perfect unison, resembling a silent legion. This scene sent shivers down one's spine. Si Xiaonan quietly edged behind Hong Ying, retrieving a straight knife from the black box in her hand, gripping it firmly. 16, 17, 18. Hong Ying meticulously counted the heads, murmuring to herself, 18. This number poses a bit of a dilemma. However, merely a bit. Ruo, you mentioned in the last class that you wanted to drink AD calcium. I happened to buy a bottle when I was at the convenience store just now. So here you go. In the classroom, Lu Yuan extended a bottle of AD calcium milk towards Han Ruo, his cheeks slightly flushed. Han Ruo turned around, offering Lu Yuan a sweet smile as she accepted the AD calcium. Thank you, Lu Yuan. You were so kind to me. Upon beholding Han Ruo's radiant smile, Lu Yuan was instantly enveloped in a sensation of ethereal delight. He patted his chest reassuringly, proclaiming, "Rest assured, whoa, whatever you wish to drink in the future, simply tell me, and I shall procure it for you." "All right." Han Ruo nodded, hesitating momentarily before leaning closer to Lu Yuan's ear, her voice soft and melodic as she whispered, "Lu Yuan, could you wait for me in the garage after school?" Lu Yuan's heart raced, a flurry of thoughts igniting within him. I have something I wish to tell you." Han Ruo's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast a charming glance in his direction, an unspoken understanding lingering between them. Lu Yuan, brimming with excitement, nodded fervently. "Yes, I will undoubtedly await you after school tonight." At that moment, Han Ruo appeared momentarily taken aback, as if sensing something amiss, and abruptly stood up. "What's wrong, Ruo? Where are you going?" Lu Yuan inquired, perplexed. "I just remembered I left something behind. I need to return to the dormitory." Han Ruo's demeanor shifted, losing its gentle warmth as she coldly uttered a brief sentence before striding towards the door. Just then, a young man approached her table, obstructing her path. "Lin Xie?" Lu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly upon recognizing the newcomer. In Han Ruo's eyes, a flicker of irritation briefly surfaced, yet it was swiftly replaced by her innocent, carefree smile. "Lin Xie, is there something you need?" Lin Xie deliberately disregarded Lu Yuan's gaze, pausing momentarily before softly confessing, "In truth, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time." Han Ruo was taken aback. Lu Yuan nearly choked on his words, resolutely rising to confront Lin Xie, declaring, "Lin Xie, you mustn't do this. Han Ruo already has someone she likes. You cannot pursue her." Before Lu Yuan could finish, Lin Xie swiftly pushed him back into his seat, simultaneously covering his mouth. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Ruo seemed to arrive at a realization. Her cheeks suddenly tinged with a delightful blush. "Well, then, I suppose I shall be your girlfriend," Lin Xie naturally continued. Roars of excitement erupted from the class. Despite Lin Xie's voice being rather soft, the impact of his words was undeniably profound. Wow, who would have thought Lin Xie liked a girl like Han Ruo? I didn't see that coming, someone exclaimed. But upon closer inspection, Han Ruo is indeed quite charming. However, it is evident that Lin Xie is even more handsome. Another added. Wow, how domineering. I absolutely adore this, lamented another voice. But alas, just look at Lu Yuan's expression. It's simply priceless. Came a delighted cheer. I am in favor. Together, together, together. Amidst a cacophony of noise, Han Ruo lowered her gaze, seemingly fixated on her own toes. Her face flushed to the very roots of her ears. After a brief moment, she responded in a voice as delicate as a whisper, well, all right then. Beside her, Lu Yuan stared at her in disbelief, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. His world had crumbled. Lin Xie nodded impassively, indicating that they would meet in the garage this evening. Very well. Lin Xie released his grip on Lu Yuan's mouth, who sat there like a statue, staring blankly at the blushing Han Ruo, utterly motionless. Lin Xie cast a sidelong glance at him before silently departing. Witnessing the entire scene, Li Yifei approached Lin Xie and quietly inquired, Xie, why did you save him? He had pushed you before. I truly did not wish to save him. Had I been my former self, I would have certainly refrained from intervening, Lin Xie replied, patting his shoulder. Yet, here I am, bound by duty. I did not want to save him, but from the perspective of a guardian, it is imperative to rescue those in peril. Thus, I saved him, albeit not entirely. Li Yifei was taken aback, pondering the implications of this. Lin Xie had turned a glance at the dazed Lu Yuan, speaking with profound significance. Do you believe that? Given his disposition, he would relinquish his pursuit of Han Ruo? Li Yifei's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting he won't give up? In the course of fulfilling my duties as a night watcher, I saved him once. Lin Xie spoke calmly. Yet if he insists on sacrificing himself, that is no longer my concern. By that time, I might even applaud and cheer from the sidelines. Chapter 51. I understand you. In the previous chapter, there was an error in the name. Wang Xia should have been replaced with Lu Yuan. Ahem, it has been corrected. Li Yifei smacked his lips, declaring, if we're talking about ruthlessness, you truly take the cake. Just as Lin Xie was about to respond, a voice crackled through his earpiece, causing his expression to shift slightly. What is going on? There's been an incident on Hong Ying's side. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xie seized the black box and sprinted towards the classroom exit. Hey, there's only a minute until class starts. Li Yifei instinctively called out, only to realize that those carefree days of sitting in class were long behind them. He quickly followed Lin Xie out the door, and upon reaching the entrance, he collided with the English teacher. Li Yifei, class is about to start. Where do you think you're rushing off to? The English teacher glared at him, irritated. Class. Li Yifei brushed past the teacher and dashed away, shouting back. What class at this time? Times have changed, teacher. The English teacher, huh? Li Yifei sprinted alongside Lin Xie at a speed akin to a 100-meter dash, arriving at the girls' dormitory, where a large crowd had already gathered. Did you hear that? It sounded like an explosion inside. I heard it. There was something screaming too. It was terrifying. No way. I only heard an explosion. It must be someone hiding illegal electrical appliances that caused a fire. Has anyone called the authorities? Someone is on the phone. The fire truck should arrive imminently. Let us secure the area first. Huh? Why is there no signal? I have none either. How peculiar. Outside the second high school, Lang Xian sat in a secluded corner, lowered the notice board, and gently traced the blade across his fingertip, allowing a few drops of crimson to seep forth. With an impassive expression, he extended his hand and drew a long mark across the surface of the notice board. How did old Zhao do it back then? Lang Xian murmured, reminiscing for a moment, before suddenly bringing his hands together and pressing down. In the forbidden void. The unfettered domain. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds elapsed, yet the notice board remained utterly unresponsive. The corners of Lang Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He pondered whether perhaps there was insufficient blood. Thus, he drew his knife again, slicing open his left hand to draw another line upon the notice board. In the forbidden void, the unfettered domain. Still, there was no reaction. Growing somewhat impatient, Lang Xian slapped the surface of the notice board, akin to striking an old television set with poor connectivity. After a couple of taps, the notice board quivered slightly, and an invisible canvas unfurled from its center, connecting with 2 additional notice boards and enveloping the entirety of the second high school in its embrace. This time, it worked. Satisfied, Lung Xian rose to his feet and gazed into the distance, suddenly taken aback. Huh. The colors of the unrestrained sky appear rather different this time. Goodness. Look. Why has the sky turned green? Is this truly the case? How astonishing. Quick, capture this moment. Which unfortunate soul has been burdened with such an enormous predicament? What must one endure to witness such an extraordinary phenomenon? The suddenly altered sky instantly captivated everyone's attention, even prompting students and teachers engaged in lessons to exit their classrooms and point towards the heavens. Qi Yi, what is happening? Li Yifei gazed at the verdant sky, feeling an inexplicable unease within. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, uncertain, yet speculating that it might be related to the unrestrained sky, which was of little consequence. His gaze fell upon the girls' dormitory, now besieged by a throng of onlookers, and his brow slightly furrowed. They have barricaded the dormitory, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it would be inappropriate for me to enter. Please, create a distraction to divert their attention. Create a distraction? Li Yifei was taken aback. What sort of distraction? Anything will do, whether you feign a heart attack or perform a striptease, as long as it draws their focus away. But I can't do any of that. Li Yifei protested. Lin Xie turned to face Li Yifei, his gaze serious. If you intend to join the Night Watchers after this incident, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything for it, including your virtue. Wait a moment. Why must the Night Watchmen sacrifice their virtue? Li Yifei pondered, feeling a twinge of frustration. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted an individual in the crowd. After a brief moment of contemplation, he steeled his resolve. All right, you go ahead. I shall divert their attention. Lin Xie nodded, maneuvering through the throng until he reached the vicinity of the barricade, casting a knowing glance at Li Yifei. Taking a deep breath, Li Yifei bellowed into the crowd. Wu Shujie. His booming voice immediately quelled the cacophony, and every pair of eyes turned towards the young man standing beneath the girls' dormitory, astonished by his sudden appearance. Among the crowd, Wu Shujie turned her head, meeting Li Yifei's serious gaze, her expression one of confusion. Beside her, Lin Xie's lips twitched slightly, pondering whether this fellow was truly preparing to. Wu Shujie. Li Yifei shouted once more, I like you. The moment those 4 words left his lips, a wave of excitement erupted within the crowd. Such is the nature of high schoolers. They exhibit an extraordinary fascination for anything beyond their studies, be it a sudden fire or a public confession of love. Clearly, the latter held far greater allure for them. The flames of curiosity ignited within the hearts of the onlookers, who directed their fervent gazes towards Wu Shujie, even stepping back to create a space for her amidst the throng. Lin Xie seized the opportunity, swiftly crossing the boundary and dashing into the girls' dormitory. Wu Shujie lowered her head, unable to meet Li Yifei's gaze, and after a brief silence, she spoke softly, I'm sorry. I have someone I like. Upon hearing these words, Li Yifei's mind went blank. In a daze, he seemed to suddenly grasp the feeling that Wang Xiao had just experienced. Who? Do you like? A blush crept onto Wu Shujie's face as she replied, I like Lin Xie. The moment Li Yifei heard the name Lin Xie, his expression transformed dramatically. Instinctively, he glanced toward the entrance of the girls' dormitory, only to find that Lin Xie's figure had vanished. He remained silent for a long time, gradually lifting his gaze to the lush green sky above, his eyes brimming with tears. Lu Yuan. Don't cry, I understand you. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the whirling tip of a spear ignited a dazzling display of crimson flames, resembling a slender red tassel adorning its tip, with bursts of rosy sparks illuminating the dark corridor. The figure of Hong Ying darted swiftly between the monsters, her spear sweeping wide, and in an instant, the head of one beast soared into the air, consumed by flames. The remaining few monsters seemed to sense fear and instinctively retreated several steps. Before them stood Hong Ying, wielding her fiery spear, her long hair flowing as she approached with a measured grace. Chapter 52. The Serpent Demon. The rose-hued flames illuminated the entire corridor as if it were daylight. Hong Ying, wielding a long spear, crouched slightly, her gaze fixed on the 4 monsters before her, a wave of heat radiating from her as the flames encircled her. Suddenly, her figure transformed into a blazing inferno, launching forth with explosive speed. The rose-tinted embers rapidly dissipated in the air, leaving a trail of crimson afterimages. Her velocity was so swift that it eluded the naked eye. In an instant, she appeared before the monsters. With a slight tremor of her spear, countless fiery spear shadows blossomed like buds, piercing the unsuspecting creatures into a sieve. The rose flames ignited, engulfing the shrieking monsters entirely. Flecks of ember cascaded from the sky, resembling fallen cherry blossoms, carpeting the corridor. Hong Ying sheathed her spear behind her back, gently snapping her fingers, and the flames in the corridor extinguished in an instant, plunging everything back into darkness. Xiao Nan, are you all right? I'm fine. I even managed to slay one, Xiao Nan replied, glancing at the disfigured monster on the ground, a grin spreading across her face. You did great, Xiao Nan, Hong Ying said, stepping forward to ruffle her hair with a smile. How can I compare to you? Hong Ying Jie, once your rose fire feather garb is unleashed, even dozens of monsters would not suffice. You sure know how to flatter. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Hong Ying furrowed her brow, gripping the spear behind her back, her senses heightened as she peered into the shadows. What transpired? Why are there still students here? The dormitory supervisor, visibly alarmed, ascended the stairs and was taken aback upon discovering the two individuals standing in the charred corridor. Noticing her presence, Hong Ying relaxed somewhat, withdrawing her hand from the long spear. We are students here to extinguish the flames. The fire has been quelled, Hong Ying replied. The darkness of the corridor seemed to obscure the supervisor's view of the spear, and she hastily gestured for them to leave. Which class are you from? How can you be so reckless? Quickly, follow me outside. The fire truck will be arriving shortly. Exchanging a glance with Xiao Nan, Hong Ying stowed the weapon into a black box and hurried toward the staircase. As they approached the supervisor, she appeared ready to speak. Suddenly, a resounding gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced through the railing, striking the supervisor in the waist. Hong Ying and Xiao Nan's pupils constricted in shock, instinctively distancing themselves from her. The tremendous recoil slammed the supervisor against the wall. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the young man ascending the stairs below. In the next moment, her head erupted, transforming her into a grotesque, bloodthirsty monstrosity, howling in fury. How could the shot, intended for her head, have struck her waist instead? At the corner of the staircase, Lin Xie, gun in hand, muttered under his breath, aiming the muzzle at the gaping maw, and expressionlessly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 3 consecutive gunshots pierced the monster's mouth, causing its body to convulse violently before it lost all vitality and tumbled rigidly down the stairs. Qingyi, Hong Ying exclaimed in astonishment. I heard you were in a fierce battle, so I rushed over. Lin Qingyi holstered his pistol and ascended the staircase. Stepping over the bloodied remnants scattered across the floor, surveying his surroundings. Where's the monster? It's been dealt with, Hong Ying replied, hands on her hips. A grin on her face that exuded confidence, as if inviting praise for her prowess. Have you found its true form? Lin Qingyi inquired, only to see her expression falter, disappointment etched across her features. No, Lin Qingyi carefully traversed the area, lost in contemplation. Logically speaking, this was the location where the first infected individual had appeared. Could it be that its true form left after infecting others? Is it truly so cunning? This mythical creature must possess a considerable degree of intelligence, Lin Qingyi asserted. It can flawlessly replicate a person's character and behavioral patterns, rendering it utterly indistinguishable from the genuine article. This is not a feat achievable by mere beasts. Moreover, its infection strategy thus far has exhibited remarkable logic. Logic? Is that so? Xiao Nan questioned, perplexed. Indeed, it chose to initiate infections in the female dormitory. This decision is not only due to the inherent physical frailty of the females, which makes them easier to control, but also because it cleverly capitalized on their unique charm. Disarming other suspicions, it utilized these females to engage with male counterparts, thereby garnering their favor. They then lured them to a secluded location, infecting them without a trace. Even the teacher fell victim. Its actions appeared random, yet they were highly covert and methodical. Had it not been for Li Yifei accidentally encountering Lu Xiaoyan infecting the director, we might not have realized its existence for another 6 months, and by then, the number of infected would have escalated to an exceedingly terrifying degree. After listening to Lin Qiyi's analysis, Hong Ying and Xiao Nan felt a chill run down their spines. This was the first time I had encountered such an astute mythical being. Hong Ying furrowed her brow, suggesting that if what you say is true, it must have known we were coming and would naturally not linger here. It is highly likely. Lin Xie nodded helplessly. Then, what is that over there? Xiao Nan tilted her head, pointing towards the end of the corridor. Lin Xie and Hong Ying were momentarily stunned, turning their heads simultaneously, their pupils constricting in shock. At the end of the corridor's small balcony, a creature with a serpent's tail and a human body was coiled. its dark scales emanating a chilling aura in the faint sunlight, and a pair of eerie green eyes fixed intently on the three. Hisses, the crimson forked tongue flicked out, and the corners of its mouth curled into a mocking arc. Lin Chiye and Hong Ying were momentarily transfixed, exchanging a glance before dashing towards the balcony without a word. Chase. The serpent-tailed creature raised its head high, opening its massive jaws to emit a sudden, piercing shriek into the sky. With a hissing sound, it swiftly slid down the edge of the balcony, its speed remarkable. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of that hiss, a cacophony of screams echoed from the distant classroom. Lin Xie abruptly halted, raising his gaze towards the horizon. The infected had gone berserk. Hong Ying gracefully leaped to the balcony's edge, her long spear in tow, and called back to Lin Xie, "You protect the students, I will pursue it." No sooner had the words left her lips than she vaulted down, vanishing from the balcony. Lin Xie came to an abrupt stop and turned, racing down the corridor. With Hong Ying's skill and prowess, leaping from the 5th floor posed no challenge for her. But for him at his current level, such a descent would spell disaster. Carrying the black box on his back, he sprinted through the chaos, as numerous students screamed and scattered like headless flies. In the distance, the ominous roars of a creature could be heard. "Do not run. Stay close behind me. We cannot leave the school now," Lin Xie shouted. Unfortunately, amidst the pandemonium, no one heeded his call. All were frantically racing towards the school gates, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier that kept them trapped within. This was a precautionary measure to prevent monsters and the infected from escaping the unguarded void. "Silence. Quiet down. Listen to me," Lin Xie called out repeatedly, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Just then, the words of the cold and distant Xian resurfaced in his mind. Resolutely, Lin Xie withdrew a handgun from his pocket. With the sky as his backdrop, he pulled the trigger. As the gunshot reverberated throughout the campus, the frenzied students stood in stunned silence. Lin Xie, weapon in hand, aimed at the statue-like students, expressionless as he lifted his chin slightly. "I said, quiet down." Chapter 53. The campus apocalypse. The function of a firearm transcends mere lethality, it embodies deterrence. When the sudden emergence of monstrous entities instills a frenzied terror within the populace, only an alternative form of fear can momentarily quell their panic. "Who are you? Why do you possess a gun? Are you a police officer? Save us. There are monsters in the school. Help." After a fleeting pause of astonishment, the students erupted into a cacophony, surging towards Lin Xie, their voices echoing throughout the school gates. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, advancing rather than retreating. His fingers gently pressed the handle of the black box, and its side swiftly opened, unleashing a sheathed straight blade. In a flash, Lin Xie grasped the hilt, and with a resounding clang, the blade was drawn. The faint blue glow of the blade sliced through the air, generating a soft hum as it darted towards the leading boy. The boy's pupils constricted, his entire head swelling as if something within were poised to burst forth. Yet, Lin Xie's blade struck first, severing his head. A grotesque visage, replete with flesh and fangs, was propelled high into the air, and viscous blood splattered across the surrounding students, who stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief as if turned to stone. From the moment they irrationally charged towards Lin Xie, to the instant he drew his sword, swung it, and beheaded, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The students were still reeling from the profound visual shock of reality. Mere seconds later, piercing screams erupted in a frenzy. A monster had been lurking among them all along. "Silence," Lin Xie thundered, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. The chaotic crowd fell into an abrupt hush. The moment Lin Xie spoke, an unprecedented pressure crashed upon their hearts like a tidal wave, leaving them stunned. "Now, there are no more monsters among you. You may exit the school directly, and someone will open the door for you." Lin Xie calmly sheathed his sword. "However, you must all exit in an orderly manner. No pushing. If I catch anyone breaking the rules." He slowly raised his firearm, brandishing it before the crowd. Upon hearing this, the students immediately turned and dashed towards the school gate. Though their haste appeared somewhat frantic, they maintained a semblance of order. Several girls, weak in the knees, were supported by boys as they made their way to the exit. At that moment, a corner of the barrier was lifted, revealing a path leading to the outside world. Beyond the barrier, there would be individuals designated to erase their memories, a task that did not require Lin Xie's concern. This wave of students comprised approximately 400 individuals, with many more hurrying from the classrooms towards this location, all being first-year and third-year students. The number of infected individuals among the first and third-year students was already scarce. and the proximity of the teaching buildings to the school gate made it relatively easy to escape once the monsters appeared. However, the predicament lay in the fact that there were still infected individuals concealed among the chaotic students, akin to volatile bombs, whose detonation was unpredictable. Undoubtedly, the moment they erupted would serve as the final straw, shattering the students' fragile psyches. It was as if a group of students had just managed to evade the monsters and sought refuge in a safe place, only to have a classmate's head suddenly split open beside them. Though the monsters possessed limited lethality, the absurd actions of humans, driven by panic, knew no bounds. Fortunately, with the presence of Lin Chia, a human identification device, the monsters hidden within the crowd could be effortlessly detected and eliminated. Those students deemed harmless could then escape through the unmonitored area. With such a significant number of students, insisting on keeping them within the school would only increase the unpredictability of the situation. Lin Chia could not ensure the safe departure of all students, but he could facilitate the exit of some. Thankfully, the current high school students were in good physical condition, and within a few minutes, around 13 to 1400 had reached the school gates and left after being identified by Lin Chia. The first and third year buildings were essentially vacant now. "We can close the passage. I need to go in and rescue people," Lin Chia communicated to Long Xian through his earpiece. Long Xian uttered a sound of acknowledgement, and in the next moment, the passage to the boundless void gradually closed, isolating the entire school once more from the outside world. Just as Lin Chia was preparing to set forth, the sky suddenly flickered, reminiscent of a malfunctioning old television, dimming ominously. What could this mean? I am still somewhat unfamiliar with the boundless void. It seems I have encountered something peculiar. Long Xian's voice crackled through the earpiece. Will this affect you? I will conduct further research. Lin Chia glanced up at the blood-red sky and sighed. I feel that a vibrant green would be more approachable. After all, this scene appears quite reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Beneath the crimson dome, the atmosphere of the campus was both eerie and mysterious, with screams emanating from the distant sophomore building, mingling with the roars of monsters that echoed through the air. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted through, causing Lin Chia to furrow his brow, shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He swiftly brandished his blade and began to search through the freshman and senior buildings. Alan. I am so frightened. Hush. Alan peered out from the stall of the dimly lit restroom, glancing cautiously before retreating slowly. Keep your voice down. Do not attract those monsters over here. But why aren't we following them to escape? Why hide here? Another girl questioned. In this narrow, shadowy restroom stall, 3 girls huddled together, their faces pale and filled with trepidation. Alan lowered his voice, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Haven't you seen those disaster films? When the apocalypse strikes, those who recklessly rush out usually meet their demise. Based on my years of cinematic experience, the wisest course of action is to separate from the main group and hide in a secure location, awaiting rescue. However, this is not a movie. The girl beside her spoke with a hint of tears. And are you certain that the restroom is a safe haven? I wish to find another place. But in this vast educational building, apart from classrooms and restrooms, where else is there? Alan sighed helplessly. But fret not. Hiding here, we shall be fine. Just as Alan finished speaking, the door of the restroom stall was suddenly flung open. The 3 girls hiding inside screamed in unison. When they saw that the figure entering was not a monster, but rather a boy wielding a knife, they simultaneously clamped their mouths shut in silence. Fine? Lin Chia replied nonchalantly. In an instant, the blade in his hand was drawn, and before the eyes of the terrified trio, he swiftly severed the head of one of the girls. A grotesque, bloodied head fell to the floor. Chapter 54. The Clever One's Silence. You have killed Xiao Xiao. She is no longer herself, can't you see? Witnessing a sister, who just moments ago was hiding together in a cubicle, transformed into a monster and severed in 2, left the 2 girls utterly petrified, their legs trembling beneath them. Lin Chia, with a sense of helplessness, assisted them out of the restroom. At the entrance, a small gathering of several men and women had formed, their gazes filled with admiration upon seeing Lin Chia emerge with the 2 girls. Is there truly someone inside? Senior Chia, you are remarkable. You sensed there was someone in there from 10 meters away? Are you a practitioner? Can you take me along? What are you standing there for? Is this the time for idle chatter? Hurry and lend a hand. Only then did the crowd react, rushing forward to assist the 2 rescued girls. They were survivors whom Lin Chia had saved during his first year, hidden away in the corners of the 3rd district. Many others, like these 2, were similarly paralyzed by fear, but fortunately, most of the boys remained resolute, undeterred by terror. What shall we do next, Senior Chia? The search and rescue in these two academic buildings is complete. You should retreat to the auditorium we just passed. I've ensured it is safe. Lin Chiye spoke calmly. And you? The second-year building is the epicenter of the disaster. I still need to rescue more people. May I accompany you? A robust-looking boy inquired. I just repelled a monster with a fire axe. I can be of assistance. No need. I shall proceed alone, Lin Chiye replied, shaking his head. He gestured towards a girl in the group whose legs had turned to jelly. Your fire axe is better utilized in protecting them. Very well, the boy conceded. Lin Chiye did not linger. After issuing a few brief instructions, he swiftly descended the stairs, making his way towards the depths of the second-year teaching building. The monsters concealed in the second-year area accounted for nearly 60% of the entire school's infestation. Moreover, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since the monsters began their rampage. One could only imagine the chaos that had unfolded in that section. I hope they possess some wit, he mused. Quickly, quickly! Push the desks and chairs into the corridor to block it. The boys shouted, urging one another. Come on, exert yourselves. We cannot allow them to advance. And the girls? Enough with the shrieking. Hurry and tend to the injured. What? There are still a few survivors on the third floor? Damn it. Axe Brigade. Charge with me. Mr. Wang. I entrust this level to your command. On the chaotic fifth-floor balcony, Li Yifei shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, the majority of the second-year students had gathered on this floor, the tightly packed desks and chairs creating an impenetrable barrier in the corridors, while dozens of monsters below crashed violently against the blockades. The reserved and bespectacled teacher Wang nodded solemnly, assuring, rest assured, this task is entrusted to me. My years of experience in tower defense games have not been in vain. Li Yifei seized a fire axe, slinging it across his back, and called out towards the opposite corridor. A group of robust boys, wielding similar axes or steel rods and tennis rackets, swiftly approached. There are still over 20 students trapped in Class 8 on the third floor. We must rescue them. Li Yifei briefly outlined the situation. Several boys deftly fashioned their clothing into a thick rope, securing it to the railing of the corridor, allowing it to dangle downwards. After tugging on it to assess its sturdiness, Li Yifei was the first to ascend the railing, gripping the rope tightly. Mimicking the scenes he had witnessed on television as he descended incrementally. The other boys followed suit, albeit with a hint of anxiety, yet maintaining order. Teacher Wang, do you think Li Yifei and the others will be in danger? A girl inquired anxiously as she observed the unfolding scene. Teacher Wang cast a deep glance at them and sighed. How could there be no danger? Yet, I believe in his capabilities. Li Yifei is so handsome. How did I not notice it before? Whispered a girl nearby. Throughout history, in every era of darkness, there have always been individuals, once obscure, who rise to become the guiding lights for others. In this challenging environment, these seemingly hopeless students, like Li Yifei, possess an irreplaceable potential that sets them apart from the rest. Never underestimate anyone, no matter how insignificant they may seem, for they may one day radiate brilliant splendor. Mr. Wang adjusted his spectacles, and then, as if realizing something, turned to admonish the girl. By the way, early romances are strictly prohibited. Following the thick rope, Li Yifei and his companions successfully descended to the third-floor corridor. By this time, most of the monsters had been lured to the stairwell between the fourth and fifth floors, leaving only 2 monsters on the entire third floor, lingering around the entrance of Class 8's classroom. At this moment, all the doors and windows of Class 8 had been barricaded with desks and chairs, preventing the 2 monsters from breaching the classroom. Li Yifei was not the only one with ingenuity. The sound of Li Yifei and his companions landing in the corridor was minimal, and the 2 monsters did not detect their presence until the group had stealthily approached them from behind. Startled, the monsters abruptly turned around, discovered Li Yifei and the others, and opened their hideous maws, ready to pounce. Hold them back, Li Yifei shouted. 4 or 5 boys seized chairs from the classroom, roared, and charged towards the 2 monsters. Although the monsters were adept at devouring humans, their strength was not significantly greater than that of ordinary people. Under the frenzied assault of the boys wielding chairs, they were actually held at bay. However, their sharp, dense teeth gnashed together, quickly rendering the chairs into useless debris. In this fleeting moment, the remaining boys surged forward, wielding fire axes and clubs with reckless abandon, striking at the monster's maw. After a frenzied assault, the creature convulsed violently and collapsed, its head utterly shattered. The boys gasped for breath, yet could not suppress the triumphant smiles that crept across their faces, their eyes alight with exhilaration. Together, they had vanquished two terrifying beasts. Quickly, we must save the others. Li Yifei sprinted to the classroom door, knocking urgently. Meanwhile, the students in Class 8 had been peering through the gaps between their desks, observing the commotion outside. Upon witnessing Li Yifei and his companions successfully slay the monster, they swiftly opened a door, allowing a few boys to step outside. I am Li Yifei from Class 2. Come with us to evacuate, he urged. Evacuate? Where can we possibly go? The leading boy shook his head, gesturing towards the ground floor, now completely overrun, where at least 10 monsters lurked. We cannot break through. If you manage to kill 2, can you slay 10? We are retreating upwards, Li Yifei insisted earnestly. We have exterminated the monsters on the 5th floor, barricading the hallways with desks and chairs. Most of the students are sheltering there. 5th floor. The boy chuckled. Let me ask you, which floor are we on now? The 3rd floor, came the reply. And where are the monsters currently gathering? The 1st, 2nd, and 4th floors. Even if we were to break through to the 5th floor as you suggested, how would we circumvent the area on the 4th floor, where the monsters are most densely congregated? Even if we were to successfully escape from the 4th floor. As you mentioned, the corridors on the 5th floor have been completely sealed off. Would you be able to open the door in time for us, allowing everyone to pass through before sealing it again? He pointed to the thick rope dangling in the corridor on the 3rd floor, asking if you truly believe that all 28 of us could ascend to the 5th floor using this rope. Li Yifei was rendered speechless. Chapter 55. And Qingyu I did not anticipate such a multitude, sighed Li Yifei. We are truly grateful for your willingness to descend and rescue us. The young man inclined his body slightly. Yet lamentably, he remarked, your evacuation plan, however, is not feasible. What alternative do you propose? To hold our ground. His tone exuded a remarkable calmness. Although these creatures appeared daunting, they were not formidable enough to render us utterly defenseless. As long as we continuously reinforce the doors and windows, detaining them should not pose an issue. I firmly believe that soon, assistance will arrive to liberate us. Li Yifei fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing the bespectacled young man before him, who exuded an air of gentility. I am still unaware of your name. Qingyu. Qingyu? Are you not the one who ranks first in the city academically? Li Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment. As for grades, they hold little significance for me. Qingyu's gaze drifted towards the grotesque remnants of flesh and blood strewn across the corridor, an unusual glimmer igniting in his eyes. It seems this world is far more intriguing than I had imagined. For reasons unknown, Li Yifei felt a shiver run down his spine upon witnessing that look. Since you are unwilling to accompany me, I shall return to the 5th floor, Li Yifei declared, preparing to depart, for he felt his presence was no longer necessary here. With numerous students still remaining on the 5th floor, I believe it is likely that you cannot leave at this moment. Qingyu approached the window, extending her hand to point at the 3 monstrous creatures hurtling down the corridor from the right, while 3 others crawled up from the left entrance. They were surrounded. The most critical factor was that one of the monsters, as it passed through the hallway, casually severed the thick rope that hung outside, completely cutting off the escape route for Li Yifei and the others. Li Yifei's pupils suddenly constricted. They might be able to slay 2 of the monsters using chairs and a fire axe, but facing 6 simultaneously would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Hurry! Reinstate the barricade of desks and chairs. The boys in the classroom swiftly returned the furniture that had been moved aside at the entrance. Just as the monstrous creatures reached the classroom's exterior, their bodies and sharp fangs relentlessly shaking the desks, threatening to topple them. Over 20 boys exerted every ounce of strength, bracing against the furniture, their faces turning purple from the effort. Inside and outside, this was a struggle that wagered dozens of lives. The girls in the classroom turned pale, shrieking as they huddled in the corners, while the remaining boys wore equally grim expressions. Only the frail Qingyu stood to the side, furrowing her brow as she observed the unfolding scene, seemingly lost in thought. Killing 2 monsters immediately brought forth 6 more, indicating that these creatures possessed an interconnected mental network, governed by a central intelligence that exhibited a level of wisdom comparable to that of humans. But the question remained. How did they know to sever the thick rope? Assuming that all monsters possess a shared visual perception, it would be inconceivable for Li Yifei and his companions to descend into the corridor via the thick rope, as they should not be privy to such events from the monster's perspective. How then do these creatures discern that the coarse rope serves as a pivotal link between the 2 floors? Meanwhile, as Qingyu pondered alone, the foremost Li Yifei and his companions gritted their teeth, their forms gradually succumbing to the pressure exerted from the front. Damn, They could scarcely endure any longer. Just as they were on the verge of exhaustion, a figure swiftly glided past the window, a pale blue gleam carving a crescent arc, and in the next moment, a grotesque monster's head was sent soaring high into the air. Before the remaining 5 monsters could react, the figure altered its stride slightly, twisting its body in an extraordinarily peculiar manner, unleashing a blade. The sword cleaved through the nearest monster, severing it from shoulder to waist in a single stroke. Blood gushed forth as the remaining 4 monsters finally registered the attack, roaring in unison as they lunged towards the figure. In the instant they were about to make contact, 2 blazing orbs of light erupted in the man's eyes, akin to a furnace ablaze, radiating a blinding brilliance. A terrifying aura surged forth like a tumultuous tide, assailing the minds of the 4 monsters, momentarily halting their movements. Thus, a faint blue arc of light sliced through the air once more, carving through the necks of the 4 monsters with an elegance reminiscent of flowing water, the entire sequence seamless and uninterrupted. Despite the boy's swift retreat, the splattered blood still stained his school uniform a deep crimson. His brow furrowed slightly, and the furnace of intensity in his eyes gradually dimmed, fading into oblivion. The blade returned to its sheath. A throng of students stood by, utterly astonished. What had they witnessed? A high school student, clad in the same uniform, had felled 6 monstrous creatures with just a few swift strikes. "Chia, you have finally arrived," Li Yifei exclaimed upon seeing him, a note of plaintive desperation lacing his voice. "I thought you had abandoned me." "Spare me the sentimentalities," Lin Chia retorted with a silent eye roll. "Classmate, are you here to rescue us?" Someone in the crowd asked excitedly. "I suppose so," Lin Chia nodded, turning to Li Yifei. "Briefly recount the situation." "All right," Li Yifei began, gathering his thoughts. After that eerie scream echoed, the majority of the monsters went berserk, plunging the entire building into chaos. We on the 4th floor fared relatively well. But on the 1st floor, in one classroom, half of the students transformed into monsters and slaughtered their classmates, completely blocking the staircase. We couldn't escape the school. Some attempted to leap from the 2nd floor, but were instantly torn to shreds upon landing. Consequently, nearly all students began to flee upwards. I led a group of formidable young men and vanquished several monsters on the 5th floor. After escorting the majority of students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, we barricaded the corridor and engaged them in a relentless battle. Eventually, we heard rumors of survivors on the 3rd floor, prompting our descent. Lin Chia inquired about how I dealt with those whose monstrous nature was uncertain. "Fortunately, you had informed me earlier that Han Ruro was also a monster, though she had not transformed. Instead, she blended in with the crowd, and I discerned her presence immediately. To avoid alarming the others, I confined her, along with several boys who interacted with her frequently and a few girls from the same dormitory, within a classroom, under strict supervision." Upon hearing this, Lin Chia nodded repeatedly, relieved that I was present. Otherwise, the death toll among students would have been far greater. Li Yifei scratched his head and chuckled, given my commendable performance. "I should have no trouble joining the night watch, right?" "That shouldn't pose a significant issue," Lin Chia replied, seemingly sensing someone's gaze. She turned to meet the eyes of a frail-looking boy wearing glasses. In his eyes, Lin Chia detected an emotion distinct from those of the others. While most regarded him with fear, reverence, admiration, or infatuation, this boy's gaze resembled that of someone who had encountered a rare species, longing to take him back for dissection and study. "Who are you?" Lin Chia asked in perplexity, and Qingyu stepped forward, extending his right hand politely. "Greetings. I am Qingyu." Lin Chia hesitated for a moment before grasping his hand. Lin Chia. Chapter 56. The Naga Demon, and Qingyu opened his mouth, seemingly about to inquire about something, but after a brief hesitation, he astutely chose to remain silent. He was intrigued by Lin Chia's identity and his extraordinary combat prowess. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he sensed that posing such a question would likely provoke disdain from Lin Chia. "Chia. He is a prodigy that has emerged once in a decade from Sangnan City, a treasure of the 2nd high school. Have you heard of his name?" Li Yifei interjected. "I have not," came the reply. "This is not the time for such discussions," Lin Chia said coolly. "First, we must escort these students to the Grand Hall, where it is safer." Li Yifei was taken aback. "But we cannot descend. There are numerous monsters on the 1st floor." He realized mid-sentence that he had posed a rather foolish question. "They're all gone. What do you think allowed me to ascend?" Lin Chia regarded Li Yifei with an expression that suggested he was dealing with someone dull-witted. "You truly are formidable," Li Yifei remarked, grinning. "So, Will you continue to ascend to rescue others? Of course, Lin Xie affirmed. I will accompany you, Li Yifei declared resolutely. Rest assured, I will not hinder your progress, and I have gained their trust. I can assist you in managing the situation. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xie nodded slightly. Then gather your axe-wielding team and come with me. Although it may seem that nothing has changed on the surface, after a day of relentless struggle, nearly 20 monsters have fallen to his hand. Lin Xie's physical and mental stamina have been severely depleted. He is utterly exhausted. With Li Yifei and his axe-wielding team by his side, he finds some relief from the pressure. I will join, and Xingyu suddenly declared. You? Lin Xie inquired. I can assist you with strategies and analyze the monster's behavioral patterns. And Xingyu gazed calmly into Lin Xie's eyes, showing no signs of hesitation. Li Yifei leaned closer to Lin Xie and whispered, I believe this fellow is quite clever. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well. But let me make it clear that I cannot guarantee your safety. After all, he already had an entire axe-wielding team. Adding one more person would scarcely make a difference. No problem, I fear not for my life, and Xingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After giving some instructions to the others in the class, Lin Xie directed them to proceed to the auditorium. The auditorium was not far from the second-year teaching building, and since Lin Xie had just cleared the area of monsters, they were unlikely to encounter any further danger. Li Yifei, Lin Xie called. What is it? How is the situation upstairs? It should be manageable. Holding off the monsters on the 4th floor should pose no problem. Good, then let us rest here for a while. Lin Xie casually found a stool to sit on. The 4th floor harbored numerous monsters, and to confront them head-on, he required ample physical strength and mental fortitude. Sister Hongying, how are things on your end? Lin Xie activated his earpiece. I couldn't catch it. I chased it for most of the school, but it eventually slipped into the woods behind your school and vanished. Hongying's voice resonated with a hint of frustration. Lin Xie's heart sank further. As long as the entity remained undying, this incident would not reach its conclusion. Even if he managed to eradicate each monster within the school, it would merely be a superficial remedy. Where are you now? Shaonan is attempting to trace the monster's remaining signs. We shall continue the pursuit. As long as the boundless void remains, it cannot escape this school. All right. By the way, Wu Xiangnan has identified what this creature is. Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This monster is a Nantua snake demon, likely stemming from rural folklore. Wu Xiangnan scoured every mythological text without success until he finally stumbled upon a few fragments in a tattered ancient manuscript. Nantua snake demon? This type of snake demon possesses formidable camouflage abilities and intellect comparable to that of humans. After devouring a living being, it can implant its own offspring within the host, transforming the shell into its progeny and controlling their movements. However, the reproduction of serpent species is subject to limitations. Even the original entity can only produce one offspring per day, while its progeny requires 3 days to generate a single descendant. Moreover, both the original and its offspring possess relatively low combat prowess, at least during their juvenile phase. Thus, Lin Xie mused, stroking his chin. It appears that this serpent demon has existed for longer than he initially presumed. With such a multitude of serpent offspring, it is likely that it has lingered within this institution for over a month. It is exceedingly cautious and prudent. While Lin Xie pondered these thoughts, and Xingyu silently approached him. Is there something you wish to discuss? I would like to pose a question. If you are inquiring whether I am a superhero or an immortal practitioner, then I would prefer to refrain from such discourse. No, my question is, do such monsters exist in places unbeknownst to us? And Xingyu gestured towards the dismembered creature outside. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Then why are we able to live so leisurely and comfortably? Lin Xie glanced at him, slowly responding, because there are those who stand guard over humanity during the night. Logically, Lin Xie should not have answered this inquiry. However, since they would inevitably come to possess this knowledge, it mattered little how he conveyed it now. Nevertheless, he could say no more on the matter. I understand, and Xingyu nodded. Are you not afraid? Afraid? Why would I be afraid? The corners of Xingyu's mouth slightly curled upwards. I found it merely intriguing. Intriguing? It turns out that, apart from the realm of science, there exist such marvelous creatures in this world. And Xingyu licked his lips, his gaze unwavering from the corpse of the monster outside the corridor. I truly wish to bring them back for dissection and research. Are you still just a high school student? So what? Do you, like others, believe that a high school student can only engage in high school level studies? And Xingyu let out a light laugh. declaring that spending 3 years learning those rigid and monotonous basic facts was nothing but a waste of life. Then you. I recently completed my master's degree in biology, and I plan to pursue a doctorate in the latter half of the year, primarily focusing on genetic inheritance and mutations, with some studies in clinical medicine as well. Lin Qie stared blankly at Qingyu, and after a long pause, managed to utter a few words. I apologize for the intrusion. Is it possible that such a prodigy truly exists in this world? Lin Qie had always considered himself reasonably intelligent, yet in comparison to the young man before him, the notion of intelligence seemed utterly insipid. He glanced at the time, rose from his chair, and stepped towards the door of the classroom. Let us proceed. It is time to save lives. The others swiftly gathered their weapons, following Lin Qie with an air of determination. Even Qingyu rummaged through the drawer to retrieve a fruit knife, smiling as he joined the fray. That expression seems less about engaging in combat with the monsters and more about dismembering them into 18 pieces to take back for study. Chapter 57. Wishing you happiness on the 5th floor, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Ruo, I am here. I am here. In the corner of the classroom. Han Ruo leaned closer to Lu Yuan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her lips pressed together, resembling a frightened fawn. Lu Yuan. Why are they confining us? Li Yifei said there might be a monster among us. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed fiercely on a few boys outside the window. Lu Yuan. Yes. I am so scared. Lu Yuan looked into her pitiful eyes, feeling his heart melt. Within him, the hatred for Lin Qie blazed like an uncontrollable inferno. Why? Han Ruo should have been mine. How dare you, an outsider who has only been here for a few days, be with her? I refuse to accept this. Lu Yuan suppressed the flames of his fury and spoke gently to Han Ruo. Do not be afraid. I am here with you. Everything will be all right. Lu Yuan. You are so kind. Han Ruo rested her head against Lu Yuan's chest, her gaze tinged with sorrow, unlike Lin Qie, who, when faced with danger, would run far away, showing no concern for me. Lin Qie? He is nothing but a scoundrel. Lu Yuan scoffed. I have made my decision. Han Ruo lifted her head, meeting Lu Yuan's eyes, a blush blooming on her cheeks. I want to break up with him. A man like him is utterly unreliable. Lu Yuan's body trembled, and a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Then you. I still prefer your kind, the one who brings me a sense of security. Han Ruo shyly lowered her head. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt as if he were soaring into the heavens. He abruptly pulled Han Ruo into his embrace and solemnly declared, Ruo, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? I promise I will be 100 times better than that Lin Qie. Han Ruo softly responded with an slightly nodding and leaning back into his arms. Lu Yuan's heart bloomed with happiness. Lu Yuan. What's wrong? I don't want to stay here. I'm so scared. Lu Yuan was taken aback and looked towards the few boys standing outside the door, his expression a mix of confusion. But they won't let us leave. There might be monsters among us. Lu Yuan, do you think I am a monster? Han Ruo gazed into Lu Yuan's eyes, looking so pitiful that she seemed on the verge of tears. Lu Yuan swallowed hard and firmly shook his head. No. Then are you a monster? I am not. Then why must we remain here? Does Li Yifei have the authority to confine us here? On what grounds does he claim we have issues? Han Ruo grasped Lu Yuan's hand, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Lu Yuan, I truly do not wish to stay here any longer. Please take me out. Each of Han Ruo's words struck a chord deep within Lu Yuan's heart, and coupled with her teary, pitiful gaze, it ignited an overwhelming desire to protect her. He took a deep breath, rose to his feet, grasped Han Ruo's hand, and resolutely proclaimed, Do not worry. I will certainly lead you out of here. I shall prove to you that I am a man of greater courage than Lin Qie. With that, he pulled Han Ruo towards the classroom door and began to pound on it vigorously. What are you doing, Lu Yuan? Shouted a man from outside the window. Let us out. Lu Yuan bellowed in response. You cannot go outside. Li Yifei claims there are monsters among you. How dare you speak such nonsense? Lu Yuan pointed an accusatory finger at the boy. Li Chong, open your eyes and see. I am Lu Yuan. She is Han Ruo. We are classmates. Are we to be imprisoned here based solely on Li Yifei's word? Do you know what this is called? It is called illegal detention. If you do not let us out, you are committing a crime. Li Yifei is a madman. Must you all follow him into lawlessness? Lu Yuan's voice echoed throughout the entire floor, instantly capturing the attention of all the students. The expressions of the few who were tasked with guarding Lu Yuan and the others shifted, revealing their hesitation. After all, they were still students, and they felt uneasy about the act of imprisoning others. Moreover, the ones confined were their fellow classmates, making the situation seem decidedly excessive. Lu Yuan. Do not make baseless accusations. This is a special circumstance, as you can see. So many classmates have transformed into monsters. Who can guarantee that none among you are? Li Chang remained unyielding. Why should it be us? Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh, pointing at everyone present. Aren't you all equally suspect? How could Li Yifei know that there are monsters among us? Does he possess the gift of foresight? Just as the two argued. A tremendous crash echoed from the right side of the corridor. Everyone's hearts leaped in unison as they turned their heads, eyes brimming with fear. Could it be that a monster had breached the defenses? It was Lin Xie. Lin Xie was frantically slaying monsters, with Li Yifei and the others following close behind. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the corridor, and all exchanged glances, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Lin Xie? Slaying monsters? Boom, another deafening sound rang out. As tables and chairs in the corridor collapsed like a small mountain, the clattering noise causing the surrounding students to retreat in terror, the rising dust clouding their vision. Amidst the swirling dust, a blood-stained youth in a school uniform emerged slowly, a knife gripped firmly in his right hand, his eyes blazing like a furnace. The instant they met his gaze, it felt as if they had been targeted by a primordial beast, rendering them utterly silent. The golden light in Lin Xie's eyes gradually faded, and the oppressive weight on everyone's hearts finally vanished. Behind him, several boys rushed forward, including Li Yifei and Qingyu. Li Yifei? How did you get up here? What about the monsters on the 4th floor? Amidst the crowd, someone quickly regained their composure and spoke with urgency. Li Yifei gazed at the fire axe in his hand, a sly smile creeping across his face. It's all over now. My brother Qi Yi has swept through the entire 4th floor. The building is utterly cleared. All eyes turned to Lin Yi, disbelief etched upon their faces. How could this be? He single-handedly vanquished so many monsters? Is this true? Look at the knife in his grasp, and the blood staining his clothes. It must be real. Goodness. Did you see the fierceness in his eyes just now? So captivating. What is that? A superpower? As the crowd whispered amongst themselves. Lin Yi's gaze pierced through them, landing on the indignant Lu Yuan. For reasons unknown, Lu Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively stepping back. Lin Yi, expressionless, brandished his knife and slowly advanced toward Lu Yuan. Unconsciously, all the students in the corridor parted to grant him passage. The murmurs fading into an eerie silence. When Lin Yi stood before Lu Yuan, the corridor was enveloped in a profound stillness. What do you want? Lu Yuan stammered under Lin Yi's piercing gaze. Let me tell you, Han Ruo has already broken up with you. She is now my girlfriend. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent to whose girlfriend she was. I heard you intend to take her away. Beside him, Han Ruo lowered her head, seemingly avoiding Lin Yi's intense stare. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, summoning his courage. Indeed, I shall take her away. Do you intend to stop me? Lin Xie merely observed him in silence, and after a moment, let out a cold chuckle. He turned aside, clearing a path and gesturing with his hand in a manner of invitation. I shall not hinder you. You may proceed. Furthermore, I wish you both happiness. Chapter 58. Appreciation. Lu Yuan was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Lin Xie had so readily allowed him to leave. Could it be that he feared him? Had he not exuded an impressive aura just moments ago? With this thought, Lu Yuan unconsciously straightened his posture, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xie, snorted disdainfully, and boldly took Han Ruo's hand as they strode out. Once their figures vanished into the corridor, a boy from the Axe Squad approached Lin Xie and whispered, Brother Xie, are you truly letting them go? He did steal your girlfriend. Should we teach him a lesson? The members of the Axe Squad had witnessed Lin Xi's formidable combat prowess and regarded him with almost reverential awe. Seeing Lu Yuan leave so arrogantly with Han Ruo ignited a flicker of anger within them. No need, Lin Xie replied with a faint smile, gazing intently in the direction the two had departed. In fact, I am rather pleased at the moment, truly. The boy looked at Lin Xie in surprise, his expression quickly turning peculiar. Goodness, could it be that Brother Xie has such a preference? Li Yifei stifled a laugh, patting Lin Xie on the shoulder. Congratulations on having your wish fulfilled. Indeed, Lin Xie responded, turning his gaze towards the students in the corridor. Is this everyone? Yes. All the survivors from the 2nd year are here, Li Yifei affirmed, then leaned closer to Lin Xie's ear. Among them, is there? None, Lin Xie interjected. Lin Xie's lips curled into a slight smile. The only one had already eloped with Lu Yuan. Ha ha ha, that is wonderful. Let us escort them to the grand auditorium. Once the true form of the Nantua serpent demon is eradicated, we shall be able to depart. Lin Qie turned to Li Yifei and to Qingyu and said, "All right. I will inform them immediately." Li Yifei stepped forward, explaining to the multitude of students, while Lin Qie walked alone to the edge of the railing, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. The true form has yet to be located? Lin Qie turned to see that it was Qingyu speaking. He nodded slightly. "You have followed me all this way. Have you discovered anything?" And Qingyu paused for a moment. "I found some things." Leaning closer to Lin Qie's ear, and Qingyu whispered something softly, causing Lin Qie's gaze to sharpen, his brow furrowing deeper. "Are you certain?" "Not certain," and Qingyu shook his head. "My understanding of such creatures is too limited to support a precise judgment." "I see. I have a request," and Qingyu spoke again. "What is it?" "I want that." And Qingyu pointed to Lin Qie's waistband. Lin Qie's expression shifted. "I meant the gun." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qie retrieved the pistol from his pocket and handed it to Qingyu. "There are only 3 bullets left. Do you know how to use this?" "I learned from television." "That will suffice. Your abilities should surpass mine," Lin Qie sighed. And Qingyu silently tucked her handgun into her pocket, wishing it would remain unused. After a brief moment, Li Yifei approached with the entire 5th-floor student body. "Everyone is here. Please escort them to the auditorium. The monsters in the school should be mostly eliminated, so there shouldn't be any danger. I must search for the essence of the Nantua serpent demon," Lin Qie declared. "Leave it to me," Li Yifei responded confidently, patting his chest. Lin Qie nodded, and with a swift motion, vanished into the corridor. Once Lin Qie departed, a throng of people gathered around Li Yifei, bombarding him with questions. "Li Yifei, you went down to rescue people. What happened?" "Indeed. Why did Lin Qie suddenly appear? Did he truly eliminate all the monsters by himself?" "Absolutely. Did you not smell the stench of blood on him? It was overwhelming. How did he accomplish that? Who is he really?" Li Yifei observed the wide-eyed girls, rolling his eyes internally, contemplating that he would inquire later. With that thought, he turned and walked away. "Humph. You girls, once you leave here, your memories will be erased. It would be a miracle if you still remember Lin Qie," Li Yifei muttered to himself. The monsters have been vanquished, and gradually, everyone's hearts have begun to ease. The discussions among the girls regarding the enigmatic figure of Lin Qie have intensified. The boys from the Axe Squad, who accompanied Lin Qie in his relentless battle against the monsters, could not contain their excitement and animatedly recounted tales of Lin Qie's prowess, leaving the girls utterly captivated. At that moment, Teacher Wang approached them and uttered a solemn warning: "No early romances." The girls fell silent. Lin Qie, with his sword slung across his back, sprinted swiftly through the campus, reaching for his earpiece. "Sister Hongying, any updates?" "We've uncovered some traces. It appears the Nantua serpent demon has headed north." "North?" Lin Qie paused, pondering the possibilities. Was it the cafeteria, the art building, the playground, or the teaching block? "I'm not sure. Xiao Nan and I are checking the cafeteria." "All right, I shall investigate the art building." With that, Lin Qie changed direction and raced towards the art building. This edifice is the newest construction at the second high school, erected approximately 5 or 6 years ago, following a national initiative to promote the harmonious development of student culture and the arts. The school had invested significantly in its construction. However, since its completion, students have seldom attended art classes, as if, mysteriously, their instructors fell ill whenever an art lesson was scheduled. The art building, although modest in height at 3 stories, houses a diverse array of rooms. There are dedicated spaces for sketching, sculpting, and even practicing dance. Lin Qie swiftly traversed the corridor of the 1st floor, sensing nothing unusual. However, upon reaching the 2nd floor, a vivid image suddenly emerged within his perception, causing his expression to transform dramatically. Ruo. Why don't we escape the school and hide somewhere else?" Lu Yuan whispered, gazing out the window while holding Han Ruo close. Han Ruo lifted her head from his embrace, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she replied softly, "What is the point of going outside? It's far quieter here. In this space, I can indulge in some intriguing activities." A shiver of electricity coursed through Lu Yuan, leaving him in a state of delightful confusion. He swallowed hard, questioning, "What activities? What do you think?" Han Ruo leaned closer, her gentle voice enveloping Lu Yuan's ear, igniting a fervent restlessness within him. "But there are monsters outside. Isn't that unwise?" Lu Yuan felt a surge of forbidden desire rising within him, yet reason cautioned against such actions. "What is so bad about it? Do you not wish to be devoured by me?" Han Ruo's delicate arms wrapped around him, her tongue playfully brushing against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Just as Lu Yuan's last shred of reason began to dissipate, and his hands were poised to explore Han Ruoruo's form, she softly uttered the latter half of her proposition. Do you not long to be consumed by me? Han Ruo's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing a grotesque, bloodied visage that pressed against Lu Yuan's face, its jagged teeth sending chills down his spine. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated in terror. He opened his mouth, desperately screaming, thrashing in a frantic attempt to free himself from Han Ruo's grasp. Yet he found himself utterly powerless to escape. Ruorio, you too are. No, please, don't. I beg you. I do not wish to die yet. In that moment, he was transported back to the scene of his arrogant departure from the 5th floor, had he chosen to stay. Perhaps he would not be ensnared in such a dire predicament now. Lin Xie, save me. Amidst Lu Yuan's frantic wails, the sound of a door creaking open pierced the air. Both Han Ruo and Lu Yuan turned in unison, startled. There stood Lin Xie, sword in hand, quietly observing the unfolding chaos. Lin Xie, Ruoruo is a monster. Quickly, save me. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if he had spotted a life raft. He summoned an inexplicable strength, thrashing wildly in Ruoruo's embrace. Lin Xie, with a casual touch to his nose, offered an apologetic smile. My apologies for the intrusion. I merely wish to observe. Please, do continue. With a resounding bang, the door to the music room slammed shut, followed by a definitive click as it was locked from the inside. Chapter 59, Dialogue with the Serpent Demon. A piercing scream echoed through the music room. Lin Xie leisurely leaned against the railing of the corridor, stifling a yawn. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17. Almost there. Lin Xie murmured softly to himself, stepping forward to reopen the door. Inside the music room, the serpent offspring, transformed from Han Ruo, regarded him warily. On the floor beside her lay Lu Yuan, motionless, his body devoid of any wounds. Instead of tearing him apart, he had chosen to plant the serpent seed, a far superior choice. Lin Xie smiled as he reached behind him. With a soft whisper, the blade was drawn from its sheath. At that moment, Lu Yuan abruptly sat up as if resurrected, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Xie, a flicker of resentment lingering within them. He rose in an exceedingly bizarre manner, his head gradually splitting open to reveal a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. Unleashing a ferocious roar at Lin Xie, the creature roared, but before it could utter more than a few cries, Lin Xie had already struck with his blade, plunging it deep into the demon's mouth and twisting forcefully. The serpent offspring, now a manifestation of Lu Yuan, let out a horrendous scream, blood gushing forth as its entire maw was utterly obliterated. Lin Xie stepped aside, sheathing his blade, and glanced at Lu Yuan's collapsing form, speaking calmly. Now, I can sever you without any psychological burden. With that, he turned his gaze toward the restless Han Ruo, who lingered nearby. As Han Ruo noticed Lin Xie's gaze upon her, she opened her mouth wide and let out a fierce roar, slightly bending her body, embodying a stance ready for battle. Do not be hasty. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you might be the last offspring of the serpent demon in the school. Lin Xie shook the sheathed straight blade in his hand, signaling that he bore no murderous intent. Nantawa serpent demon, I am aware that your true form can perceive me through this vessel. Why not retract that menacing demeanor and engage in a proper conversation? After a brief pause, the bloody visage of the serpent demon's progeny gradually began to close, the scalp and bones reassembling, the bloodline slowly fading, and the skin melding together, soon transforming back into Han Ruoruo's appearance. She stood there expressionless, declaring, I have nothing to discuss with you, Night Watchman. You are indeed remarkable, Lin Xie remarked, raising an eyebrow. Yet, despite claiming there is nothing to converse about, you ultimately chose to revert back? Was that merely to utter such trivialities? Han Ruoruo frowned, bloodlines resurfacing on her face, as if on the verge of transforming once more. You seem quite knowledgeable about this society. If my assumptions are correct, you must have descended upon this city long ago. Lin Xie scrutinized Han Ruoruo's eyes, seemingly seeking to uncover something. Yet, regrettably, the current Han Ruo was but a puppet. The true entity engaging in dialogue with Lin Xie was the elusive Nantawa serpent demon, hidden far away, leaving no clues on Han Ruo's countenance. And what of it? She retorted, I fail to comprehend how you wield such terrifying talents of disguise. If there had been no extensive propagation of offspring within the school, it is likely that we would not encounter you for another decade. You could effortlessly blend into human society, utilizing your disguise and intellect. subtly leaving your mark on the affluent, with prosperity readily within your grasp. You possess exceptional advantages that allow you to navigate the human world with ease. Yet, why, from half a month to a month ago, did you suddenly choose to cultivate offspring on a grand scale? Lin Chia furrowed his brow, voicing his perplexity. Reproduction is an instinct intrinsic to my kind, Han Ruoruo replied calmly. Furthermore, when a wolf infiltrates the realm of sheep, do you believe it would willingly remain in obscurity? Other mysteries may be reluctant, but you are different. Lin Chia asserted with conviction. You possess extraordinary intelligence and exhibit great caution. All high IQ beings possess the capacity to suppress their innate instincts. What a ridiculous line of reasoning, Han Ruo scoffed. Since you relish deduction so much, allow me to pose a question to you. In this enclosed school, there exist 3 sentinels. The girl wielding a spear, the girl with healing abilities, and you, who can see through my disguise. The girl with the spear is in the pool realm. I cannot plant my mark on her. The other girl remains perpetually at her side, leaving me with no opportunity. But what if I were to eliminate you, the only one in the lamp realm, and implant my mark upon you? Do you think they would notice? Han Ruoruo's lips curled into a sinister and terrifying grin, stretching all the way to her ears. Lin Chia's pupils constricted in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted towards the vacant space beside him. In the next heartbeat, a colossal black figure crashed through the wall behind him, whizzing past the very spot where Lin Chia had just stood. The beast's thick serpentine tail slammed down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Utilizing the momentum, Lin Chia rolled over and swiftly regained his footing, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his expression marked by gravity. Before him coiled a creature, its body enveloped in black scales, possessing a human torso and a serpent's tail, its mesmerizing vertical pupils fixed intently on Lin Chia, the Nanda serpent demon. You're probing for information, and I, in turn, am stalling for time. The demon hissed, its voice resonating from deep within. Sister Hongying. The Nanda serpent demon has appeared in the music room of the art building. Lin Chia unsheathed his straight sword, maintaining his composure as he addressed the serpent demon. I understand. I will arrive immediately. Hold on for a moment longer. Hongying's voice crackled through the earpiece, followed by a rush of wind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Nanda serpent demon swiftly slithered across the ground, its tail flicking, shattering the piano and the music room into fragments. Its sharp claws lashed out with a deafening whoosh. The instant the serpent demon struck, Lin Chia reacted, swiftly evading to the side. The demon's claws tore into the wall that had been directly behind him. Like a knife slicing through tofu, several deep gashes were effortlessly left behind. Lin Chia steadied his stance, casting a glance at the wall that had nearly been perforated. His expression immediately darkened as he muttered a curse under his breath. Is this what you call a weak body and low combat prowess? Just as Lin Chia narrowly evaded a claw strike, a robust serpent tail struck from the side. With lightning speed, he swung his blade, colliding with the tail. The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying as the blade scraped against the dark scales. Almost instantly, an overwhelming force knocked Lin Chia back, nearly toppling him to the ground. Struggling to regain his balance, he noticed a shallow cut etched upon the serpent's tail. The strength is somewhat weaker than I anticipated, and its defense pales in comparison to that of the Ghost-Face King. Lin Chia squinted, murmuring to himself, aside from its formidable offensive power, it appears to be manageable. Chapter 60. A shot through. Although it was not yet evening and the Starry Night Dancer could not be activated, Lin Chia's extraordinary dynamic vision and combat instinct made it seem effortless to contend with the Nantua serpent demon. However, the challenge lay in the confines of the piano room. The narrow terrain significantly hampered Lin Chia's ability to evade. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Chia dashed out the door, sprinting towards the exterior of the art building. As Lin Chia exited, the Nantua serpent demon violently smashed through the walls of the piano room, its elongated serpent form swiftly navigating along the corridor's walls, reaching the very spot above Lin Chia in an instant. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, the demon's lethal claws descended towards Lin Chia's neck from above. Yet, as if his back possessed a keen awareness, he rolled forward with remarkable agility, narrowly avoiding the strike. Following this, he leveraged his momentum to spring from the ground, gripping his dagger tightly with the blade facing upwards, and precisely thrust it towards the serpent demon's abdomen. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, as though he had choreographed every step in advance. The serpent demon's eyes narrowed, its body twisting rapidly to evade a critical hit. Nevertheless, the blade found its mark, embedding itself into the creature's flesh and leaving behind a long gash. With a shriek of agony, the serpent demon coiled its body, its grotesque maw lunging towards the now closed Lin Chia. Lin Chia swiftly positioned his straight blade before him, yet the serpent demon's biting force was overwhelmingly powerful. Firmly ensnaring the blade's body, it clamped down on the weapon and lifted its head, wildly thrashing about, before violently hurling both Lin Chia and the blade away. Lin Chia's body first shattered a pane of glass, then soared through the corridor and plummeted from the second floor. Fortunately, below lay a vast expanse of greenery. As he fell, Lin Chia managed to grasp a branch, gently swinging to dissipate much of the force before landing on the grass below. He staggered to regain his balance. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, a testament to the pain, which, though not bone-breaking, was undeniably real. Simultaneously, the Nantua serpent demon broke through the window. Leaping from the second floor, its sharp claws glinting with a chilling brilliance beneath the dark red sky, aiming directly at Lin Chia. Lin Chia swiftly retreated, evading the demon's landing point, and as if he possessed foresight, he surged forward once more, his straight blade striking precisely at the serpent demon's neck. Clang, clang, clang. Resounding clashes echoed as Lin Chia's blade met the demon's claws in a fierce exchange. Just as the serpent demon was about to make its move, an intense golden radiance suddenly erupted from Lin Chia's eyes. An overwhelming divine might silently surged into the mind of the Nantua serpent demon. This suppression emanating from the very essence of life momentarily disorienting its spirit, causing its body to falter. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chia wielded his straight blade, carving a cross into the serpent demon's chest, leaving behind 2 gory gashes. The serpent demon howled in agony, swiftly retreating several meters. Its serpent-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Chia, seemingly astonished that this mere boy, possessing only a flicker of strength, could exhibit such formidable combat prowess. Doubt began to creep in. Continuing the fight might lead to inevitable defeat, and if the other 2 night watchers arrived, its demise would be certain. Yet, if it let this opportunity slip away, would it truly have another chance to turn the tide? As it grappled with its dilemma, a graceful figure shot forth like an arrow from the distance, rose-colored flames blossoming beneath her feet, her speed astonishingly swift. Upon sighting her, a smile danced on Lin Chia's lips. The moment the serpent demon glimpsed her, all hesitation evaporated, and it swiftly turned to slither into the art building. Moving with remarkable speed, vanishing within moments, its form obscured by the walls and rooms, leaving its whereabouts unknown. Where did it go? Hong Ying, armed with a long spear, shouted to Lin Chia from 100 meters away. The classroom on the far left of the second floor. It opened the window and prepared to flee. Every movement of the serpent demon remained within Lin Chia's perceptive grasp, his gaze locked onto that classroom as he replied. Understood. Harnessing her momentum, Hong Ying slightly bent her legs and leaped forth like a cannonball, the rose-colored flames blazing fiercely beneath her feet. With a single leap, she ascended 3 stories high. In midair, she deftly unfastened the spear from her back, and a searing wave of flames erupted around her. She gracefully tossed the spear before her, twisting and spinning in the air, her tightly bound black hair dancing in the wind. As the spear rotated naturally, once its tip aligned with that classroom, her right foot, propelled by the force of her spin, struck the end of the spear with immense power, engulfed in raging flames. Thus, the flame-encircled spear sliced through the sky like a bolt of lightning, leaving faint scorch marks in the air as it darted towards the classroom. In the blink of an eye, that crimson beam pierced through the entire art building. A gaping hole, 5 meters in radius, erupted in the structure of the art building. The spear impaled the swiftly slithering Nanda snake demon with precision, pinning it to the ground and creating a massive crater. Dust and debris soared into the air. Lin Chia stood beneath the art building, gazing in astonishment at the destruction wrought by a single spear, utterly bewildered. In that moment, he finally understood why others regarded the combat prowess of the Nanda snake demon as feeble. As Hong Ying descended from the air, she approached Lin Chia, meticulously circling him with concern, asking, Chia, are you hurt? And no. That's good. Hong Ying gently patted his shoulder and approached the Nandu snake demon. Let us go and take a look. If all goes as expected, it should be dead. The 2 made their way to the rear of the art building, where they discovered the Nandu snake demon impaled in an exaggeratedly large pit, pinned to the ground by a long spear. Hong Ying stepped forward to withdraw the spear, resting it on her shoulder, and gave the demon's lifeless body a kick, confirming it had lost all semblance of life. Indeed, it is dead, she remarked with a satisfied nod, stretching her arms in relief. At last, it is over. How exhausting. If only I had finished this battle earlier. She hoisted the spear and leisurely climbed out of the pit, brushing off the dust from her school uniform. Chia, let us go. I shall treat you to dinner. Honging suddenly beamed, recalling something. After all, it is your first completed task. A celebration is in order. HM? After taking a few steps, she sensed something amiss and turned to find Lin Chia still standing in the vast pit. What is wrong? She inquired, perplexed, as she approached the edge of the pit. Lin Chia gazed down at the corpse of the Nandu snake demon, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. Something is not right. Chapter 61. The essence, what are those things? I don't know, but I suspect they will haunt my nightmares for the next decade. A decade? Do you truly believe we will survive until then? What do you mean? What if these monsters are not confined to our school, but are rampant throughout the entire realm of Daxia? Like a zombie outbreak in a movie? Exactly, that's precisely the point. Come on. Lin Chia just mentioned that they only appear in our school. Once we are rescued, we will be safe. Lin Chia, who exactly is he? The vast auditorium is now half filled with individuals, as students rescued from the second floor gather in this space. The sole entrance and exit is guarded by the Axe Squad, marking it as the safest location. Within the auditorium, the sounds of weeping, comforting, discussions, and disputes echo incessantly. Despite efforts to maintain order, the cacophony remains uncontainable, and Qingyu sits quietly behind the door, her eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, 3 knocks resonate, 2 long, 1 short. The Axe Squad members at the door perk up, hastily clearing the obstruction that blocks the entrance. It is Li Yifei returning, and Qingyu opens her eyes and turns to face the door. Li Yifei entered the auditorium, panting heavily, resembling one who had just completed an exhausting 800-meter run, drenched in sweat. What is the situation? Have the students from other areas evacuated? And Qingyu inquired. Rising to face him, they've all left. I sprinted halfway across the campus. Aside from that, I saw no trace of other students. Damn, I'm utterly exhausted. Li Yifei slumped onto a bench, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That's good to hear, and Qingyu nodded. I must tell you, when I reached the playground, I heard a tremendous crash coming from the direction of the art building, as if a structure had collapsed. Li Yifei, recalling something, quickly responded, Is it that dramatic? They must have discovered the entity's true form and are engaged in battle. He reclined in his chair, exhaling deeply. If it weren't for my obligation to search and rescue, I would have loved to sneak a glance. When divine beings clash, it is wise to maintain a safe distance. Indeed, he conceded. What was the name of Lin Chia's organization again? And Qingyu seemed to recollect something and asked Li Yifei. The Night Watchers. As soon as he uttered the name, Li Yifei covered his mouth, contemplating for a moment before letting it drop. Oh well, telling you is inconsequential. After all, everyone here will have their memories erased. Erased memories? Yes, they possess an object capable of erasing memories on a large scale. After all, there were far too many witnesses to the monster's appearance this time. If any of them were to divulge the information, it would undoubtedly lead to a great deal of trouble. And what about you? Do you desire to join? I do not require such a thing. Li Yifei chuckled softly, leaning closer to Qingyu's ear and whispering, To be honest, once this incident concludes, I should be able to join them. And Qingyu nodded slightly, inquiring if there were any prerequisites for joining them. What, do you wish to go as well? It is not that simple. Their standards for recruitment are exceedingly high. Li Yifei waved his hand dismissively, explaining that one must either awaken their abilities like Lin Xia or demonstrate their worth to them. So you have awakened your abilities? No, I merely showcased my value to them, Li Yifei replied with a smile. And Qingyu nodded thoughtfully, her gaze tranquil as a deep pool. Indeed, your performance this time was remarkably outstanding. Were I in their position, I would certainly take you in. Just as the two were conversing, a knock echoed from the door once more, the rhythm seemingly erratic. The members of the Axe Squad immediately grew vigilant, and Li Yifei rose, his expression serious as he gazed towards the entrance. Who is it? It is I, Lin Xia. Upon hearing Lin Xia's name, the group brightened, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips as they opened the door to reveal Lin Xia, who entered slowly, a sword slung over his back. What is the outcome? Li Yifei stepped forward, his concern evident. It was successful, Lin Xia affirmed with a nod. We have slain the Nandu snake demon in its true form. Li Yifei exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips as he patted Lin Xia on the shoulder. Incredible, Xia. You truly vanquished it. With this, everyone is saved. Upon hearing Li Yifei's words, the entire auditorium erupted in cheers. The students, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, were finally on the verge of leaving this terrifying school, distancing themselves from the monstrous beings that feasted on human flesh. Meanwhile, the axe squad joined in the jubilation, discarding their axes and embracing each other in excitement. Li Yifei shot a series of playful glances at Lin Xie, then leaned in closer, whispering, "I've made quite a contribution this time. Joining the night watch should be a cinch, right? I certainly wish to avoid brainwashing." Lin Xie stood in silence for a moment before responding softly, "Perhaps." Li Yifei was taken aback. Just then, Xingyu stealthily drew a handgun from her pocket. The dark muzzle aimed at the back of Li Yifei's head. In the stunned gaze of the axe squad, she pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The resounding gunfire reverberated like thunder splitting the sky, abruptly silencing the jubilant cacophony and plunging the once vibrant auditorium into an eerie stillness. The joy etched on everyone's faces was frozen in disbelief as they stiffly turned to glance towards the exit, their eyes filled with incredulity. Li Yifei, bewildered, turned around to find Xingyu calmly holding the gun, a wisp of smoke dissipating from the ominous barrel. Li Yifei stood frozen for a few moments. Perplexed as he inquired, "And Xingyu? Why did you shoot?" And Xingyu remained silent, standing still. After a prolonged pause, Li Yifei finally comprehended the situation. Slowly reaching to touch the back of his head. Click, click. Shell casings fell to the ground, producing a crisp ringing sound. On the back of his head, 3 shallow bullet wounds were gradually healing, with only a few drops of blood seeping out, which Li Yifei wiped away, leaving no trace behind. Staring at the blood on his hand, he murmured to himself, "I was shot. Why am I still alive?" He lifted his gaze towards Lin Xie, extending his blood-stained hand toward Lin Xie's eyes. "Hey, Xie, look at me. Why am I not dead?" His pupils trembled slightly. "Have I awakened my abilities?" Before him, Lin Xie regarded him with a complicated expression and after a moment's hesitation, shook his head gently. "You have not awakened any abilities. You are, in fact, the Nanda Snake Demon." Upon hearing these words, Li Yifei's pupils constricted sharply, and he stumbled back 2 steps, shaking his head repeatedly. "Impossible. What are you talking about? How could I be a snake demon? I am Li Yifei." Lin Xie shook his head, stepping forward and forcefully tearing at the zipper of Li Yifei's school uniform. With a rip, the zipper broke, revealing Li Yifei's chest, where a faint gun mark lay quietly. Like a brand. "You are the Nanda Serpent Demon, or rather, you are a fragment of the Nanda Serpent Demon. The remnants you leave behind may deceive others, but they cannot deceive me." Chapter 62. 2 Abnormalities. No. This cannot be possible. Li Yifei lowered his gaze to the gunshot wound on his chest, shaking his head incessantly. "I cannot possibly take a life, much less become a monster." Li Yifei. Lin Xie gripped the collar of Li Yifei's shirt, pulling his head closer, locking onto those fearful eyes. "Look into my eyes." Suddenly, 2 golden flames ignited within Lin Xie's gaze, the divine power of a seraph cascading forth, surging into Li Yifei's mental realm with fervor. In but a brief moment, Li Yifei's eyes rolled back, and he fainted swiftly. Yet, in the next instant, a powerful hand grasped Lin Xie's wrist with fervor, and Li Yifei's eyes flew open. They were strikingly eerie, with slitted pupils, calm yet unfathomably deep. "Interesting. How did you uncover my secret?" Li Yifei's voice resonated deeply and steadily. "With your perceptual prowess, one would presume you could not see through my disguise." "Indeed, I did not. Otherwise you would have been exposed long ago in the basement of the office." The flames in Lin Xie's eyes remained ablaze. Everything that had transpired since entering the academy appeared logical, yet reeked of the bizarre. "Are you suggesting that you deduced this?" "To some extent, yes. The flaws you left behind were simply too numerous." "Oh." Li Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do elaborate." "The first point of suspicion lies with your medical leave form." Lin Xie spoke calmly. "This morning, when you entered the classroom, you did so with a sick leave note." "What of it?" "According to your account, you discovered that you had forgotten your homework after school last night, and upon returning to the school, you witnessed Lu Xiaoyan engaged in a gruesome act. After that, you fled the school in a panic and sought out us, the night watchman. So, when did you procure your sick leave note?" Lin Xie sneered softly. "Do not tell me that after witnessing the horrific scene last night, you presumed we would act together today and deliberately obtain the sick leave note. Considering the administrative office had already closed by that time. Thus, only 2 possibilities remain. The first is that you had already secured the sick leave note, intending to skip school today for leisure, only to fortuitously encounter the gruesome scene last night. The second possibility is that you were already aware of our arrival and had prepared to join us from the outset." Li Yifei remained silent for a moment before continuing. The second point of suspicion lies with the pieces of human skin found on the girls' dormitory balcony. Logically, the Nantawa snake demon is a creature known for its caution and discretion. Having hidden within human society for so long, it would never brazenly display human skin on a balcony, as the risk of exposure is far too great. Yet it did so deliberately. At first, I failed to grasp the significance of this action, but later I came to realize that it was intentionally hinting at us. It was right within this dormitory building. It sought to guide us to its presence. Lin Chie gazed into Li Yifei's eyes, and then you appeared, your emergence inexplicable. It was as if you had orchestrated a diversion to lure away Hong Ying, inciting a riot throughout the school. Subsequently, Li Yifei emerged like a savior, leading a multitude of students to successfully repel the onslaught of the serpent demon's offspring, a veritable exemplar of survival tactics. In truth, at that moment, I had not yet considered you. The true source of my suspicion towards you was in Qingyu. Lin Chie's gaze shifted to the slender youth behind him, and Qingyu. Li Yifei's neck twisted unnaturally, scrutinizing the bespectacled boy, and Qingyu adjusted his glasses and spoke. The number of serpent demon offspring besieging us has always been rather peculiar. When those serpent demon offspring first appeared, everyone rushed upstairs, yet only our classroom barricaded the doors and windows, remaining steadfast within. At that time, the vast majority of the serpent demons either ascended to the 4th floor, invading your corridor, or lingered on the 1st floor, cutting off everyone's escape. In truth, only 2 dared to remain on the 3rd floor, attempting to assault our classroom. Generally speaking, when a group of hunters encounters 2 types of prey within their line of sight, one robust and formidable, the other frail and easily attainable, they typically converge upon the weaker target, which is us. Initially, I presumed this was due to an information disparity. The other serpent demon offspring were lured upstairs by you, oblivious to our presence on the 3rd floor. However, I soon realized that these serpent demons possess a shared awareness. And Qingyu paused momentarily before continuing, stating that they are fully cognizant of the succulent morsel beneath them, yet remain unmoved, as if they are intentionally sparing us. Subsequently, Li Yifei arrived with a cadre of allies to rescue us. After vanquishing 2 serpent demon offspring, they provoked the attack of 6 more from below. This number is particularly delicate, imposing significant pressure upon us while simultaneously refraining from rendering us utterly defenseless. Even if one more were to join the fray, we would have been unable to withstand the onslaught, yet it chose not to, just as Lin Chie was on the verge of arrival. Those 6 serpent demon offspring suddenly intensified their assault, cornering us into a dire predicament. The entire sequence of events is exceedingly coincidental and profoundly bizarre. Is this sufficient for you to cast doubt upon me? Li Yifei furrowed his brow tightly. No. What truly incites my suspicion is the action of the serpent demon offspring severing your thick rope. And Qingyu shook her head, stating that at the moment you descended via the rope, the 2 serpent demons were oblivious to the scene unfolding before them, and logically, they should have been unaware of the rope's existence. Yet, astonishingly, the 6 serpent demon offspring that followed immediately and precisely severed the thick rope, as if they were acutely aware of your escape route. The fact that the serpent demon offspring could cut through something they ought not to have seen indicates a singular conclusion. Among us, there exists a being that shares their vision. And Qingyu raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, acknowledging that at the time, her understanding of the serpent demons was limited, and the subsequent conclusions were drawn only after exchanging information with Lin Chie. Li Yifei, with his vertical pupils fixed intently on Qingyu, let out a cold chuckle, remarking that had he known of her cleverness, he would have eliminated her from the outset. Furthermore, every time the serpent demons appeared, you were conspicuously absent. Lin Chie continued, recalling their first encounter with the serpent demons in the girls' dormitory. He queried, after you confessed your feelings to Wu Shujie, during the time before you returned to the sophomore classroom, where did you go? As Lin Chie and the others battled the serpent demon entity moments ago, you two had ostensibly been seeking out other surviving students, which only solidified my suspicions. And Qingyu added. Li Yifei glanced at Qingyu, then turned to Lin Chie, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Why must I encounter 2 such peculiar individuals like you? Chapter 63, The Truth. Subsequently, I ventured to formulate a remarkably audacious hypothesis, weaving together all the threads of information at my disposal. Lin Chie continued. The Nandu serpent demon arrived in this world much earlier than we had anticipated. He fixed his gaze upon Li Yifei's eyes. Upon its arrival, endowed with extraordinary intellect and formidable camouflage abilities, it swiftly comprehended the operating principles of this society. Likewise, it became aware of the existence of the Night Watchers. Its innate vigilance compelled it to quietly reside within human society. Throughout this protracted period, in its quest for perfect disguise, it subconsciously nurtured a second personality, one that bears the name Li Yifei. He has forgotten who he truly is, forgotten his past, and embraced the identity bestowed upon him by the Nandu serpent demon, leading a life as an ordinary high school student in this city. If all proceeds without incident, he should, in the future, enjoy a carefree existence, thanks to his exceptionally long lifespan and innate talents. However, approximately half a month ago, he witnessed the tragic demise of the Ghost-Faced King's lineage, a being equally mythological, if not more potent. His primary personality sensed profound fear emanating from the Night Watchers, and thus he began to experience trepidation, anxious that he too might meet a fate akin to that of the Ghost-Faced King. With its formidable combat prowess, it was impossible for it to triumph over the Night Watchers. Thus, it sought to leverage its gift for deception, orchestrating a plan to infiltrate the ranks of the Night Watchers and become one of them, transcending the murky waters of conflict. It subtly conveyed its intentions to Li Yifei, who subsequently submitted a request to join the Night Watchers, only to be met with a merciless refusal. Yet, it remained undeterred. From the outset, its intentions were not to propagate its lineage, nor to annihilate the Night Watchers. Its singular objective was to showcase Li Yifei's worth. It orchestrated an elaborate ruse, instilling such terror in Li Yifei that he became disoriented, subconsciously prompting him to seek out the Night Watchers. Consequently, events unfolded according to its design. However, an unforeseen variable emerged in this meticulously crafted plan, namely, myself. Lin Qiye gestured to himself, revealing that he was a temporary recruit to the Night Watchers. Having joined merely 2 weeks prior, it had no inkling of my existence, nor was it aware of my ability to discern its progeny with clarity. Fortunately, after a series of tests, it discovered that I could not penetrate the veil of its disguise, thus opting to persist with its stratagem. Adhering to its plan, it revealed its true form within the girls' dormitory, diverting the highest combat force, Hong Ying, and then reverted to the oblivious Li Yifei. Returning to the teaching building to maintain control, it deftly manipulated the movements of each progeny, ensuring that Li Yifei basked in the limelight without genuinely placing itself in peril. Yet, at this juncture, I re-emerged as the unpredictable element. I seized the limelight that rightfully belonged to Li Yifei, ruthlessly annihilating the entire lineage within the building. Although it simmered with indignation, the realization of Li Yifei's demonstrated worth restrained it from taking any extraneous actions. What followed was rather straightforward. It revealed its true form and engaged in combat with the Night Watchman, subsequently feigning death, thereby creating the illusion that the Nantua serpent demon had been vanquished. Li Yifei could then rightfully join the Night Watchman, securing a future devoid of worries. Alas, I saw through the ruse. Lin Qiye gazed at Li Yifei with a hint of regret and sincerely remarked, "This trap is exquisitely crafted, truly. Had it not been for me, you would have had a 90% chance of success." Li Yifei fixed his gaze upon Lin Qiye, and after a moment's pause, he smiled and applauded, "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I never imagined that I would ultimately fall at the hands of you two." However, his smile swiftly dissipated, and his vertical pupils brimmed with animosity. "You have obliterated any hope I had of survival. Tell me, how should I repay you?" Li Yifei's body swelled rapidly like a balloon, his skin sprouting numerous black scales, transforming in the blink of an eye into a monstrous being with a human torso and serpent tail. The next moment, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the hall. Hundreds of students, witnessing the true form of the Nantua serpent demon at such close proximity, were driven to madness by fear. Yet, the only entrance and exit had been blocked by the serpent's fangs, forcing them to retreat in terror to the farthest corner of the hall. As for Qingyu, he had already retreated to a place of safety when Li Yifei first transformed, his gaze fixed intently on the Nantua serpent demon, his eyes brimming with excitement and curiosity. The Nantua serpent demon seemed to have set its sights on Lin Qiye, its claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at Lin Qiye's neck. Lin Qiye regarded it with a smile that was neither here nor there, his right hand reaching behind him, with a soft sound. His straight blade was drawn from its sheath. The clang of metal reverberated throughout the grand hall, causing the serpent demon's vertical pupils to constrict in an instant. This time, Lin Qiye wielded the sword with a single hand, effortlessly deflecting its attack. "I'm afraid you can no longer impose your will upon me," Lin Qiye remarked, glancing toward the dimming sky outside the door as night descended. Under the cloak of darkness, he possessed fivefold the strength and speed he usually had. At this moment, the Nantua serpent demon was no longer his adversary. With a swift motion, Lin Chiye's blade easily swept aside the demon's claws, with a flick of his wrist. The blade shimmered like a fleeting shadow, for successive strikes landed upon the demon's arm, eliciting a scream as it recoiled, furiously roaring at Lin Chiye in anger. In a flash, Lin Chiye appeared before it, the serpent demon's claws swiping rapidly through the air, yet all were effortlessly parried by Lin Chiye with one hand. His eyes narrowed slightly. You are too slow. In the next moment, the speed of his blade surged, leaving behind afterimages in the air, the pale blue edge forming an impenetrable wall of blades that stood resolutely before the Nantua serpent demon. As Lin Chiye's speed surged, the Nantua serpent demon found it increasingly difficult to defend itself. Gory wounds began to mar its form, and before long, a significant portion of its black scales shattered, rendering it utterly wretched. Even as it sought refuge along the edges of numerous walls, utilizing its crawling advantage, Lin Chiye pursued it with an ethereal grace. Ever present like a shadow, the demon's cries grew ever more anguished, its gaze fixed upon the youth before it, brimming with unrestrained hatred. In this encounter, it was mercilessly outmatched in both intellect and combat prowess. Lin Chiye, expressionless, delivered blow after blow, as if meticulously crafting an unfinished masterpiece. When the Nantua serpent demon had nearly lost all capacity to resist, a golden glimmer flashed in Lin Chiye's eyes, and in a swift motion, he vanished. The pale blue blade carved a straight trajectory through the air, and in an instant, Lin Chiye had positioned himself behind the demon. With a decisive snap, the blade was sheathed, and the massive serpent's head thudded to the ground. Its enraged, wide-open vertical pupils remained fixed on Lin Chiye, as if attempting to drag him into the depths of the underworld alongside it. Turning away from the lifeless body at his feet, Lin Chiye muttered softly, "Forgive me. Li Fei, let us meet again in the hospital." Chapter 64. Calm. The grand doors of the auditorium creaked open once more as Lin Chiye emerged. Clutching a black box, seated on the adjacent staircase, Hong Ying smiled and waved, inquiring, "Have you resolved it?" "Yes, all is well," Lin Chiye replied nonchalantly. Hong Ying nodded, hesitating for a moment before she could not restrain her curiosity. "By the way, why did you prevent me from intervening?" "He was my classmate. To take his life myself would provide him with a sense of closure," Lin Chiye stated calmly. Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback, pondering the notion of providing closure through such an act. What kind of logic is that? Si Xiaoning glanced at him and muttered, "That's twisted." Lin Chiye was merely speaking in jest. He had feared that if Hong Ying had acted, she might have shot the serpent demon dead instantly, thereby depriving him of the opportunity to deliver the final blow, which would also have hindered Li Yifei's potential resurrection within the Hall of Gods. Nonetheless, I must commend you for your assistance. Without you, I might have been deceived entirely. Upon our return, I shall ensure you receive the highest commendation," Hong Ying declared, giving a thumbs up with a grin. "What about the students inside?" Lin Chiye gestured toward the auditorium behind him. "They can remain there for now. Soon, someone will come to utilize Dream Whisper, erasing all memories related to the serpent demon and you, and then weave a new dream for them," she explained. "And what shall we say about the deceased students?" Lin Chiye interjected, unable to contain his concern. "Moreover, you demolished an entire building. Such matters are beyond our concern, as there are specialized departments that will address them, providing reasonable explanations for incidents such as laboratory explosions, large-scale fires, terrorist attacks on schools, or even alien invasions. Are you certain that the last scenario is justifiable? It is more plausible than the descent of myths." "Indeed." Hong Ying pressed her lips together and slightly lowered her head, reflecting on the numerous students who had sacrificed their lives, feeling the weight of guilt. "Sister Hong Ying, how can you possibly blame yourself? The majority of those students had already been implanted with the serpent seed prior to their demise. If it weren't for you, the casualties would have been far greater." Si Xiaonan consoled her, casting a glance at Lin Chiye before softly adding, "And you, though reluctant to admit it, you are indeed quite formidable." Lin Chiye replied, "By the way, I have recently encountered an exceptionally intelligent individual who appears to have a keen interest in mythological beings. Would it be possible to recruit him into the Night Watchers?" He seemed to recall something, turning to Hong Ying with this proposition. This had been a request made to him by Qingyu in the grand auditorium. Hong Ying hesitated for a moment, weighing her words before responding. "Chiye, joining the Night Watchers is not merely a matter of intelligence. This profession is fraught with danger. Do you understand my meaning?" Lin Chiye nodded slightly. refraining from further persuasion. Helping Qingyu with this request was the extent of what he could achieve, considering that he himself was merely a temporary member who had yet to formally join the Night Watchers. Having been rejected, it is unwise to persist in a futile pursuit. Let us depart. It is time to regroup. Hong Ying rose from the staircase, shouldering the black box containing the long gun, and strode towards the exit. Lin Qiye cast a glance back at the auditorium before following suit. Within the auditorium, Qingyu, who had been standing silently by the door, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the distant corpse of the Nantua serpent demon. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, his brow furrowed in thought. It seemed he had made a resolute decision, and a glimmer of determination sparked anew in his eyes. Outside the school gates, beside a black van, two men leaned against the car door, quietly observing the tranquil campus. Suddenly, one of their earpieces crackled to life, causing Chun Mai's brow to arch slightly. It's over. They are about to emerge. Beside him, Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened. Why did she only confide in you and not in me? I am the captain. I am still the deputy. Who told you to constantly oppose Hong Ying? I am merely adhering to protocol. You are far too rigid. Chun Mai shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It seems that Hong Ying is closer to me. After all, this is not a matter of whether a child is closer to their father or mother. Your tone is rather peculiar, Wu Xiangnan retorted, rolling his eyes. The essence remains the same. After a brief silence, Chun Mai spoke once more. I have heard that Lin Xie performed exceptionally well this time. Indeed, he completed the task for the first time. Should we not express our appreciation? Perhaps we could unfurl a banner or prepare a cake for him later. Wu Xiangnan sighed. What troubles you? You resemble a parent eagerly awaiting their child who has just aced an exam, pride practically radiating from your countenance. Is that so? I feel rather good about it. At that moment, when Qima, seated in the driver's seat, could not resist rolling down the window to interject, you two are quite something. Completing a task and picking them up, must it be such a performance? What about Lung Xian? I don't know. He has always been elusive. Well, as they bantered, three figures gradually emerged from the school gate. Hong Ying spotted the two by the car from a distance, beaming as she leaped and waved at them. Xiaoan pondered briefly, then surreptitiously dabbed some of Lin Qiye's blood onto her face, resembling a flower. She held her head high, her expression seemingly proclaiming, I did not slack off. Lin Qiye, bearing the black box, was drenched in blood, his school uniform barely recognizable. He squinted slightly ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips. Are you injured? Chen Mai inquired as Lin Qiye approached. No, Lin Qiye replied, shaking his head. How do you feel? Feeling. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment. It seemed simpler than I had imagined. Chen Mai chuckled softly and nodded slightly. All right, let us get in the car. It's time to head back. Captain, why don't you ask me? Hong Ying pouted, hands on her hips. You? Wu Xiangnan shot her a glance. It's a miracle you didn't demolish the school. Why would I ask you? Hong Ying glared at Wu Xiangnan, her teeth grinding in frustration. Did I ask you? You're not the captain. I am the captain. Albeit the vice captain. The vice doesn't count. Of course it does. It doesn't count. Click. The crisp sound of a shutter echoed as a photograph emerged from the depths of a telescope, delicately lifted by a careful hand. Not far away, on the edge of a rooftop, Lung Xian sat, gently swaying the photograph in his hand, the image becoming increasingly vivid. A gentle breeze swept through his bangs as he lowered his gaze to the picture, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This one is quite well taken. He treasured the photograph, tucking it into a box for safekeeping, before leisurely rising from the rooftop's edge, resting the sniper rifle on his shoulder, and stepping into the embrace of the night. Chapter 65, Awakening. Hello? Is this Captain Chen Mai? It's me. We encountered an issue while cleaning up the battlefield at number 2 high school. What seems to be the problem? We discovered that the head of the Nantua serpent demon is missing during our retrieval of its corpse. Chen Mai furrowed his brow slightly while seated in the passenger seat of the van. Missing? Yes, we searched the entire scene and found no trace of its head. Could it be that the students hid it? That seems unlikely. We have already searched them thoroughly and found nothing. We suspect that someone may have escaped with its head before our arrival at the auditorium. Currently, the unrestricted void should still envelop the school. He should not be able to flee. Chun Mai calmly replied, You will broadcast the dream whisper throughout the campus to erase his memory. A memoryless individual will inevitably fall into our trap. Understood. After hanging up, Hong Ying curiously inquired, Captain, what has happened? The head of the Nantua serpent demon is missing. It's likely that someone has stolen it, Chen Mai stated, but it's not a major concern. We should be able to retrieve it. Lin Chia paused for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly as he gazed out the window. Could it be him? The attempt by An Qingjiu to breach the wall of confinement resulted in a forceful collision with an invisible barrier, sending him crashing to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he rose from the earth, adjusted his backpack, and stared into the void before him. The unseen barrier remained intact. They might have already realized that the serpent demon's head had vanished, he murmured to himself. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. And after a moment's contemplation, he sprinted resolutely toward the playground. If escape was not an option, then he would conceal himself. He did not believe that this barrier could remain unyielding for an extended period. Once he hid until they departed, he would seize his chance to flee. And Qingjiu dashed to an isolated patch at the edge of the playground, where he unearthed a manhole cover amidst the overgrown weeds and heaved it open with all his might. Instantly, a wave of putrid stench surged forth from the sewer below. He suppressed the urge to retch, forcing himself to adjust his mindset, and, shouldering his backpack, he leaped down, replacing the cover above him. In the damp, dark confines of the sewer, the foul odor assailed An Qingjiu from all directions, nearly suffocating him with its intensity. Clenching his jaw tightly, he clutched his backpack, enduring the torment. Yet, in the darkness, his eyes shone brightly like stars. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted in from above, causing An Qingjiu's pupils to constrict sharply. In a daze, he fancied he could hear whispers in his ear, and an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped him, drawing him toward the brink of slumber. At that moment, an extraordinary force surged from his heart, as if a crystalline spring had flowed into his mind, washing away all dreams and whispers into oblivion. And Qingyu abruptly opened his eyes. The murkiness within them vanished, replaced by an absolute clarity. In the depths of his gaze, a subtle grayness was discernible. Now, he was more awake than ever before. He stared blankly ahead, then lowered his gaze to his palm. To him, his body seemed to have transformed into an extraordinarily precise machine, where he could perceive the operation of each component, clearly comprehending their functioning principles. He understood how each blink and every breath was executed, resembling a highly experienced watchmaker observing the intricate workings of a timepiece through a magnifying glass. He had never possessed such profound awareness of his own body. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He swiftly unzipped his backpack and retrieved a head. The severed head of the Naga. Beneath those eyes lay a mythical creature entirely beyond the realm of modern scientific inquiry, as if it had been disassembled into countless gears, mechanisms, and screws. Yet, he could not fully comprehend it at this moment. Thus, An Qingjiu extracted a sharp fruit knife from the inner pocket of his bag. Like a surgeon wielding a scalpel, he fixated on the head before him, and then, he plunged the knife into its cranium. With great difficulty, he pried open the cranium, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the secrets hidden within the confines of the head. His incision quickened, his eyes alight with fervor, and his body trembled with an exhilarating anticipation. In the dark, fetid depths of the sewer, a frail youth wielded a knife, a smile gracing his lips as he meticulously dissected the grotesque skull. His voice reverberated in the dim surroundings. So this is how it is. I understand now. This is how it operates. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Where am I? In the shadowy confines of a cell, Li Yifei slowly opened his eyes. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, and as he prepared to rise, fragmented memories surged into his mind like a relentless tide. He cried out in agony, stumbling back to the ground. And Qingyu fired her weapon. He was rendered unconscious by Lin Chia, and the Nantua serpent demon lying dormant within him emerged, leading to a fierce battle before Lin Chia severed its head. Staring in disbelief at his own hands, his voice trembled. I am truly the Nantua serpent demon. How could this be? I killed them. Before him. The images of students slaughtered by the serpent demon's progeny flashed vividly, the bloodstains etched into his mind like a haunting brand, gradually morphing into his waking nightmare. No. He half knelt on the ground, his face contorted in anguish, groaning in torment. In the next moment, his eyes abruptly transformed into otherworldly slits, as if he had become an entirely different person, standing up with a visage devoid of emotion. A pitiful wretch. One of the Nanda serpent demon's arms sprouted scales, forcefully grasping the railing before it, attempting to twist it apart. Subsequently, a series of obscure runes emerged from the surface of the cell, and a terrifying repulsion struck the Nanda serpent demon, sending it crashing violently against the wall on the opposite side of the cell before it fell to the ground. Glaring at the railing before it, the serpent's tongue flickered as its icy gaze penetrated the surroundings. In that fleeting moment of contact with the railing, Fragmented information about the cell inundated its mind. It was unaware of its location, yet it comprehended that its fate rested entirely in the hands of another. That individual was the master of this place. As the Nanda serpent demon pondered, steady footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Its slit pupils constricted, and it swiftly crawled to the railing, peering towards that direction. In the dimly lit corridor, a figure gradually came into focus. It was a youth clad in a white coat, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon catching sight of his face, the Nanda serpent demon trembled. It was you. Lin Chiye approached it with an impassive expression, raising an eyebrow. Surprised, are you? Unexpected, is it? Chapter 66. The first caregiver. The Nanda serpent demon lingered silently behind the enclosure, its gaze fixed upon him. Lin Chiye narrowed his eyes, standing outside the fence, mirroring the serpent demon's stare. In his line of sight, a familiar panel unfurled. Sinner, Nanda serpent demon choice. As the one who has slain this mythical being with your own hands, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Annihilate its soul entirely, erasing its existence from the world. Option 2. Allow it to attain a loyalty value of 60, enabling you to employ it as a caregiver in the hospital, where it can tend to patients while providing you with a measure of protection. Current loyalty value, 0.85. After perusing this information, Lin Chiye raised his eyebrows slightly. This assignment differed from the last, if his memory served him. The previous caregiver's criteria were based on fear value, while this time it revolved around loyalty value. This indicated that the hospital's standards for caregivers varied according to the respective mythical beings. Furthermore, this loyalty value was bifurcated into two segments, one being 0 and the other 85. If Lin Chiye's conjecture was accurate, this division stemmed from the Nanda serpent demon's essence being split into two distinct consciousnesses. The first value originated from the Nanda serpent demon itself, while the second arose from the independent consciousness of Li Yifei. I believe you are already aware of your destiny. After a brief silence, Lin Chiye spoke slowly. Kill me, and Li Yifei shall also perish. The Nantawa serpent demon fixed its gaze upon Lin Chiye. Oh, Lin Chiye replied with a faint smile. Do you believe I would be particularly concerned about his fate? Indeed, should he meet his demise, I might be troubled for a brief period. Yet that would be the extent of it. Our relationship is not of such profound depth, as you should be well aware. The Nantawa serpent demon fell into silence. Having observed everything from the shadows, it was acutely aware of Li Yifei's every move. Their acquaintance had spanned little more than half a month, and to claim a deep bond between them would be sheer folly. Moreover, Li Yifei had even abandoned him once to flee on his own. To wager their emotional connection as the sole bargaining chip was an error the Nantawa serpent demon would not commit. What is it that you desire? I believe you have misinterpreted the situation, Lin Chiye responded calmly. At present, it is you who must demonstrate your worth to me. If your value does not align with my expectations, I regret to inform you that my establishment does not accommodate idlers. The Nantawa serpent demon paused momentarily before speaking slowly. I excel in disguise. I can implant serpent seeds, and infiltration and subtlety are my specialties. Not sufficient. I am adept at strategizing and can provide you with counsel. What did you claim to excel at? I did not claim anything. The Nantawa serpent demon nearly overlooked the fact that it was ensnared by its own scheme. However, pooling ideas is not inherently detrimental. One's individual wisdom may not encompass all perspectives. Our modes of contemplation and levels of understanding differ, perhaps providing you with some valuable insights. Indeed, this notion holds merit. Moreover, although my current physical prowess is rather limited, upon reaching maturity, I shall possess formidable combat capabilities, and my ability to shed my skin renders me difficult to vanquish. Please, continue. There is nothing more. Lin Chiye pondered for a moment. Can you amuse the elderly? I cannot. The Nantawa serpent demon's mind struggled to comprehend, yet Li Yifei excelled in this regard. That suffices. Lin Chiye paused briefly before speaking again. You may remain. But there is an additional condition. What condition? During non-essential moments, allow Li Yifei to govern this body. The Nantawa serpent demon wrestled with its thoughts for a while, ultimately nodding. Very well, I concede. Freedom is undoubtedly significant, yet it does not wish to be utterly extinguished. Furthermore, Li Yifei is also a part of it, thus yielding the body to him is not an insurmountable concession. Lin Chiye nodded, reaching into the void to retrieve a piece of parchment and a steel pen, which appeared in his grasp. This is your employment contract. Peruse it and, should there be no issues, please sign. Lin Chiye assumed the demeanor of a commanding employer, casually tossing the parchment into the air. The Nantua serpent demon held the document in hand, meticulously perusing its contents, and her expression transformed dramatically. Rather than being merely a labor contract, it would be more aptly described as a bond of servitude. It meticulously enumerated an extensive array of obligations the Nantua serpent demon was to fulfill, including but not limited to the unconditional obedience to the commands of Dean Lin Chiye, the prohibition against harming or harboring any intent to harm Dean Lin Chiye and his interests, the destruction of public property within the hospital, the necessity of regularly maintaining the hospital's cleanliness, and the requirement to rise early to prepare breakfast for the patients. In the supplementary section, there was a clause stating that in non-essential circumstances, the personality of Li Yifei must govern the body. Conversely, in the section outlining Dean Lin Chiye's obligations, there appeared a solitary blank. This was undoubtedly a merciless, one-sided contract that exploited the rights of the caregiver, dark and outrageous in its implications. However, the Nantua serpent demon found herself devoid of any alternatives and, with a steely resolve, inscribed her name. At the moment her name was written, the parchment spontaneously ignited, and the peculiar runes surrounding the cell gradually dissipated, causing the cell door to swing open. Simultaneously, the Nantua serpent demon's form swiftly reverted to that of a human, now adorned in a cerulean caregiver's uniform, which bore a black nameplate on the chest, Caregiver 001. Li Yifei looked bewilderedly at the attire draped upon him, scratching his head in confusion. Just moments ago, he had overheard the conversation between Nandu Snake Demon and Lin Chiye, and it provided him with a clear understanding of the current circumstances. He had transitioned from being Lin Chiye's classmate to a mere subordinate, reduced to a laborer in his employ. How does it feel to be revived? Lin Chiye asked with a smile, approaching him. Not bad. Li Yifei replied with a wry grin. Boss Lin, please don't exploit me too harshly. I can't endure it. Call the director, Lin Chiye said, patting him on the shoulder before turning to walk towards the prison cells. Come with me. I shall introduce you to this facility. Dressed in caregiver attire, Li Yifei sighed and quickly followed Lin Chiye. This area comprises the patient wards. Currently, only one room is occupied. There is but a single patient in this hospital. Her name is Nikes. You may examine her case file later for details on her condition. Over there is the activity zone. On days when there is nothing else to do, you may take the elderly lady there to watch television or play chess. We must prevent her from merely staring blankly at a vase in the yard. We wouldn't want her to develop dementia after failing to treat her mental illness. This is the pharmacy. These medications should be administered 3 times daily, 2 pills each time. As Lin Chiye continued his explanations, Li Yifei felt increasingly numb. What on earth is this place? Mother, I have found you a companion. He will accompany you from now on, Lin Chiye concluded, leading Li Yifei to stand before Nikes, introducing him with a smile. Nikes gazed intently at Li Yifei, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, Grandson, Grandma has found you. Chapter 67. Stop him. Li Yifei's smile suddenly froze, and he slowly turned to look at Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye offered him an encouraging glance. Li Yifei, oh, my goodness. With that, Li Yifei obediently opened his arms and embraced the excited Nikes, his smile more sorrowful than a cry. I missed you so much. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Chiye raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Li Yifei filled with admiration. As expected of you, you truly excel at bringing joy to the elderly. Lin Chiye clearly observed the healing progress above Nike's head jump from 21 to 23. Of course, this progress bar was visible only to him. Li Yifei remained oblivious. Over the past half-month, Lin Chiye had diligently visited the hospital every day, administering medication to Nikes and engaging her in conversation. Under the dual treatment of medication and emotional support, Nike's condition had improved significantly. At least now she no longer sneaked into the medication room, clutching a pill bottle in tears. With Li Yifei by her side around the clock, her recovery pace was likely to accelerate greatly, and it wouldn't be long before she reached 50. At that point, he could extract Nike's second ability. During this time, Lin Chiye had also attempted to open the door to the second ward, but alas, it remained locked. It seemed directly tied to his own realm, and the cultivation of mental strength was a gradual process that could not be rushed. Fortunately, during this period, Lin Chiye has thoroughly solidified his state of cultivation under the guidance of Wenqima, and the time required to break through to the next realm will not be prolonged. After imparting a few more words of advice to Li Yifei, Lin Chiye departed from the psychiatric hospital. The ensuing days appeared to be no different from those that preceded them, even though Lin Chiye had successfully completed his first mission with remarkable excellence. The intensity of his daily training remained undiminished. He even felt that Chen Mai's strikes had become more painful. However, after experiencing this life-and-death struggle, Lin Chiye's synchronization with the mortal realm's divine domain had become more harmonious, and his mental perception had significantly improved. He could now perfectly evade a shooting frequency of 50 rounds per second in the trap room and was ready to challenge 100 rounds per second. If there was any significant progress, it would be in Lin Chiye's marksmanship. From initially missing entirely at 30 meters to barely hitting the target at 20 meters. Through relentless training, he had now reached the point where he could reliably strike a target within 30 meters. Lin Chiye still vividly recalls the day he hit the target at 30 meters for the first time. He saw Lang Xian standing behind him with tear-streaked cheeks, quietly wiping his eyes, then lifting his head to reveal a gratified smile. 10 days later, Lin Chiye approached the door of the captain's office and knocked gently. "Come in." As he entered the room, he saw Chen Mai meticulously reading a document. He lifted his gaze to Lin Chiye and spoke. "In just a few days, the new recruit's training will commence." Lin Chiye was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it had been a month since he had joined the Night Watchers. "Should I prepare anything?" he inquired. "Well, according to previous years, this year's new recruit's training will likely take place in Shangjing City. During this period, I will prepare the necessary materials for you to bring along," he replied. "By the way, the training will be conducted under a closed management system. Although they will provide daily necessities, the quality might not be satisfactory. I will have Hong Ying take you shopping for some items. I will reimburse you for the expenses. Furthermore, the weather in Shangjing City is considerably colder than here in Songnan. Remember to purchase adequate winter clothing. Charge it to my account. Injuries are common during training. So make sure to visit me again tomorrow morning. I will give you some medicine that is far superior to what you can find on the market." Chen Mai, holding a small notebook, meticulously advised Lin Chiye, even detailing which type of bedding would be most comfortable on the train. By the time Chen Mai closed his notebook, over half an hour had passed. "Did you remember everything I just mentioned?" Chen Mai asked earnestly, gazing at Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye nodded earnestly. "Yes. I have noted it all down." "Good." Chen Mai seemed to recall something. It was necessary to purchase the train ticket to Jing City early, as those who arrived sooner could select their dormitory. Perhaps he could conveniently acquire it while out shopping later, for tomorrow's journey. "Tomorrow? Are we leaving tomorrow?" Lin Chiye was taken aback. "The sooner, the better." "I understand." Lin Chiye nodded in acknowledgement. After Lin Chiye departed from the office, Chen Mai quietly rummaged through his wallet, casting a glance inside, and sighed softly. That afternoon, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan took Lin Chiye on an extensive tour of Songnan City, making up for all the streets Lin Chiye had never explored in her lifetime. "Wow, Xiaonan, that Peppa Pig bed sheet is so lovely. Shall we buy one for Chiye?" "Absolutely. And that pink suitcase is fantastic. Let us get one?" "Of course. Look at this snow-white backpack. Isn't it amazing?" "We. Definitely. Wow, look at that little dress. It's so beautiful. Let's buy it." "Sure, but..." Lin Chiye firmly covered Si Xiaonan's mouth, and with a serious tone, said, "Sister Hong Ying, I believe that isn't suitable for me." Hong Ying, with a face full of regret, set aside the backless dress in her hands and sighed, reflecting on the fact that, after all, he was a boy, and wearing a skirt might not be appropriate. Soon after, she picked up a sultry camisole nearby, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Lin Chiye, exclaiming, "Then let us purchase this one." Lin Chiye remained silent. By evening, Lin Chiye, burdened with an array of bags, staggered back to his room. Gazing at the vibrant chaos scattered around him, he sat down with a wry smile that gradually blossomed into a radiant beam. Yet, amidst his laughter, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. He lifted his gaze toward the window, where the hazy moonlight bathed the world outside, pondering whether it was time to depart. The following morning, at the train station entrance, Lin Chiye stood before the gates, dragging 2 hefty suitcases, with the other members of Team 136 behind him. "Have you packed everything?" Wu Xiangnan inquired first. "All set," he replied. "Chiye, I bought you sunscreen, depilatory cream, and body lotion. Make sure to use them." Hong Ying, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, stood at the forefront, reluctant to part ways. "I will remember, don't worry." Lin Chiye responded, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Chiye." Chen Mai stepped forward, his expression exceedingly solemn. "The capital city is vastly different from our Songnan, being so far away, and there exists a certain inequity during the training. If this were in Songnan, we could directly confront you with our swords in hand. But here in the capital city, you must rely solely on yourself. Rest assured, I can take care of myself. Lin Xie replied earnestly. He slightly bowed to the crowd, saying, I shall take my leave now. Rising to his feet, he waved goodbye to everyone while dragging 2 suitcases into the train station. The onlookers watched his departing figure, their hearts heavy with emotion. At that moment, Chen Mai's phone suddenly rang. Hello? What? Chen Mai abruptly lifted his head, pointing a finger at Lin Xie. Damn it, stop that kid. The crowd turned back in confusion. It was baffling what had prompted the higher-ups to schedule the new recruits training in Songnan this time. Hurry, stop him. Once he enters the station, the ticket cannot be refunded. Chapter 68. A gathering of winds and clouds. Shangjing City, Night Watch Training Office. What? The new recruit training is set in Songnan? Where's Songnan? Yuan Gang exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the document in his hands. Before him, a man reclined lazily in the armchair behind the desk, stretching and squinting as he sat up. A cross-shaped scar adorned his forehead. He was Xiaopinga, the captain of Team 006 of the Night Watch stationed in Shangjing City. It's a small city in the southeastern region, adjacent to Huaihai City. Xiaopinga pondered for a moment before responding. But hasn't the training always been held in Shangjing in previous years? Why the sudden change to Songnan this year? Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? Xiaopinga stood up, filled a cup with hot water, and leisurely reclined back. Oh no. You need only follow orders. You are the vice captain of our Team 006 and the chief instructor for the new recruits over the years. Is it really so difficult to adapt to a different environment? Of course not. Yuan Gang shook his head repeatedly. I simply cannot comprehend why the sudden relocation. The facilities and equipment here are already at hand, yet now we must go through the trouble of transporting everything to Songnan. Isn't this merely creating unnecessary complications? The higher-ups must have their reasons for this decision. We are to execute orders. And it is not our place to question what we should not know. Do not inquire further. Very well, Yuan Gang sighed. With the efficiency of the logistics department, a complete training base will be established in Songnan before dawn tomorrow. You should gather your team and prepare for departure. Xiaopinga took a sip of tea. Indeed, Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before continuing. During my absence from the capital, can you, Captain, ensure the stability of the capital and refrain from causing any disturbances? Suddenly, a slipper was hurled from behind the desk, and Yuan Gang deftly sidestepped it. Immediately, the sound of Xiaoping's scolding echoed from behind the desk. Hey, Yuan Gang, who do you think you are looking down upon? I am the captain stationed in the capital. Am I merely idling? Yuan Gang chuckled, tossed the slipper out of the window, and swaggered out of the room. Xiaoping erupted in curses. In a luxurious club in Guangshan City, a plump young man in a bathrobe reclined on the sofa. Astonished as he glanced at the notice in his hand, he turned to inquire, Songnan? What kind of place is that? Behind the door of the VIP room, 5 formidable bodyguards stood expressionless. Before them, a bespectacled steward slightly bowed and gently replied, Young master, Songnan is a small city located in the southeast. It seems there has been a change in policy this year, which will likely alter your itinerary as well. I shall arrange for someone to take care of it immediately. The chubby boy pondered for a moment, returning the grapes to the bowl. With a grand gesture, he declared, I shall depart tomorrow. The steward was taken aback. Young master, is it not a bit hasty to leave so soon? Do not worry about the dormitory. We have arranged the finest accommodations with the night watchman, and they will surely honor our request. Guangzhou and Shenzhen are rather stifling. I wish to meet new friends. He exclaimed, Young master, once you arrive, do make an effort to speak Mandarin, as they may not comprehend otherwise. Mandarin? The chubby boy contemplated this and conceded, Indeed, if there are language barriers, it would be quite challenging to forge true friendships. Having said this, he patted the young woman who was massaging his feet. Very well, go and rest now. I have enjoyed this life for over a decade. It is time for a change. He rose, stretching lazily, the flesh of his body quivering slightly. Songnan, here I come. Atop Zhohua Mountain, the sound of Buddhist chants lingered in the air, mingling with the fragrant scent of sandalwood. An elderly monk, draped in a robe, strolled through the wooden corridor, his prayer beads gently rotating in his hand, his eyes calm as still water. At last, he paused before the door of a meditation room. He extended his hand, lightly knocking twice before entering. Inside the room, there was but a bed, a table, and a mat. On the largest wall, the characters for Calm the Heart were inscribed in bold strokes with black ink, their elegance seemingly gentle, yet concealing an extraordinary intensity. The youth with raven hair slightly opened his eyes. Master Chaoyuan, your letter has arrived. The old monk performed a Buddhist salutation and then extracted an envelope from his sleeve. The black-haired youth gradually rose, accepted the envelope, and studied its contents for a considerable time. Songnon, he murmured to himself, then lifted his gaze towards the old monk, respectfully inquiring, Master, do you think I should go? Disciple, you have cultivated your spirit in this temple for 5 years, and the demons within your heart have been subdued. I believe you should embark on this journey. A flicker of hesitation appeared in the youth's eyes. But my sins. Killing is sin, saving is virtue. When virtue and sin balance each other, one attains freedom. The old monk's gaze was profoundly deep as he pressed his palms together and spoke calmly. Remaining in this temple, even if one sits in meditation for decades, a sin remains a sin. Disciple, it is time to let go. The youth fell silent for a long while, then similarly pressed his hands together and bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Master Chaoyuan, there is one more matter I must remind you of. Please speak, Master. On your journey to Tsangnan, you may encounter a benefactor. If you seize this opportunity, not only can you absolve your sins in this lifetime, but you may also attain enlightenment. A benefactor? Cao Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. What characteristics might this benefactor possess? 2 trees standing tall, 8 deities diminished, 10 years passing at night, guiding the people of this world. The old monk closed his eyes, his hands pressed together, his voice resonating like an ancient bell. Amitabha. In Cao Yuan's eyes lingered a profound sense of perplexity, yet he meticulously committed the few utterances to memory before bowing respectfully. Given this, Cao Yuan lifted his gaze towards the mountain peak shrouded in clouds outside the meditation room, palms pressed together, and calmly spoke, I shall depart. Inside the carriage, Lin Chia cast a glance at the silent assembly, instinctively drawing his neck in. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Ahem. When Chimal lightly cleared his throat, taking the initiative to shatter the silence. Chia, the train tickets cannot be refunded. It is not your concern. Do not dwell upon it. Chenmai, seated in the front passenger seat, appeared somewhat pale. We ought to think of something positive, right? For instance, during the training in Tsangnan. Being so close, we can visit you anytime. The training is closed off. We cannot enter, Wu Xiangnan, the driver, interjected softly. When Chimal paused momentarily, well, at least we have acquired everything we need, such as down jackets, thick blankets, heat packs, and large scarves. Chimal, these items are unnecessary for the winter in Tsangnan, Hong Ying reminded in a hushed tone. Be quiet. Chenmai shot a glare at Wen Chimal, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. After a moment's hesitation, he turned back, gazing earnestly at Lin Chia. Chia, perhaps you could check if these can still be returned? Chapter 69. The first recruit. A low rumble echoed as several heavily armed transport helicopters descended gracefully from the cerulean sky, their rotors stirring up a tempest of dust and sand from the ground below. On the opposite side of the helipad, a group of men clad in military uniforms stood resolutely against the gale, resembling statues steadfast in their positions. The doors of the helicopters swung open slowly, and Yuan Gang, donned in uniform and bearing a black box, stepped down from the aircraft. With a sharp salute, the soldiers waiting to the side exclaimed in unison, Greetings, Commander. Yuan Gang strode forward, his expression grave, while the fierce winds generated by the helicopter whipped at the edges of his garments. Is the training camp fully established? He inquired. Report. The training camp is ready for operation, came the reply. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yuan Gang added, by the way, provide me with the list of new recruits for this training session. Yes, sir. With the black box slung over his shoulder, Yuan Gang turned and made his way toward the training camp, which had risen overnight in this desolate suburban area, technically within the boundaries of Tsangnan City. The camp sprawled over a vast expanse, with checkpoints established within a 10-mile radius, fortified to the highest military standards. Only new recruits bound for training could access this location. Commander, here is the list of recruits for this year. As Yuan Gang and the instructors toured the training camp, a soldier hurried forward, presenting the list to him. Yuan Gang took the document, cast a glance, and stood frozen in place. The instructor behind paused in his tracks. Yuan Gang rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing the list twice. Muttering under his breath, what in the world is this lineup this year? What's wrong, Commandant? The curious instructor leaned in closer. Is that the young master from the Guangshan Bailey Group? The very same Bailey Group? Upon catching sight of the first line, the instructor was left utterly dumbfounded. The foremost family conglomerate of the Daxia, the second largest sponsor behind the Night Watchman, known as the Museum of Forbidden Objects, the Bailey family? Another instructor could not help but exclaim, Is this the young master from our Night Watchman's patron? Why abandon the life of a wealthy heir to join the night watchman? Is he seeking an authentic experience? Perhaps. The whims of the affluent are beyond our comprehension. But what shall we do during training? If we inadvertently provoke him, do they dare? Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. The Night Watchman is a national organization. While it is true that the Bailey family has contributed substantial funding, the Night Watchman is not their private playground. Once they arrive at our training camp, all are equal under the same rigorous regimen. Should any incidents arise, I shall take full responsibility. Understood. The instructors nodded solemnly. Yuan Gang's gaze returned to the list in his hand. Astonishingly, yet another divine agent had emerged in this cohort. A divine agent? Which deity might this be? Yuan Gang lifted his gaze towards the sky, squinting slightly. Codename 003, the Seraphim Michael. A Seraphim? Since when has there been an agent for a Seraphim? Fortunately, it is one of our night watchmen. It has been many years since a divine agent has appeared. This young man has a boundless future ahead. The last divine agent who emerged from the rookie training camp was seemingly that individual from the special team mask, wasn't it? Yes. Yuan Gang glanced at the list in his hand and circled several names with a red pen, letting out a resigned sigh. A young master from the Bailey group, coupled with a Seraphim agent, is already enough to give us headaches. This time, 3 ultra-high-risk Forbidden Realm holders have emerged simultaneously, one of whom ranks within the top 50. In addition, there are the inheritors of the Bagua Palm from Shangjing, the inheritor of the Mo family spear from Hebei, and active special forces. Observing the densely circled names in Yuan Gang's hand, the instructor behind him felt a pang of anxiety. Chief, these are all formidable adversaries. Can we contain them? After a prolonged silence, Yuan Gang tucked the list away and spoke calmly. Contact the masked team. Let them come and establish order for me. Only prodigies can tame prodigies. Outside the training camp, amidst the military checkpoint, a special forces soldier, holding binoculars, furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance for a considerable time before slowly lowering the binoculars and retrieving his walkie-talkie. Report, a figure has been spotted approaching. The individual is a young male, appearing to be a high school student, dragging along a pink Hello Kitty suitcase and a Peppa Pig suitcase. It is not discernible at first glance whether he is armed. A high school student? The voice on the intercom paused momentarily. Could it be a new recruit? The notification was issued only this morning, and he arrived by noon? What remarkable speed. He is still advancing towards this location. Please advise. Stand by. I will go and meet him. Moments later, a military off-road vehicle emerged from the checkpoint, heading in the direction of the young man. Under the blazing sun, Lin Xie trudged along the rugged, muddy path, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Is there truly a training camp here? Lin Xie glanced around, murmuring to himself. Could it be that the captain is playing tricks on me for not returning the items? Just this morning, after receiving the specific address of the new recruit training camp, Chen Mai had urged him to come over. Following the somewhat awkward farewell ceremony yesterday, today's send-off was less grand. When Shima had driven him to this vicinity and left him to make his own way. Once it became known that Lin Xie was at the Cangnan training camp, there seemed to be a collective sigh of relief among the others. Perhaps, as Chunmai had said, if anything were to happen to Lin Xie, they could quickly rush over with knives in hand, unlike the constant anxiety felt while in the capital. No matter how one puts it, this city of Cangnan is indeed the territory of Team 136. As Lin Xie advanced with his suitcase in tow, the distant roar of an approaching vehicle caught his attention. Narrowing his eyes, he halted in his tracks. A camouflaged military off-road vehicle, stirring up a cloud of dust, came to a sudden stop beside him. An officer leaned out, scrutinizing Lin Xie intently. What brings you here? Training. A rookie? Yes. Arrived so soon? I'm from Cangnan. Show me your credentials. Lin Xie handed over the documents prepared by Chen Mai. The officer examined them thoroughly for a considerable time before returning them to Lin Xie and gesturing behind him. Get in. Lin Xie placed his luggage in the trunk and climbed into the vehicle. The officer drove him past all the checkpoints, finally halting at the entrance of the training camp. Here we are, you can go in yourself. He nodded towards the imposing gate ahead. Lin Xie hopped out, dragging 2 pink suitcases, and stood before the vast iron gate, gazing upward. 039 New Soldier Training Base. This would be the place where he would spend the next year. He was the first recruit to arrive here. Chapter 70. A bond stronger than gold before long. An instructor emerged from behind the door, casting a surprised glance at him. A recruit? Indeed. What is your name? Lin Xie. The instructor's body tensed slightly as he scrutinized Lin Xie, as if beholding a rare treasure. "You are Lin Xie?" Feeling somewhat uneasy under the instructor's gaze, Lin Xie replied, "Yes, is there a problem?" "No." The instructor shook his head, opening the door to the training camp. "You are the first to arrive this year. Please come in. By the way, my name is Hong Hao, and I will be your instructor." "Hello, Instructor Hong," Lin Xie said politely as he stepped into the training camp. Instructor Hong nodded. "You've arrived early. Consider yourself fortunate. This time, I will personally guide you through the camp." Instructor Hong led Lin Xie on a tour of the spacious training camp. The interior was far larger than Lin Xie had anticipated. The structures were not mere temporary tents or wooden barracks, but buildings solidified from an unknown material, appearing as if they had sprouted from the ground itself. The ground was meticulously marked with lines, clearly delineating pathways for foot traffic and vehicles, even featuring indicators for the cafeteria and dormitories. The varying thickness and colors of the lines were visually pleasing, akin to a blessing for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. If it were not for Lin Xie's awareness that this was merely a desolate expanse, one might easily presume this to be a newly established base that took years to complete. Military vehicles sped along the main road, laden with crates of supplies and equipment, food, water, weaponry, bedding. Lin Xie even spotted a vehicle brimming with explosive packages. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as an inkling of concern regarding the safety of this base began to creep in. As it stands, Lin Xie had yet to undergo any substantial collective training. After all, he had been blind since elementary school and had not participated in military training during his middle or high school years, not even engaging much in physical education classes. Were it not for his dedication to personal fitness, he would likely be in a rather feeble state now. Over yonder lies the training ground, where most of the physical conditioning will take place. Instructor Hong gestured towards a vast area resembling an airport, stating that physical fitness is the focal point of our training. Your physique appears rather average. It seems likely you will encounter challenges ahead. There is the cafeteria, a place you will simultaneously love and loathe over the next year. That structure over there is the classroom, designated for imparting theoretical knowledge. The series of abandoned buildings beyond serves as the mobile training ground, intended for instruction in urban warfare, rappelling, and ziplining. And there lies the shooting range. Lin Xie gazed at the seemingly endless array of training facilities before him, mentally noting their functions, feeling a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. "What is that? A convenience store?" Lin Xie curiously pointed towards a small shop not far away. It was a modest building resembling the small shops typically seen in schools, its shelves brimming with everyday necessities. At that moment, a group of instructors stood at the entrance, gesturing towards the cigarettes displayed on the wall. This was the supply station. Instructor Hong cast a brief glance, noting that the training camp was entirely self-sufficient. Money held no value here. Should any personal items become damaged, one could procure replacements from this station alongside bread, water, and cigarettes, all of which were allocated monthly and were certainly ample. As the two passed by, the instructors inside the supply station seemingly noticed something, turning in unison to gaze at Lin Xie, whispering amongst themselves. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, pondering why they were all staring at him. "The agent of the Seraph is a rarity. It is only natural that they are intrigued by you," Instructor Hong replied. "Were there no agents participating in the new recruit training before me?" "Of course there were," Instructor Hong nodded. "The last agent to leave the training camp has since become the captain of the masked team." "Masked team?" Lin Xie was taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, when Shima had previously recounted tales of this special squad. "Which deity's agent is he?" "That you will learn in a couple of days," Instructor Hong replied with a slight smile, offering no further explanation. Instructor Hong then led Lin Xie to a cluster of densely packed buildings, stating, "This is the dormitory area, featuring exclusively double rooms. You are the first to arrive, so feel free to choose." Lin Xie nodded slightly and strolled around the vicinity of the dormitory building, ultimately selecting a room that faced south, offering the best lighting and comfort. With an eye for quality, he registered for the room. Instructor Hong noted Lin Xie's room number, informing him that the training would officially commence in 3 days, and advised him to rest well during these 2 days, as he would not have the luxury of rest in the coming year. Having delivered his brief instructions, Instructor Hong turned and departed, leaving Lin Xie alone in the dormitory. The environment of the dormitory was far cleaner than Lin Xie had anticipated. However, the amenities were exceedingly rudimentary. The low hard bed felt unsteady even merely sitting upon it, and there was no air conditioning, nor even a fan in the room. Fortunately, Lin Xie was accustomed to a life of hardship, and such conditions posed little challenge for him. He adeptly arranged his belongings, made his bed, and reclined upon it. After all, there was no signal, no mobile phone. Finding something to occupy his time was impossible. If he were to remain here alone for 3 days, he would undoubtedly feel suffocated by boredom. Fortunately, Lin Xie's mind was a refuge, a sanctuary reminiscent of a psychiatric hospital where he could engage in leisurely conversations over tea with Nikes, or partake in chess matches and discussions with Li Yifei in the activity room, never once feeling the monotony. Early the next morning, Lin Xie ventured to the supply station to procure some provisions, as the cafeteria had yet to open, rendering breakfast options non-existent. Upon his return to the dormitory, he discovered several individuals standing at the entrance to his room. A plump young man stood before a grinning man, who eagerly extolled the virtues of the premises. "Oh, allow me to show you this place. It boasts the finest environment, warm in winter and cool in summer, with abundant sunlight. To speak candidly, this Zhongnan is truly inferior to our Guangshan, with a faltering economy and a lackluster environment. Look at this house. The walls are peeling. And behold the dormitory facilities, so rudimentary. Look at this bed. Is it fit for a person to sleep on? Perhaps we should return. We need not endure such hardship." The stout lad held his head high, casting a disdainful glance at the man. "Nonsense. I have come here to embrace hardship, and I shall not return. Enough of your prattling. Open the door. I shall reside here today." Reluctantly, the man unlocked the door. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. "Good heavens! Who is so inconsiderate as to have usurped your room? Hurry! What are you all waiting for? Dispose of these filthy items at once." The bodyguards behind the plump boy hurried forward, eager to assist in clearing the clutter. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. Ah, the cliched antics of a wealthy young master bullying the common folk, flaunting his superiority. How I relish such performances. Just as Lin Xie was about to take action, the stout lad delivered a swift kick to the man's backside, erupting in a tirade. "What the hell? This is a double room, and my roommate resides here. You audacious knave, dare to touch my roommate's belongings? How dare you be so filthy? I utterly detest scoundrels like you who bully others with your perceived strength. Depart from my presence at once." The man was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by the chubby fellow, panicking as he slapped his own face a few times before hastily fleeing toward the door. "You lot. Bring over the gifts I prepared for my roommate. I shall remain here today, ensuring my roommate witnesses what true camaraderie looks like, an enduring bond forged in mutual respect." Beside them, Lin Xie observed, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Chapter 71. The portly Baili. The bodyguards of the plump young master arranged a stack of neatly wrapped gift boxes beside Lin Xie's bed, forming a long line as they stood behind their master. "What are you all doing standing there? This is a new recruit's training camp, not your home," the chubby boy exclaimed impatiently, waving his hands dismissively. "Go on, move along. I don't want my roommate to perceive me as someone who bullies others with his status." The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately departing with resigned expressions, leaving the chubby boy alone beside the mountainous pile of gifts. He glanced at his attire, cleared his throat, and sat upright at the door. Lin Xie scratched his head, perplexed by the unfolding situation. After contemplating for a moment, he slowly made his way toward his dormitory. As Lin Xie's figure appeared in the spacious corridor, the young boy's eyes lit up instantly. He sprang to his feet, tidied his appearance once more, revealing a set of pristine white teeth as he smiled at Lin Xie, who approached in slippers. Lin Xie's expression became peculiar, under the chubby boy's strange gaze. He felt as if he could hardly walk. At last, Lin Xie reached the door of the dormitory. Hello, my name is Baili Tu Ming. I understand this name might be a bit awkward. You can simply call me Tu Ming or Fatty." Before Lin Xie could respond, the boy suddenly bowed deeply, startling Lin Xie into taking 2 steps back. "I hope we can become friends. I look forward to your guidance in the coming year." This recent turn of events has truly left Lin Xie at a loss. Ahem. Well, Baili. Lin Xie pondered for a moment, seemingly forgetting the last 2 characters of his name, only recalling a certain chubby reference. Baili. Chubby classmate. There's no need to be so polite. The chubby boy's eyes sparkled, evidently pleased with the moniker of Baili Chubby. "I haven't yet inquired your name." "Oh, I am Lin Xie. Brother Xie, I have brought some local specialties from my hometown for you. They are not particularly valuable, so I hope you won't find them distasteful." He smiled as he handed Lin Xie the gift boxes one by one from behind him. Lin Chiye merely scanned them with his spiritual energy, and his expression immediately transformed into one of astonishment. This a box of Rolex watches? Lin Chiye was taken aback. Inside the chubby boy's hands lay a perfectly arranged collection of 12 Rolex watches, the Submariner, the Explorer, the Greenwich, each style distinct. And were it not for Lin Chiye's frequent perusal of magazines, he might not have recognized many of them. 12 Rolex watches housed in a single box imparted a striking resemblance to a gift set of red Fuji apples. What's wrong? Brother Chiye doesn't he like Rolex? The chubby boy was momentarily stunned, setting aside the Rolex gift box, and picked up another one, asking, what about Patek Philippe? Cartier and Baume Mercier also have their offerings. Brother Chiye, I initially intended to present something else, but most items in this training camp proved to be impractical. Thus a watch is the most fitting choice. The stack of gift boxes in Lin Chiye's arms grew increasingly higher, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Bai Li Pang Pang, does your family engage in the watch business? No, our family dabbles in various trades. Bai Li Pang Pang chuckled heartily. But do not misconstrue my words. I am merely a child from an ordinary household, not a scion of a prestigious family. I am quite down to earth, or rather, I am very relatable. I believe you not, Lin Chiye thought to himself, rolling his eyes discreetly as he placed the gift boxes aside. I do not wish to accept these items. Why not? Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed in frustration. Just take them. They hold little value, simply a token of our meeting. I dislike receiving gifts. Then, what should I? Bai Li Pang Pang glanced at Lin Chiye, then at the gift boxes in his hands, perspiration forming due to anxiety. Lin Chiye met his gaze, sighed, and said, you keep them for now. When I decide I want them, you can give them to me then. Well, very well. Bai Li Pang Pang solemnly tucked away the gift boxes, then slowly opened his suitcase, carelessly tossing sheets and pillowcases onto the bed, and then sprawled out upon it. Lin Chiye's lips twitched slightly. What are you doing? Sleeping, came the unbothered reply. Bai Li Pang Pang patted the crumpled, indiscernible fabric. Having made the bed, it turned out to be rather comfortable. Lin Chiye was not one to meddle in others' affairs, especially given the suspicious demeanor of this little chubby fellow. Preferring to avoid unnecessary complications, he simply closed his eyes and feigned sleep. After a while, Bai Li Pang Pang quietly rose, softly calling out, Brother Chiye. Chiye. Lin Chiye remained motionless with his eyes shut. Bai Li Pang Pang cautiously stood up, tiptoeing towards the cabinet, rummaging through its contents. What does this chubby fellow intend to do? Lin Chiye continued to perceive Bai Li Pang Pang's every move mentally. Moments later, Bai Li Pang Pang emerged, cradling a recently hidden gift box, and stealthily approached Lin Chiye's bedside, whispering as he tucked each gift box beneath the bed. Lin Chiye, this little chubby one, how persistent. A surge of irritation welled up within Lin Chiye, and he suddenly opened his eyes, directing a gaze at the side where Bai Li Pang Pang stood. What are you doing? Bai Li Pang Pang jolted, plopping down onto the floor, fearfully meeting Lin Chiye's eyes, his not-so-bright mind racing. Thus, he awkwardly leaned down to Lin Chiye's feet. Sniffed. Chiye, your feet smell delightful. Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye was utterly taken aback, and even his clever mind struggled to conjure an appropriate response to such a statement. What species is this? Lin Chiye stood frozen in place, and after a moment's hesitation, Bai Li Pang Pang cautiously extended his little foot towards Lin Chiye, tentatively asking, how about? You give mine a whiff? A murderous intent began to rise within Lin Chiye. In the distance, atop another building, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang silently lowered the binoculars in his hand, his expression utterly fascinating. He turned to Instructor Hong and pointed towards the two individuals opposite them, who were engaged in the peculiar act of sniffing each other's feet. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, is this what you meant by two dangerous individuals? Instructor Hong replied, no. Rubbing his temples, he thought to himself that something was amiss. One was an arrogant Seraphim agent, and the other a pampered young master of the Bai Li group. The prospect of these two residing under the same roof seemed fraught with peril. But how could they? Yuan Gang patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, Hong Hao, to truly understand a person, one must not merely focus on their identity or background. There can be countless individuals with identical family histories in this world, yet the nature and character of a person are as varied as the stars in the sky. After delivering this profound insight, Yuan Gang turned to leave. Once he was out of Instructor Hong's line of sight, Yuan Gang could no longer contain himself and let out a chuckle. How amusing. Chapter 72. The training begins from the second day of Lin Chiye's arrival at the training camp. the number of new recruits gradually increased. The once desolate dormitory building had, before long, been nearly filled to capacity. By the morning of the third day, Lin Chia was awakened by the raucous sounds emanating from the corridor. He sat up and rubbed his bleary eyes. The chubby fellow is up this early? Lin Chia glanced at the adjacent bed, which resembled a pigsty, now devoid of its occupant, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. It seemed this wealthy young master was indeed somewhat different. After spending these 2 days together, Lin Chia had garnered a preliminary understanding of Bai Li, the rotund character. He was not the arrogant, overbearing type typically associated with affluent youth. Rather, he appeared to make a concerted effort to conceal his lineage, masquerading as a member of an ordinary family, albeit with rather clumsy execution. Not inherently malevolent. Merely a bit simple-minded, this was Lin Chia's initial assessment of Bai Li. Unfazed by conflict, Lin Chia, in fact, found himself somewhat hoping that his roommate would be a haughty individual, one who would frequently provoke him. This way, he could justifiably give him a thrashing and seize control of the entire room. Yet, ironically, he was instead confronted with a harmless, foolishly cheerful companion. This simpleton greeted him each day with joviality, often presenting gifts and speaking with remarkable courtesy. Lin Chia felt as though his attempts to strike him would land upon cotton. To beat him would weigh on his conscience, yet to refrain became increasingly challenging when, in the dead of night, the fool would surreptitiously press his feet against Lin Chia's face. What infuriates me the most is that after Lin Chia is rudely awakened, Bai Li Pang will sincerely gaze into his eyes, with 7 parts anticipation and 3 parts shyness, and ask, "Chia, you haven't answered me yet. Do my feet smell good?" Fortunately, Lin Chia has no weapon at hand. Otherwise, this rotund fellow would undoubtedly fail to see the dawn of the next day. Lin Chia stretched his body. Toothbrush clenched between his teeth as he dragged an empty hot water bottle, preparing to wash up. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a throng of people gathered around the opposite dormitory building. Among the crowd, a plump figure radiating an aura of opulence was bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Comrades, I have brought you some specialties from my hometown. I hope you won't find them unworthy, and for the coming year, I look forward to your kind support. Hey, over there, brothers. No need to fight. There's enough for everyone." Bai Li Pang raised his rotund arm, which was adorned with a multitude of luxury watches, wrapped like a mummy, exuding an air of extravagance. The surrounding recruits were instantly abuzz. "Please, do not misunderstand. I am not some wealthy scion. I am merely a child of an ordinary family, wishing to get along well with all of you." Slap. Lin Chia stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, as the toothbrush fell from his lips. What on earth is this plump fellow? He muttered to himself. Even the wealthiest of young masters cannot be this affluent, can they? In a camp of over 200 recruits, each one receives a luxury watch? This is sheer extravagance. Nevertheless, even amidst the chaos that engulfed the entire dormitory building, there remained individuals unfazed by the commotion. Lin Chia observed a young boy leaning against the wall in the corridor of the same floor, his gaze coldly fixed on the scene before him. He stood there as if rooted in another realm, exuding an aura of disconnection. It was as though an invisible barrier separated him from the clamor, his eyes tranquil as still waters. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory to his right, a long-haired girl stood in the hallway, squinting at the crowd, her eyes filled with disdain as she scrutinized Bai Li Pang. The more Lin Chia observed, the more he realized that numerous spectators lurked in the shadows, each with their own expressions, some indifferent, others mocking, some filled with contempt, and a few restless with anticipation. Bai Li Pang's antics had not only ignited the atmosphere among the new recruits, but had also subtly unveiled a concealed tableau before Lin Chia's eyes. Similarly, as Lin Chia became aware of their presence, they too took note of one another. At that moment, Instructor Hong, accompanied by several other instructors, stormed into the dormitory area, their demeanor menacing as they directed their ire towards the raucous dormitory. "What on earth is going on here? Are we hosting a market? Should I invite a few strippers to perform a dance for your amusement?" A series of resounding shouts echoed between the dormitory buildings, causing the new recruits gathered near the portly Bai Li to scatter in a flurry. Only Bai Li remained, clutching a handful of watches, casting a furtive glance downward before quietly kneeling on the ground, muttering to himself, "You can't see me. You can't see me." Instructor Hong's lips twitched slightly as he maintained a stern expression and continued to shout, "Do not think that just because the training has not officially begun, you can act recklessly. I assure you, once you pass through that door, you are soldiers. Soldiers must adhere to discipline. This is your first warning. I shall let you off this time, but should I catch anyone causing a ruckus again, I will make you regret it. Instructor Hong bellowed. Do you understand? Understood, came the response from 3 dormitory buildings. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the structures before he spoke slowly. This afternoon at 2 o'clock. Everyone is to assemble at the training ground. With that, he turned and departed the vicinity of the dormitory alongside several other instructors. Bailey peered cautiously through the corridor, hastily rising to his feet, clutching the watches as he rushed to Lin Chiye's side. You scared me to death. Thankfully, I hid quickly, or I would have been discovered, Bailey exclaimed, patting his racing heart, still trembling from the fright. Lin Chiye replied, Alas, it seems these remaining gifts shall go unbestowed. Bailey gazed down at the watches in his hands, letting out a sigh. Why are you so determined to give gifts? Lin Chiye could not help but inquire, how can one foster good relationships without offering gifts? Bailey Pang replied matter-of-factly. My father always says that the most important aspect of this world is the intricacies of human relationships. Lin Chiye rolled his eyes in response, stating, If the complexities of human interaction were all that this world encompassed, then society would already be in a state of demise. With that, he disregarded whether Bailey Pang understood, bent down to retrieve his toothbrush, and continued toward the hot water room, leaving Bailey Pang behind, scratching his head in confusion. In the afternoon, Lin Chiye donned the military uniform he had received from the supply station and made his way directly to the training ground. Bailey Pang, struggling to fit his posterior into his trousers, hurriedly followed Lin Chiye while intermittently calling out, Chiye, wait for me. Upon their arrival at the training ground, most of the participants were already assembled. However, they had yet to form ranks, standing in a haphazard manner, their heights and builds varying significantly. On the martial arts platform, over 20 instructors stood tall and proud, their postures reminiscent of sturdy pines. At the forefront, the chief instructor Yuan Gang surveyed the chaotic crowd below, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 73, We Are the Masked Ones. Stand at attention, roared the instructor behind Yuan Gang. Instantly, the entire assembly of recruits fell silent. Though their ranks remained somewhat disarrayed, a semblance of order was discernible. Lin Chiye and Bailey Pang had arrived later, thus positioning themselves at the rear of the formation. Nevertheless, they could still feel the oppressive aura emanating from the numerous instructors upon the training platform. Without employing any forbidden techniques or wielding weapons, the instructors stood resolute, their presence akin to towering mountains weighing heavily upon the hearts of the recruits. This formidable aura stemmed solely from the trials of life and death combat, an experience these novices had yet to encounter. Yuan Gang observed the assembly for a considerable time in silence before finally speaking, his voice deep and resonant. I am aware that you are all prodigies from across the vast expanse of the Great Xia. Whether you possess coveted forbidden techniques, unparalleled skills, or perhaps astonishing backgrounds, from the moment you stepped through that door, you assumed but one identity, that of a recruit. You are mere novices. No, you are not even worthy of that title. You are worthless, mere refuse. When faced with true, formidable mysteries, you will only bring ruin upon yourselves and jeopardize your comrades. If you wish to genuinely become night watchmen, you have a long way to go. Yuan Gang's voice crescendoed, echoing like thunder across the expansive training ground. Lin Chiye could distinctly perceive the expressions of most recruits around him growing increasingly somber. Some raised their heads with pride, others snickered quietly, some regarded him with disdain, while others lowered their heads in deep contemplation. What is the matter? Are you all unwilling to submit? Yuan Gang observed the expressions of everyone around him, raising an eyebrow. No one responded, yet their answers were inscribed upon their faces. Indeed, I am defiant. Do you believe that your formidable forbidden grounds and extraordinary abilities guarantee you a boundless future? Do you think that my ability to stand here and chastise you is merely a result of having been born a few years earlier, that your realms surpass mine? Do you think I can declare you weak and your realms low, but cannot deem you as useless or worthless? Yuan Gang let out a cold laugh, uttering, Nonsense. I speak nothing but the truth. Even in your current state, should you reach the Klein realm, you would merely be slightly more capable refuse. When faced with true powerhouses, you would last a single move. Do you believe me? Many began to breathe heavily, their gazes fixed intensely upon Yuan Gang, as if flames of fury ignited in their eyes. I do not believe. At that moment, a young man in an unbuttoned military uniform, with his cap worn backwards, leisurely raised his hand, chewing gum with a mocking expression on his face. New recruit, what is your name? Shenju Qing. Good. Who else is unwilling to submit? I am not. I too. And I. Led by Shen Qingzhu, the number of dissenters grew increasingly. until nearly half of the entire group raised their hands in agreement. In the back row, Bali Pang Pang nudged Lin Chia. What about you, Chia? Me? I concede. Why? Because what he said is not wrong. Images of that deluge, which washed away everything, and the formidable ghost face king emerged in Lin Chia's mind. He also recalled the Nandu snake demon, lurking in the shadows of number 2 middle school, whose intellect was unparalleled and who secretly orchestrated everything. They had never encountered the mysterious. They were oblivious to the true nature of such entities. Lin Chia's eyes narrowed slightly. I can assure you, should they confront the 2 mysteries I have encountered, no more than 10 among these 200 individuals would survive. Moreover, in this world, there undoubtedly exist even stronger and more grotesque mysterious beings. If I were to encounter them now, I fear I would not even know how I met my demise. Have you encountered the mysterious? Are they formidable? Indeed, they are formidable. All right, since you concede. I concede as well, Bali Pang Pang stated rather unprincipledly. On stage, Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded and continued. Well, since so many of you are unconvinced, I shall offer you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your own limitations. With that, he produced a walkie-talkie and spoke nonchalantly. Next round. The sound of the intercom was silenced as Yuan Gang lifted his gaze towards the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. The crowd below followed suit, yet nothing was discernible. After a brief moment, whispers began to circulate among them. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the throng, Look, someone is falling from the clouds. The crowd instinctively looked up. Lin Chia squinted at the heavens and discerned 7 dark specks rapidly enlarging in the sky. A few seconds later, it became apparent that these were 7 individuals. Clad in gray cloaks, bearing black boxes on their backs, and adorned with various masks, they plummeted from the clouds without any protective gear. Descending freely and swiftly towards the training ground, their capes billowing wildly in the fierce winds. Good heavens! They must have jumped from a plane without parachutes, exclaimed Bailey Pang Pang, standing beside Lin Chia. The astonishment was palpable not only for Bailey Pang Pang, but for everyone else, as the cacophony of voices grew louder. On the stage, Yuan Gang rubbed his nose and muttered under his breath, Well, I mentioned it casually, and they actually jumped. How dedicated. In the sky above, the 7 figures plunged rapidly, their agonized screams echoing through the air. Among them, a man wearing a swirling mask thrashed his limbs frantically. Ah, help. Whirlpool. Could you possibly lower your volume? My ears are on the verge of deafness. The woman adorned with a rose mask exclaimed with irritation. I have a fear of heights. Rose, do refrain from speaking without understanding the gravity of the situation. Whirlpool's voice had grown hoarse. Captain, that fellow Yuan Gang claims he intends to jump from the aircraft. Are we truly going to follow through with it? On what grounds? At the bottom, a man adorned with a king mask spoke in a calm manner. It has come to my attention that this year's new recruits are rather difficult to intimidate. It appears that Instructor Yuan, in his desperation, has sought our assistance. We must lend our support. What if we plummet to our demise? With me here. You shall not meet your end. The man beside him, wearing a scale mask, rolled his eyes. Are your skills up to par? I've gained a couple of pounds lately. Can you truly support me? Captain, may I allow this fellow to fall to his death? Absolutely not. Enough. Silence. The king mask glanced downwards and continued. We are nearing the ground. Raising our voices too high will alert them, and it would be quite embarrassing. Then I shall endeavor to keep my voice to a whisper. Whirlpool covered his mouth. As they descended closer to the earth, the new recruits finally discerned their attire. Is that a mask? The masked team, one of the 4 special squads. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Just as the 7 individuals appeared destined to plummet to the ground, the man adorned with a scale mask extended 2 fingers and gave a gentle flick. In an instant, the weight that burdened them vanished, allowing them to descend gracefully to the earth like feathers. As their toes lightly touched the ground, they stood firmly, their gray cloaks billowing in the breeze. Beneath the sunlight, the 7 distinct masks glimmered brilliantly. The masked figure, Wang Mian, cast his gaze over the faces in the crowd and calmly began, Greetings, we are the masked. Before he could complete his sentence, the legs of the swirling figure buckled, and with a resounding thud, he knelt before the new arrivals. The swirling figure exclaimed, Masked. The crowd gasped in disbelief, while the new recruits stared in bewilderment. Chapter 74. The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The corners of Wang's mouth twitched uncontrollably beneath his mask. While the fist of the rose tightened in response, the expressions of the instructors present were nothing short of spectacular. Only the new recruits stood there in a daze, bewildered and perplexed. Is this kneeling? Could it truly be? What on earth is he doing? They might have suspected what was transpiring, yet they dared not entertain that notion, desperately seeking a rational explanation for the absurdity unfolding before their eyes. Surely, this is a masquerade. How could such a fundamental error occur? All gazes converged upon the figure of the vortex. Kneeling there, the vortex took a moment to comprehend the reality, hesitated briefly, and then slowly raised both hands to offer a courteous gesture to the new recruits. The masked team Vortex wishes you all a prosperous new year. With that, he sprang to his feet, standing tall and proud, feigning that nothing had transpired. Lin Xie. Bailey pondered for a moment before leaning earnestly into Lin Xie's ear and murmuring, Xie, do you think this instructor might be working with a limited budget, unable to hire the genuine masked team, and thus resorted to a cheap imitation? It should not be the case. Lin Xie's gaze settled on Wang, who stood at the forefront of the seven, his expression growing increasingly grave. Lin Xie could sense that this man on stage exuded a subtle yet formidable presence. Others may remain oblivious, yet Lin Xie perceives it distinctly, for they are all agents of the divine. Simultaneously, the figure on the stage, Wang Mian, seems to have sensed Lin Xie's presence, their gazes colliding momentarily. After a brief pause, Wang Mian averted his eyes and continued with his earlier lines. We are the masked special team. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smirk, his voice reverberating once more across the training ground. Since you are unwilling to comply, I shall present you with an opportunity, a chance to recognize your true selves, an opportunity to genuinely encounter the pinnacle of genius. It is currently 2:30 in the afternoon. Before 9 o'clock tonight, all 239 of you new recruits must, by any means necessary, unmask any member of the masked special team. Should you succeed, it will serve as proof of your formidable prowess, rendering this year's training unnecessary. I shall advocate for your graduation tomorrow. However, if no one achieves this feat by 9 o'clock, cast aside your laughable pride and arrogance. You shall adhere to every demand we impose during this training. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing Yuan Gang's proclamation, the new recruits erupted into chaos. Soon, voices of dissent arose. This is unfair. They are predominantly formidable beings of the Chuan or High realms, while we are merely of the Zhan realm. How can we compete? In this confrontation, the masked squad will suppress their realms to the Zhan level. In a contest of equal realms, 239 individuals face off against 7. You dare not. The audience erupted in astonishment. With everyone at the same level, the fundamental distinction of strength dissipates, leaving only tactical coordination, strategy, and combat prowess. Even though the members of the masked squad are renowned warriors, they are undeniably outnumbered by 239 individuals. Surely, sheer numbers could overwhelm them. The breathing of the new recruits quickened significantly. Given such a stark disparity in numbers, there was no logical reason for defeat. If they emerged victorious, not only would they forego a year of intensive training, but they would also gain immense prestige. Excellent. I concur. It is settled. The atmosphere among the recruits ignited instantly, their eyes fixed intently on the 7 figures clad in gray, their gazes burning with determination. As if sensing their fervent fighting spirit, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes and spoke with a calm demeanor. To deal with you, we need not 7 individuals. We shall triumph over all of you with just 5. Upon hearing this declaration, the recruits' emotions ignited once more, responding fervently to Wang Mian's provocation. And chaos ensued in the arena. Are they truly so arrogant? Ali Fadi exclaimed in disbelief. They are not arrogant, on the contrary. They are pursuing a strategy of caution, Lin Xie replied, shaking his head. Bailey Pangtang was taken aback. Only 5 individuals intended to vanquish us all. Was that not audacious? The rules of this confrontation stipulated that unmasking any one of them would constitute victory. Thus, the more participants they fielded, the greater their likelihood of defeat. Observing Bailey Pongpong's lingering confusion, Lin Xie continued. A squad of 7 individuals will surely possess both strengths and weaknesses, and once a vulnerability is exposed, the probability of it being exploited amidst an assault from 239 individuals is significantly heightened. However, if all weaknesses are kept off the field from the outset, this predicament is averted. Are you suggesting they fear having team members who lack combat prowess, hence they have chosen to exclude them from participation, thereby eliminating their weaknesses? Precisely. So, does this imply they are wary of us? That our chances of victory are substantial? Not necessarily. Lin Xie cast a glance at the excited crowd before him and spoke with calm detachment. Although we hold a numerical advantage, we are merely a disjointed rabble lacking coordination. In this scenario, our numbers may indeed become a liability. The 5 masked individuals represent a sharp blade, while our 239 souls are akin to a scattered heap of sand. Very well, Bailey Pang sighed. Our ability to triumph over the masked individuals does not hinge on our numbers, but rather on the intellect among us. Lin Chiye's gaze swept across the surrounding new recruits. Yuan Gang observed that the collective spirit of the assembly had reached its zenith. He spoke. The weapons you require can be found in the storeroom. The next 7 hours are entirely yours. Do not concern yourselves with the extent of the damage to facilities or structures. No matter how you transform this place, we have the means to restore it. Now, let me witness your capabilities. Upon concluding his remarks, Yuan Gang turned and departed with the other instructors. As planned, I, along with Vortex, Rose, Libra, and Moon Ghost, will take the lead while you rest, Wang Mian said, addressing the other 2 members before they followed the instructors out. Ultimately, only 239 recruits and the 5 masked members remained in the arena. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. All the recruits cast suspicious glances at the 5 masked figures on stage. And from the crowd, a hand was raised, inquiring, "When may we commence?" Libra smiled faintly, extending a finger to point towards the crowd. In the next instant, the questioner seemed to be struck by an invisible sledgehammer to the chest, violently spitting blood and flying backward. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Wang Mian spoke softly. Was the instructor's message not sufficiently clear? From 2 o'clock until 9, which means it has already begun. Chapter 75, The Confrontation as Wang Mian's voice resonated. A dozen new recruits surged forward, unleashing a cacophony of attacks, flames, frost, gales, and lasers converged in a spectacular display. The atmosphere of the training ground erupted like a powder keg ignited by a spark. Bai Li, portly and exuberant, shouted twice before attempting to ascend into the sky. Lin Chiye seized him firmly, without uttering a word, and turned to dash towards the exit of the training ground. Chiye, what are you doing? We must join in. Bai Li protested. Are you seeking death by charging in now? Do you possess a weapon? Our arms were confiscated upon entering the training camp. However, the 5 members of the masked squad are fully equipped. Are you intending to confront them with your bare head? Lin Chiye retorted as he sprinted. Bai Li paused, instinctively patting his pockets, realizing the futility of his predicament. Furthermore, the special squad earned its designation precisely because their combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary recruits. To charge recklessly, unaware of their forbidden abilities and preferred combat styles, would be tantamount to courting disaster. As Lin Chiye glanced back, the unfolding scene on the arena seemed to validate his apprehensions. Suddenly, a deep purple vortex erupted in midair, positioned directly before the masked squad, inexorably siphoning away all incoming attacks. In the next moment, a colossal pink hammer materialized out of thin air, towering 2 stories high, conjuring a howling tempest that sent all airborne recruits crashing to the ground. At this moment, the majority of the new recruits had already sensed the impending danger. Turning to flee was no longer an option. With a delicate flick of his fingers, the purple vortex re-emerged above their heads. Now you wish to escape? It is too late. The vortex sneered. The flames and frost, previously ensnared by the purple whirlpool, erupted forth like raindrops descending from the heavens, resulting in a series of explosions reverberating from the training platform. Fiery tongues of flame and thick plumes of smoke billowed upwards, while Bai Li Pang, trailing behind Lin Chiye, swallowed hard, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Is this the combat prowess expected at the Jean level? If they unleashed their full potential, how formidable would they be? No wonder they are classified as a special team. Lin Chiye sighed. In less than a minute since the commencement, nearly half of their numbers had been lost, a troubling predicament. However, Lin Chiye was not the only astute individual. As he and Bai Li Pang led the charge, many others swiftly reacted, dashing outward in a frenzied escape, thereby averting disaster. Had it not been for Lin Chiye's exemplary leadership, the number of those eliminated would have been even greater. Amidst the billowing smoke, 5 figures cloaked in gray gradually emerged. The vortex cast a glance at the unconscious recruits scattered around and smirked, a bunch of fools. It seems victory in this farce is all but assured. Yet, one must refrain from drawing conclusions too hastily. Wang Mian gazed serenely at the new recruits gradually fading into the distance. Turning to the man wearing a crescent mask, he said, their next objective must be the warehouse. Yuegawei, you should block the entrance while we encircle from the periphery. Understood. With a swift motion, Yuegawei vanished from sight. In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors sat before their screens, each holding a stack of documents, shaking their heads slightly. In just one encounter, over 90 have been eliminated. It seems we have overestimated them. Ultimately, the masked figure is simply too formidable. One instructor sighed, recalling a top-tier team that had previously eliminated a mysterious entity of the Wuliang realm to maintain order. For the new recruits, it was akin to a dimensional disparity. That cannot be said. They have suppressed their power to the Zhan realm. It's not entirely unfair, is it? Yet their experience and synergy are beyond what these fledgling recruits can aspire to, and among them are 3 high-risk entities from the Forbidden Wasteland, along with the agent of that deity. Indeed, there is no need for excessive pessimism. As the instructors deliberated, Yuan Gang slowly spoke up. The apparent losses among the recruits seem severe, yet those few who genuinely possess the potential to contend with the masked figure have managed to escape. Perhaps clearing out some disruptive elements is beneficial for them. The nearby instructor paused. Chief, do you mean to imply that you genuinely hope the recruits can prevail? No, with that individual present, their victory is unattainable. Yuan Gang shook his head, expressing merely a desire to witness an exhilarating battle. Shiyi, slow down. I can't keep up. Bai Li Pang Pang, dragged along by Lin Shiyi, was panting heavily, nearly out of breath. Lin Shiyi raised an eyebrow and promptly released his grip. Then you shall leave your fate to chance. I shall proceed ahead. As Lin Shiyi decisively abandoned him, Bai Li Pang Pang was momentarily stunned before mustering all his strength to chase after him. No, this won't do. If I am left behind, I will surely be caught. Shiyi, brother Shiyi, wait for me. At last, Bai Li Pang Pang stumbled and rolled his way to the entrance of the warehouse. Upon seeing the tightly shut door, he was suddenly taken aback. Why is this door closed? Were we not instructed to retrieve our weapons ourselves? Lin Shiyi frowned slightly. They said we could take them, but did not specify that the door would be open for us to collect. Does that mean we must break this door down? Bai Li Pang Pang approached and knocked on it, observing its material. What is this made of? It seems quite sturdy. Lin Shiyi circled the warehouse, his expression darkening. He turned to Bai Li Pang Pang and inquired, what is your forbidden domain? I have no forbidden domain. Bai Li Pang Pang replied defiantly. Lin Shiyi pondered, contemplating how this rotund fellow managed to infiltrate the Night Watchers. This could pose a problem. Lin Shiyi let out a sigh, lamenting the lack of destructive power in his forbidden ruins, unable to unlock the door. Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head. Oh, is that all? Actually, Step aside. Just as Bai Li Pang Pang was about to say something further, a chilling female voice echoed from behind. Startled, he turned to look. There stood a tall woman with long, fiery red hair cascading down to her waist. Even the plain attire of a new recruit could not conceal her graceful figure. She cast a disdainful glance at Bai Li Pang Pang, snorted coldly, and strode directly to the entrance of the warehouse. Who are you? Lin Shiyi narrowed his eyes slightly. He recognized this woman earlier that morning. While Bai Li Pang Pang was causing a commotion at the dormitory across, she had stood in the corridor of the girls' dormitory, looking on with contempt. They had exchanged a glance, and Lin Shiyi still remembered the aggressive look in her eyes. Molly, she replied coolly, extending her fair hand to gently touch the surface of the warehouse door. In the next moment, the entire warehouse began to tremble violently. Chapter 76. Moon Demon. As Molly's palm made contact with the warehouse door, the metallic barrier began to tremble at an imperceptible frequency, emitting a sharp, resonant hum from within. In the next instant, ominous fissures appeared across the surface of the door. Molly withdrew her hand, pivoted, and delivered a powerful kick that shattered the already damaged door into fragments, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. Amidst the swirling dust, she brushed the grime from her hands and entered the warehouse with an impassive expression. What immense destructive power! Lin Shiyi's gaze fell upon the scattered metal debris as he stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Outside, Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes were fixed intently on Molly's retreating figure, swallowing hard. What is wrong with you? Lin Shiyi inquired, noticing Bai Li Pang Pang's peculiar expression. Shiyi. Bai Li Pang Yang leaned closer to Lin Shiyi, speaking in a hushed tone. Don't you think she's rather impressive? Lin Shiyi rolled his eyes, clearly disinterested in continuing the discussion with Bai Li Pang Pang. He strode directly to the weapon rack in the warehouse and casually selected a standard-issue straight knife. Prior to arriving at the training camp, Shinmai had made it clear that weapons were not to be brought into the camp unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, he had left Zhao Kongqing's knife at Hong Ying's residence, trusting that the uniform equipment for night watchmen would be plentiful within the warehouse. While grasping the knife, Lin Shiyi remained vigilant, using his mental acuity to observe Molly's actions. Unexpectedly, the woman did not cast even a glance at the weapons displayed on either side, but proceeded directly to the innermost part of the warehouse. There, she retrieved a massive katana from a corner and slung it across her back before turning to exit the warehouse. Such a weapon as the katana is indeed a rarity. As she passed by Lin Chia, he calmly spoke up. Molly paused in her steps, glancing at Lin Chia. I like this. Is there a problem? Lin Chia turned to meet her gaze, extending his right hand. I am Lin Chia. Oh, Molly replied nonchalantly, showing no intention of shaking his hand. Lin Chia narrowed his eyes slightly. Super high-risk forbidden zones. Why would I disclose that to you? Don't you want to win? Do you think revealing it guarantees victory? Who do you think you are? Among the 5 masked individuals, at least 3 are classified as super high-risk forbidden zones, and their coordination is exceedingly close. If our super high-risk levels do not unite, we stand no chance whatsoever. Lin Chia spoke calmly. Molly furrowed her brow, looking at Lin Chia in surprise. You are also super high-risk? No, Lin Chia shook his head. Just as Molly turned to leave, he continued slowly, I am the agent of the Seraph. Molly's footsteps abruptly halted. She turned her head, her eyes filled with astonishment. You are an agent of the divine? Indeed. Molly scrutinized Lin Chia for a moment, hesitating briefly before articulating. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 076, Universal Frequency Manipulation. Allows me to control the vibrational frequency of any object that directly or indirectly contacts me within the confines of the Forbidden Ruins. Lin Chia raised his eyebrows, quickly recalling the scene where she effortlessly breached the grand door and nodded slightly. Impressive. It's no wonder you wield a katana. At that moment, Bai Li, plump and hurried, approached them, clearing his throat to capture their attention, and earnestly extended his hand toward Molly. Greetings, Miss Molly, I am Bai Li Tu Ming, hailing from an ordinary family in Guangshan. Molly's expression suddenly soured, casting a disdainful glance at the rotund Bai Li, and with a cold huff, she turned to exit the warehouse. I detest individuals like you, the privileged elite. I warn you, keep your distance. Bai Li, taken aback, quickly protested, No, I am not from a privileged background. I truly come from an ordinary family. Where is your weapon? Lin Chia inquired, noticing Bai Li's empty hands. I don't possess any weaponry. I don't know how to use any, Bai Li confessed. After a moment of silence, Lin Chia patted his shoulder and suggested, How about this? Find a secluded spot to hide. Wait until the battle concludes before emerging to avoid being beaten. Bai Li resolutely shook his head. No? I refuse to be a coward. I wish to fight. Lin Chia shook his head and walked straight out of the warehouse, indifferent, as if to say, Do as you please, your happiness suffices. At that moment, an increasing number of new recruits were arriving at the warehouse to collect their equipment. As Lin Chia and Bailey Pangpang exited the warehouse doors, they noticed Molly, who was leaning against the wall with a great sword slung over her back, seemingly awaiting something. What are you waiting for? Lin Chia inquired as he approached her. I'm waiting for you, Molly replied calmly. If I am not mistaken, there is another individual of considerable danger. Who? The man who stood up first to oppose during the commandant's speech. Do you recall him? Are you referring to that guy with the backward military cap, his uniform unbuttoned, chewing gum with an air of arrogance? Bailey Pangpang interjected after a moment of recollection. I remember him. Lin Chia nodded in agreement. If we could apprehend him. Clang. Before Molly could complete her thought, Lin Chia's pupils suddenly constricted as he swiftly drew his straight sword and struck toward Molly's back. With a crisp sound of collision, Molly reacted with remarkable speed. Flipping forward and rising to her feet, her right hand gripping the hilt of her great sword behind her. In the void, a short sword flickered indistinctly, while Lin Chia's straight sword was firmly pressed against the blade of the short sword. Lin Chia's gaze was fixed on the emptiness ahead, his expression growing increasingly grave. From the void emerged a man adorned with a crescent moon mask, silently materializing. He gripped the short sword with an inverted hold, gazing at Lin Chia in astonishment. Can you see me? He inquired. By sheer luck, perhaps, Lin Chia replied with indifference. The moon ghost fixed his eyes on Lin Chia, and after a brief moment of realization, he exclaimed, I understand now. You are the agent of the Seraph. The aura surrounding you bears a striking resemblance to that of the captain. Behind Lin Chia, Molly's expression was one of profound anger. Had it not been for Lin Chia intervening to thwart the assassination attempt, she would likely have met an untimely and inexplicable demise. With this thought, fury surged within her, prompting her to draw the katana from her back, the blade vibrating with a terrifying intensity. Lin Chia deftly deflected the moon ghost's short sword with his straight blade, and, without hesitation, leaped backward. In the next moment, Molly's katana descended. The air before the blade trembled violently, and in an instant, a powerful shockwave surged forth, slicing through the earth's surface before colliding with the warehouse wall, leaving behind a grotesque scar. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene, and amidst the fissure, the moon ghost stood still, his right arm having vanished entirely. Indeed, this is a perilous, forbidden realm, the moon ghost uttered calmly, as the ethereal moonlight swirled in the air, swiftly coalescing into a new arm. Chapter 77. Breakthrough. Molly, wielding a greatsword, gazed at the moon demon with eyes brimming with astonishment. How could this be possible? Is this regeneration? No. At the moment the blade made contact with his body, half of him disintegrated into moonlight, evading the attack. Lin Xie, perceiving everything with his mental prowess, frowned and replied, "A troublesome, forbidden void. It appears he is the only one who has arrived." Lin Xie's gaze swept the surroundings, his eyes growing brighter. This was an opportunity. If we could unmask him, victory would be ours. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Molly's eyes ignited with fervor, and the dozens of newly armed recruits who had just emerged from the warehouse turned their attention toward the solitary moon demon. This is a lone member of the masked faction. The moon demon sensed the hostile gazes directed at him, his lips twitching slightly. This was not what he had envisioned. According to his original plan, he should have been lurking in the warehouse, like a specter in the shadows, quietly harvesting the recruits. How had he become so exposed? At that moment, Li Fat waved his hand, pointing at the moon demon, and shouted, "Brothers, let's take him down." With his words, the recruits surged forward, weapons and forbidden voids drawn in a grand display. The moon demon cursed under his breath, his form suddenly blurring before dissipating into the air. The newly enlisted soldiers, having lost their objective, stood bewildered, casting their gazes about in confusion. Lin Xie made his move, dashing toward a void with lightning speed. His eyes shone brightly as he swung his straight blade through the air, and in the next instant, a short sword materialized to intercept his strike. The moon ghost was compelled to reveal himself, his gaze towards Lin Xie filled with resignation. "Brother, must you handle it this way?" Lin Xie smiled faintly, and suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from his eyes, an overwhelming divine aura radiating from him, surging towards the moon ghost's consciousness. However, despite the moon ghost having suppressed his own realm to the Zhan level, he essentially retained the physique of a Chuan level being, rendering the Seraph's divine might less effective against him. Such divine pressure at the Zhan level? Is this the power of a Seraph? The moon ghost momentarily lost focus, but quickly regained his composure, swiftly maneuvering his short sword to clash against Lin Xie's straight blade. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the two weapons collided, their speeds astonishing. Yet, within mere seconds, Lin Xie felt immense pressure bearing down on him. The moon ghost, after all, was a member of the Faceless, and his swordsmanship was no trifling matter. Lin Xie, having only recently begun his training with the blade, found himself at a disadvantage in their encounter. Fortunately, he was not alone in this battle. In the few seconds that Lin Xie held off the moon ghost, the new recruits surrounded him once more, completely cutting off all avenues of retreat for the moon ghost, initiating a relentless and unjust mob assault. Amidst the torrential onslaught of attacks, the moon demon could only rely on his lunar transformation ability and extensive combat experience to barely endure. Fortunately, he managed to transform his mask into moonlight as well. Otherwise, it would have been shattered by the relentless explosions long ago. Where are those four rascals? We agreed to fight as a team. Why has it turned into a one-man battle against a throng? In the midst of the crowd, the moon demon clumsily evaded the assaults of the masses, cursing under his breath. No sooner had he spoken than a figure silently appeared atop a building to the east. It was a man donned in a scale mask. And the moment he materialized, Lin Xie's expression turned grave. Upon the rooftop, the scales observed the chaotic battlefield below with a quiet intensity. With a gentle clap of his hands, he murmured to himself, "Force field conversion." Immediately, the metallic fragments, debris, weapons, and bricks scattered around the vicinity began to levitate, as if a colossal bowl were inverted above their heads, ready to unleash its contents at any moment. Double the gravity. The scales clapped his hands once more, and those encircled by the various shards felt an abrupt heaviness, nearly toppling to the ground. Under this oppressive weight, their movement slowed significantly. Among the crowd, the moon demon finally exhaled in relief. Had he arrived just a few minutes later, he would have truly met his end. What a useless moon demon, how utterly inept. Sauntered Vortex, approaching leisurely from the southern road with a flippant remark. Immediately, a Rose appeared on the western road, gently shaking a small hammer in her hand, which rapidly enlarged to an impressive height of 3 stories. With a single blow, it could utterly devastate the warehouse. To the north, Wang Mian stood with his hands in his pockets, having appeared there unnoticed. His gaze swept across the dozens of new recruits present, and he calmly spoke, regrettably. You are surrounded by us. Surrounded? For individuals encircling nearly 40? Although it seemed absurd, none of the new recruits present found it laughable. They were indeed, truly surrounded. Among the crowd, Lin Xie's expression grew increasingly grave. What should they do now? Molly, wielding a large sword, wore a similarly grim countenance. Should they fight? With just their numbers, they stood no chance. Lin Xie shook his head, his mind racing. He slightly turned, his gaze traversing the half-collapsed warehouse to fixate on the vortex beside the southern warehouse. In a moment, observe my actions, Lin Xie whispered. Molly and Bailey Pang Pang exchanged glances, their expressions resolute as they nodded slightly. There were only 4 of them, blocking 4 directions. If they united and focused on a single path, their chances of breaking through were substantial. Lin Xie raised his voice slightly, ensuring all the recruits could hear him clearly. When that balance shifts, we will collectively charge towards the woman in the west. The eyes of the new recruits sparkled with unspoken understanding. Perched atop the rooftop, the figure known as Tian Ping waved a finger lightly, and in an instant, the metallic shards and debris that loomed ominously overhead plummeted down with a menacing glint of sharp edges. Almost simultaneously, most of the recruits, burdened by an overwhelming gravity, sprinted towards the direction of Rose. Meanwhile, a flicker of icy determination ignited in Molly's eyes, causing her katana to tremble once more. With a low growl, she swung her blade towards the heavens. An immense, invisible shockwave emanated from the sword, crashing against the descending barrage of sharp objects, shattering them into fragments that scattered down from the opposite side. Concurrently, Rose, wielding a colossal hammer towering 3 stories high, raised an eyebrow as she gazed at the surging mass of recruits, a cold smirk playing upon her lips. Seeking death. With a flourish, the size of her hammer swelled dramatically, nearly transforming into the size of an entire residential building, yet she lifted it with effortless grace, conjuring a gust of wind as she brought it crashing down upon the bewildered recruits below. A shadow loomed over them. Chapter 78. Explosion. The hammer wielded by the Rose was fearsome, yet the new recruits were not to be underestimated. In the fleeting moment before the hammer struck, brilliant rays of light erupted suddenly, colliding with the mighty hammer and firmly bracing against its base. A resonant explosion reverberated from the point of impact, accompanied by a tempestuous gale. The 2 forces were locked in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other for the time being. At that critical juncture, the other 4 masked team members sprang into action, dashing swiftly towards the west as the encirclement rapidly tightened. Run! Lin Xie, positioned at the rear, suddenly bellowed, disregarding the chaotic battlefield ahead, and pivoted to flee southward. Meanwhile, Molly and Bailey Pang Pang were still engrossed in the fierce battle before them. Upon hearing Lin Xie's call, they were momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining their composure and following Lin Xie in a desperate bid to break through to the south. Captain, several individuals have turned to flee south. Tian Ping observed this scene, momentarily stunned. Wang Mian hesitated for a brief moment before stating, first, let us eliminate the new recruits in our immediate vicinity. We can delay the vortex in the south. Understood. The vortex abruptly altered its course, pursuing the trio, making their escape southward. At this moment, other new recruits also began to react, emulating Lin Xie and attempting to flee in different directions amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, by this point, the encirclement had fully solidified, and those who had barely made it halfway were swiftly dispatched by the other masked team members. Underneath Lin Xie's feet, there was no pause. He charged straight into the warehouse, which had already collapsed on one side, with Bailey and Molly closely trailing behind. The figure of Xuanhua flickered and soon arrived at the entrance of the warehouse, approaching them with astonishing speed. Just as Xuanhua entered the warehouse, a cart unexpectedly slid towards him. Momentarily taken aback, Xuanhua instinctively sidestepped the cart, but the next instant, a round object gently fell from above, landing precisely into the cart. Xuanhua looked up to see Lin Xie standing on the beam, a slight smile gracing his lips. He then turned and leaped onto a nearby weapons rack, swiftly making his escape. Peering down, Xuanhua, aided by the faint light from outside, discerned the contents of the cart. It was filled with neatly arranged bundles of explosives. Atop the explosives sat a bomb with a countdown of merely 2 seconds remaining. Xuanhua's pupils dilated in shock. Boom! A blinding flash of fire, mingled with thick smoke, obliterated the remaining half of the warehouse, and the resounding explosion echoed throughout the training base. With the detonation of the entire cart of explosives, other grenades, detonators, and gunpowder within the warehouse erupted in a cataclysmic secondary explosion. The members of the masked squad, who had just eliminated dozens of new recruits, simultaneously changed their expressions. Flames rose like pillars, and smoke billowed. The 4 members of the masked squad hurriedly approached the wreckage of the warehouse, their faces grave and solemn. Amidst the flames, a disheveled figure staggered forth from the ruins, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. The beleaguered vortex erupted into a fit of violent coughs before collapsing onto the ground, exclaiming in exasperation, "Damn it, that fellow has a truly wicked heart. If it weren't for my quick reflexes in unleashing the devouring vortex, I might have met my end right there." He gingerly touched the mask on his face, now scorched and marred with intricate cracks, fearing that a little more pressure might shatter it completely. Thankfully, the mask remains intact. I have not met my demise. Vortex, you have grown overly complacent, Tianping sighed. Can you truly blame me for this? The vortex replied weakly. Beside them, Yuegawe shrugged and remarked, I intended to caution you. The agent of the Seraphim is not to be trifled with. I never anticipated that our meticulously laid trap would be so easily breached. Wang Mian silently regarded the direction in which Lin Xie and his companions had departed, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Truly, as an agent, he is anything but ordinary. The vortex scratched its head and asked, Captain, are you praising yourself? Lin Xie glanced back at the warehouse engulfed in flames and calmly stated, It is safe now. They did not pursue us. Bailey Pangyang gasped for breath, exclaiming, Chief, your methods were rather ruthless. He wouldn't have perished in the explosion, would he? If that were the case, he would never have been able to join the special team. Lin Xie shook his head, expressing a hint of regret as he spoke. Alas, it seems this time he has not managed to shatter his mask. Otherwise, we would have emerged victorious. Is it truly acceptable to abandon the others like this? Molly, bearing her katana, gazed at Lin Xie. They had never truly harbored any hope of escape. Lin Xie spoke calmly. Their objective was far too ambitious. The reason we managed to break free was that there were only 3 of us, while the masked individuals opted to assault the majority, choosing to confront a larger group. Should our numbers increase further, they would undoubtedly redirect their main force to intercept us, at which point our chances of escape would vanish. Ultimately, we merely exploited the disparity in our respective values, compelling the masked squad to make a choice. If we stubbornly attempted to break through alongside the others, none of us would emerge unscathed. Molly fell silent. What shall we do next? Bali pondered aloud. Given the current situation, the foolish recruits among the new arrivals should have been eliminated by now. The remaining recruits have likely splintered into small factions, scattered throughout the training camp, seeking opportunities to eliminate the masked squad. Lin Xie crouched down, tracing patterns in the ground with a nearby twig. To date, there are approximately 100 recruits still present. Accounting for those who have lost their fighting spirit and are hiding in corners awaiting the end of the battle, the actual combat strength should be around 90. Whether approached head-on or via ambush, to effectively subdue the masked team, a minimum of 10 individuals must strike simultaneously. Assuming these 90 individuals have been divided into 4 to 8 groups, scattered throughout the school premises. Lin Xie sketched a rudimentary map of the training camp on the ground, highlighting several key locations. If I were the masked team, I would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to dismantle these small factions one by one. If my conjecture holds true, what follows will be a protracted struggle for control of strongholds, along with a war of attrition. In order to engage in stronghold warfare, the areas suitable for ambush within the training camp are limited: the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory buildings, and the tactical research room. I surmise that the masked team's next target will likely be the dormitory. Lin Xie marked a pentagram at the dormitory's location. Why? Bali Pang could not comprehend. Among all these locations, the dormitory boasts the largest area, the most ambush points, and the highest level of concealment. I suspect there are multiple new recruit groups lying in wait there. Considering the risk of prolonged engagement leading to a depletion of their mental fortitude due to the war of attrition, the masked team will likely opt to tackle the most formidable challenge right from the outset. Hence, they are very likely to assault the dormitory directly. Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with intensity as he abruptly lifted his head, only to find Bai Li Pang and Emily gazing at him with peculiar expressions. What is it? Is there a flaw in my reasoning? Lin Chia pondered in confusion. Bailey Pang Pang and Molly gazed at Lin Chia and slowly uttered, freak.